Supreme God Emperor Chapter 184 to Chapter 239. Empty Nine Heavens Formation. When they saw this scene, some of the students could not help but cry. Why are you crying? Looking at those students, Moyang shouted, as martial artists, if you want to rely on them, you're destined to never achieve anything great in your lifetime. Didn't your teacher abandon you as well? One of the students couldn't help but retort. Hearing these words, Moyang, Mu Fengxing and the others suddenly laughed. Abandon, if Mu Yun could do such a thing, their class 9 would no longer be the class 9 of today. Kill. With a low shout, Moyang ignored the wounds on his body and rushed out. Bang bang, not far away, Dry Elm Bristle and Xiao Buyu, who had just rushed out a few hundred meters, were completely torn apart by the two spirit beasts, exploding into a bloody mist. This scene almost drove everyone crazy. Everyone, don't panic. We can't give up until the very last moment. There might be a miracle. As the special envoy, Yi Zhanlong kept consoling everyone. Now that things had come to this, if he didn't have faith, then he would truly collapse. Miracle? How could there be a miracle? Seeing that the beast horde was about to reach them, Yi Zhanlong's face hardened. He took a step back and stood in the middle of the remaining few hundred people. Pucci, Yi Zhanlong bit the tip of his finger, causing blood to spurt out. He could not help but grunt. 10,000 Ghost Spirit Lock Array. With a low shout, blood spurted out from Yi Zhanlong's 10 fingers. Buzz. Following this, a light screen slowly rose into the sky within 100 meters. The screen of light was like blood. It was especially dark in the rainy night sky. Yi Zhanlong, you. Seeing Yi Zhanlong like this, Wang Xinyu was slightly taken aback. The 10,000 Ghost Spirit Lock Formation was originally used to suppress the 10,000 Evils Formation, but it consumes a lot of blood essence. You can use it to block spirit beasts, but how long can you last? Li Zilan pulled out his sword and turned around as he watched this scene. Ever since the Thunder Peak courtyard was besieged, Li Zilan had been appearing and disappearing unpredictably. No one had seen how many spirit beasts he had killed. However, the casualties in his class were very low, second only to the 9th class. I have to hold on even if I can't. As a special envoy, this is my duty. If you say that, then I, Lin Xiaotian, will be too ashamed to show my face. In an instant, Lin Xiaotian, dressed in black, appeared on the light screen. The 10,000 Ghost Lock Formation couldn't stop him at all. You're finally here. What's the situation outside? Yi Zhanlong hurriedly asked. I'm afraid that the beast horde this time is related to the Gu family, Lin family, and the royal family. Now, the three families have joined forces to stop the Mu family outside. The Xiao family and the Virtuous Wind Courtyard are breaking through. However, the spiritual beasts are all concentrated on attacking the Xiao family and the Virtuous Wind Courtyard. It will be very, very difficult for you to rescue them. But you came, didn't you? Yi Zhanlong smiled bitterly. In the entire Leifeng Academy, there are a total of 2,177 students in the advanced class. Now, there are only 754 people left, and only 4 or 5 advanced class teachers are left. Such a loss was caused by the 3 big clans wanting to make a move against the Mu clan. Haha, the Virtuous Wind Courtyard isn't any better than here. Lin Xiaotian frowned. Tell me, what's your plan? I'll bring them out one by one. Lin Xiaotian said, this is the only way. There are more than 700 people. If we can save one, we'll save one. When Lin Xiaotian said this, Li Zilan suddenly gestured for her to keep quiet. Then, he said softly, now that things have come to this is indeed the only way. Count me in. I can also bring people out. You? Looking at Li Zilan, Lin Xiaotian said in surprise. Yes. Although Li Zilan's background had always been mysterious, no one knew his identity in the academy. All right. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry up. Hurry up for what? At this moment, a teasing voice suddenly sounded. Teacher Mu. Teacher Mu. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun suddenly return alone, everyone was stunned. Teacher Mu, you're back at the right time. Now is not the time to chat and reminisce. There are only 700 people left in the entire 7 Virtues College. We must hurry up. Yi Zhanlong can't hold on for long. With your speed, it's impossible to send all of them away. Mu Yun curled her lips and said, don't waste time. Everyone, gather in one place. What for? Seeing Mu Yun's confident look, everyone was stunned. Roar, roar, on this side. Just as Mu Yun finished speaking, a loud roar suddenly sounded. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone, stand together. Seeing the two spirit beasts suddenly approaching, Mu Yun opened her mouth and shouted. Although Lin Xiaotian and the others didn't understand, they still gathered everyone. Lin Xiaotian, please do something for me. Watch and see if that old fox Xiao Zhantian will keep his promise. Mu Yun smiled slightly. Between her palms, there was an explosion, and a bloody mist instantly burst out. Buzz, immediately after, the spiritual array formed by Yi Zhanlong was destroyed in an instant. In the next moment, the spirit beasts that had already gathered in the surroundings all rushed over. Mu Yun, what are you doing? How are we going to resist after breaking the array? Teacher Mu, however, Mu Yun turned a blind eye to everyone's questioning. Today was destined to be a bloody battle. Here were his students, the people he cared about. Only when they were safe could he fight with peace of mind. Ninth Heaven Empty Spirit Array. Open! With a low shout, a bloody light filled the sky with a loud bang. This bloody light was more than 10 times stronger than Yi Zhanlong's. However, when the bloody light exploded, the spirit beasts that gathered in the surroundings did not completely disperse. Instead, they came closer. Move! Seeing tens of thousands of spirit beasts approaching, Mu Yun raised her hands. With a loud bang, the place where hundreds of people were standing suddenly became empty. Everyone disappeared without a trace. Only Mu Yun's figure was left. It's such a simple matter. If I send them one by one, they will all die. Mu Yun's face was pale, but she grinned. Below them were the 3 clans outside. Mu Qingyu, that old ghost, was fighting alone. Mu Yun could not lose his status. How could it be justified if he did not kill some people from the 3 clans? However, with Mu Li around for the time being, Mu Qingyu, that old ghost, should be able to hold on. Seeing hundreds of people suddenly disappear in the center, those spirit beasts were instantly stunned. However, in the next moment, a burst of anger arose spontaneously. They were deceived by this human in front of them. Angry roars instantly surged out. All the spirit beasts gathered crazily. Just with you? You want to kill me? You are not worthy. Seeing tens of thousands of spirit beasts approaching, Mu Yun executed her footwork and wanted to quickly dodge. Whoosh! However, just as Mu Yun was about to leave this place, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Hidden weapon. Mu Yun was shocked and hurriedly dodged. However, Mu Yun had already used a large amount of her blood essence to activate the 9 Heaven Empty formation to move more than 700 people away. At this moment, her reaction was half a beat slower and she was still hit by the hidden weapon. Who? Looking at the spirit beasts, Mu Yun's face turned cold. It's me. Gu Xinran. And me. Lin Yu. Lin Yu chuckled and walked out from the crowd of spirit beasts. Mu Yun smiled and said, oh? The Gu clan's genius, Gu Xinran, 5th on the dragon rankings and the only female in the top 10. Lin Yu of the Lin clan, there are not only the 2 of you. Who else is there? Come out together. Young clan leader Mu is indeed smart. Among the spirit beasts, a figure was like a breeze. Those spirit beasts that approached him were pushed away by a hidden force and could not get close at all. I've never seen you before. Tell me your name. Huang Wentian. Huang Wentian, 2nd on the dragon rankings. And Gu Qihen, come out together. Hiding among the spirit beasts is smelly and not cool. It's indeed not cool. Gu Qihen chuckled and peeked out. 5th on the dragon rankings, Gu Xinran, 4th on the dragon rankings, Lin Yu, 2nd on the dragon rankings, Huang Wentian, and 1st on the dragon rankings, Gu Qihen. Looking at the 4 of them, Mu Yun smiled and said, only Mu Fangyu is left. If he comes, the top 5 of the dragon rankings will come and kill me, Mu Yun. It will be fun. How did you know that I didn't come? A voice filled with murderous intent could be heard from behind all of a sudden. Mu Fangyu. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed here. Looking at Mu Fengyu, Mu Yun chuckled. You knew that I would appear here? It's not hard to imagine. Mu clan, you only need the position of young clan leader, but you are not now. The Mu clan is about to be destroyed. Of course, you have to find a good backer first. Who is your backer? The Gu clan? The Lin clan or the royal family? You talk too much nonsense. You can't even let me say a few words before I die. Seriously, aren't you afraid of death? Seeing Mu Yun's teasing expression, Gu Qihen chuckled. Of course I am. Mu Yun said with a long face, of course I'm afraid of death. However, suddenly, Mu Yun's expression changed, and she said coldly, however, the few of you, kill me? It's far from enough. Boom, the rain was heavy. As Mu Yun's words fell, a bolt of lightning struck down. Do you know why tonight is so suitable for killing? Because today is the night of a thunderstorm. As Mu Yun's words fell, she swung her sword. The tip of the long sword made crackling sounds. Amidst the sound of thunder and lightning, the killing sword was completely condensed. Look over there. Moyang, Wang Xinyu, and the others were sent away from the battlefield. When they came back to their senses, they realized that they were actually standing outside the Shao clan's camp for some reason. That's lightning. It's where Instructor Mu is. Moyang muttered. Clang, with a sword hum, Lin Xianyu held his sword and moved forward. His figure flashed and disappeared from the camp. Only 1 year had passed since the 3-year agreement. He had not fulfilled his promise to Mu Yun. Therefore, he needed to go back and look for Mu Yun now. You guys rest first. I'll go and take a look. Moyang held his sword and wanted to chase after Lin Xianyu. What are you doing? Lin Xiaotian suddenly shouted, Mu Yun did this to let you escape. Aren't you courting death if you go back now? But, no buts. Lin Xiaotian said, wait here. I will help you find Mu Yun. However, don't worry. With your Instructor Mu's character, since he did this, he must have the confidence to escape unscathed. Thank you, Instructor Lin. Moyang cupped his hands and forced a smile. Lin Xiaotian was indeed much more suitable than them. However, he also knew that Mu Yun's actions would definitely allow him to escape unscathed. However, at this moment, when he saw the thunder and lightning in the sky, he felt uncertain. Make a strong comeback, clan leader Xiao. Before Lin Xiaotian left, she glanced at Xiao Zhantian and said, Mu Yun asked me to pass a message to you. She hopes that you won't forget the agreement between them. With Lin Xiaotian's knowledge, he naturally thought of the agreement between Mu Yun and Xiao Zhantian. However, Mu Yun had fulfilled his promise. Who knew what Xiao Zhantian would choose? I'll have to trouble Instructor Lin to pass the message. Mu Yun, don't worry, I'll definitely do it. Xiao Zhantian cupped his hands and smiled. Father, what agreement did you make with Mentor? Mu? Xiao Qingyu walked to Xiao Zhantian's side and looked up. It's nothing. You've returned safely. Rest well. There might be a tough battle ahead. Xiao Zhantian turned around and walked into the tent behind him. At this moment, there was only one figure in the tent. It was Nian Lingjin. Your son is back. Aren't you going to see him? Are you really prepared to promise Mu Yun to help the Mu family resist the Xiao family? Nian Lingjin was clad in silver armor. She looked at Xiao Zhantian and asked, that's right, he did save Yu, but he did it for the sake of the advanced class 9. Even without Yu, he would have sacrificed himself. You and I both know this. But if he saved Yu, our Xiao family would have lost at least several thousand soldiers. Nonsense. Just because of this, if we help the Mu clan and fight a battle that we have no chance of winning against the 3 great clans, our entire Xiao clan will be involved. Nian Lingjin said hatefully, the Xiao family will never help the Mu family. The only thing we can do is not participate. This is already repaying Mu Yun's kindness. Nian Lingjin's words seemed heartless, but Xiao Zhantian had no other choice. The Xiao clan had just stabilized. After this battle, they had suffered heavy losses. If they were to help the Mu clan, it would be like adding fuel to the fire. Forget it, forget it. Mu Qingyu, let's see what your fate is like. Xiao Zhantian sighed. In fact, everyone knew that the Gu clan, the Imperial clan, and the Lin clan had put in so much effort just to destroy the Mu clan. Whoever joined the battle would be courting death. While the husband and wife were plotting within the large tent, a beautiful figure had quietly left outside the large tent. She disappeared into the boundless night as she dashed towards the endless spiritual beast horde. At this moment, the people from the Thunder Peak courtyard had been moved to the Shao clan's battle camp. The people from the Virtuous Wind courtyard had also retreated. To the crowd's surprise, those spirit beasts no longer attacked. Instead, they were guarding their original locations and waiting for the humans. It was as if they were not allowing them to enter the mountain range. The two sides had completely stiffened. At the same time, in the Wind Sage Court's encampment, Mo Wen, Mo Qing Tian, Zhang Zihao, Hong Chen, and the others all stood in front of the big tent, watching the battle in the distance. Are we just going to watch? Mo Wen suddenly said, Big brother, we still need Mu Yun to concoct pills for master. Are we just going to watch? Mu Yun? Where is he now? Mo Qing Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Furthermore, even if he is here, once we join the battle, everything will change. Are we just going to watch? Mo Wen was really a little anxious. His interaction with Mu Yun was no longer just about alchemy. Mu Yun had taught him too much. He could not forget it. You all just watch. I want to help the Mu clan. Mo Wen shouted angrily. Brother Mu Yun has been very kind to me. Without him, I would not have become a 7-star alchemist. If you all don't want to help, I will. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Wen actually flew up and dashed towards the battlefield. Zhang Zihao waved his hand and said helplessly, Mu Yun is not my disciple. Even if I want to help him, I have no reason to interfere. Great Master Hong Chen, what about you? Me? I am good at refining weapons. How can I be a match for the 3 clans when it comes to fighting? Before Great Master Hong Chen could finish speaking, he looked ahead and was suddenly shocked. You all, look over there. Who is it? Great Master Hong Chen was shocked as he looked at the figure wantonly killing the spirit beasts in the crowd. Mu Yun. Looking at the figure, Zhang Zihao was stunned. He said, his sword force is getting stronger. Look at what's behind him. At the same time, at the Shao clan's camp, Moyang and the rest were already impatient. If Wang Xingyu had not been stopping them, they would have already charged into the spirit beasts. Look quickly. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. Everyone looked at that figure in surprise. Mentor Mu, seeing the figure, the rest of the people in the 9th class all rushed over. Looking at the yearning and concern of the people in the 9th class for Mu Yun, Wang Xingyu said with a bitter smile, I am afraid this is the best that a mentor can do. Step by step, Mu Yun killed her way out of the spirit beasts. She was not heading towards the 2 main camps. Instead, she was heading towards the place where the Mu clan, Gu clan, Lin clan, and the royal family were fighting. Over there, the crowd was surging. Tens of thousands of people were fighting, staining the ground with blood. Kill! Rumble, a shout accompanied by a bolt of lightning descended. With a swing of the sword in Mu Yun's hand, dozens of people in front of her fell to the ground and could not get up. Mu Yun! Mu Yun! She's not dead. And such an action alarmed the 3 clan leaders at the front. Gu Tianya, Lin Jintian, and Huang Jitian were instantly stunned. Their gazes landed behind Mu Yun. There, a huge spirit beast corpse was being pulled by Mu Yun and slowly advanced. And on the spirit beast corpse, 3 corpses were lying horizontally. Huang Wendian, Lin Yu, Gu Xinran. Looking at the 3 corpses, the 3 clan leaders only felt completely dazed. Mu Yun, you beast. Seeing Mu Yun pulling the 3 corpses back, the 3 clan leaders felt that their lungs were about to explode from anger. 3 figures charged straight for Mu Yun like lightning. 3 old dogs, aren't you ashamed of bullying the weak? However, in an instant, Mu Qingyu's figure appeared in front of Mu Yun and blocked the 3 people. Looking at Mu Yun, he laughed loudly and said, Well done, as expected of my son. Sigh, how embarrassing. We let Gu Qihen escape. Clan leader Gu, your son, who is ranked first on the dragon rankings, also knows the blood escape technique. I didn't expect that. I miscalculated. Seeing Mu Yan's regretful expression, Mu Qingyu suddenly patted her shoulder and laughed loudly. Good, very good. A disciple of the dragon rankings is nothing. There's something I have to tell you. Damn father, that Mu Fengyu also wanted to kill me. I originally wanted to hand him over to you to deal with, but he was eaten by a spirit beast. Hearing this, Mu Qingyu's eyelids twitched, and he was silent for a long time. Lin Zhentian, Gu Tianya, Huang Jitian, the three of you are really shameless. The top 5 experts of the dragon rankings tried to kill my son, Mu Yun, but you didn't expect that my son, Mu Yun, could fight against the experts of the dragon rankings alone. The absent-minded look in Mu Qingyu's eyes disappeared, and he looked at Mu Yun with concern. This was the son of Mu Qingyu. Damn father, don't make enemies for me. How about it? Can you deal with these 3 people who don't care about their lives? You don't need my help, right? Bullshit. Mu Qingyu laughed and scolded. These 3 old foxes are no match for us, Blood Wolf and his son. Today, we'll kill them all. Mu Qingyu laughed loudly and instantly charged towards Lin Zhentian and the other 2. Brother Mu. Just as Mu Yun wanted to join the battle, a shout rang out. Old Mo, what are you doing here? Brother Mu, if others don't help you, I'll help you. You're my good brother, and I won't watch you die. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, Who said I'm going to die? Old Mo, you're good at concocting pills, but you're really not good at fighting. Even so, I can't just watch and do nothing. Seeing Mo Wen's persistent expression, Mu Yun was suddenly stunned. Then, she laughed and said, If you really want to help me, then help me collect pills. The more, the better. No matter if it's 1st rank or 7th rank, as many as you can get, the more, the better. When I need them, just hand them over to me. What do you want to do? Don't worry about what I want to do. If you really want to help me, then do it. Maybe I won't need them. It's best if I don't need them. After saying this in his heart, Mu Yun raised his sword and charged into the battle. At this moment, he realized that although the teams of the Lin clan, Gu clan, and the royal clan had 3 times the number of people as compared to the Mu clan, they were actually evenly matched. The Mu clan had indeed undergone a qualitative change in Mu Qingyu's hands. Mentor Mu. Moyang, Fengxing, why are you here? Looking at the people of the senior class 9, Mu Yun shouted, Nonsense. I asked Wang Xinyu to watch over you. You, sister, can't watch over us. Wang Xinyu smiled and looked at Mu Yun. Her face was flushed red. Indeed, I can't stop them. These students of yours. Wang Xinyu smiled bitterly and said, I can only follow them. Gang Xinyu laughed loudly and said, Mentor Mu, you made us worry. However, after killing the top 5 disciples of the dragon list, I'm beginning to suspect if you're Mentor Mu. That's right. We can't leave you here to fight alone. You didn't abandon us. If we abandon you, then we can forget about walking down the path of martial arts. At this moment, there were only about 80 people left in the senior class 9. However, these 80 people looked at Mu Yun with only an eagerness to fight in their eyes. All right. Hot-blooded men never shrink from a fight. Today, we, the senior class 9, will show the entire Southern Cloud Empire that whoever provokes me, Mu Yun, will be provoking the senior class 9. Whoever provokes the senior class 9 will be provoking me, Mu Yun. With a shout, Mu Yun took a step forward and rushed into the battle circle. Seeing Mu Yun's fearless attitude, Wang Xinyu's heart palpitated when she thought of the large formation that Mu Yun had used previously. She didn't know why, but the moment she saw Mu Yun rushing out, she actually started to worry in her heart. Why would I be worried about him? Wang Xinyu shook her head and followed. Her younger sister was now a member of the senior class 9. For her younger sister, she also had to fight. You're rushing in like this. Do you want to die? Mu Yun was alone in front. One step at a time, one sword at a time. Beside her, a delicate shout suddenly sounded. Why are you here? Mu Qingyu's strength. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and shook her head. He had left the Xiao clan with Uncle Li in order to reach an agreement with Xiao Zhantian. But now, it seemed that the Xiao clan did not keep their promise. In the end, he was too naive. My Xiao family promised to help you, so we will naturally help you. I don't care if my parents don't come, but I, Xiao Yuner, am not a person who goes back on her words. Xiao Yuner pouted and snorted, moreover, you are my, Xiao Yuner's, fiancé. If I help you, no one will say anything. Good, you're good, but don't drag me down. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and stepped into the battle circle. This time, it was destined to be an earth-shaking massacre. This battle was a matter of life and death for the Mu clan, a matter of the rise and fall of the entire Mu clan. Lin Langtian, Lin Langyue, stop Mu Yun and kill her. Lin Zhentian shouted when he saw Mu Yun standing in the crowd like a sharp sword, reaping the lives of the warriors from the three clans one after another. His two sons, his most outstanding sons, Lin Ben and Lin Yu, had both died in Mu Yun's hands. How could he swallow this grievance? Lin Langtian and Lin Langyue were both at the first level of the spirit realm. Killing Mu Yun wasn't a problem for them. The two of them received the order and immediately charged towards Mu Yun. Bang bang, however, just as the two of them were about to approach Mu Yun, a figure suddenly rushed over and rushed towards the two of them. Two loud bangs rang out, and the two of them immediately retreated, feeling a stuffy feeling in their chests. A black-robed martial artist suddenly stood in front of Mu Yun and looked at the two of them coldly. Whoever dares to touch him will die. Lin Langtian and Lin Langyue were shocked when they heard the cold words coming out of the black-robed man's mouth. Who are you? The people who will protect you. Protect my people? Mu Yun was a little confused. Now, the entire Mu family's martial artists were involved in the battle with the three great clans. How could there be anyone left to protect him? You're not from the Lin family? You don't need to care about that. You just need to know that the spirit realm warriors can never hurt you. The black-robed figure turned around and blocked Lin Langtian and Lin Lanyue's path. Gu Zhen, Gu Chen, kill him. The next moment, two more figures approached Mu Yun. However, before the two of them could approach Mu Yun, they were once again blocked by the black-robed man. Huang Dingyu, Huang Dingji, you two go too. At this moment, the three patriarchs were fighting Mu Qingyu alone, and they were issuing orders from time to time. The two of them would definitely die in today's battle. Mu Qingyu, Mu Yun, these two could be said to be the backbone of the Mu family. As long as the two of them were alive, the Mu family would continue to prosper. At this moment, there were already 6 spirit realm warriors rushing over. However, these 6 people were all blocked by the black-robed man. When did the Mu family have such a powerful helper? Mu Yun also understood that the black-robed man was only helping him block the spirit realm warriors. As for the warriors below the spirit realm, he would take care of them himself. This battle is the one I've been longing for. Without reaching my limit, I can't break through to the 8th level of the spirit cave wind pool point. This battle will be a breakthrough. With a loud shout, Mu Yun went completely crazy. Tonight, from the beginning of the beast tide until now, Mu Yun could no longer remember how many times he had swung his sword and how many times he had exhausted his true essence. However, every time his true essence was exhausted and reached its limit, his body would recover and erupt again. Over and over again, he had reached the edge of a breakthrough. The Mu family will be the #1 family in the Southern Cloud Empire in another 10 years. Even if the 4 of us join forces, we won't be their match. Looking at the battle in the distance, Xiao Zhantian sighed, Mu Qingyu is indeed a formidable person. Father, let me go. I want to help mentor Mu. Behind Xiao Zhantian, Xiao Qingyu said anxiously, Father, you can't go back on your words. I will hate you for the rest of my life. Xiao Qingyu's voice was filled with grief and indignation. If it weren't for Mu Yun, he would still be a fool who was bullied by others. But now, Mu Yun was in trouble and he couldn't do anything. Even if you hate us, we won't let you go. After this battle, there will be no shepherds in the Southern Cloud Empire. The Mu family will be completely destroyed. Impossible, how can it be? Xiao Qingyu's expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but shout, let me go. Let me go. I can't watch something happen to Mentor Mu. I can't watch something happen to my classmates. Gradually, Xiao Qingyu's eyes turned red, but he could only shout helplessly. He finally understood why Mentor Mu would turn back and use the formation to save them and put himself in danger. However, after understanding this, Xianxia was even more annoyed with himself and his uselessness. On the other side, in the Seven Virtues College's camp, Mu Qingyu is indeed a formidable person. He fought Lin Zhentian, Gu Tianya, and Huang Jitian alone and didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. Zhang Zihao sighed softly. He really wanted to fight with such an expert. That Mu Yun is even more ridiculous. Tonight, he didn't seem to stop fighting. His true origin recovery speed is really shocking. Moreover, how did he kill the top 5 of the dragon rankings and make Gu Qihen flee? This father and son of the Mu family are not to be trifled with. If the 3 major families didn't attack together, they would have been defeated by now. Looking at the massacre in the field, there was a flurry of discussion in the Fengxian courtyard. In the midst of the massacre, Mu Yun felt that her accumulation had reached a peak. The breakthrough was right in front of her. Buzz, Fengqi acupoint, open. At this moment, Mu Yun felt her head lighten up. Even her soul power increased a little. 8 Fengqi acupoints, her cultivation finally improved. Tonight, I can only kill. Laughing loudly, Mu Yun seemed to have completely unleashed the fighting mood in her heart. She didn't conceal it anymore. At this moment, 4 figures were shuttling back and forth in the sky. The battle was getting more and more intense. The 4 patriarchs were all at the 4th level of the spirit realm. The 4th level of the spirit realm represented the strongest battle strength in the Southern Cloud Empire. Tianya ancient sword shaking the horizon. At this moment, Gu Tianya seemed to be unable to endure Mu Qingyu's suppression. An ancient sword suddenly flew out from his body. For seasoned sword god art. With a low shout, Gu Tianya's sword flew out. In the sky, under the rainy night, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Sometimes, it was the spring sun. Sometimes, it was as hot as summer. Sometimes, the northern wind whistled. Gu Tianya's figure was illusory and unsteady. Supreme golden body. At this moment, Huang Jitian also didn't hold back and executed the imperial family's supreme golden body art. This art was the imperial family's strongest art since its establishment. You guys are fighting with your lives on the line. Naturally, I can't fall behind. Lin Zhentian shouted and crossed his hands, forming a seal. Would Emperor Golden Word // The Lin family's secret art, Would Emperor Golden Word / In an instant, the 3 patriarchs executed their strongest techniques and attacked Mu Qingyu. Old Ghost Mu, you can't be defeated. Looking at the 3's attacks, Mu Yan's heart palpitated. Unknowingly, his father, who seemed to be extremely cruel, had left a deep impression in his heart. 3 old foxes. You want to defeat me, Mu Qingyu, with such petty tricks? You guys aren't worthy. In the sky, seeing the 3's attacks, Mu Qingyu laughed and his eyes were filled with disdain. If this is all you've got in the past 10 years, then I advise you to go back to your mother's womb and let the 3 patriarchs come out. As Mu Qingyu spoke, his palm had already moved. Today, I'll let you guys see who's the real overlord of the Southern Cloud Empire. Thousand Sun Ancient Martial Saint Body. With a low shout, Mu Qingyu's body was like the moon in the rainy night, shining brightly. Rays of light shone on the ground. Wherever the light passed, all the members of the 3 great clans seemed to have been bewitched. They screamed and struggled on the ground. What kind of technique is this? Thousand Sun Ancient Martial Saint Body. I've never heard of it. At this moment, the crowd was stunned. No one had expected Mu Qingyu to have such a trick up her sleeve. If you want to covet my Mu family, you must have the strength to do so. Lin Zhentian, Gu Tianya, Huang Jitian, the 3 of you are not worthy. Let your patriarchs come out. Mu Qingyu's body emitted a faint light. He was like the war god of the 9 heavens, overlooking the world. Wherever he looked, there were ants. Not worthy? Do you think you're worthy? The 3 patriarchs were enraged. They executed their family's secret arts and charged towards Mu Qingyu. They did not believe that the 3 of them would not be a match for Mu Qingyu. Kill. 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 Following the 3 sounds of battle, 3 figures shot out. Ignorant. Looking at the 3 patriarchs charging towards him, Mu Qingyu put his palms together. 3 blades of death. With a low shout, 3 rays of light appeared in front of the 3 patriarchs. The rays of light were like sword radiances. They carried a murderous aura and enveloped the 3 patriarchs. Mu family brat, how dare you! At this moment, 3 roars sounded at the same time. 3 figures rushed out from 3 different directions. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of the 3 patriarchs and blocked Mu Qingyu's attack. Among the 3 patriarchs, the one on the left was short and fat. He wore a loose coat and looked cold. The one in the middle was tall and skinny. However, he was full of vigor. The person on the right had gray hair and a heroic aura between his brows. When he was young, he was also a handsome young man. Looking at the 3 patriarchs, Mu Qingyu was not surprised. Gu Yunxian, Tai Huangyu, Lin Xiaoyu, the 3 of you have finally appeared. Mu Qingyu called out the names of the 3 patriarchs. His face was filled with jealousy and hatred. Back then, it was the 3 of you who tricked my father into coming to the Broken Cloud Mountain range. You used the heavenly fire as bait to lure my father into the Laying Valley. In the end, my father was killed by the heavenly lightning of the Laying Valley. This time, your sons are here to take my life. However, they are foolish. If they want to take my life, I still have to rely on you. Pill-swallowing Gu Yunxian, Tai Huang Valley, Lin Xiaoyu, these 3 people were the famous geniuses of the Southern Cloud Empire. When they were young, they were called the Southern Cloud's 4 heroes along with Mu Xiaojia of the Mu clan. Later on, the 4 of them became the patriarchs of the 4 great families. However, 20 years ago, the Mu clan's patriarch, Mu Xiaojia, perished in the Piyun mountain range. From then on, the Mu clan was unable to recover from the setback. At that time, Mu Qingyu was only 20 years old, and she took over the position of the patriarch. 20 years later, under the leadership of Mu Qingyu, the Mu family returned to its peak. However, this time, the Gu clan, the Lin clan, and the royal clan did not secretly deal with the Mu clan. Instead, they did it openly. But this time, Gu Tianya, Lin Zhentian, and Huang Jitian had completely lost to Mu Qingyu, and had almost lost their lives. Mu Qingyu, how dare you spout nonsense? Spouting nonsense? Staring at Lin Xiaoyu, Mu Qingyu coldly sneered. Back then, you were the one who instigated everything, Lin Xiaoyu. Today, you are the first one to stand out and deny your debt. Don't worry. Perhaps you didn't expect Mu Xiaojia's son, Mu Qingyu, to be able to reach where he is today. Perhaps you also didn't expect his grandson, Mu Yun, to be even more powerful than him and his son in the future. The Mu family is the overlord of the Southern Cloud Empire. Even if you use treacherous means, you won't be able to change anything. Mu Qingyu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, fearless, no fear. For the first time, Mu Yun realized that this cheap father of hers did not only know how to play tricks, but also had such a hot-blooded and manly side. Mu Qingyu, you won't be able to escape today. Even if you don't die, you'll still die. Just the 3 of you old bastards? Or do the 6 of you come at me together? Looking at the 6 of them, Mu Qingyu said fearlessly. Today, even if I die here, I will drag you down with me. It wasn't hard to imagine the shocking effect when these words came from the mouth of a 4th level of the Spirit Realm warrior. Old Gu, old Emperor, this brat is slandering us. If we don't kill him, our entire lives will be ruined. Let's join forces and stop him from escaping. Lin Xiaoyu shouted in a sharp voice. Run? Mu Qingyu sneered. Did I, Mu Qingyu, say anything about running? You 3 are only at the 6th level of the Spirit Realm. Do you think I, Mu Qingyu, need to run? You don't have to run, but your son wants to. Lin Zhentian looked at Mu Yun and bellowed, today, Mu Yun must die. His Lin family had lost 2 future genius martial artists. How could he calm down when he saw Mu Yun? Lin Zhentian's figure flashed as he charged towards Mu Yun. Lin Zhentian, you old fox, you're really shameless. Seeing Lin Zhentian rushing towards Mu Yun, Mu Qingyu's face turned cold and she wanted to stop him. However, how could Lin Xiaoyu, Grand Imperial Valley, and Gu Yunxian give him such a chance? 3 figures rushed out to stop Mu Yun, not allowing him to get close to Mu Qingyu. Mu Yun was Mu Qingyu's hope. If he could kill Mu Yun, then Mu Qingyu's confidence and strength would be greatly reduced. Old fox, you're really shameless. However, before Lin Zhentian could get close to Mu Yun, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Mu Yun. "Uncle Li, young master, step back. Uncle Li, be careful." Mu Yun nodded. "Be careful? Today, you're going to lose your life for sure." However, when Mu Yun retreated, a figure suddenly approached. Huang Jitian closed in, and a golden word slash went straight for Mu Yun. "Shameless." Mu Yun dodged and hurriedly dodged, looking up coldly. Huang Jitian's face was cold, and his killing intent was strong. "Humph, you think I'll forget the enmity of killing my son?" Huang Jitian sneered and said, "Mu Yun, today is the day of your Mu family's destruction, and also the day of your death. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Mu Yun held the long sword in her hand, and the sword momentum gradually accumulated. 8th level of the Spirit Point realm against a 4th level of the Spirit Point realm, there was absolutely no hope of victory. But he still wanted to fight, whether it was foolishness or arrogance, this battle was already unavoidable. Golden word binding language. With a low cry, Huang Jitian opened his mouth and muttered something. Except, what came out of his mouth was not sound, but large golden words one after another. Those golden words were like a series of jumping paper people, shining with a golden light, rushing straight for Mu Yun. "Bind for me." Huang Jitian gave a cold cry. A sound of tearing through the air sounded out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh sounds spread out. Those streaks of golden word runes directly rumbled towards Mu Yun. Bang, bang, each sword was faster than the previous, and each sword was stronger than the previous. Except, no matter how fast Mu Yun's sword was, it was not stronger than those streaks of golden word runes. What Huang Jitian executed was the imperial family's ultimate skill, a 4th level of the Spirit Point realm. If it still could not bind Mu Yun, then it would truly be a miracle. "Brat, no one in this world can save you today." Huang Jitian's face turned grim, and the aura on his body surged. With a bang, an explosion sounded. In front of Huang Jitian, 100-meter-tall golden word suddenly exploded. Dong, following that golden word crashing down, Mu Yun could no longer resist. With a bang, both her knees knelt on the ground, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from her knees. No matter how heaven-defying you are merely at the 8th level of the Fengqi acupoint. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Huang Jitian gave a cold cry. That golden word rune suddenly expanded and rapidly pressed towards Mu Yun. What's the point of saying so much nonsense? Just kill and end it all. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Mu Yun. Gu Tianya waved the Tianya ancient sword in his hand, and 1,000 rays of light flew over. Tianya cross slash. With a roar, Gu Tianya swung his sword horizontally and vertically. A cross-shaped sword ray suddenly appeared in front of him. As his voice fell, the sword descended, whoosh, the sword ray was like a soul-sucking light that charged directly towards Mu Yun. Looking at that sword ray approaching, and at this moment, there were no more experts from the Mu family coming to help. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart violently exploded with a thought. After being reborn, how could she die in this place? However, just as a resolute thought exploded in Mu Yun's mind, before she could think further, a poochie sound rang in front of her. Fresh blood sprayed onto Mu Yun's face and sprayed onto Mu Yun's entire body. That cross-shaped sword ray suddenly slammed onto a figure. That figure directly charged towards Mu Yun. Fresh blood poured from that person's body and splashed onto Mu Yun's body. No. Looking at this scene and seeing that familiar face, Mu Yun roared at the top of her lungs. What are you doing? Xiaoyuner, what are you doing? What does my, Mu Yun's, life and death have to do with you? Why are you blocking me? Why are you blocking me? You and I are not related in any way. You are purely a fool for doing this. Xiaoyuner's figure blocked that cross-shaped sword ray. Blood flowed out from her entire body, and her black dress turned scarlet red. A trace of resoluteness appeared on her poignant face. A trace of a smile appeared on her face. Xiaoyuner wanted to say something, but before she could say anything, she closed her eyes. Suddenly, she roared towards the sky. In Mu Yun's body, the chart of celestial extermination was activated at this moment. The golden word seal that bound her body suddenly exploded. Gu Tianya, Huang Jitian, both of you old dogs must die. Both of you must die. Mu Yun suddenly stood up. There was a cross-shaped slash on his chest, and fresh blood flowed out. Although Xianxia blocked most of the attack for him, there was still a portion of the sword slash that directly entered Mu Yun's body. Old Mo, give me the elixir. Elixir? Even if you eat the sacred elixir or immortal elixir now, it will be of no use, Gu Tianya laughed coldly and said disdainfully. He did not expect that at the critical moment, the girl from the Xiao clan would actually stand up and block the life and death attack for Mu Yun. But so what, Xiao Zhantian still did not dare to start the battle, with the three big clans joining forces. In addition to the power behind them, Xiao Zhantian could only submit. Sister, on the other side, seeing Xiao Yun'er suddenly appear and block the life and death attack for Mu Yun, Xiao Qingyu roared with a hoarse voice. With a whoosh, Nian Lingjing's figure had already rushed out. In this world, other than her children, no one else could make her feel so anxious. However, just as Nian Lingjing's figure rushed out, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. When Mo Wen heard Mu Yun shout, he threw the medicinal pill gourd that he had already stored to Mu Yun. There are a total of 37,428 medicinal pills, from the 1st rank to the 7th rank. There is even an 8th rank medicinal pill. The moment Mu Yun instructed him, Mo Wen began to collect the medicinal pills. For this battle, the people from the Seven Virtues College had prepared many medicinal pills. Mo Wen said that he would return at 3 times the amount in the future and asked everyone to immediately hand over all the medicinal pills. More than 30,000 medicinal pills. What is this brat trying to do? Could it be that he wants to detonate the ammunition and cause an explosion? Mo Wen asked, puzzled. 2 old dogs, facing the sacred pill sect leader, I, Mu Yun, dare to fight. Today, you are destined to die. Mu Yun's voice became sinister and her entire face became abnormally terrifying. Open! With a low shout, Mu Yun opened the gourd. Medicinal pills of various shapes and colors, from the 1st rank to the 7th rank, flowed out of the gourd one by one. In his hand, a huge cauldron suddenly appeared. It was the sacred pill sect's alchemy and weapon refining cauldron that he had obtained in the Wind Leader cave back in Bayun City. What is this brat trying to do? Who cares? Stop him. This brat dared to fight with the prowess of the deity realm when he was in the physical body realm, let alone now. Gu Tianya and Huang Jitian exchanged a look and immediately rushed out. No matter what Mu Yun wanted to do, they needed to stop him immediately. Stop me? There's no need to stop me. However, just as the two of them moved, Mu Yun suddenly opened his mouth. The 30,000 medicinal pills instantly passed through the heaven-sealing cauldron and turned into a stream of pills, all flowing into Mu Yun's mouth. Seeing Mu Yun's actions, the entire battlefield was completely shocked. In the rainy night, there was only the pitter-patter of the rain hitting the ground and the corpses. Gu Tianya, Huang Jitian, Lin Jintian, Mu Qingyu, Nian Lingjing, and everyone looked at Mu Yun with their mouths agape. What was he doing? What was he trying to do? When ancient martial art practitioners took medicinal pills, sometimes they would take 2 types of medicinal pills at the same time. They had to be careful and not be careless. Once there was a problem with the medicinal effects, they could even die. However, Mu Yun directly swallowed tens of thousands of medicinal pills. He had one more mother. Almost in an instant, tens of thousands of elixirs all fell into Mu Yun's stomach. The silence lasted for more than 10 breaths. Mu Yun, I didn't expect that you would court death yourself. This has saved us a lot of trouble. Looking at Mu Yun, Gu Tianya and the others shouted. Haha. And here I was wondering what other tricks you had up your sleeves and whether you would burn your lifespan again. Who would have thought that you would use such a suicidal method? Huang Jitian sneered in disdain, his eyes filled with mockery. So what if Mu Yun was heaven-defying? After all, he was only at the 8th level of the spirit cave realm, a few steps away from the spirit realm. Moreover, they were already at the 4th level of the spirit realm. Are you done? Suddenly, Mu Yun raised her head slightly. This action caused everyone present to tremble. At this moment, there were 2 blood-red marks on Mu Yun's cheeks and temples that connected to his eyebrows. His eyes were shining with a golden light. The strands of golden light were like a shining mountain of gold, blooming with light. Let's play a fun game. Let's see how many strikes you can take before you die. What do you think? Mu Yun chuckled with a strange expression. What happened? Seeing Mu Yun's smile, Gu Tianya felt a chill. He could feel that the current Mu Yun seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. She was completely different from before. Evil, cold, cruel. Almost all the negative emotions one could think of seemed to appear on Mu Yun. Are you afraid? Are you scared? Mu Yun laughed arrogantly. Mu Yun, pay attention to gratification and enmity, unrestrained and unrestrained. I don't tolerate treacherous villains. Until now, it's still the same. Your Lin family, Gu family, and Imperial family can't compare to my Mu family, so you want to use such treacherous means to break my Mu family. But let me tell you, even if you succeed, you will die here today. You will die in my hands. No one can stop it. There's no harm in telling you. I'm using the great pill fusion art, using my body as the pill furnace and the elixirs as the power. Now, can you still fight with me? After she finished speaking, Mu Yun's aura Mu Yun exploded. Spirit. Spirit Cave Realm. Seeing Mu Yun's Mu Yun Immortal Realm Studio, Gu, Mu Yun, and Mu Yun. The difference of 7 realms from the 8th level of the Spirit Cave Realm to the 5th level of the Spirit Cave Realm. In an instant, Mu Yun actually obtained such a huge improvement. Don't worry, he was able to advance to such a realm entirely because of those 30,000 elixirs. No matter what the reason is, once the effects of those 30,000 elixirs pass, he will definitely die. This is only temporary. Gu Tianya's voice trembled slightly. That's right. It's temporary, but it's enough to kill you. However, just as Gu Tianya finished speaking, a figure arrived behind him like a ghost. The longsword in Mu Yun's hand flickered with a sharp light, and her aura was behind Gu Tianya. She calmly said, "See you in hell, Gu Tianya." With a poochie sound, Gu Tianya's head instantly flew up, and fresh blood sprayed out wantonly. Fast. What fast speed? Seeing this scene, the battlefield was in an uproar. Instructor Mu, Moyang and the others looked at Mu Yun with a face full of worry. Mu Yun. Wang Xinyu and the others were astonished. Lin Xianyu stood in the crowd and raised her head to look at the sky. She was silent for a moment, then raised her sword and charged into the crowd once again. However, they all understood that this was Mu Yun. For everything, she would disregard everything. The ancient Xianxia sword is indeed a good sword. I won't be courteous. Holding the ancient Xianxia sword, Mu Yun stood proudly in the air. Looking at Huang Jitian, she pointed her sword at the sky and said coldly and arrogantly, "Huang Jitian, the next one is you. Lu Kuei, what are you waiting for?" Seeing Mu Yun's posture, Huang Jitian completely panicked. Instantly killing Gu Tianya with one move, Mu Yun's speed simply surpassed experts at the 5th level of the Soul Conduit realm. How could her speed suddenly increase to such an extent? Lu Kuei? Hearing Huang Jitian's cry for help, Mu Yun understood that there was indeed another group of forces standing behind the 3 great clans. As expected, it should be the Green Shadow Blood sect. Today, even if a deity descends to the mortal world, you still have to die. However, no matter how Huang Jitian shouted, that Lu Kuei did not appear. Mu Yun held the ancient Xianxia sword and charged out once again. Facing the current Mu Yun, Huang Jitian simply did not have the slightest strength to resist. The powerful sword aura, coupled with Mu Yun's cultivation at the 5th level of the Soul Conduit realm, the instant Huang Jitian saw Gu Tianya die, he lost the determination to resist. PFFF, a sword directly took Huang Jitian's life. Mu Yun stood on the spot and looked at the surroundings coldly and arrogantly. Once again, he came to Xiao Yun'er's side. At this moment, Xiao Yun'er's entire body became increasingly ice-cold, and her body also gradually lost its vitality. Yun'er! Nian Lingjin had long cried her heart out. Looking at Xiao Yun'er's corpse, she felt a burst of unyielding integrity. Scram! With a low shout, Mu Yun did not care about this woman. He directly carried Xiao Yun'er and stood in the rainy night. Gradually, a layer of frost appeared on the surface of Xiao Yun'er's body. That frost only froze Xiao Yun'er's body. Celestial extermination painting, I know that you have the ability to transcend heaven and earth. I know that you have the heaven and earth reverse technique. You disdain to care about me. However, since I have become your master, this time I, Mu Yun, beg you to save her life. With a plop, the unknown Mu Yun suddenly knelt down while carrying Xiaoyun'er's corpse. This kneel was for the celestial extermination painting, this extraordinary item of heaven and earth. For a moment, there was no movement from the celestial extermination painting. For the first time, a helpless, powerless, and lifeless expression appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. Ding, however, right at this moment, a ding sound rang out. Xiaoyun'er's frozen body actually completely disappeared from Mu Yun's embrace. Thank you. In the next moment, a trace of relief appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. All along, he had thought that the celestial extermination painting was not an inanimate object, but had its own consciousness. However, the consciousness of the celestial extermination painting had always disdained to communicate with him. Today, he was full of hope. The result did not disappoint him. At this moment, he could see that in his mind, in the mysterious space of the celestial extermination painting, Xiaoyun'er's body was floating quietly. A soft green light spot was constantly gathering and entwining around every corner of her body. Thank you. Looking at those light spots, Mu Yun cupped his hands in salute, and an expression of relief appeared on his face. Mu Yun, you harmed my daughter. Now, you don't even want to leave her corpse to me. You are so cruel. Nian Jin stood up and suddenly said fiercely, Mu Yun, today, even if the three big families don't kill you, I, Nian Jin, and the Xiao family will not let you off. Whoosh, however, just as Nian Jin finished speaking, Mu Yun drew his sword and pointed it at Nian Jin's neck. Speak. Continue. Mu Yun said coldly, I made an agreement with the Xiao family to bring back Xiaoqingyu. You will help the Mu family, but what happened? What did you do? You went back on your word. Bah, even if I didn't agree, you would still bring Yuer back. You didn't do this just for Yuer alone. Okay, then you could have not agreed. But you agreed, but you didn't do anything to help. You just watched coldly from the sidelines. Mu Yun said coldly, Xiaoyun'er did not want to go against the Xiao family's promise. She helped me and died for me. This is what I owe Xiaoyun'er. It has nothing to do with you or the Xiao family. Why does it have nothing to do with you? Yun'er is my daughter. Nian Jin shouted, my daughter died for you. Don't you deserve to die? Haha, hearing Nian Jin's words, Mu Yun laughed and said, funny, it's funny. Xiaoyun'er died for me. It's my responsibility. But as her mother, you don't look for the murderer. Instead, you keep shouting at me. Why? Can't the Xiao family afford to offend the Gu family? Is the Xiao family afraid of the three major families? That Gu Tianya killed Xiaoyun'er. Does anyone in the Xiao family dare to hold the Gu family accountable? You don't have to provoke me. Even if the Mu family is destroyed, it has nothing to do with the Xiao family. Idiot. You're scolding me? So what if I scold you? Mu Yun mocked. The three major families joined hands to deal with the strongest Mu family this time. Next time, they will uproot the weakest Xiao family. What is the purpose of the marriage alliance between the Xiao family and the Mu family? Without the lips, the teeth will feel cold. Don't you understand this? No wonder the Xiao family has been going downhill. Moreover, you have also seen it. What can the three major families do to the Mu family now? The situation is only balanced. However, the three major families must have a force supporting them. When the time comes, the force that appears will replace the Mu family. Do you think that it will only replace the Mu family? Mu Yan's words were like a string of cannonballs. She looked at the dumbfounded Nian Jin. Lastly, I'm not trying to provoke you by saying all this. None of the Mu family's men are afraid of death. Even if we're going to be annihilated, we'll make our opponents bleed. My Mu family doesn't need the help of a weak family like your Xiao family. I don't owe you any favors. Xiaoyun'er, I will return her to you. This is my promise. One day, I will return her to you. In the celestial extermination painting, Xiaoyun'er's body was motionless. She was as bright and clean as a sleeping snowman. She was incomparably beautiful. Mu Yun kept her sword and flew up, leaving behind a confused Nian Jin. Did she really make the wrong decision not to help the Mu family? Mu Yun flew up and came to Mu Li's side. Uncle Li, leave this person to me. Young master. It's okay. Mu Yun smiled and gave a reassuring smile. Indeed, after swallowing the elixir, he could not last for long, but it was enough. As for what would happen to him after swallowing the elixir, it did not matter. In life, one should live freely and happily. One should only seek pleasure and revenge. Instead of living a cowardly life, it was better to have a vigorous life and face death with equanimity. Young master, you can't die. Master is still waiting for you. Seeing Mu Yun's determination, Mu Li suddenly said, she has always been waiting for you. She is waiting for her son to pick her up. She is waiting for the family to reunite. What? Hearing this, Mu Yun staggered and almost fell to the ground. After reincarnating, he had an additional father. Not to mention, now he had a mother. Mu Yun did not doubt who she was. However, didn't his mother die of illness when he was very young? What was going on? Lu Kuei, wait. Wait, Uncle Li. Mu Yun was a little confused. You said, my mother, she's still alive? Master is still alive. This is also the reason why I've been staying in the Mu family. I want to watch young master grow up step by step. If young master is mediocre and incompetent, this old me will never say anything about this matter. However, if young master is talented and bold, I will tell young master about this matter. Mu Li's words were very obvious. For the past 19 years, Mu Yun had been like a fool. Therefore, Mu Li did not intend to tell Mu Yun about this. However, looking at Mu Qingyu above, Mu Yun suddenly felt a little sour in her nose. This man supported an entire family by himself. He was already not simple, but she did not expect him to have such feelings for her. I know. Don't worry, Uncle Li. I won't die. Mu Yun smiled and replied, one day, I will find my mother and let my family reunite. However, now is not the time to talk about this. That's great. Mu Li nodded and turned to leave. Swoosh, however, at this moment, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air. Amidst the spirit beasts, a crimson red beard rushed over like a red lightning bolt. There was a puff. The crimson red beard pierced through Mu Li's chest. Blood spurted out, and the crimson red beard retreated, leaving a bloody hole in Mu Li's chest. Uncle Li, this scene happened so quickly that Mu Yun did not notice it at all. The moment the crimson red beard retreated, the spirit beasts in the distance surged violently once again. One after another, 100-meter-tall figures moved to the front of the spirit beasts. On top of those 100-meter-tall high-level spirit beasts, there was a green-robed warrior riding on each of them. Green Shadow Blood Sect. Green Shadow Blood Sect. Today, the real main character finally appeared. Looking at those figures, Mu Yun narrowed her eyes. She already knew that the Mu family might not be able to survive today. However, when this moment really arrived, she could not help but feel sad in her heart. Vice Sect Leader Lu Kuei, you've only just arrived. With such sincerity, how can our three great clans trust you? Lin Jintian, the only surviving patriarch of the three major clans, couldn't help but shout out. Boom, all of a sudden, the earth trembled as the bodies of the 9th and 10th grade spirit beasts gradually moved away. Within the group of spirit beasts, a figure that was 300 meters tall gradually moved to the front. It was a heavenly spirit beast with 2 heads. Its entire body was covered in blood-red skin, as if it was burning with a raging fire. Its 4 eyes were burning with a fiery red light that struck fear into those who saw it. Rank 5 Heavenly Spirit Beast 2-headed red refined flood dragon. A 5th rank heavenly spirit beast was already equivalent to an expert at the 5th or even the 6th level of the spirit conduit realm. Who could control such a heavenly spirit beast? Green Shadow Blood Sect's Vice Sect Leader. Mu Yun could not help but narrow her eyes again. Haha. Lin Jintian, it's you guys who failed to live up to expectations, to actually be defeated by a wind pool acupoint brat. What does that have to do with me? The tall and sturdy figure that was sitting cross-legged on the head of the 2-headed red refined dragon stood up. His height was close to 2 meters as he looked down. Our Green Shadow Blood Sect helped you guys to trigger the beast tide, causing the Mu family to come out in full force, giving you guys a chance to destroy the main force of the Mu family, and even completely annihilate the Mu family's base camp. Isn't that enough? Do you know how much manpower and resources my Green Shadow Blood sect has spent to trigger this beast tide? Lu Kuwei snorted and said indifferently. Stop talking nonsense. Can we start now? Don't worry. The three old men are all experts at the 6th level of the spirit conduit realm. Could it be that you guys can't even deal with Mu Qingyu? Lu Kuwei looked at the other side with ridicule. There, Mu Qingyu was fighting the three of them alone. His aura was soaring from head to toe, and unexpectedly, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Seeing that Lu Kuwei had no intention to take action, Lin Jintian's face revealed an anxious expression. At this moment, Mu Yun was staring at him like a tiger watching its prey. The current Mu Yun wasn't the previous Mu Yun. This kid had swallowed so many elixirs, but why didn't his body explode and die? Instead, his strength had increased explosively. But, this kid, after swallowing so many elixirs, his body didn't explode. His body is so powerful now. I would like to see if my little red strength would increase greatly and continue to evolve after swallowing him. Looking at Mu Yun, Lu Kuwei sized him up. You can try. At this moment, looking at Lu Kuwei on the two-headed red refined dragon's head, Mu Yun only felt a fire burning in his chest. This Lu Kuwei was the mastermind behind the scene, causing his 9th class to be left with only 80 people, causing his family to be in a hopeless situation. Hehe, I like stubborn people like you. Little Red, go. Lu Kuwei patted the head of the two-headed red refined dragon and said. Hiss hiss, the fiery red snake's tongue was spat out, and the two-headed red refined dragon's two coiled heads charged towards Mu Yun. I'll kill your little snake and see how arrogant you can be. Mu Yun's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood essence on the Xianxia ancient sword. The blood essence instantly merged with the ancient sword, and a murderous aura arose spontaneously. This was the real Xianxia ancient sword. Mu Yun gave a low roar, and his figure charged out like a bolt of lightning. Today, even if he died, he would drag others down with him. He had already dragged a few people down, so it didn't matter if there were a few more. Shadowless sword slash. A roar sounded, and Mu Yun's figure instantly split into a few clones, flashing back and forth in midair. At this moment, the entire night sky seemed to be filled with Mu Yun's figure, and it was already impossible to distinguish which one was him. What martial technique is this? Looking at Mu Yun's strange figure, everyone present was stunned. They had never heard of or seen such a martial technique before. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just as everyone was shocked, the sound of a sword rang out, and the two heads of the two-headed red snake dragon were bubbling with blood, and a dozen terrifying wounds appeared in an instant. Blood dripped from every wound, and one could even see the blood-red flesh that had been flipped over. The terrifying wounds made people unable to help but vomit. Little Red. Seeing the two-headed red snake dragon shrink its neck and look at Mu Yun with fear and grievance, Lu Kuwei's eyes were gradually filled with anger. Humph, little brat, how dare you hurt my mount? You're courting death. A hint of anger appeared in Lu Kuwei's eyes. He had underestimated Mu Yun. You dare to hurt my son? However, at this moment, a roar suddenly sounded, and white light suddenly lit up around Mu Qingyu, and he appeared in front of Mu Yun. Father, it's settled? How can a few old fogies be qualified to fight with me? Mu Yun turned around to take a look, only to discover that Gu Yunxian, Lin Xiaoyu, and Tai Huangyu were all panting for breath as they looked at Mu Qingyu with expressions of fear. Trash. Seeing Mu Qingyu come over, a green light flashed in Lu Kuwei's eyes. Behind Mu Qingyu, Mu Yun inadvertently took a step forward and looked at Lu Kuwei, her eyes filled with coldness. Mu Yun noticed that a smear of blood was gradually spreading on Mu Qingyu's back. It seemed that her damn father had the same character as her. He would never admit defeat until the end. Damn father, do you have to hold on? Shut up. Mu Qingyu suddenly turned around and looked at Mu Yun. He said seriously, Yuner, father has let you down. I can die in today's battle, but you can't. Your name comes from your mother and father's surname. Your mother's surname is Yun and her name is Yun Xinyao. She is the younger sister of the current patriarch of the Yun family in the Heavenly Fate continent. One day, father hopes that you can find your mother and tell her that father never forgot her and never abandoned her. It's a pity that I, Mu Qingyu, am proud of my talent, but it's only in the entire Southern Cloud Empire. In fact, I'm just trash. Mu Qingyu said resolutely, Yuner, remember, you must live on. Father, looking at Mu Qingyu, Mu Yun sincerely called him father for the first time. Before, he couldn't use the word father on Mu Qingyu, but at this moment, it was so sincere. Little bastard, your father didn't accompany you when you were young, causing you to suffer all kinds of humiliation. Everything you have today is all thanks to your own strength. As your father, I only let you grow up, cough cough. Before he finished speaking, Mu Qingyu coughed and blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. After fighting 3 patriarchs and 3 old patriarchs in a row, Mu Qingyu had already displayed his strongest side. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Don't say any more. Mu Yun suppressed the urge to cry and said with a smile, I also want to leave. But today, I've swallowed tens of thousands of elixirs and I'm prepared to die. Even if I run away, I won't be able to live on. Nonsense. Mu Qingyu shouted, you're not destined to die. Father knows that you're not destined to die. I'll hold Lu Kuei back and you'll take the opportunity to escape. Remember what I said. Mu Qingyu's figure flashed and rushed towards the 2-headed scarlet snake. Another one is courting death. Lu Kuei's eyes were filled with anger. Seeing Mu Qingyu approaching, the anger in his heart surged. Green refining demon hand. Lu Kuei grabbed with one hand and his cultivation realm was displayed. 8th level of the spirit realm, Lu Kuei's cultivation realm had reached 8th level of the spirit realm. Seeing this scene, everyone felt as if there was a huge rock pressing on their chests. Even their breathing became hurried. Lu Kuei's strength was definitely at the peak of the Southern Cloud Empire. Even in the Tianyun continent, he was a well-known expert. 8th level. Mu Qingyu's face changed and he wanted to retreat. But Lu Kuei would not give him the chance. A demon hand carrying a domineering soul power attacked Mu Qingyu. Puff, Mu Qingyu was already exhausted. How could he withstand such a soul power attack? Blood spurted out from his mouth and he was like a kite with a broken string, floating in the wind. Father! Mu Yun roared and immediately rushed out. You're going to die too. LV Kuei laughed heartily as a stream of mind power pressed towards Mu Yun. Compared to a spiritual cave realm martial artist, the difference between a spirit realm martial artist and a spirit cave realm martial artist was not only in their physique and strength. The most important difference was their soul power. Soul power could kill without leaving a trace. It could directly kill a martial artist's brain and even cut off a martial artist's limbs. Even if a martial artist was wearing a top-grade profound artifact armor, he would not be able to dodge it. Falling Valley seeing the soul power approaching, Mu Yan's face darkened, and a soul power shot out. Buzz, in the air, a buzzing sound could be heard. The soul power that was originally rushing towards Lin Yun had now collided with each other. Boom, following that, a loud explosion rang out as the 2 soul powers exploded simultaneously. The entire sky, which was originally calm and without any ripples, suddenly exploded. His strength was equivalent to the 5th level of the spirit realm, and even his realm was equivalent to the 5th level of the spirit realm? You even have soul force. Strange, strange. It seems that you are worthy of my research. Research my ass. Mu Yan's face turned cold. She looked at LV Kuei with killing intent. 8th level of the spirit realm, it was impossible for the current him to contend against them. However, it was also impossible for him to retreat. Go. All of a sudden, a figure rose from the ground. It was Mu Qingyu, who had been injured earlier. Looking at Mu Yun, Mu Qingyu's face revealed a trace of determination as she shouted, could it be that you want all of us to die here? After saying that, Mu Qingyu rushed out again. Leave? Even if you want to leave now, you won't be able to. All of you will die today. Lu Kuei's killing intent surged as he looked at the father and son duo. Let's go. Looking at Mu Yun, Mu Qingyu's face revealed a trace of determination. Puff, however, before Mu Yun could finish her sentence, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. In an instant, Mu Yun's aura was greatly reduced. She was like a pale vampire, and the depths of her eyes were sunken. Although the energy gained from burning 30,000 pellets could help him reach the 5th level of the spirit realm, it wouldn't last long. Moreover, the repercussions of such a consumption would be huge. At this moment, Mu Yun only felt dizzy. Her body, which was floating in midair, could not help but sway. He couldn't take it anymore. Go, kill him. Lin Jintian was the first to discover it. With a loud shout, his hands turned into claws and directly grabbed at Mu Yun. At this point, Mu Yun had no other choice, run. After making up her mind, Mu Yun looked at the place where many spirit beasts were gathered and plunged into the spirit beast tide. Lu Kuei could trigger the beast tide, but he could not decide who the beast tide would attack. At this moment, no matter where he ran to, he would die. Only the cloud-shattering mountain range had a slim chance of survival. Mu Yun would have a chance to survive if he could break through the beast tide. His father was right. If they were all dead, it would be this bunch of bastards who would benefit. One of them had to survive. As long as they lived, there would be hope. You want to leave? Chase after them. At this moment, Lin Jintian's heart was finally at ease. Just now, he had been very careful at all times, worried that Mu Yun would suddenly take his life by surprise. But now, this worry had finally vanished. He had to kill Mu Yun. Otherwise, he would lose all his face as the Lin family's patriarch. Gu clan warriors, chase after Mu Yun. Imperial martial artists, chase after them. In an instant, more than half of the martial artists from the 3 major clans chased after Mu Yun. Now, more than half of the Mu clan's martial artists were dead or injured. The remaining ones could be dealt with very quickly. It was only a matter of time. Gu Yunxian, Lin Xiaoyu, and Grand Emperor Valley immediately led a large group of people and charged into the beast tide to chase after Mu Yun. However, the beast tide was pursued by the martial artists, and it instantly became restless. Not long later, a few spirit beasts could not hold back their temper and fought with the martial artists. Gradually, the range of the fight became wider and wider. Lu Kuei, take care of these bastards. Grand Emperor Valley said angrily. Hee, alright. Anyway, we don't need these fellows now. Let them retreat. Lu Kuei chuckled, and the 2-headed red refined flood dragon made a strange hissing sound. Immediately, the entire beast tide began to retreat. At this moment, Mu Yun only felt that her head was completely dizzy. Her footsteps also became unsteady. Damn it. After cursing in self-mockery, Mu Yun looked behind her. At this moment, those spirit beasts left this place as if they were fleeing for their lives and rushed towards the depths of the broken cloud mountain range. And behind her, the hissing sounds became louder and louder. Over there, I found him. A shout suddenly sounded. Immediately after, Mu Yun realized that more and more figures were approaching. However, although her eyelids were heavy, Mu Yun was still running away. Gradually, the further she went, the hotter Mu Yun realized that the front was actually getting hotter and hotter. A fiery aura rushed towards her. A fiery red light actually appeared in the sky under the night sky. This fiery red was like a raging flame spewing out from the sky, illuminating the earth. Even in this late night, under the rainy night, it was still so dazzling. Is it an illusion? Looking at the figures retreating under the fiery light, Mu Yun gradually realized that the fiery light in front of her was not an illusion. This is the Thunderclap Valley. In a daze, Mu Yun only heard the sound of thunder and lightning in front of her, and in the Thunderclap Valley, a fire dragon seemed to be roaring at the sky. That posture was filled with an aura of disdain and arrogance. That's a fire dragon. Mu Yun laughed at herself. She actually hallucinated to this extent. She was really hopeless. However, the exclamations behind her made Mu Yun feel that that place did not seem to be an illusion, but was real. Oh my god, isn't that the Thunderclap Valley? Why would a fire dragon suddenly appear? F***ck, am I seeing things? A fire dragon actually appeared in the Thunderclap Valley, and that fire dragon seems to be real? Seeing the changes in the Thunderclap Valley, the surrounding people were instantly stunned. This time, no one dared to move forward. What are you standing there for? Why don't you chase after it? Lin Jintian took the lead and shouted as he looked at the front of the group. Huh? Why would such a place exist in the Thunderclap Valley? Seeing the changes in the Thunderclap Valley, Lin Jintian stood on the spot and did not dare to move forward. At this moment, Mu Yun had already arrived at the periphery of the Thunderclap Valley. Streaks of lightning entered his body, but he did not feel any pain. On the contrary, the streaks of lightning only made him feel a little cool, stimulating his meridians and keeping him awake. This lightning, however, when the lightning entered his body, Mu Yun felt something strange. There was an additional fiery aura in the lightning, and the lightning seemed to be changing. What are you standing there for? Kill him. Seeing Mu Yun standing at the edge of the lightning, Lin Jintian suddenly shouted. But what? Go. Whoever takes Mu Yun's head will be rewarded with 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Hearing this reward, the crowd went crazy. They might not be able to earn 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones in a year. Such a reward was enough to make them go crazy. Kill. In an instant, hundreds of warriors rushed over. Come on, come on. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones for my life is too cheap. How can I let you get it? Mu Yun immediately took a step back again. Boom, in the next moment, he raised his hands, and balls of lightning shot out. Boom 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 boom. 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 Boom, boom. Boom, immediately after, the warriors who rushed forward were completely turned into charred corpses under the lightning. If you want to take my life, then come on. Mu Yun laughed loudly and jumped into the bottomless ancient cave below the Thunderclap Valley. Instructor Mu. Instructor Mu. This scene was coincidentally witnessed by the many students of Class 9 who were rushing over. With just one glance, they would be forever separated from Celestial Mu Yun. You beasts. Seeing the warriors from the three big clans, the students of Class 9 rushed forward as if they had gone crazy. What are you doing? Suddenly, a figure stood out and blocked in front of the crowd. Master Hong Chen, who was dressed in a gray robe, shouted sternly, "You are disciples of the Leifeng Academy, not warriors from the big clans. All of you, return to the academy." Dean, but what? Hong Chen shouted, "All of you, go back. You are not allowed to participate in the fight between the five big clans." Ding, at this moment, the sound of a sword rang out. Zhang Zihao appeared in front of the crowd. He looked at the crowd and smiled. If anyone dares to take another step forward, I will kill him with my sword. Seeing Zhang Zihao appear, the students of Class 9 fell silent. However, a figure quietly turned around from the group. Seven Virtues College is no longer the Southern Cloud College of the past. Students can watch their instructors die, watch our students die, and be sacrificed in the fight between the clans. And now, you are telling us that Seven Virtues College is not allowed to participate in the fight between the five big clans. What a joke, haha. This is the biggest joke in the world. The person who spoke was Moyang. Today, I, Mo Yang, hereby swear that in 3 years' time, I will exterminate the Gu clan, Lin clan, and the royal family to avenge my master. His voice was sonorous and moved everyone. Moyang picked up the Tianya ancient sword that Mu Yun left behind. He turned around and disappeared into the vast forest. Seeing this, Zhang Zihao smiled bitterly. He looked at Master Hong Chen and shook his head helplessly. When everyone saw Mu Yun fall into the Leifeng Valley, they knew that the Leifeng Valley was doomed. However, Lin Jintian was still worried. He sent another 100 spiritual cave realm experts and 10 eminent deity realm warriors to guard the Leifeng Valley for more than a month before leaving. As for the Mu clan, they were completely defeated under the joint attack of the three big clans. The current clan leader, Mu Qingyu, died. Even a complete corpse could not be found. The Gu clan and the royal clan, together with the Lin clan, won the battle by sacrificing the current clan leader. When the battle ended, the entire Southern Cloud Empire underwent earth-shaking changes. The Mu clan was the biggest clan in the Southern Cloud Empire. It was deeply rooted in the empire. With the death of both the current clan leader and the young clan leader, the three great clans began a grand reshuffle within the country. Even the Seven Virtues College was reorganized and managed. The entire Southern Cloud Empire underwent earth-shaking changes. However, all of this had nothing to do with Mu Yun, who everyone thought was dead. damn it, you retard. Why didn't you come down earlier or later? Why did you come down at the last moment when I was about to succeed? Ah. God, I hate you. An old man and a young girl. It had been a month since he had fallen to the bottom of the Thunderclap Valley. However, this old man in front of him had been scolding him for an entire month. Coincidentally, this old man had been trapped in the Thunderous Sound Valley for dozens of years. 1 month ago, a violent gale blew and lightning energy surged in the depths of the Thunderous Sound Valley. At the same time, an intense fire aura continuously gushed out from the depths of the valley. Lightning and fire clashed. The clash between these two extremely intense forces actually caused the seal deep within the Thunderous Valley to loosen a little. And this old man wanted to take advantage of this gap when the seal was weakened to escape. After all, if a person was sealed in the Lightning Valley, he would be surrounded by the rumbling of thunder and lightning all day long. It was already good enough that he didn't go crazy. Old man, are you tired? If you keep scolding me, I'm going to die from exhaustion. Mu Yun said weakly. In the past month, he had been listening to the old man's curses, not because of anything else, but because he really didn't have the strength to refute. Otherwise, he would have beaten the old man up long ago. Kid, what's your name? You look young, at most 20 years old, but you are already in the 8th tier of the spiritual cave realm. You are much stronger than those disciples on the dragon ranking in the 7 Virtues College. The old man had been scolding for a month and seemed to be done venting. He looked at Mu Yun and said, Yo, you even know about the dragon ranking? TSK, I've been trapped here for more than 20 years, and I've been thinking about my glorious life. Those geniuses on the dragon rank are all trash who I beat up. If you're so awesome, why are you still here? That was because I was plotted against. Otherwise, I would have soared into the sky long ago. Even the small southern cloud empire can't trap me. The old man's face turned red as he looked at Mu Yun and said in a trembling voice. You've been here for more than 20 years. How did you survive? There's no food or water here. Don't tell me you've been eating bombs every day? TSK, what do you know? I'll tell you after a while. The old man smiled mysteriously. Where we are now is not the bottom of the Thunderclap Valley. The real bottom is still below. When you are better, I will bring you there. Thank you, senior. Not bad, not bad. You're behaving like a junior. I won't argue with you. Kid, what's your name? Mu Yun. Hearing Mu Yun's reply, the old man was stunned. Are you from the Mu family? Yes. Mu Yun nodded hesitantly when she saw Laozi making a fuss. F***ck, why didn't you tell me earlier that I'm also from the Mu family? Haha. That means you're really my junior, you brat. The old man laughed and said, Come, tell me who your father is and who your mother is. Maybe I've even hugged them before. Hearing Mu Yun's name, the elder suddenly danced with joy. I didn't expect to meet someone from the Mu family, haha, who are you? Looking at the old man, Mu Yun asked cautiously. Humph, let me tell you. I'm the patriarch of the Mu family, Mu Dingtian. What do you think? Are you shocked? Worship me? Don't you know what I'm talking about? Looking at Mu Yun, the old man laughed heartily, filled with excitement and anticipation. He wanted to see if Mu Yun, the junior of the Mu family, would be shocked speechless when she heard the name of the old patriarch. However, when his gaze fell on Mu Yun, Mu Dingtian's old face gradually became awkward. At this moment, Mu Yun was not looking at him with admiration or disbelief as if she was looking at a great hero. Instead, she was staring at him as if he was an idiot, a retard. Hey, brat, what's with your expression? I'm the old patriarch of the Mu family, the most outstanding patriarch in the past 100 years. You. Oh, that's right. When I fell into the valley, you weren't born yet. But that's not right. You're a disciple of the Mu family, so you should know about me, right? There must be my memorial tablet in the Mu family's ancestral hall. Ahem. Sorry, I don't know much about the internal affairs of the Mu family. Oh. Then you should be a collateral disciple of the Mu family. However, with your talent, when I get out, I'll definitely make you an elder of the Mu family. By the way, what's your father's name? My father's name is Mu Qingyu. Mu Yun said casually. However, this time, Mu Yun was not the one who was shocked. Instead, it was Mu Dingtian. Who did you say he is? Mu Qingyu. However, Mu Yun was taken aback when he heard this. Mu Qingyu was the current patriarch of the Mu family, and this old man who called himself Mu Dingtian claimed to be the former patriarch of the Mu family. Didn't that mean he was her grandfather? Grandfather. Grandfather. Grandfather, did it have to be so dramatic? Mu Yun was speechless. You're Mu Qingyu's son? How can you not know me? Then you're Mu Qingyu's father. Why don't you know his son? Mu Yun rolled her eyes and waved her hand. This was not his fault. He had stayed in Baiyun City for 10 years. With the attitude of his predecessor, he might not even know who his father was, let alone his grandfather. Then, Mu Yun took over and came to Baiyun City. She only stayed in the Mu family for a short period of time. She spent all her time in the senior class 9. She did not know much about the family's genealogy except for the few wives. The old man and the young man looked at each other, speechless. How's your father now? I don't know. Maybe, he's dead. Mu Yun's face turned gloomy at this point. After jumping into the Thunderclap Valley, the Mu family would be powerless to reverse the situation. The possibility of Mu Qingyu's survival was almost zero. However, she did not know how those guys in the senior class 9 were doing now. What's going on? Mu Dingtian's face darkened. A violent aura emerged in his body. His pale body became even more fragile. I'll tell you about this slowly. Since there was nothing to do and there was no way to escape from this place, Mu Yun sat down and prepared to tell Mu Dingtian all the memories from when she could remember. Time passed day by day. There was no day or night in the Thunderclap Valley. All the time was calculated by one's senses. Mu Yun and Mu Dingtian talked for a whole month. They did not even let go of Mu Yun's pee when she was young. Phew. These are all the things I knew before I fell into the Thunderclap Valley. Now, 2 months have passed in the outside world. I don't know what exactly happened now. Gu Yunxian, Lin Xiaoyu, and the Grand Emperor Valley. These 3 old foxes lied to me that there was a heavenly fire here. The 4 of us came here together, but the 3 of them had already set up a killing array and waited for me. Luckily, I was smart enough to jump into the Thunderclap Valley, where I would definitely die. Perhaps they never expected that I'm still alive. Then, isn't being trapped here the same as being dead? Mu Dingtian was speechless. He looked at Mu Yun and suddenly said, Grandson, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Besides, we might be able to get out if we stay here. Who are you calling grandson? You are my, Mu Dingtian's, grandson. Are you not convinced? Both of them were silent in the cave. Look at your shabby clothes. Put this on. Mu Yun took out clothes from her spatial ring and gestured for Mu Dingtian to put it on. Grandson, you're really filial. Are you hungry? I have some dried meat here. Grandson, haha. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Can you not call me grandson? I feel like you're scolding me. All right, grandson. Another month passed, and the 2 of them spent the entire day chatting in the cave. Mu Yun also knew a shocking secret. Gu Yunxian, Lin Xiaoyu, and Grand Emperor Valley saw the strange noise in Thunderclap Valley and used it as an excuse to lure Mu Dingtian here to kill him. However, the 3 of them did not expect Mu Dingtian to not die, and there was indeed a heavenly fire in Thunderclap Valley. Even Mu Yun found it hard to believe. Heavenly fire was formed by gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Every heavenly fire had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Moreover, heavenly fire was the most powerful and most suitable flame for blacksmiths and alchemists. The flame produced by the human body was called spiritual fire. It was born from heaven and was called heavenly fire. There was also earth fire. However, earth fire was weaker than heavenly fire. Most importantly, heavenly fire had intelligence and could be called a living creature, while earth fire did not. Grandfather, are you sure it's heavenly fire? Why would I lie to you? Mu Dingtian shouted. However, the heavenly flame seems to be sealed in this place. However, it will erupt every once in a while. Therefore, the Thunderclap Valley is surrounded by lightning all year round. Every once in a while, it will erupt. Mu Dingtian sighed. The last time was when you fell. I don't know why the heavenly fire suddenly broke out with a strong consciousness of resistance. I could have escaped from here by relying on that time. However, you fell and missed the best opportunity. Haha, Mu Yun smiled awkwardly. Today, it's been 2 months. Grandfather will bring you to look for food. Remember, follow me and don't wander around. This is the time when heavenly fire is the weakest. I don't know what I'm doing, but you must follow me closely. There were a few times when I wanted to check it out, but I was almost burned to death by that terrifying thing. That flame is extremely hot and purple. It's simply terrifying. Mu Dingtian said with lingering fear. I don't want to subdue that guy in this life. Damn it, but you have to work harder. Maybe your grandson can do it. I understand. Mu Yun nodded. He did not listen to what Mu Dingtian said at all. Purple flame. The temperature is extremely high. Could it be? Purple lotus demonic fire. Mu Yun's heart trembled when he thought of this. Purple lotus demonic fire, according to Meng Zimo in his previous life, was extremely mysterious. Now, he actually encountered it here. Hey, my good grandson, what are you thinking about? Don't tell me you want to subdue heavenly fire? Why not? Mu Yan's gaze fell on the deep hole below. His eyes were filled with challenge. Purple lotus demon fire where we are now is actually not the lowest level of the Thunderclap Valley, but only half of the Thunderclap Valley. Walking along the winding path, there was a strange purple color everywhere. Mu Dingtian said, these winding caves happen to block a lot of heat. Otherwise, Grandpa would have died from the heat for decades. However, the deeper we go, the hotter it will get. Follow me. Mu Dingtian's eyes became sharp. He looked ahead and became more and more cautious. There are quite a few fire-type monsters here. The reason why I call them monsters is because these guys are completely different from the spirit beasts we've seen before. You have to be careful. Yes. The two of them continued forward, making many turns and turns. Soon, the area in front of them widened. This was a red square. The entire square was fiery red. At this moment, standing at the edge of the square was like an ant, so small that it could not be seen. Be careful. Looking around, Mu Yun discovered that at the center of the square, there was a gap that was 100 meters wide. Steam was spurting out from it from time to time. Smelly brat, stop looking. This time, we're here to gather food for 2 months. If you keep looking, you'll starve to death. All right. Following Mu Dingtian, Mu Yun crawled along the mountainous cave. Oh no. However, not long after, Mu Dingtian's expression changed as he looked ahead. Mu Yun was also shocked when she looked over. In front of him, more than 10 strange spirit beasts with purple flames burning all over their bodies were pacing back and forth. These spirit beasts had 4 limbs and were more than 1 meter long. Their bodies were more than 3 meters tall, and they looked like wolves. However, their bodies were burning with purple flames and were abnormally terrifying. I named this thing as the Purple Flame Wolf. This thing is extremely terrifying. I almost died under its claws in the past. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. Mu Dingtian was a spirit realm expert. Even he had almost died under the claws of this purple flame wolf. How powerful was this purple flame wolf? Be careful. As long as we don't disturb them, they won't attack us. Yes. Hearing Mu Dingtian's words, Mu Yun did not dare to be careless and followed closely behind Mu Dingtian. After an entire hour had passed, Mu Yun had discovered no less than 10 different types of fire beasts along the way. Most of these fire beasts had purple flames on their bodies. When they got close, they could feel the terrifying heat. Mu Dingtian, on the other hand, bent down from time to time and picked up a lump of black stuff from his pocket. Those things were only the size of a thumb, but the way Mu Dingtian picked them up was extremely serious. What is this? Something to save your life. Mu Dingtian said cautiously, don't underestimate these little black lumps. Every one of them is worth 1,000 gold. If you eat one of them, you won't be hungry for 3 days. I've lived for more than 20 years because of these. Hearing this, Mu Yan picked one up and held it in her hand. She looked at the black pill-like thing and sniffed it. After sniffing it, Mu Yan's face revealed a trace of astonishment. This black pill-like thing contained various spiritual materials of heaven and earth. It was just like a 6th grade or 7th grade elixir with a strange medicinal effect. Mu Dingtian ate these things every day? Boy, what do you think? Good stuff. No wonder you've been in this underground place for more than 20 years. Although you look miserable, except for the loneliness of being alone for a long time, you look abnormally energetic. Haha, Mu Dingtian laughed and said, boy, you know what's good for you. When I came here for the first time, I was also stunned. If I can leave this damned place one day, the first thing I'll do is to destroy the 3 major families and the Green Shadow Blood sect. Don't worry. The 3 major families won't live for long. Mu Yan smiled faintly with a natural expression. Looking at the 100-meter wide gap, a trace of madness gradually rose in Mu Yan's eyes. He was a dishonest person. Now, he was trapped under the Thunderclap Valley and couldn't see the sun all year round. In addition, the injuries caused by swallowing elixirs were gradually acting up in his body. There was no extra time left for him to think. He had to take a gamble. Grandpa. Looking at Mu Dingtian, Mu Yan suddenly said, according to your observation, that should be the place where the heavenly fire was born. It should also be the most dangerous place under the Thunderclap Valley? That's right. You can't get close to that place. I understand. Mu Yan suddenly said seriously, but Grandpa, listen to me. Before coming here, I was already prepared to die. But I didn't expect to meet you here. Now, I have no other choice. I hid one thing. Before coming here, I swallowed 30,000 elixirs and used my body as a furnace to refine elixirs. I temporarily gained great strength, but the consequence is, the furnace, which is my body, will be completely destroyed. What? Hearing Mu Yan's words, the black elixirs in Mu Dingtian's hands fell to the ground one by one. But Grandpa, don't be sad. Mu Yan suddenly said, there's another way. Even if I die, you may be able to leave here. Take revenge for the Mu family. Mu Yan said seriously. Trust me. As he spoke, Mu Yan turned around and sprinted towards the 100-meter gap at top speed. Grandpa, if there's an accident, you should escape from here if you have the chance. Remember, Grandpa, as long as one of us is alive, the Mu family will never fall. As soon as Mu Yan finished speaking, he leaped high into the air and jumped into the gap below. Grandson, seeing Mu Yan's action, Mu Dingtian's eyes turned red. He wanted to rush out. However, the purple flame wolves had completely surrounded the gap. When they saw Mu Yan jump down, they surrounded the gap as if they were waiting for something. Mu Dingtian's face darkened. After a few turns, he walked towards the cave where the 2 of them were resting. If Mu Yan really succeeded, he could rely on this time break to escape from here. Mu Yan's seemingly crazy action was, in fact, the only way. He knew that his body could not hold on for long. He could only take a gamble to find a way out. Outside the Thunderclap Valley in the Broken Cloud Mountain Range. A black-robed figure stood outside the Thunderclap Valley. This figure had been standing there for 3 days and 3 nights without moving. He died here, and so did you. Is this the fate of the Mu family? Looking at the rumbling thunder in the Thunderclap Valley, the black-robed figure sighed slightly and gradually disappeared into the night. After jumping into the gap, Mu Yan felt that the temperature was not that high anymore. However, the scorching aura still caused him to sweat profusely from head to toe. However, what he did not expect was that the vertical gap was actually so long. Along the way, Mu Yan noticed that the rock walls on both sides were densely engraved with thunder runes of various sizes. After descending for a while, Mu Yan felt that there were at least millions of runes engraved on the rock walls. Who was it? Did they use such a great method to seal the purple lotus demonic flame here? Time passed by slowly. Gradually, Mu Yan could feel that the speed of descent seemed to be slowing down, and the temperature below was getting higher and higher. The terrifying temperature gradually made Mu Yun feel that it was difficult to breathe. Under such circumstances, Mu Yun did not have the ability to resist at all. Swoosh, however, just as Mu Yun felt that it was difficult to withstand, the chart of celestial extermination, which had been silent in his mind, suddenly rushed out of his mind and rushed to Mu Yun's feet. Standing on the 1-meter square chart of celestial extermination, Mu Yun felt that his whole body began to cool down. For the first time, the chart of celestial extermination took the initiative to protect Mu Yun. "Thank you, brother." Mu Yun chuckled and controlled the chart of celestial extermination to descend. Although the chart of celestial extermination could not be bothered with Mu Yun, this statement proved that at least it would not ignore him like before. "Chart of celestial extermination, you also feel the heavenly fire below? From what I see, this heavenly fire is most likely the purple lotus demonic flame. I heard from my master that the purple lotus demonic flame is the world's top mystical heavenly fire." Mu Yun smiled slightly and actively communicated with the chart of celestial extermination. However, he still received a silent response from the chart of celestial extermination. Dong, as he was descending, Mu Yun suddenly felt a tremor. A strong rebound force shook him off the chart of celestial extermination. Stepping on the ground, Mu Yun felt a scorching aura that traveled along the soles of his feet. However, the chart of celestial extermination turned into a scroll and did not return to Mu Yun's head. Instead, it floated above Mu Yun's head. Waves of coolness gradually sprinkled down. "Thank you." With a smile, Mu Yun looked ahead. In front of him was an extremely tall figure. It was a divine dragon that was sitting cross-legged. However, this divine dragon was not surrounded by a fiery red color. Instead, it was purple. It was so purple that it made people feel cold and terrified. However, this divine dragon was carved out of stone and did not have any life. However, just as Mu Yun landed, a buzzing sound was heard in front of the divine dragon. Following that, flames burst out and surged. Boom, the flames danced. The fire dragon flew up in an instant. The purple flames immediately spread out. In the next moment, the purple flames burned. The temperature of the entire bottom of the cave kept rising. Wisps of flames gradually rose. At this moment, the eyes of the purple fire dragon suddenly opened. "Haha. Human, there is a human who dares to come here. However, your strength is too weak." Looking at Mu Yun, the purple fire dragon's voice was full of disdain. It was like the bright moon looking at the light of a firefly. "Are you looking down on me?" Looking at the purple fire dragon, Mu Yun was completely sure that this guy was the heavenly fire, the purple lotus demonic flame. However, Mu Yun did not know why the purple lotus demonic flame was sealed in such a place. 3 years judging from your appearance, it seems that you want to subdue me. Could it be that you think that you can get away with anything before me? Of course. Otherwise, why would I be here? Mu Yun chuckled and said, "The purple lotus demonic flame is able to subdue a heavenly flame. Even the experts of the 3,000 small worlds would find it difficult to do so. Just thinking about it makes me excited. You sure know how to dream." The purple dragon's eyes were filled with disdain as it looked at Mu Yun. It casually opened its mouth and a purple flame shot towards Mu Yun. However, just as the purple flames reached Mu Yun, the extermination of celestial painting floating above her head emitted a golden light. The power of the flames was instantly extinguished. Looking at the extermination immortal painting, Zilong narrowed his eyes and his expression turned solemn. He thought that there was no one in this world who could be his match. However, the power that the picture of extermination of deity had just unleashed was terrifying. "This is what I'm counting on." Nodding her head in satisfaction, Mu Yun looked at Zilong and said with a smile, "How about it? Are you interested in joining me and working for me? This sovereign will make sure that you will not regret it in this lifetime. TSK, you're just a brat at the spiritual cave realm. Do you think you're worthy of making me submit? Unworthy?" Mu Yun sneered, "Scroll of celestial extermination, take it away." Mu Yun shouted confidently. However, the only response he got was the chart of celestial extermination that floated quietly above his head. "Haha. Kid, this is a divine item, but you haven't fully grasped it, and you still want to subdue me? Dream on. Damn it." Looking at the chart of celestial extermination floating quietly above her head, Mu Yun felt helpless. This fellow was completely out of his control. There was nothing he could do about it. Brat, the reason why you're so bold is because of this treasure. Today, it's perfect for me to use it. Perhaps I can use it to break through the endless seals here and become free and unrestrained. Bullshit. Mu Yun said disdainfully, how much of your strength can you unleash when you're sealed here? If you could break the seal, the entire heavenly fate continent wouldn't be able to trap you. It would have already turned into a sea of fire. You know quite a lot. Unfortunately, you're going to die. The purple dragon opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of purple lightning. Bang, with a loud bang, the purple lightning shot out and headed straight for Mu Yun. This time, the picture of extermination of Celestial did not block it. With a flash, Mu Yun dodged the purple lightning without thinking. Boom, a large hole was cut in the originally flat ground. Crackling lightning flashed from the hole. Damn it. Although the purple lotus demonic flame only possessed a tiny bit of power, the berserk nature that it could unleash was unimaginable. In a flash, Mu Yun arrived in front of Zilong and struck out a thunderbolt. However, the moment the lightning touched the purple dragon, it merged into the surface of the purple dragon's body and completely dissipated. So powerful. Looking at Zilong, Mu Yun hurriedly retreated. Zilong and him were on two different levels. To put it bluntly, it was like a small person and an adult. They could not be compared. You want to run now? It's too late. Seeing Mu Yun retreat, Zilong laughed sinisterly, I'll take your treasure. As soon as it finished speaking, the purple dragon swiped out with its claw. When the crackling flames came within 100 feet of Mu Yun almost couldn't breathe. Buzz, however, at this moment, the picture of extermination of Celestial above Mu Yun's head suddenly opened. A ray of golden light rose from the sky and slowly descended. The golden light spread out and shone on Zilong's body. Immediately, a miserable cry rang out. Ah! It's you. It's actually you. You're actually here. Why are you here? Looking at the brilliant golden light, Zilong exclaimed as if he had seen something unbelievable. However, in the next moment, Zilong's body completely stiffened. I hate it. I hate it. I was just one step away from escaping this place. In less than 10 years, I would have been able to escape. Zilong roared angrily. However, under the golden light, he could not move at all. Gradually, his consciousness dissipated, leaving behind only an illusory purple dragon. Mu Yun knew what he should do at this moment. It was just that understanding was one thing, but actually doing it was another. The purple lotus demonic flame had completely lost its consciousness. It was the best time for him to take it for his own use. If he missed this opportunity, everything would be in vain. However, the purple lotus demonic flame was powerful. At the same time, it was not something he could subdue in a short period of time. Sitting down cross-legged, Mu Yun's body began to gradually stabilize. The picture of extermination of Celestial had helped him to completely stabilize the purple lotus demonic flame. Next, it was up to him. Buzz, not long after, a buzzing sound was heard. Under the purple dragon's feet, wisps of purple flames entered Mu Yun's body drop by drop. However, compared to the purple flames of the entire purple dragon, the wisps of purple flames that entered Mu Yun's body were too weak. It was like a drop in the ocean. However, Mu Yun understood that in order to use the purple lotus demonic flame for his own use, this boring process had to be extremely meticulous. Even the slightest mistake could not be made. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. Time slowly passed. Dust gradually accumulated on the surface of Mu Yun's body. However, he still did not move. 1 month, 3 months, 1 year, in a year's time, the purple dragon's body was already an ordinary purple flame. It had been completely absorbed by Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire body was completely covered by dust. His true body could not be seen. Another month had passed, 3 months, 1 year. In the end, the tiny bit of purple lotus demonic flame was completely absorbed by Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun's body did not move. On the surface of his body, the purple flames gathered drop by drop. They gradually accumulated and formed a purple fire crystal on the surface of his body. Below him, a purple lotus throne slowly appeared. Just like this, another year had passed. Mu Yan's eyes that were covered in dust trembled slightly. A layer of dust fell. After exhaling a long breath, Mu Yan suddenly stood up. The purple lotus demonic flame is indeed the world's first-class strange demonic flame. Being called a demon is indeed incomparably terrifying. He raised his palm. Between his 5 fingers, purple flames jumped. A layer of purple seemed to appear on the surface of Mu Yan's body. That purple color was so enchanting and strange. Half of the time, I've subdued the purple lotus demonic flame. The rest of the time, I've completely stabilized my realm. Currently, I'm only 1 step away from the Spirit Point's 10th level, Yongquan Point. Perhaps I can go 1 step further and reach the half-step Spirit Point realm. This is because I've been familiarizing myself with the characteristics of the purple lotus demonic flame. Otherwise, my realm would be at least the 2nd level of the Spirit Point realm. However, Mu Yan understood that compared to stepping into the Spirit Point realm, it was more important to be able to completely control the purple lotus demonic flame. I don't know how much time has passed. I also don't know if grandfather has run out. Now, it's time to go out. Southern Cloud Empire, I'm back. I, Mu Yan, am back. With a roar, Mu Yan flew up. Under his feet, a purple fire lotus bloomed. Mu Yan's body directly flew up from the ground. Southern Cloud Empire, Southern Cloud City, it had been more than 3 years since the battle of the 4 great clans. However, the events of that year were still vivid in everyone's mind. Heaven Pavilion, at this moment, the hall was overcrowded with people. Voices of discussion resounded. At this moment, outside the Heaven Pavilion, a figure wearing a purple robe and a purple hat covered his head. The hat's brim was extremely long, causing people to be unable to see his eyes clearly. "Oh, dear guest, how many people are there?" The waiter greeted him enthusiastically. "1 person." "Alrighty, please. Kid, give me a few special dishes and a jar of wine." The purple-robed figure said indifferently. "Alrighty, please wait a moment." The waiter left. The purple-robed figure minded his own business and drank his tea in silence. Damn, I was scared to death. I thought it was someone from the Green Shadow Blood sect. Wearing a purple robe so mysteriously, I thought it was a green robe. Lower your voice, do you want to die? Those bastards from the Green Shadow Blood sect, they still don't allow people to talk? In these 3 years, the entire Southern Cloud City has been in a mess. Isn't it all because of the Green Shadow Blood sect? Kid, is there a seat? At this moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Heaven Pavilion. This time, the 3 of them were wearing green robes. The person in the lead shouted. "Dear guest, I'm really sorry. There's no seat." "No seat? Isn't there one?" The person in the lead looked at where the purple-robed figure was and shouted, "He's alone and there's 3 of us. Do you know how to do business?" "But, F***ck off." "What buts?" The waiter was kicked over. He rolled a few times on the ground and just happened to arrive in front of the purple-robed figure. "The 3 of you, if you don't mind, sit together. This meal is on me." The waiter landed beside the purple-robed figure's feet. The purple-robed figure said faintly. "Who do you think you are? Hey, brother, since you're willing to sit together, then let's sit together." A man behind the green-robed figure in the lead said. Thus, the 4 of them sat upright at a table. "Kid, go and add a few more dishes. This meal is on me." Spirit stones fell from the purple-robed figure's palm, causing the 3 green-robed figures to be stunned. This pile of spirit stones was at least a few thousand mid-grade spirit stones. This purple-robed figure seemed to be someone with substance. "Everyone, I've just arrived at your precious land and am not clear about the situation here. I have a few questions that I don't understand and would like to ask." The purple-robed figure spoke faintly with a humble attitude. His hand slowly turned over 100 spirit stones. "Haha, well said, well said. In this Southern Cloud City, my Green Shadow Blood sect is the boss. There's no news that can escape my Green Shadow Blood sect's eyes and ears." One of the thin green-robed figures laughed and said, Ask. I remember that the southern cloud continent used to have 5 great families. But now, why haven't I seen the Mu family? Haha. You've just arrived in southern Cloud City, right? 3 years ago, there were indeed 5 great families. But now, it's not called that anymore. Oh? Then what should it be called? Now, it's 1 sect, 3 pavilions, and 4 families. Tongshan Pavilion Hehe, 1 sect naturally refers to our Green Shadow Blood sect. The 3 pavilions refer to the Saint Elixir Pavilion, the Jiuxian Pavilion and the Tongshan Pavilion. Of these 3 pavilions, the Saint Elixir Pavilion doesn't need to be mentioned. The Saint Elixir Pavilion is set up by the Saint Elixir sect in every empire in the continent. The Jiuxian Pavilion was set up by the 2 great masters Mo. As for the Tongshan Pavilion, it has just been developed recently. Ethereal Pavilion? Mu Yun had never heard of this place before. The Divine Pavilion is a place that has just emerged in the past 3 years. Moreover, this place is inextricably linked to many of the higher-ups in the 7 Virtues College. Originally, the 3 great clans suspected that this place was related to the remnants of the Mu clan and wanted to get rid of them. However, they didn't expect that the Divine Pavilion would rely on the reputation of its elixirs and divine weapons to grow bigger and bigger. Now, it's one of the 3 pavilions. Is it related to the Mu family? The purple-robed man nodded and said, "Thank you. I'll take my leave now." The purple-robed man threw down another few hundred mid-grade spirit stones, cupped his hands, and left. Big brother. Seeing the purple-robed man leave, the 3 of them immediately gathered together. Big brother, look at this kid's palms. His skin is so white. He's obviously only in his 20s. Moreover, his moves are extraordinary. I'm afraid he's a kid from some family. How about that's right, big brother. Since he's so generous, why don't we just tie him up and see what treasures he has on him? Big brother, if you don't make a move now, it will be too late. Looking at the person in the middle, the 2 of them shouted. All right. With that, the 3 of them immediately got up and chased after Mu Yun. Alas, this brat is clearly a novice. Showing off in front of the people from the Green Shadow Blood sect, isn't he just courting death? Seeing the people from the Green Shadow Blood sect chase after him, waves of regretful voices instantly resounded in the hall. Seeing the purple-robed youth leave, the 3 members of the Green Shadow Blood sect chased after him. Everyone could not help but guess what happened later. In a deserted alley, the purple-robed young man slowly walked forward step by step. In front of him was obviously a dead end. The purple-robed young man turned around and looked at the 3 people behind him. He smiled and said, "Big brothers, why did you follow me here?" Hehe, kid, there's a saying that goes, don't show off your wealth. Do you understand? Since you're so rich, you don't mind sharing some with us, right? Ah? This is robbery. Looking at the 3 of them, the purple-robed young man was shocked. I can rob you, but I have plenty of spiritual stones on me. As he spoke, a large pile of spirit stones appeared on the ground. There were at least 10,000 spirit stones piled up like a mountain. Looking at the countless spirit stones, the eyes of the 3 instantly lit up. There are spirit stones, but do you have the life to take them? A cold voice rang out as a delicate and pretty face appeared under the hood of the purple robe. It's you. Suddenly, a delicate and slightly demonic face appeared. One of the 3 green-robed men cried out in surprise. Big brother, do you know him? Impossible, impossible. You can't be him. He's already dead. He clearly jumped into the Thunderclap Valley. There's no way he could have survived. Looking at the figure under the purple robe, the leader was dumbfounded. There's no way he could have survived? The young man smiled. His eyes revealed a trace of demonic purple as he laughed. That's what you think. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple lotus flower lit up in the young man's hand. The purple lotus flower flew up and flew toward the 3 of them. The 3 of them wanted to shout, they wanted to resist. However, at that moment, they appeared to be powerless and dispirited. Bang, in the alley, a muffled sound rang out. The 3 figures completely disappeared from the world, leaving behind only a trace of ashes. The purple-robed young man was Mu Yun. Ethereal Pavilion, Ethereal Pavilion. Interesting, interesting. Muyun muttered as she took a step forward and left the place. It was as if nothing had happened. Ethereal Pavilion was gradually rising in South Cloud City in the past 3 years. As for the identity of the boss behind the Ethereal Pavilion, no one had been able to figure it out. Initially, Ethereal Pavilion's development was bumpy. However, a year ago, Ethereal Pavilion seemed to have gradually become stronger. Some of the forces in South Cloud City that wanted to suppress Ethereal Pavilion also gradually retreated. No one knew the reason for all of this. However, everyone knew that another reason for Ethereal Pavilion's rise was the mysterious participants in Ethereal Pavilion. Some said that they were the students of Seven Virtues College. Some said that they were the teachers of Seven Virtues College. Some even said that they were the disciples of Seven Virtues College's dragon ranking. There were different opinions. However, Ethereal Pavilion's business was getting bigger and bigger. It was also getting more and more famous in South Cloud Empire. Welcome, guest. Looking at the purple-robed figure, the receptionist greeted him politely. What's this portrait? Oh, this is Mr. Muyun's portrait. The receptionist said politely. Mr. Mu? The purple-robed figure whispered, Muyun? Yes. Hearing the receptionist's affirmative answer, Muyun's chest heaved as she tried to calm herself down. Such an ugly portrait. If she knew who drew it, she would definitely beat that person up. I want to see the blacksmith of the highest level here. I need to forge a supreme-grade Xian weapon. Muyun entered the hall of Ethereal Pavilion and said softly. Honorable guest, please follow me. Even in the entire South Cloud Empire, there were very few blacksmiths who could forge a supreme-grade Xian weapon. Warriors who needed supreme-grade Xian weapons were all prominent and had a high status. The receptionist naturally didn't dare to be careless. Our supreme-grade Xian weapon blacksmith is Master Qi. I think you should know about this. However, Master Qi has been busy recently. Please wait for a while. Sure. After the receptionist left, Muyun sat in the room and scanned the surroundings with her soul power. Secretly, 4 to 5 auras locked onto her, as if they were observing her identity. At this moment, in another room. Master Qi, I don't know where this person came from. It's better not to accept this business. How can that be? Hearing Gung Sinyu's words, Qi Yufeng was anxious. Now, the Ethereal Pavilion is in a difficult situation. A distinguished guest who needs a supreme-grade Xian weapon has arrived. It's also the time for us to build our reputation. How can we not accept this? Father, this person looks extremely demonic. I'm afraid this business is a trap. Qi Ming pondered for a while and said, let me test his background first. After all, I can forge a middle-grade Xian weapon now. I can be considered a middle-grade Xian weapon blacksmith. There's no harm in checking the price first. If this person has any ulterior motives, let Gung Sinyu and Xianyuan Qiao accompany me. After all, the two of them are now Leifeng Academy's advanced class instructors. There shouldn't be any problem. Yes. Xianyuan Qiao said. Fortunately, Lin Xianyu reacted quickly in the previous assassination. Otherwise, then, you guys be careful. No problem. As soon as they finished speaking, the three of them walked out of the room and came to the room where Muyun was. Dear guest, I heard that you want to forge a supreme-grade Xian weapon? That's right. A sword has to be forged according to this. As she spoke, Muyun took out a piece of paper. There was a drawing of a long sword on the paper. However, when Qi Ming's gaze fell on the long sword, he was stunned. What's wrong? What's wrong? Gung Sinyu and Xianyuan Qiao were both stunned. This sword is what Instructor Mu taught me to forge back then. Qi Ming shouted in a low voice. Who are you? Looking at the purple-robed man in front of him, Gung Sinyu suddenly shouted, Who exactly are you? What are you doing in our Ethereal Pavilion? Ethereal Pavilion? Since when can instructors from Seven Virtues College participate in the profits? Who doesn't know that the Seven Virtues College is in chaos now? Even if an instructor comes out to take money, he can't say anything. Gung Sinyu. Hearing Gung Sinyu's words, Qi Ming frowned and shouted. May I know where this guest obtained this blueprint? Only my master and I know of this blueprint. It's impossible for anyone else to obtain it, unless my master gave it to you. Who's your master? It's on the door of the ethereal pavilion. Gongxinyu shouted. The ethereal pavilion gathers all gods. The path to godhood is with you and me. Book Mu Yun. Didn't you see? There's also a portrait of Instructor Mu. Pfft. Hearing this, the purple-robed man spat out the tea that he had just drunk. Portrait? It's right beside the words ethereal pavilion. Then who drew it? Me. Gongxinyu straightened his chest and stood up straight. You. So it's you, you little rascal. A shout rang out, and the purple-robed man stood up. Bam bam bam, punches rang out, and Gongxinyu was instantly knocked to the ground by the punches. Xianxia wanted to go up and pull him back, but Qi Ming stopped him with a smile. Qi Ming, why are you stopping me? If you don't stop him, Gongxinyu will be beaten to death. He won't. Why won't he? Because he's our instructor. Hearing Qi Ming's words, Gongxinyu was stunned. Instructor, Mu Yun, how could it be? With a thud, Qi Ming knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and said in a low voice, unworthy disciple Qi Ming greets master. His kneeling was extremely loud, and it stunned Xianxia and Gongxinyu. Instructor? Mu Yun? Looking at the face under the purple-robed man's hat, Gongxinyu was stunned. Instructor Mu, I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't draw that portrait at all. It was Xianxia. It was Xianxia. Gongxinyu's face was swollen, and he said with a long face. This, that, I'll go and inform the others. I'll go and inform the others. Instructor Mu, Instructor Mu. Xianxia wanted to run away. Come back. Taking off her hat, Mu Yun's delicate face was revealed. Her devilish purple eyes made people feel like they were falling into a deep vortex. Instructor Mu. The current Mu Yun looked very different from before. In the past, Mu Yun had been handsome with a hint of arrogance. However, the current Mu Yun looked very delicate and refined, just like a scholar. There wasn't a trace of arrogance in him at all. Instead, he looked like a frail man who could be blown away by a gust of wind. Mr. Zima Teacher Mu. Teacher Mu. Gongxinyu and Xianyuanji both fell to their knees. 3 years, it had been 3 years. They had thought that Mu Yun had been dead for 3 whole years. During these 3 years, they had only been accompanied by endless longing, frustration, and deep regret. For the past 3 years, no one had forced them to cultivate, but every single one of them had pushed themselves to their limits in order to avenge their mentor. Tears began to well up in their eyes. These 3 tower-like men had not cried during the most difficult times of establishing the ethereal pavilion. They had not cried when their opponents had bombarded them with attacks. But now, they were crying. Stinking brats, what are you crying for? Teacher Mu is back and you're still crying. Mu Yun scolded them jokingly and patted their shoulders. Who's crying? Women are the ones crying. Gongxinyu's face was swollen and his voice was hoarse. I didn't cry. Instructor Mu, where have you been for the past 3 years? That day, we clearly saw you jump into, and now you. We'll talk about the matters that have happened during this period of time later. Right now, I'm really curious to know who the pavilion master of the ethereal pavilion is. What are you 3 doing? Just as Mu Yun finished speaking, a voice sounded and a person pushed open the door and entered. However, when the figure looked at the 4 people in the room, his gaze immediately locked onto Mu Yun. Brother! This call almost caused Mu Fengxing to tear up. Looking at the figure that was clearly much thinner, Mu Fengxing felt as if he was dreaming. Brother! It's really you, brother! Mu Fengxing cried tears of joy. He hugged Mu Yun and laughed loudly. I knew it, how could you die, how could you die? Seeing the 2 brothers hugging each other, Qi Ming and the other 2 laughed heartily with tears in their eyes. Alright, alright. I still don't know who the pavilion master of the ethereal pavilion is. Mu Yun chuckled. This time, I'm here to apply for a position as a guardian of the ethereal pavilion. Why aren't you bringing me to meet the pavilion master? Why are you crying here? Ha ha ha. Instructor Mu, the ethereal pavilion was built for you. You are the pavilion master. That's right, Instructor Mu. Now that you're back, you're the pavilion master of the ethereal pavilion. Let's see who dares to make a move on you this time. That's right. This time, even if I die, I won't let anything happen to you. Looking at the three of them, Mu Yun smiled wickedly and said, "No, this time, don't expose the news of my return. I have my own arrangements. Alright, I'm here to apply for a position as a guardian of the ethereal pavilion. I've opened my Yongquan acupoint at the 10th level of the spirit-severing realm. May I know if I'm qualified to become a guardian of the ethereal pavilion?" Very well. From now on, you are the protector of our ethereal pavilion. Mu Fengxing chuckled, "As the vice pavilion master of the Transcendence God's Pavilion, I welcome you to join us." Deputy Pavilion Master? He originally thought that Mu Fengxing would be the pavilion master, but he didn't expect that he would only be the vice pavilion master. Then who is the pavilion master? Instructor Mu, you'll never guess. Mu Fengxing smiled mysteriously. That smile made Mu Yun feel that there was a conspiracy behind it. The ethereal pavilion was divided into 3 levels. The first level was the trading hall and some cubicles. The second level was the auction house, and the third level was the office of the ethereal pavilion's manager. At this moment, in an office hall on the third level, a beautiful figure was sitting calmly. She was looking at the report on the table with her brows slightly furrowed. "Lin Xianyu, this month's profit is obviously much lower than last month. What's going on?" Behind the long table, a cold voice sounded. Reporting to the pavilion master, these days, many martial artists have been running to the sacred elixir pavilion to purchase elixirs and profound artifacts. Moreover, our ethereal pavilion only occupies less than 30% of the Southern Cloud Empire's market share. Recently, the Sacred Elixir Pavilion seems to have a group of alchemists and blacksmiths, so, Sacred Elixir Pavilion, it's the Sacred Elixir Pavilion again. The face of the lady sitting behind the table sank. The Sacred Elixir Pavilion is getting more and more overboard recently. They keep squeezing our ethereal pavilion. Do they think that our ethereal pavilion is easy to bully? Dong dong, at this moment, someone knocked on the door. "Come in. Deputy Pavilion Master? What's the matter?" "Recently, the pavilion is lacking a protector. We have found a newly recruited protector." "Oh? So fast? Where is he? Bring him up for a look. Is he reliable?" Mu Fengxing smiled and said, "Absolutely. Bring him up for a look. Mr. Zimu, please." Mu Fengxing cupped his hands and said respectfully. Zimu, the lady behind the long table frowned. She seemed to have never heard of this person's name in the Southern Cloud Empire. Her, pavilion master, the person who was called Zimu was naturally Mu Yun. However, when her gaze fell on the beautiful figure behind the long table, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. She never thought that the pavilion master of the ethereal pavilion would be Xianxia. That woman who used to cry so much had now become the pavilion master. However, it had to be said that the Xianxia from 3 years ago was more immature and less mature than Xinyu. The current Xianxia looked even more mature. Her entire person emitted a pure aura. However, within that purity, there was a trace of dignity. Casually glancing at Mu Fengxing, Mu Yun's face under the brim of her hat revealed a trace of a bitter smile. "Mr. Zimu, can you reveal your true appearance?" Xianxia frowned when she saw that Mu Yun was wearing a purple cloak with a hood and a black cloth covering his face. The ethereal pavilion was currently in a critical period. If spies from other forces were to infiltrate the pavilion, it would be very bad. "Pavilion Master, Mr. Zimu's true appearance is not suitable for you to see due to his cultivation. However, I can guarantee that there is absolutely no problem with this person." "Oh? If the Deputy Pavilion Master can guarantee this, then he should be reliable. I can rest assured with you in charge. Since that's the case, Mr. Zimu will stay by the Pavilion Master's side and be responsible for her safety." Holy shit, hearing Mu Fengxing's words, Mu Yun cursed inwardly. Wasn't this brat deliberately looking for trouble for her? Since that's the case, bring Mr. Zimu down first. I still have matters to attend to. Yes. Mu Fengxing lowered his head and smiled. Then, he brought Mu Yun out of the hall. However, just as they walked out of the hall, a shout came from the door. Mr. Zimu, please wait a moment. I'm Lin Xianyu, the guardian of the ethereal pavilion. I would like to speak with Mr. Zimu. Seeing Mu Yun nod, Mu Fengxing and the others retreated to the side. You're not dead. However, just as Mu Fengxing and the others left, Lin Xianyu whispered into Mu Yan's ear. Haha. I knew that I couldn't hide it from you. Of course. 4 years have passed. Why haven't you left yet? Mu Yan smiled as she looked at Lin Xianyu. 4 years? But I've only followed you for a year. There are still 2 years left. Now that you're back, those 2 years will start counting from now. Alright. Talking to Lin Xianyu made Mu Yan feel very happy. They did not beat around the bush. Everyone knew what they were thinking. It was a wise decision to choose him as the first guardian. Deputy Pavilion Master. At this moment, an anxious voice sounded. A figure ran up from the entrance of the 3rd floor. What's the matter? Someone is causing trouble at the door. He said that there's a problem with the low-grade profound artifact that we refined. He's arguing with Huang Wuji now. Let's go. Look, there's a problem as soon as you came back. Lin Xianyu smiled. He was not in a hurry. For the past 3 years, he hadn't had a good night's sleep either. However, the moment Mu Yun returned, he felt relaxed. It was as if he had finally taken off the burden on his shoulders and relieved himself of the responsibility he had been shouldering. Isn't it good that there's a problem? It just shows my role as a guardian. Mu Yun smiled, turned around, and went downstairs. At this moment, downstairs, the 1st floor was already in a state of panic. Things were smashed into a mess. Huang Wuji stood beside Mu Fengxing and the others. He was holding his chest, and his face was pale. The few people standing at the entrance were all dressed in martial attire. Among them, a middle-aged man was dressed in a blacksmith's uniform. He looked proud. Everyone, we welcome friends from afar. But what's the meaning of this? Looking at the mess on the ground, Mu Fengxing's voice was dull. What's the meaning of this? In front of the few martial artists, a burly man shouted, "This is the best profound artifact master in our sacred pill sect. Some time ago, our sacred pill pavilion did not have enough supplies, so we asked your divine pavilion to help us refine a batch of profound artifacts. But what's the result?" Clanking sounds were heard, and there were dozens of low-grade profound artifacts on the ground. Each low-grade profound artifact was worth about 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. These dozens of low-grade profound artifacts were equivalent to more than 100 million spirit stones. Is there a problem? Can't you see for yourself? The burly man shouted. Hey, Tylee, let's talk nicely. The blacksmith, who was always smiling, smiled and said, "My friend, these dozens of profound artifacts have incomplete contracts. Some of their functions can't be used at all. Shouldn't you give us an explanation?" Impossible. Qi Ming stood up and said, "These profound artifacts have all been through my hands. When they were handed over, they were all compared. There's no problem at all. It doesn't count if you say there's no problem. This is the best profound artifact master in our sacred pill sect, Master Lu Qing. How could there be a mistake?" Tylee sneered, and his eyes were full of contempt. "You're just a mid-grade profound artifact master. How dare you question the words of a best profound artifact master? You're overestimating yourself." Bull**T. Gongxinyu was furious. "There's no problem with the handover. Now you're looking for problems. Who knows if you did something?" "You're saying we did something?" Lu Qing said unhappily, "I'm a best profound artifact master. How can I allow you to frame me?" "Fine, you said something. Find out for me." Qi Ming. Gongxinyu gestured for Qi Ming to go forward and check. Qi Ming walked forward, picked up a profound artifact sword, and observed it carefully. After a while, Qi Ming's brows gradually furrowed. The contract that he had engraved on it did not change. When he waved his hand, the buzzing sound of the sword was indeed very abnormal. How could this be? "Compensation, how is it?" "Lad, you're merely a middle-grade profound weapon master, and in front of your senior, you still have to abide by etiquette. I'm 2 grades higher than you, so naturally, there's a reason why I'm 2 grades higher than you. Is there any problem? If there's no problem, then compensate me. Lu Qing sneered, 36 lower-grade profound armaments, and 3 of them are middle-grade profound armaments. The total is 78,930,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Wait. At this moment, a purple-robed figure walked out. Mu Yun took a step forward and said with a smile, Master Lu, let me take a look at this profound artifact. What do you think? Who do you think you are? Lu Qing snorted. Even the chief craftsman of your pavilion can see that there is no problem. Can you? Grandmaster Lu, please be more courteous with your words. This is the protector that my ethereal pavilion has just hired. Mu Fengxing cupped his hands and said to Mu Yun, Mr. Zimu, please take a look. Seeing Mu Yun walk forward, Qi Ming's heart was filled with anticipation. He was very clear about Mu Yun's refining level. With Mu Yun's appearance, the sacred elixir pavilion could forget about finding trouble this time. How is it? Is there a problem? Of course not. Hearing Mu Yun's answer, Lu Qing smiled proudly. The lower-grade profound weapon refined by Master Qi Ming is indeed of the highest quality. Naturally, there is no problem. However, this profound weapon has been tampered with. However, what Mu Yun said next made Lu Qing's smile freeze on his face. You're slandering me. Lu Qing said angrily, you said there's a problem. Then tell me, what's the problem? It's simple. Mu Yun took out a long sword. With a tap of her finger, a stream of vital essence flowed into it. Buzz, a low hum echoed and a contract appeared on the hilt of the sword. The reason is that these lower and middle-level profound armaments could be said to be perfectly refined. However, later on, someone added a contract to it. In this way, it destroyed the compatibility of the original contract, causing problems to appear in the profound armaments. Mu Yun sneered. Moreover, it's obvious that this contract can only be inscribed by a top-grade Xian weapon master. Naturally, my ethereal pavilion will not ruin our own reputation. Hence, this matter is very clear. Damn it. Sacred Pill Pavilion, how dare you trick our ethereal pavilion? Huang Wuji cursed as his face turned pale. Humph, a worthless protector dares to spout such arrogant words. Who would believe you? Tai Li immediately shouted. Bullshit. You're the one who's worthless. Mu Yun's temper flared. She snorted and said, I've even taken out the contract that you tampered with. Look at how pale your face is, Master Lu Qing's face is. Yet, you're still blindly arguing here? Master Lu Qing, Tai Li did not know anything, but he remembered Master Lu Qing's words. There was not a single person in the ethereal hall who would be able to see through his actions, but now, consider it our loss this time. Take the profound armaments and let's go. Lu Qing snorted, looking displeased. He flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Yo, your scheme has been exposed. You're leaving just like that? Looking at Lu Qing, Mu Yun's demonic aura grew stronger. What are you trying to do? Tai Li glared at him and snorted. Brat, don't be reckless. What am I trying to do? Mu Yun smiled and said, you can't take any of the profound armaments with you. You want to frame my ethereal pavilion, but you failed. Now, you want to leave just like that? That's not so easy. Leave the profound armaments behind? Not only do you have to leave them behind, but you also have to compensate for the things you broke. Most importantly, you have to compensate for the damage to my ethereal pavilion's reputation. Mu Yun nodded and said, then, we'll compensate you with 78,930,000 medium spirit stones. Not a single one less. You're courting death. Tai Li was furious when he saw Mu Yun demanding an exorbitant price. Lu Qing swore that there would be no problem before they came. But now, everything was wrong. You're the one courting death. Mu Yun smiled and said, no matter who you are, there's only one outcome for those who cause trouble in my ethereal pavilion, death. Whoosh, as soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, a purple flame appeared on her fingertip. The purple flame was instantly forced out and formed a purple lotus. As the purple lotus approached, a terrifying heat stuck to it. Sizzling sounds could be heard. Before the purple lotus could get close to Tai Li, the sound of roasting meat could be heard. Ah! Tai Li screamed. His entire arm was on fire. He wanted to extinguish the flames on his body, but the flames were like maggots in his bones. He could not get rid of them at all. Captain Tai. Seeing the purple flames on Tai Li's body, a guard hurriedly walked up and tried to extinguish them. However, just as the guard approached Tai Li, the flames touched a corner of his clothes. But it was only a corner. He could no longer extinguish the flames. Ah! Save me, save me! The guard screamed, but the flames on his body became more and more intense. The surrounding people felt goosebumps all over their bodies. This purple-robed man was ruthless and his methods were strange. Could that purple flame be a heavenly flame? The compensation amount is 79,830,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Not a single one less. Do you remember? A purple lotus appeared on Mu Yan's fair palm again. She looked at Lu Qing and said, "Send someone back to get it now. They won't be able to get it in an hour." That's how you are. Mu Yan pointed at the iron plow that had been burned to ashes. His voice carried a trace of strangeness. Get it. Go back and get it. Quickly go back and get it. Lu Qing was no longer as arrogant as before. His face was dripping with sweat, and his entire body was trembling. He never dreamed that such a thing would happen when he came to the ethereal pavilion today. The backing of the ethereal pavilion was not strong. Compared to the sacred elixir pavilion, it was 108,000 times worse. Its development had always been suppressed by the sacred elixir pavilion. But he did not expect that the ethereal pavilion's attitude would suddenly become strong today. It was unknown what the realm of this black-robed man was, but the purple lotus in his hand was terrifying. Mr. Zimu. Mu Fengxing greeted and came to Mu Yan's side. He whispered, "Master, are we really going to let them compensate so much?" "It's fine. I have my own decision." Mu Yan smiled and said. From today's incident, it was not difficult for him to see that although the ethereal pavilion looked glorious on the surface, it was secretly oppressed. The fact that his students were able to hold on was already a surprise to him. But now that he was back, those who wanted to kill him and persecute him were going to start paying the price. Not long after, a large group of people rushed over aggressively from outside the ethereal pavilion. There were close to 100 cultivators dressed in the sacred elixir pavilion's uniform. They were full of killing intent. "Ethereal pavilion, you're very bold." A loud shout suddenly sounded outside the ethereal pavilion. "Which arrogant person dares to kill my sacred elixir pavilion's guard captain and kidnap my sacred elixir pavilion's elder, Master Lu Qing? Get out here and die." Qi Ming smiled bitterly when he heard the shout. He knew that it was impossible for the sacred elixir pavilion to take out more than 70 million mid-grade spirit stones as compensation. The sacred elixir sect was behind the sacred elixir pavilion. With the sacred elixir sect as their backing, it was impossible for them to be humiliated like this. "Deputy Pavilion Master, today's incident happened because of me. I'll settle it." Mu Yan walked out of the hall and came to the entrance of the ethereal pavilion. "Mr. Zimu, be careful." Qi Ming knew that Mu Yan had his own reasons for doing things, so he did not stop him. At this moment, 100 cultivators were waiting outside the ethereal pavilion. They were all at least at the 5th level of the spiritual cave realm. The person in the lead was burly. He sat on a tall horse and looked aggressive. His face was full of hair, and he looked very powerful. One died, and another came? "Who are you?" The bearded man looked at the purple-robed man in front of him and shouted. "You don't have to care who I am. Did you bring the compensation? Bring the F***CK. The bearded man cursed. "You're the one who attacked the sacred elixir pavilion's guard captain and kidnapped Elder Lu Qing, right? Now, immediately escort Master Lu Qing out and kill yourself in front of me. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer and flatten your ethereal pavilion." "Alright, then I'll tell you something too." Mu Yan smiled. "Now, get down from the horse and go back to get the spiritual stones. I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I can't guarantee Master Lu Qing's life. You're courting death." Man who was the captain of the sacred elixir pavilion in South Cloud City. He was at the 1st level of the spirit realm. With his strength, he could be ranked in the top 100 in the entire South Cloud Empire. After all, there were very few spirit realm cultivators in the world. Moreover, the ethereal pavilion was just a rising force. In front of the sacred elixir pavilion, it was nothing. The Green Shadow Blood sect could cover the sky in South Cloud City. However, when they saw the people from the sacred elixir pavilion, they had to be polite. The ethereal pavilion was nothing, man whose muscles bulged like balloons as he punched out. That terrifying strength caused the air to crackle. I'm just standing here. What can you do to me? Mu Yan's figure stood on the same spot. At the edge of his purple robe, purple fire lotuses bloomed and stuck to his robe. They looked like embroidered lotuses. Bang, man who punched out and hit the purple lotus on Mu Yan's body. With a loud explosion, the purple lotus exploded. Sizzling flames covered man whose entire arm. However, man who did not scream. When he saw the purple flames climbing up, he immediately took out a dagger from his waist and chopped off man whose arm. In a few seconds, the arm that fell to the ground was burned to ashes. The dagger softened and turned into a pool of molten iron. Oh my God! Seeing this, man who quivered and quickly retreated. It wasn't that he didn't listen to the cry for help. However, he thought that since he was at the spirit realm, no matter how strong the purple-robed man was, he wouldn't be able to harm him. Assassination now, I'll give you one more chance. Go back and report to your pavilion master. Bring 70 million mid-tier spiritual stones to redeem Lu Qing. Otherwise, just wait to collect Lu Qing's corpse. You dare to kill him? Master Lu Qing is an inner sect elder of the Sacred Pill sect. He has a high position and authority. How dare you? Why don't you try and see if I dare? Mu Yun teased, don't use the Sacred Pill sect to pressure me. There are countless empires in the entire Tianyun continent. The Sacred Pill sect has a Sacred Pill pavilion in every empire. If the upper echelons of the Sacred Pill sect have to deal with everything, then wouldn't the upper echelons of the Sacred Pill sect be busy to death? Therefore, the Sacred Elixir Pavilion is only here because of the Pavilion Master's capability. If you anger me, I'll just burn the Sacred Elixir Pavilion and run away. Even if the Sacred Elixir sect wants to catch me, they'll have to find me first. Moreover, if it doesn't work out, I can travel around the mainland. Whichever country I go to, I can destroy the Sacred Elixir Pavilion that I'm not happy with. I'd like to see if the Sacred Elixir sect has the energy to deal with me. You dare? Cut the crap. Hurry up and get the spirit stones. If you can't, you'll have to wait to collect Lu Qing's corpse. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, he sat outside the divine pavilion. Before him, a purple fire lotus bloomed. He did not move at all. With the purple lotus demonic flame as his heaven flame, not to mention the first level of the spirit realm, he wasn't even afraid of the second or third level of the spirit realm. Currently, in the entire Southern Cloud Empire, how many warriors could surpass the third level of the spirit realm? This time, he would like to see who would dare to bully the ethereal hall. On the third floor, Xianxia smiled as she looked at the figure sitting in front of the Tongshan pavilion. This new protector is really fearless. Looking at this figure, she seemed to recall why she had agreed to become the pavilion master of the divine pavilion. It was all because of that person, the person who would never come back. Pavilion master, do you believe that he is still alive? Lin Xianyu stood beside him and asked. Alive? How could he still be alive? Xianxia sighed. Laying Valley. You grew up in the Southern Cloud Empire. You should know how terrifying that place is. Then Pavilion Master, you're confused too, aren't you? Xianxia smiled sadly and said, I don't know why, but I just want to wait here. Xianxia didn't know why. The only time she interacted with Mu Yun was during that treatment. From then on, she entered Class 3. 9 and silently paid attention to everything about Mu Yun. However, it was during that treatment that she could not erase Mu Yun from her mind. 3 years, it had been 3 years, Lin Xianyu chuckled bitterly and then turned to leave. However, what if the person who returns has the heart to refuse? What should I do? What he was waiting for was rejection. Xianxia smiled sadly again. Even if it's a rejection, it's good that he's alive. Below, Mu Yun sat in front of the stone platform in the ethereal pavilion. She watched the people coming and going on the streets of the ethereal pavilion silently. When he returned to the Southern Cloud Empire, he thought that he would be met with indifference. However, 3 years had passed and his students still remembered him. Everything was worth it. However, where did that old man Mu Dingtian go? Mu Yun was a little puzzled. According to her guess, Mu Dingtian should have left the Thunderclap Valley a year ago. At that time, the purple lotus demonic flame in the Thunderclap Valley had been subdued by him. The seal was probably gone. Logically speaking, when Mu Dingtian returned to the Southern Cloud Empire, with his bad temper, he wouldn't be unknown for a year. This old geezer really doesn't let people have peace of mind. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. At the same time, in the Sacred Elixir Pavilion in the Southern Cloud City. Trash, you're all trash. A loud scolding came from the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Mu Bai, the pavilion master of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion, was also the person in charge of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion in the entire Southern Cloud Empire. Trash, didn't Lu Qing guarantee that there would be no problem and that he could make the ethereal pavilion bleed? What about now? Mu Bai snorted and said, Supreme Grade Xian Tool Master, Pooh, you're all trash. As the pavilion master of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion, Mu Bai had great power in the entire Southern Cloud City. With his hands behind his back, Mu Bai's sharp face showed a trace of worry. In the past year, the ethereal pavilion had become more and more powerful in the Southern Cloud Empire by relying on its reputation and good reputation. Currently, 30% of the elixir and blacksmithing business in the Southern Cloud Empire was controlled by the ethereal pavilion. As for the remaining 70%, the Sacred Elixir Pavilion took 50% and the Immortal Gathering Pavilion took 20%. This was because the Immortal Gathering Pavilion didn't pay much attention to this business. This 30% profit was more than 100 million medium-grade spirit stones circulating every year. Previously, it all belonged to the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Now that it was taken away by the Ethereal Pavilion, his position as the Pavilion Master would most likely be removed during the year-end assessment. Pavilion Master, what should we do now? What should we do? That guard named Zimu is so powerful. What can we do? Mu Bai almost roared, now, take the money and save him. Yes, yes, yes. The injury on man whose arm had just healed. He didn't dare to breathe too loudly and directly brought people to the ethereal pavilion. Sigh, Mu Bai sighed helplessly. Zimu? Since when did the Southern Cloud Empire have such a cultivator who is good at using fire? Mu Bai's expression gradually changed. The stronger the ethereal pavilion was, the greater the threat it posed to the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. This trend must be stopped. Men, go to the Earth Emanations Hall and find Master Lingyu. Yes. Zimu. The pavilion master of the ethereal pavilion is Xianxia. I don't believe that we can't kill Lingyu this time. Mu Bai knew very well that the reason why the ethereal pavilion had been able to grow so much in the past 3 years was because of this young lady who had just turned 20. Xianxia was familiar with the development and command of the ethereal pavilion's businesses. In the ethereal pavilion, there were 2 4-star and 5-star pill refinement masters, Ling Wuyue and Su Xinran, respectively, for pill refinement, Qi Yufeng, a supreme-grade equipment refinement master, Qi Ming, a middle-grade profound equipment refinement master, and Gu Yufan, a low-grade ordinary equipment refinement master. These people were all former students of the 9th class. They were all Mu Yun's students. However, although Mu Yun was dead, they still stayed together and built the ethereal pavilion. Moreover, they were gradually growing stronger. Mu Yun was a bastard. Mu Bai could not understand why this person was so attractive. Didn't the Green Shadow Blood sect ask for a large batch of elixir pills recently? Give them a 20% discount and ask them to help us deal with Zimu. Yes. Mu Bai placed his hands behind his back and walked out of the house. Ethereal Pavilion, after giving them a chance to admit defeat, if they did not cherish it, they could only blame themselves for being too stupid. Now, they had begun to attack the ethereal pavilion. A force without an ethereal realm expert dared to call itself the ethereal pavilion? He was simply arrogant and presumptuous. At the same time, man who had brought more than 70 million medium-grade spirit stones to the ethereal pavilion to exchange for Lu Qing. More than 70 million mid-grade spirit stones. This huge amount of wealth had made the Transcendence Pavilion much easier to deal with in the business field, where they were struggling to make ends meet. Hee hee, Mentor Mu, you're really amazing. Deng Xinyu laughed loudly and looked at Mu Yun with admiration. Mu Yun had returned. She was still as domineering and mighty as 3 years ago. She made people believe in her. However, Mentor Mu, if we do this, we will completely offend the Sacred Pill Pavilion. I'm afraid the Sacred Pill Pavilion will fly into a rage and throw caution to the wind, right? That's right. Qiming said worriedly. In the past 3 years, the Sacred Pill Pavilion had taken many measures to suppress the Ethereal Pavilion. If it were not for Master Mo Wen's help, the Sacred Pill Pavilion would have collapsed long ago. It's fine. I know what they will do. You know? Firstly, they will join forces with our opponents to suppress us. Secondly, they will assassinate us. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, "Don't worry about these. Just do as before. I will settle all the matters that can be solved by force. Then, all right. By the way, Qiming, it's not convenient for me to show my face now. Ask Su Xinran to gather these medicinal herbs for me." Nightless grass, purple spiritual root, iron cloud fir. Qiming was dazzled when he saw the dozens of medicinal herbs. Mentor Mu, are you going to concoct pills personally? That's right. Su Xinran and Ling Wuyue are now 4-star and 5-star alchemists. However, if the Ethereal Pavilion wants to expand, we will need high-grade pills. At least 7th-grade pills. All right. Qiming's eyes lit up when he heard this. Mu Yun was back. Their mentor Mu was back. It was time for the Ethereal Pavilion to rise. You brat, why are you in such a hurry? Mu Yun pulled Qiming back and said with a smile, "Here are some of the equipment needed for concocting weapons. I need to forge a long sword. Get ready. If there's anything you need, let me know." Yes. A high-grade pill or a high-grade divine weapon could be forged quickly with the reputation of the Ethereal Pavilion. Alright, go do what you need to do. I'm going to rest for a while. Mu Yun smiled and turned to leave. The so-called rest was, of course, cultivation. Mu Yun was now at the 10th level of the Spirit Point realm. With the help of the Purple Lotus demonic flame, his strength was terrifying. However, he still remembered that the vice-sect leader of the Green Shadow Blood sect, Lu Kuei, was at the 7th level of the ethereal realm. After 3 years, this guy had probably reached the 8th or even 9th level. This person was his greatest opponent. The sun set in the west, and the sky gradually darkened. Mu Yun flipped over and arrived at the roof of the Ethereal Pavilion. He was waiting for someone here. Or rather, it was not just one person, but a group of people. At night, the lights gradually brightened. Mu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. Half step to the ethereal realm. After opening his eyes, Mu Yun looked completely different. In the past few days, he had made another breakthrough. After a year of accumulation, the power of the heavenly flame had gradually increased. His understanding of the heavenly flame had also gradually increased. Now that I've stepped into the half-step ethereal realm, the soul lake has formed in my mind. Although I already have soul power, it was not born in the soul lake. Now, I need to awaken my soul power in the soul lake, and then guide the soul power in my mind into the soul lake. Only then can I be considered to have truly stepped into the ethereal realm. Just one more step, the last step. Whoosh. Ling Yu, they really came. Mu Yun narrowed his eyes as he listened to the sound of air being torn apart. What would come would come. The Sacred Pill Pavilion had suffered such a huge loss in the Divine Pavilion today. Soon, the news would spread throughout the entire South Cloud City. The Sacred Pill Pavilion naturally would not suffer for nothing. They would definitely find a scene. If they couldn't do it openly, they would do it secretly. Assassination. If Mu Yun was the pavilion master of the Sacred Pill Pavilion, the first person he would assassinate would definitely be the current pavilion master of the Divine Pavilion, Xianxia. Mu Yun knew that Xianxia was equivalent to a brain-like existence in the Divine Pavilion and was indispensable. Since you're here, come out. Looking at the top of the Divine Pavilion, in the dark night, Mu Yun smiled slightly. However, no one appeared after he finished speaking. It seems that you think I'm lying to you? A rapid sound of air being torn apart sounded. A purple flame shot out from Mu Yun's fingertip. Bang, with a muffled sound, a figure fell rapidly and smashed into the ground. Kill. As if knowing that their whereabouts were completely exposed, more than a dozen figures suddenly rushed out from the darkness. Come at the right time. Mu Yun wanted to practice. Most of these people were at the 7th or 8th level of the Spirit Point realm. They were really too weak. However, the 3 people in the lead were at the half-step divine realm. Void-shattering finger, flattening mountains with one finger. With a low shout, Mu Yun pointed out. Bang, 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 in an instant, the vital essence at the fingertip was compressed to a point, and then it quickly exploded. Poochie, Poochie, of the dozen figures in front of him, only the 3 half-step soul conduit realm assassins managed to resist the finger, but they were also staggering. Retreat. Seeing that the situation was not right, the 3 half-step divine realm martial artists immediately retreated. Leave? Since you're here, why leave? Seeing that the 3 of them wanted to retreat, Mu Yun punched out, and 3 flames chased after them in 3 different directions. The half-step divine realm martial artists were just appetizers for Mu Yun now. Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded from beneath his feet. Mu Yun's expression changed. Did they split up? She took a step forward, and with a loud bang, the roof collapsed. Mu Yun fell directly into the room below. This was an exquisitely decorated boudoir. Pink was the main theme in the entire room. At this moment, there was a bathtub in the middle of the room. Inside the bathtub, a voluptuous body was tightly pressed together. A white veil covered the front of the body, but it could only cover a small part of the body. At this moment, a white figure stood in front of the bathtub. This person was dressed in a tight white suit. His face was not covered by a veil, and he looked exceptionally otherworldly. On his chest, there was a faint silver moon embroidered on his clothes. Cold moon. Seeing the silver moon embroidered on her chest, Mu Yun was stunned. Lingyu was quite famous in the Southern Cloud Empire. He was an assassin, but his way of doing things was completely different from an assassin. He was a very strange person. However, every time he wanted to kill someone, he would succeed without fail. This was why he was so famous in the Southern Cloud Empire. Looking at Wang Xinya's chest bleeding, Mu Yun asked softly, "Are you okay? Don't worry about me. I can handle it." Wang Xinya's face was pale. She snorted and frowned, looking at Lingyu on the ground. "Very good." Mu Yun smiled and said, "It was a diversion. I was almost fooled. But I wasn't fooled. That's because they are not as strong as me." Lingyu's voice was otherworldly. He smiled and said, "Wrong. That's because they are stupid." As soon as he finished speaking, Lingyu's fingers trembled. A large net suddenly appeared under Mu Yun's feet and wrapped around his body. No matter how strong the opponent is, he will have a weakness. It's not difficult to seize the weakness and kill the opponent. Seeing Mu Yun being bound, Lingyu smiled and said, "This net is made of the 1,000-year ice silk. You can't break it." "Is that so?" Mu Yun smiled and flipped his palm. A fire lotus bloomed completely. Buzz, immediately after, the fire lotus began to burn. Sizzling sound spread out. The ice silk net turned into ashes. "Have you found my weakness?" Lingyu's expression changed drastically when he saw that Mu Yun broke his silk net easily. He disappeared in a flash. Eh? He ran away. Mu Yun did not expect Lingyu to leave so decisively. However, based on his reputation, he would definitely come back next time. "Are you all right?" Mu Yun looked at Wang Xingya and asked with concern. This woman was able to persist for 3 years. She had sacrificed for the Tower of Gods. To be precise, she had sacrificed for him. It was really not easy. However, Mu Yun was already burdened with his promise to Qin Mingyao. He did not want to be involved in anything else. As for Xiao Yuner, Mu Yun only wanted to save her. As for the so-called marriage alliance between the Mu family and the Xiao family, it had completely vanished into thin air during the battle 3 years ago. This dart seems to be poisonous. Wang Xinya's face flushed red, and her body trembled faintly. At this moment, she was in the bathtub with only a towel draped over her chest. However, the towel could not hide the magnificence of her chest. After 3 years of growth, Xianxia had also turned from a young girl into a standard beauty. Mu Yun's face turned red. He coughed dryly. "Can you stand up now?" Xianxia's face began to redden. She tried to stand up with difficulty. However, the water in the bathtub was slippery. She accidentally fell forward and directly fell into Mu Yun's arms. The pitiful towel also fell at this moment. Xianxia's entire body was completely leaning in front of Mu Yun. A pair of jade bunnies were pressed against Mu Yun's chest. Phew, after taking a deep breath, Mu Yun simply carried Xianxia up. He closed his eyes and walked toward the bed. At this moment, Xianxia looked a little dazed. It was as if she had forgotten where she was. After placing Xianxia on the bed, Mu Yun directly covered her with the blanket, leaving only half of Xianxia's jade bunnies exposed. The wound was between the two jade bunnies. Black blood flowed out. Can't assassins nowadays learn some new tricks other than using poison? Looking at the wound, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Then, he bent his head and put his mouth on it. Now that the poison had spread, it was too late to refine pills. However, Mu Yun now had the purple lotus demonic fire in her body. It was not a problem for her to refine all kinds of poison. Therefore, Mu Yun chose to completely absorb the poison into her body and then refine it with the purple lotus demonic fire. However, this action was too ambiguous and strange. Mu Yun buried his entire head in Xianxia's chest. He even felt that he had to press his cheek tightly against Xianxia's chest to reach the wound. What a chasm, Mu Yun sighed and swallowed a mouthful of dirty blood. Then, she took out a black pill that she obtained in the Layin Valley and fed it to Xianxia. After doing all this, Mu Yun hurriedly sat cross-legged by the bed. She closed her eyes and began to circulate the purple lotus demonic fire. Xianxia felt that something was buried in her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. The scene of Mu Yun treating her wound and expelling the poison 3 years ago seemed to be happening again in front of her eyes. "Mu Yun, I want to be yours." In a daze, Xianxia shouted. "You saw my body. You have to be responsible for me. I just want to be by your side." In a daze, Xianxia opened her eyes and realized that everything was just a dream. However, that dream was so real. Sitting up on the bed and looking at the back view, Xianxia was completely stunned. This back view was so familiar. Mu Yun. Almost instinctively, Xianxia hugged her. This was Mu Yun. There was no mistake, Xianxia didn't care that her upper body was naked. She hugged Mu Yun from behind with her firm legs. "Pavilion Master, you've got the wrong person, right?" Feeling the two protrusions on her back, Mu Yun smiled even though she was very reluctant. Hearing this somewhat demonic voice, Xianxia was suddenly stunned. "Ah," with a delicate shout, Xianxia said angrily, "Zimu, who allowed you to enter my room? Get out." Touching her nose, Mu Yun's face trembled and she left the room. After walking out of the door, Mu Yun touched her nose again and felt the fragrance on her cheeks. She whispered, "So it's the fragrance of the 100-core grass. It's so fragrant." The attack last night did not cause any waves or shock to the Divine Pavilion. Early in the morning, the Divine Pavilion was open as usual. However, early in the morning, everyone could feel that the Pavilion Master Xianxia was looking at Zimu with resentment and anger. "Instructor Mu, what happened last night? Could you not hold it in? Get lost." Looking at Xianxia's shriveled face, Mu Yun scolded jokingly, "Do your thing properly. I still have to busy myself with refining pills and divine weapons." "Yes, yes, yes." Xianxia chuckled and turned to leave. However, just as he arrived in front of Huang Wuji and Xianxia, there was another round of whispers. From time to time, he would look at Mu Yun and Xianxia and reveal a lewd smile. Bang, however, the quiet division didn't last long. The door was suddenly blasted open, and a large group of people barged in neatly. Green Shadow Blood Sect. Looking at the large group of people, Mu Yun frowned. It seemed that this was the second trump card released by the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Hall Master Lu Chen, long time no see. However, since the Divine Pavilion was open for business, it naturally accepted customers from all over the place. Looking at Lu Chen, Qi Ming wanted to slash her with his sword, but he still greeted her with a smile. Master Qi, long time no see. Lu Chen laughed and walked to the back of the divine pavilion. I'm here this time to refine a divine weapon. Since the divine pavilion is open for business, it naturally welcomes all kinds of business. Not only Hall Master Lu Chen, what kind of divine weapon do you want to refine? A low-grade earth artifact saber with 30% bloodthirst and 70% murderous aura. May I know how much the divine pavilion is willing to pay? Low-grade earth artifact. Hearing this, Qi Ming was stunned. No one in the entire Southern Cloud Empire could refine a low-grade earth artifact. Lu Chen was obviously trying to make things difficult for the divine pavilion. In the entire Southern Cloud Empire, only the Sacred Pill Pavilion could refine a low-grade earth artifact. Moreover, the Sacred Pill Pavilion had to report back to the Sacred Pill sect and wait for a long time. Low-grade earth tool what? You can't finish it? Seeing Qi Ming's troubled expression, Lu Chen snorted and said, the Transcendence Pavilion accepts guests from all over the world, but you can't even forge a low-grade earth artifact. What's the point of opening it? Why don't we just close our doors? Lu Chen's words were extremely loud and clear. Everyone in the hall immediately raised their eyebrows. The divine pavilion didn't have a deep foundation in the Southern Cloud Empire. However, in the past 3 years, a supreme-grade profound weapon master and a middle-grade profound weapon master had taken charge of the divine pavilion. Their reputation had spread far and wide. Of course, the ethereal pavilion is capable of forging lower-tier earth artifacts. However, I wonder if you're able to afford the price? Mu Yun stood up and said with a smile, the price of a top-grade Xian artifact is more than 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. An earth artifact is more than 100 million middle-grade spirit stones, which is at least 1 million upper-grade spirit stones. This guest, can you afford 1 million upper-grade spirit stones? What do you mean? Lu Chen snorted, I'm the Hall Master of Southern Cloud Empire's Green Shadow Blood sect. How can I not afford a few million high-grade spirit stones? But what if I can afford it, but your earthly tools are not refined for me? What should I do? Since the Transcendence Pavilion is open for business, we naturally won't go back on our word. Low-grade earth tools cost a lot of money, so we would like to ask Mr. Lu Chen to pay 70% of the price in advance. An earth tool is worth at least 1 million high-grade spirit stones, and since Mr. Lu Chen wants 30% bloodthirst and 70% chi of slaughter, it's much more difficult than an ordinary low-grade earth tool. Therefore, our Transcendence Pavilion will set the price at 3 million high-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 300 million mid-grade spirit stones. Sir, you'll need to pay 70% of the total amount, which is 1 million high-tier spiritual stones. As Mu Yun spoke, she smiled and gestured for Qi Ming to take over this business. Alright, 2,100,000 high-grade spirit stones. What if the ethereal pavilion can't forge it? Of course, we'll compensate you with 3 million high-grade spirit stones. Alright. Lu Chen laughed and said, in that case, let's set a time. 10 days later, I'll come to collect the saber. At that time, I'll have the Seven Virtues College's Grandmaster Hongqian come to appraise it. 10 days? Qi Ming retorted angrily, it takes more than 10 days to refine a top-grade Xian weapon, much less a low-grade earth weapon. What? The ethereal pavilion can't be completed? Of course not. Mu Yun said again, 5 days, I only need 5 days. After 5 days, Mr. Lu Chen, please come to the divine pavilion to collect it. Good. This gentleman is indeed a straightforward person. Lu Chen laughed and said, 5 days it is. I'll wait for you. If you don't get the low-grade earth artifact blade in 5 days, don't blame the Green Shadow Blood sect for being impolite to your ethereal pavilion. As he spoke, Lu Chen ordered people to bring up boxes of high-grade spirit stones. After Qi Ming verified that there were no mistakes, Lu Chen took a deep look at Mu Yun, turned around, and left with a big smile. Master. This Lu Chen is one of the 10 hallmasters of the Green Shadow Blood sect stationed in the Southern Cloud Empire. She's at the spirit realm. She's arrogant and despotic, and doesn't like to suffer losses. Qi Ming said in a low voice, currently, in the Southern Cloud Empire, the Green Shadow Blood sect's deputy sovereign, Lu Kuei, isn't here. Instead, there is a revered envoy guarding the Southern Cloud Empire. He is at the 5th level of the spirit realm. Can Mentor Mu guess who this person is? I know him? Just once. Qi Ming said calmly, Meng Guangling. Even if Mu Yun racked her brains, she wouldn't think that it was Meng Guangling. She and Meng Guangling had only met once. It was when she had just arrived at the Southern Cloud Empire and was assassinated in the Heaven Pavilion. At that time, Lin Xianyu seemed to be with Meng Guangling. At that time, Mu Yun felt that this person was sinister and reserved. He wasn't a simple person. She didn't expect that it would be the revered envoy of the Green Shadow Blood sect who was in charge of the Southern Cloud Empire. This person is indeed not simple. Nodding, Mu Yun said, Have you prepared the materials that I asked you to prepare? Yes. Very good. Let's go. Call your father and follow me to the crafting room. Yes. Qi Ming instantly became excited. Mu Yun was going to refine weapons again. This was a rare opportunity for him. It was extremely important for his advancement on the path of a blacksmith. At the same time, a shocking news spread throughout the Southern Cloud Empire. The Ethereal Pavilion was preparing to refine a low-grade earth weapon. Low-grade earth weapon. In the entire Southern Cloud Empire, there wasn't a single low-grade earth blacksmith. All the earth weapons that appeared in the Southern Cloud Empire were purchased from some powerful forces in the Tianyun continent. And now, such a person had appeared in the empire. However, there were also people who said that the Ethereal Pavilion agreed to this request because they couldn't bring themselves to do it. However, once they agreed, they would receive 70% of the advance payment. If the Ethereal Pavilion couldn't refine a low-grade earth weapon, they would have to pay an additional 3 million high-grade spirit stones. 3 million high-grade spirit stones, this was a sky-high price in the Southern Cloud Empire. At the same time, in the Saint Elixir Pavilion. Haha. Pavilion Master Mu Bai, the Ethereal Pavilion is simply a group of arrogant people. Even in my Green Shadow Blood sect, there are only a handful of low-grade earth blacksmiths. The Ethereal Pavilion has only been established for 3 years. How could they have a low-grade earth blacksmith? That Qi Yufeng is only a top-grade Xian blacksmith. Lu Chen laughed and said with a proud face. Originally, when Mu Bai first approached him about this matter, he was very unwilling. However, when Mu Bai suggested that all the compensation would belong to him, Lu Chen, he couldn't resist the temptation and agreed. Anyway, the advance payment would be paid by the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. It had nothing to do with him, the Hall Master. Haha. I have to thank Hall Master Lu Chen for this matter. 5 days later, if the Ethereal Pavilion can't hand over a low-grade earth weapon, it will be the end of the Ethereal Pavilion. Mu Bai laughed and said, arrogant and egotistical. Do you think a low-grade earth weapon is some street trash? Even in my Sacred Elixir sect, there are less than 10 earth blacksmiths. In the entire Tianyun continent, there are only a few earth blacksmiths. I think the Ethereal Pavilion is blinded by greed. However, this matter is rather strange. Originally, that Qi Ming wanted to refuse. However, the purple-gowned man beside him immediately agreed to it. Zimu? Hearing Zimu's information, Mu Bai felt uneasy. This Zimu had suddenly appeared and his methods were strange. Moreover, he was arrogant and despotic. Last time, because of this Zimu, the Sacred Elixir Pavilion lost more than 70 million mid-grade spirit stones. I wonder how things are going in the Earth Emanations Hall. The Ethereal Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Xianxia, was safe and sound. Based on this, the assassination should not have been successful. Could it be that there was an ethereal realm elite in the Ethereal Pavilion? After sending Lu Chen off, Mu Bai's brows knitted together. He was not an impatient person. However, the assessment for this year in the Southern Cloud Empire was coming soon. Therefore, he had to complete it as soon as possible. The Ethereal Pavilion could not continue to grow stronger. The entire South Cloud City was filled with discussions about the Transcendence Pavilion. However, the Transcendence Pavilion was completely silent, as if such a thing had never happened before. On this day, a figure disappeared from the Ethereal Pavilion like a ghost. Southern Cloud City, Earth Emanations Hall. On the surface, the Earth Emanations Hall was a one-stop service business that included gambling dens, brothels, and restaurants. However, all the forces in southern Cloud City knew that the real business of the Earth Emanations Hall was assassination. Every year, the number of martial artists who died in the hands of the Earth Emanations Hall in the entire southern Cloud Empire was no less than tens of thousands. The terrifying thing about this assassin organization was that they had a strong network of connections and information, providing them with extremely detailed information. Today, a purple figure stood in front of the Earth Emanations Hall. "I want to see your Hall Master." Mu Yun came to the entrance of the Earth Emanations Hall and said, "Get lost. Do you think you can see our Hall Master just because you want to?" A guard at the entrance snorted in disdain. Although the Earth Emanations Hall was not comparable to the four great clans, Saint Elixir Pavilion, and Green Shadow Blood sect in the entire southern Cloud Empire, it was still one of the top forces. Naturally, not everyone could meet the Hall Master. "Your Hall Master is seriously ill. If he is not treated soon, he will die. Therefore, I must see him." "Damn it. Nonsense. If you don't leave, I will kill you." Looking at the guard's ferocious expression, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Her figure flashed and disappeared from the entrance. In the next moment, she appeared in the main hall. "Mr. Lingyu, come out and meet me. The feeling of being burned by fire at noon every day isn't good, right?" Mu Yun stood in the main hall and shouted, "On the first day, your hands and feet will be burned at noon. On the second day, it will affect your organs and spleen. On the third day, it will affect your heart. Now is the third day. Mr. Lingyu, are you unable to get out of bed?" Swish. 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 Just as Mu Yun finished speaking, close to 100 figures rushed out and surrounded the main hall. "It seems like I am not welcomed." Looking at the 100 martial artists, Mu Yun walked forward step by step. Purple lotuses started to bloom on her purple robe. The horrifying temperature caused the martial artists who were near her to feel hot and dry all over. They kept retreating. "Move aside." At this moment, a charming figure appeared in front of the main hall and shouted at the crowd. This person was wearing a long green dress. Her breasts were firm and proud, and her long hair was like a waterfall. She gave off an icy aura. However, to Mu Yun, who had seen many beauties, this lady could be rated 9 out of 10. "Deputy Hall Master, but I asked all of you to move aside. Didn't you hear me?" Chinyu frowned, and her voice was cold. "Yes." Chinyu took small steps and walked down the stairs in front of her. "Mr. Zimu, may I know why you have come to my Earth Emanations Hall?" "To save a life." Hearing Mu Yun's reply, Chinyu's frown deepened. "Deputy Hall Master, right? Mr. Lingyu hasn't been feeling well these few days. If he isn't treated, I'm afraid he will spontaneously combust." Mu Yun smiled. Her purple eyes revealed an evil aura. "Mr. Zimu, please follow me." Chinyu did not put on an act. She spoke directly and turned to leave. "All of you, stand guard outside. If anyone dares to barge into the Earth Emanations Hall, kill them without mercy." "Yes." Following the loud voice, the 100 or so figures scattered and disappeared from the hall. It was only then that Chinyu looked at Mu Yun. "I didn't expect the ethereal pavilion to be able to recruit such an expert like Mr. Zimu. This is really an eye-opener. Mr. Zimu, please." To subdue Whoosh, however, just as Mu Yun stepped onto the stairs, there was a sound of something breaking through the air behind her. Immediately after, a figure pounced on Mu Yun from behind. "Mr. Zimu is very resourceful. I, Chinyu, would like to experience it for myself." Chinyu's face turned cold. A dagger appeared in her hand and she slashed it at Mu Yun's neck. "Little girl, why are you using a knife at the slightest disagreement? I'm here to save people, not to kill." Mu Yun laughed bitterly and pointed her finger back. Crack crack, Mu Yun's finger coincidentally touched the blade of the dagger. Cracking sounds could be heard. Mu Yun's finger was fine, but the dagger instantly broke apart. A trace of purple aura flowed into Chinyu's arm. Sigh. Why bother? This time I'm going to save another person. Mu Yun shook her head when she saw Chinyu's face turn pale and let out a muffled groan. "Now, can you bring me to see your Hall Master, Mr. Lingyu? Follow me." Looking warily at Mu Yun, Jin Yu snorted coldly and said with an icy expression. How do you know that Ling Yu is the hall master? As they walked, Jin Yu asked. I didn't know, but now I know. You, alright, great beauty, if you continue to procrastinate, your sweetheart will be burned to ashes. Mu Yun laughed again. How did you know he was I didn't know before, but now I know. In a secret room in the Earth Emanations Hall, large blocks of ice slowly emitted a cold aura. However, as soon as the ice melted, the entire secret room was filled with steam. It was incomparably hot and stuffy like a steam room. At this moment, in a secret room, a figure was lying on a bed, his entire body curled up. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this person's body was covered in purple veins. Those purple veins were like blooming lotuses that bound the person on the bed. At that moment, the person on the bed was emitting a very weak aura. Like a withered tree, he was completely devoid of life. A moment later, low growls of pain could be heard from the room. With a loud rumble, the door to the secret chamber was opened. Jin Yu rushed all the way to the bedside. Don't come over. Cold Moon. Don't come over. Otherwise, you'll be infected too. This fire can't be dispelled at all. It's like a maggot in your bones. You can't dispel it at all. On the bed, the delicate and pretty Ling Yu had a ferocious expression. Large droplets of sweat dripped down continuously. Of course. If the heaven fire could be dispelled so easily, would it still be called heaven fire? Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Ling Yu. Who? I am Mr. Zimu. Hearing this, Ling Yu immediately sat up on the bed. Her eyes revealed a strange purple light as she looked at Zimu. It is indeed you. Kiki, the assassination failed and you found me instead. It looks like the Earth Emanations Hall has reached its end. Walk to the end? Alright, then give me the position of Earth Emanations Hall's Hall Lord. I will help you manage the Earth Emanations Hall, Mu Yun said with a smile. Aren't you here to save people? Jin Yu shouted when he saw Ling Yu's pained expression. I can save people, but I haven't discussed my conditions. Mu Yun found a piece of ice crystal and sat on it. She sucked in a cold breath. In an instant, the temperature in the entire secret room plummeted. The fiery aura gradually dissipated as if it had all gathered in Mu Yun's body. Ling Yu, who was on the bed, also stopped groaning in pain. The sweat on her face also began to disappear. What conditions? Simple. I want the Earth Emanations Hall to become my dream on. However, before Mu Yun could finish her sentence, Ling Yu's delicate face revealed a vicious expression. Even if I die, I will not hand the Earth Emanations Hall over to you. Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't we talking about conditions? Mu Yun pursed her lips and said, I need the Earth Emanations Hall to become my subordinate force for 1 year. In this 1 year, I will give you the antidote elixir every month. After 1 year, I will completely remove the poison in your bodies. However, in this 1 year, the Earth Emanations Hall must become my subordinate force unconditionally. I have the final say in everything. You are no exception. Noticing Mu Yun's words, Ling Yu looked at Jin Yu with a determined expression. Alright, don't be so affectionate. She has been poisoned as well. Let me tell you, this is the purple lotus demonic flame, the poison of heaven fire. Even the top alchemists in the entire Tianyun continent cannot cure you. Only I, understand? Hearing this, Ling Yu's entire body trembled. He hated it. His father, Lung Wushuang, had been managing the Earth Emanations Hall his entire life. Now, the Earth Emanations Hall had finally become a major force in the Southern Cloud Empire that could not be ignored. Was it going to be destroyed in his hands? I only need 1 year. After 1 year, you can do whatever you want. I will no longer care. The Earth Emanations Hall will still be returned to you. Why should we believe you? Jin Yu frowned and asked. Because you have no other choice. Mu Yun smiled and said, the Earth Emanations Hall was built by Ling Yu's father. I believe that with Ling Yu's death, there will be chaos in the hall. Then, the spies planted in the Earth Emanations Hall will begin to dismantle the Earth Emanations Hall. Then, the Earth Emanations Hall will fly back and be annihilated. Listen to me, and you may still have hope. If you don't, only death awaits you. Smart people know what to do. Mu Yun continued, furthermore, as a reward for your promise, I will give you 3 benefits. Which 3? First, I will help you remove the poison from the purple lotus demonic flame. Of course, it is only temporary. Second, I will give you 2 sets of martial skills. Third, I will give you 100 heads. And, hearing Mu Yun's words, Qin Yu and Ling Yu were stunned. They were not stunned by the removal of the poison and martial skills, but by the 100 heads. If you become my subordinates, the 100 heads will naturally be considered as me removing them for my own force. I do not wish to take over an Earth Emanations hall that is full of loopholes. The atmosphere in the house gradually became heavy. Ling Yu's expression gradually turned ugly. I agree. Finally, Qin Yu pursed his lips and spoke. You don't have a choice, do you? Mu Yun smiled and said, look at how bitter and vengeful you are. Believe me, this time, it will be the best decision you have made in your lives. Although my methods are not honorable, you were the one who tried to assassinate me first, right? Seeing that Ling Yu was about to resist, Mu Yun smiled and said. All right. Ling Yu said seriously, I promise you. I am willing to listen to any of your requests for a year, Hall Master. Don't. Just promise me. I will remove the poison for you first. I do not wish for my subordinates to be sick all day. As Mu Yun spoke, 2 purple threads surged out from their bodies. After that, Mu Yun took out a bottle of black elixirs. There are 2 black heart elixirs in here. Black tiger elixir, forget it. Let's name it Black Heart Elixir. Mu Yun coughed and said, 2 black heart elixirs for the 2 of you. Take it. Once a month and ask me for the elixirs once a month. Remember. Mu Yun felt the pinch when he gave out the Black Heart Elixir. He obtained the Black Heart Elixir with Mu Ding Tian in the Leying Valley. The purple flame wolves and a large group of monsters had swallowed this elixir to survive. He had only collected a few hundred of them and brought them with him. It was not that he did not want to collect all of them, but he was afraid that the purple flame wolves would starve to death. That was why he kept a lot of them. He was destined to return to the Leying Valley. However, when he returned, the entire Southern Cloud Empire would undergo earth-shattering changes. Black Heart Elixir, Ling Yu and Qin Yu were disgusted when they saw the black elixir in Mu Yun's hand. However, when the 2 of them swallowed the elixir, their faces gradually turned into shock. Although it doesn't look good, I won't sell this elixir even if you give me 1,000,000 middle spiritual stones. You have made a fortune. Do you know that? Mu Yun curled her lips when she saw their expressions. This is the Moon God technique. The technique you learn is the Tao of assassination. You are the #1 assassin in the Southern Cloud Empire, but your technique is really lousy in my eyes, and this is the floating rain dagger technique. I see that you are good at using daggers. When you are in close combat, you can learn this dagger technique. It will be easy for you to kill someone of a higher cultivation level. Oh yes, and this. These are the spies that your Earth Emanations Hall has planted in the Southern Cloud Empire. There are spies from the Gu clan, the Lin clan, and the Shao clan. There are more than 100 of them. Do as you deem fit. I don't care if you want to kill them or torture them. However, I need the Earth Emanations Hall. There will be no problems internally. Ling Yu and Qin Yu were stunned when they saw the list of names, elixirs, and martial techniques. Lastly, the current Earth Emanations Hall is still yours. I am considered as the mastermind behind the scenes. Do you understand? Understood. After she finished speaking, Mu Yun stood up and left. What is your relationship with Mu Yun? Ling Yu suddenly asked when Mu Yun turned around. Kiki, Mu Yun was stunned when she heard this. She said, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. After she finished speaking, Mu Yun turned around and left. This person has the heaven flame and is decisive in his actions. His strength is not below yours or mine, but he has not reached the soul conduit realm. Zimu, who is he? Ling Yu frowned and said as she watched Mu Yun leave. The heaven flame is rare in this world. It is said that the Thunderclap Valley contains the heaven flame, and only 2 people have entered the Thunderclap Valley. They are Mu Yun and Mu Ding Tian. Could it be? Mu Yun? Impossible. Chen Yu retorted. Mu Yun may be alert, but he is arrogant and not good at hiding himself. If it was him, he would have killed his way to the Green Shadow Blood sect and the three major clans to take revenge. Why would he? Nothing is absolute in this world. Even if this person is not Mu Yun, he is closely related to Mu Yun. What about the people on this list? Get rid of them all. Yuetian art, floating rain dagger art. You comprehend this martial technique well. It might be a great opportunity. I understand. Leng Yu looked at the door and suddenly smiled. This person is scheming and seems to be planning something big. I want to see what he is planning. After all, Leng Yu was young and impetuous. She was naturally unconvinced when she faced Zimu. Turn hostile and recognize only the knife after leaving the Earth Emanations Hall, Mu Yun was very relaxed. This relief was not because he had solved the problem of Ling Yu and Chen Yu, but because it concerned Wang Xinya's safety. At least for now, Wang Xingya would not be assassinated. Mu Yun did not want to see his former brothers and good friends with a bunch of wives in the future and be ruthlessly mocked by them. Moreover, that master of his would definitely explode his head. Regarding Wang Xingya, rejection was the best outcome. As for Xiao Yun'er, Mu Yun felt a headache coming on. Perhaps, it was time to try the Heaven Reversal Pill, the 8th grade medicinal pill, the Heaven Reversal Pill. Currently, this was the only medicinal pill that could help Xiao Yun'er recover her vitality. It was just that it was too difficult for Mu Yun to refine an 8th grade medicinal pill since she had yet to step into the Divine Ascension realm. Furthermore, rank 8 medicinal pills were divided into high, medium, and low. The Heaven Reversal Pill was a high rank 8 medicinal pill. It would be very difficult for him to complete it alone. However, gradually, another figure appeared in Mu Yun's mind. Gan Jingyu. It had been 3 years since he last saw this Grandmaster Apothecary. He wondered if he had died or not. Back then, Mo Qing Tian and Mo Wen had been preparing medicinal herbs. However, after the incident of the 3 big clans surrounding the Mu clan, Mu Yun disappeared for 3 years. At that time, Gan Jingyu was already at the end of his life. I hope he doesn't die. After disappearing for 3 years, Mu Yun had seen too many things clearly in these 3 years. His friendship with his students was sincere, and in fact, his students did not disappoint him. However, some people and some things were not like that. Back then, Mo Wen's actions had moved him very much. However, Mo Qingtian's indifference was something he could not accept. And this time, he was going to treat Gan Jingyu's illness. He definitely had to put forward a condition that would make Mo Qingtian's heart ache to the extreme. If you don't want to talk about favors with me, I, Mu Yun, don't need to talk about favors with you either. After returning to the Transcendence God Pavilion, Mu Yun once again immersed herself in refining low-grade earth artifacts. 3 days had already passed. There were still 2 days left. At this moment, the entire South Cloud City was talking about this matter. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Ethereal Pavilion was bustling with activity. Today was the day that the Ethereal Pavilion would hand over their low-grade earth artifact. Everyone wanted to see if the Ethereal Pavilion would be able to take out their low-grade earth artifact. The sound of footsteps resounded. Under the lead of Hall Master Lu Chen, the people of the Green Shadow Blood sect arrived outside the Divine Pavilion. Refining a low-grade earth weapon in 5 days, putting aside the fact that there were no low-tier earth blacksmiths in the Ethereal Pavilion, even if there were, it was impossible for them to forge a low-tier earth artifact within 5 days. Taking a step back, even if it was refined, it would still be a defective product. It would be impossible for it to be a perfect product. Haha. Vice Pavilion Master Qi, I wonder if you've successfully forged the low-grade earth-tier saber that I requested? Mu Bai, the pavilion master of the Saint Elixir Pavilion, stood beside Lu Chen with a smile on his face. He did not say a word. Behind him, Lu Qing looked around cautiously. At the same time, Master Hongchen from the Seven Virtues College was also invited to serve as a judge. Although Master Hongchen was a supreme-tier profound blacksmith, he was still able to determine whether a low-grade earth artifact was completed or not. At this moment, the entire Ethereal God Pavilion was surrounded by 3 layers of people, both inside and outside. Haha. Vice Pavilion Master Qi, I'll say this first. The saber can't be any different from what I described. If there's a slight difference in the contract, the ethereal pavilion will, rest assured, Hall Master Lu Chen. You're one of the 10 Hall Masters of the Green Shadow Blood sect. How would the ethereal pavilion dare to deceive you? Alright, let's begin the examination. Qi Ming smiled. Hall Master Lu Chen, you know the rules. The remaining 900,000 high-grade spiritual stones must be paid to us first before you can examine the saber. No problem. Lu Chen nodded and ordered a few people to bring the box up. Begin the examination. The cloth covering Qi Ming's back was lifted, and a shiny saber appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The saber was 1.5 meters long, and the hilt was 0.5 meter long. The surface of the saber was as shiny as a mirror, and the moment the cloth was lifted, the sharpness of the saber could be felt. In an instant, the entire hall was shrouded in a murderous aura. Good saber. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Humph, the saber looks good, but whether it's a low-grade earth artifact or not depends on the two masters. Lu Chen cupped his hands and invited Master Hongchen and Master Lu Qing to come forward. In fact, the two of them didn't even need Lu Chen's invitation. They had already walked forward. The saber is smooth, the hilt is hard, and the blade is sharp. Good saber, good saber. That's right. I've never seen such a good saber. Quick, look at the contract. The two masters exclaimed. However, Lu Chen and Mu Bai's expressions turned ugly when they heard the exclamations of the two masters. Could it really be a low-grade earth artifact? Wonderful, wonderful. Suddenly, Master Hongchen exclaimed, the contract of a low-grade earth artifact has thousands of lines, and the combination of lines is mysterious. A miracle, a miracle. If the saber was made of a higher quality material, and the saber refiner refined the contract, it could be upgraded to a mid-grade earth artifact. Mid-grade earth artifact, the crowd was in an uproar. That's right, a good saber, a really good saber. Lu Qing sighed, to be able to refine such a saber, I can die without regrets. Hearing Lu Qing's words, Mu Bai wanted to slap him. Mu Bai thought that it was impossible for the ethereal pavilion to refine a low-grade earth artifact, so he didn't tell Lu Qing about it. Could it really be a low-grade earth artifact? Didn't that mean that there was a low-grade earth artifact master in the ethereal pavilion? Masters, is this saber really a low-grade earth artifact? Hall Master Lu Chen, I guarantee with my head that this saber is definitely a low-grade earth artifact, and it's one of the best among low-grade earth artifacts. 3 million high-grade spirit stones for it, you've made a fortune. Lu Qing said excitedly, if this saber were to be auctioned, it would be worth at least 5 million high-grade spirit stones. 5 million? That's right. While everyone was still in shock, Master Hongchen said with a smile, it might be more than that. Hearing the two masters' affirmation, Lu Chen's face lit up. Although he didn't buy the saber with his own money, the entire South Cloud City knew that he bought it with his own money. Now, the saber was worth more than that. Since Mu Bai from the St. Pill Pavilion had paid for it, the saber was his. In that case, I'll take the saber. Thank you, Ethereal Pavilion's artifact master. Goodbye, everyone. Stop, Lu Chen, what are you doing? Mu Bai took a step forward and shouted coldly. What am I doing? Lu Chen chuckled, Pavilion Master Mu Bai, I bought this saber, didn't I? Could it be that you asked me to deliberately make things difficult for the Ethereal Pavilion to refine this saber? The meaning of Lu Chen's words was obvious. If Mu Bai wanted to fight for the saber, then he was clearly telling everyone that the saber was refined by the St. Pill Pavilion. Firstly, this was admitting that the St. Pill Pavilion was inferior to the Ethereal Pavilion. Secondly, there were earthly blacksmiths in the St. Pill sect. If the St. Pill Pavilion lacked earthly blacksmiths, they could ask the St. Pill sect for help. Why would they let the Ethereal Pavilion, which clearly didn't have any earthly blacksmiths, refine it? It was purely making things difficult for them. If this was exposed, then the St. Pill Pavilion could be said to be extremely shameless. You bought it? Mu Bai was already thinking that even if he lost face, he would still want the saber back. I entrusted this saber to you, Hall Master Lu Chen, to refine it from the Ethereal Pavilion. The 3 million high-grade spirit stones were all made by the St. Pill Pavilion. How could you buy it? You're just a person in charge. Nonsense. Lu Chen also planned to deny it. I, Lu Chen, personally paid for this saber. What does it have to do with the St. Pill Pavilion? Pavilion Master Mu Bai, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Bai was completely enraged. Lu Chen, my St. Pill sect is not something your green shadow blood sect can afford to offend. Bah, you're just the pavilion master of the St. Pill Pavilion. Don't use chicken feathers as arrows. Will the St. Pill sect start a war with our green shadow blood sect because of your incompetence? Then they can come as they wish. Lu Chen was indeed not afraid of Mu Bai. Now that the green shadow blood sect had begun to gain a foothold in the various empires, the next step was to revive the green shadow blood sect and unify the Tianyun continent. Let's go. Lu Chen relied on the advantage of numbers and was not afraid of Mu Bai at all. Holding the low-grade earth weapon in his hand, he led his subordinates and left immediately. Trash. Looking at Lu Qing, Mu Bai had no place to vent his anger and could only curse. Lu Chen, you took away this saber today. This pavilion master will definitely let you die without a burial place. Mu Bai said hatefully to Lu Chen, who was leaving. Qi Ming. Grandmaster Hongchen. This old me has a presumptuous request. I don't know if I can meet this saber refiner, but I have some questions to ask. Grandmaster Hongchen said sincerely. Qi Ming's expression was difficult. How about this? This earth weapon refiner is arrogant. I will pass on your message and ask him first. How about that? Alright, Grandmaster Hongchen sighed and turned to leave. Back then, the reason why I did not help the Mu clan was not because I was afraid of death, but because Hongchen knew that the God's Pavilion was formed by Mu Yun's students back then. The remaining 80 to 90 people were all tied together and were now the core members of the God's Pavilion. Hence, the God's Pavilion's attitude towards him had not been very good. Not only him, but Mo Qing Tian, Zhang Zihao, and the others also kept hitting walls. Only Mo Wen would be warmly welcomed when he came to the God's Pavilion. This was because when the Mu clan was destroyed, only Mo Wen stood up. Moreover, after the God's Pavilion was established, the pills that Mo Wen borrowed from everyone were also borne by the God's Pavilion and returned to everyone. It's because you were unwilling to help. Gu Yufan snorted and said, Mu Yun is a Leifeng courtyard mentor, and you are the dean of the Leifeng courtyard. What did you do? Gu Yufan had left the academy 3 years ago and did not become Grandmaster Hongchen's disciple. In reality, all the weapon refining that he had learned was basically the 9 heavens forging mantra that Mu Yun had imparted to him. On the other hand, Grandmaster Hongchen had received many favors from him. At the crucial moment, Grandmaster Hongchen did not stand up. The God's Pavilion does not welcome you, Grandmaster Hongchen. Gu Yufan said in a strong tone. He already knew that Mu Yun had returned, but the scene 3 years ago had become a thorn in his heart. When Mentor Mu was in trouble, only the senior class 9th class of the Wind Virtue Courtyard and the Leifeng Courtyard stepped forward. The so-called friendship had become nonsense. Gu Yufan, how can you speak to Grandmaster Hongchen like that? A million questions, Guardian Lin. Looking at the person who had just arrived, Gu Yufan clasped his hands together. In the past 3 years, Lin Xianyu had been the mainstay of the Transcending God Pavilion, and he had also stepped into the Transcending God realm. Without him, it would have been difficult for the Ethereal Pavilion to gain a foothold in the Ethereal Hall. Thus, back then, the people of Class 9 were very respectful to him. Grandmaster Hong Chen, Mr. Zimu invites you in. Purplewood, Qi Ming and Gu Yufan were stunned when they heard Lin Xianyu's words. They all knew who Zimu was. Thus, why would their Grandmaster Mu want to see Grandmaster Hongchen? On the 3rd floor of the Ethereal Pavilion, Wang Xingya was dressed in a purple miniskirt. Her upper body was perky, and her long, slender legs were exposed. They were long and slender, causing one's imagination to run wild. Good leg. Mu Yun muttered to herself as she judged in her heart. What did you say? Ah? Oh, I was wondering why Grandmaster Hongchen and Lu Qing had such good eyesight to be able to judge that my low-grade earthly artifact was of superior quality. Tisk. Upon hearing Mu Yun's reply, Wang Xingya clicked her tongue and said, but I don't understand. Grandmaster Zimu, if we were to auction such a high-grade earthly artifact ourselves, hee hee. What did Pavilion Master see just now? I saw Mu Bai and Lu Chen. Wang Xianxia suddenly nodded and said, I understand. Brilliant. Haha. Thank you for your praise, Pavilion Master. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave now. To see red dust? Of course. Wang Xianxia frowned and said, Mr. Zimu, are you trying to help Hongchen? Back then, this person was. Help. Why didn't you help? Mu Yun smiled and said, one question, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. If you don't want to ask, then don't ask. With a faint smile, Mu Yun turned around and left. Looking at Mu Yun's departing figure, Wang Xianxia chuckled. If not for Qi Ming's repeated confirmation, she would not have believed that Mr. Zimu was an earthly blacksmith. Even in a large sect like the Sacred Elixir sect that had thousands of years of history, an earthly weaponsmith would at least be an inner sect elder. Moreover, Zimu seemed to be preparing to concoct pills. She knew how to concoct pills and forge weapons. Furthermore, she possessed a mysterious flame and possessed terrifying strength. She was so similar to Mu Yun. If only you were him, how great would that be? Wang Xianxia sighed as she watched Mu Yun leave. On the third floor, in a secret room, red dust was on tenterhooks. Today, he was going to meet an earthly blacksmith. An earthly blacksmith was a grandmaster who stood at the peak of the entire southern Cloud Empire. With a creak, the door opened. Hee, Grandmaster Hongchen, it's an honor to meet you. Mu Yun, who was dressed in purple, walked in and chuckled. He's the artificer of our ethereal pavilion, Mr. Zimu, a low-tier earthly blacksmith. A low-grade earthly smith? Him, Hongchen looked at Mu Yun in disbelief. Such a young low-tier earthly blacksmith, it was really, Grandmaster Hongchen, may I know why you're looking for me? Mu Yun asked in a devilish voice. Cough cough. This old me saw Grandmaster's low-tier earthly blacksmith and observed the contract inside. I discovered a few problems and would like to know how Grandmaster solved them. These problems are also the crux of the problem that has been bothering me. Bothering you? Mu Yun said politely, I believe Grandmaster Hongchen has already found the crux of crafting an earthly blacksmith. I'm afraid that once you solve those problems, you'll solve the mystery and begin crafting low-tier earthly blacksmith. That's right. Hongchen said excitedly. All right. Grandmaster Hongchen, please ask. One question, 1 million high-grade spirit stones. 1 million? High-grade spirit stones. Qi Ming and Gu Yufan were stunned when they heard Mu Yun's answer. At first, Mu Yun said 100,000. How did it become 1 million in the blink of an eye? 1 million. All right. Gritting his teeth, Grandmaster Worldly Dust agreed without hesitation. 1 million high-grade spirit stones. As long as it could make him a low-tier earthly blacksmith, 10 million was worth it. As a renowned supreme-tier mystic blacksmith in the Empire, Hongchen had accumulated quite a lot of spirit stones. May I ask how old Grandmaster is this year? First question, I'm not old this year. I'm 23. What? Hongchen was stunned. This was the first question. What surprised him even more was that Zimu was only 23 years old. A 23-year-old low-tier earthly blacksmith. This was simply inhuman. Second question. Mr. Zimu, may I ask why you seem to have changed the trajectory of the vibrating and slow-bearing contracts when you were crafting the 367th contract inscription? Because a treasured saber needs to be strong. However, if it's too strong, it will break easily. Lu Chen's requirement is to have 3 parts of murderous aura, which must be released slowly. Moreover, Mu Yun spoke leisurely, answering every question that Hongchen asked fluently. Gradually, one question after another was asked. Qi Ming kept taking notes by his side. Finally, Hongchen heaved a sigh of relief. Qi Ming, do the math. Grandmaster Hongchen has asked a total of a few questions. A total of 36 questions. If converted to high-grade spirit stones, it's 36 million. Qi Ming chuckled. What? Hongchen was completely dumbfounded. He had unknowingly asked 36 questions. 36 million high-grade spirit stones. This was practically his entire life savings. How about this? I'll give Grandmaster Hongchen a discount. Let's say it's 18 million high-grade spirit stones. Mu Yun smiled and turned to leave. Answering questions like this was much easier than crafting low-tier earthly blacksmiths. More than 10 million high-grade spirit stones was simply a windfall. Ever since the battle 3 years ago, Mu Yun had completely understood. Hong Chen, Mo Qing Tian, Zhang Zihao, and the others had only taken a fancy to his talent. They were not friends with him, so they would not help him when he was in trouble. They were not friends, nor were they enemies. This kind of person was the most suitable for making money. If the ethereal pavilion wanted to expand, spirit stones were indispensable, and now, this was just the beginning of Mu Yun's plan. This time, he did not want to rely on anyone else. He relied on his most trusted strength. Hence, he was not so naive as to hope that Ling Yu and Chen Yu would be deeply grateful to him when he subdued the Earth Emanations Hall. Only by holding them firmly in his hands would he be able to rely on his strength. Gu Clan, Lin Clan, Imperial Clan, Green Shadow Blood Sect, don't be anxious. Wait patiently. The moment I, Mu Yun, return to the Southern Cloud Empire, it is destined to become lively again. The 3 clan leaders of the Mu clan have died in your hands, but I'm alive. I, Mu Yun, am alive. The Mu clan is destined to rise again. Mu Yun did not have the time to look at the accounts of the ethereal pavilion. It was also not his turn to look at them. Wang Xianxia had already done everything in an orderly manner. They used the ethereal pavilion to recruit experts, sell divine weapons, elixirs, and purchase materials for refining elixirs and equipment. Everything required spirit stones to operate. These few actions allowed the ethereal pavilion to gradually become able to cope with the current predicament. Moreover, because of these 2 actions, the sacred elixir pavilion's reputation gradually became bad. On the contrary, more and more warriors from the ethereal pavilion came out to do business. At night, the bright moon hung in the sky. Tonight is destined to be a restless night. Looking up at the sky, Mu Yun sighed softly and dived into the night. He clearly remembered the words that Mu Bai shouted at Lu Chen during the day. Lu Chen, since you took away my treasured saber today, I will definitely let you die without a burial place. Great, Mu Yun was delighted. It was good to die without a burial place. However, Mu Bai did not need to do anything. He would help Mu Bai do it. Green Shadow Blood Sect had a total of 10 hall leaders stationed in the Southern Cloud Empire and 1 honorable envoy. Each of the 10 hall leaders was in charge of leading 10,000 people to guard the various regions of the Southern Cloud City. Tonight, when Lu Chen returned to his residence, he was very happy. A treasure worth 5 million high-grade spirit stones was obtained without risking anything. How could he not be happy? As for Mu Bai, he was too lazy to care about him. This was the Southern Cloud Empire, the territory of the Green Shadow Blood Sect. Even the 3 great clans did not dare to act rashly. The Sacred Elixir Pavilion was just a branch of the Sacred Elixir sect in the Southern Cloud Empire. If Mu Bai dared to come, he would definitely let his 10,000 elite soldiers kill him. At night, sitting in front of the window and looking at the treasured saber in front of him, Lu Chen's eyes were shining. Such a good saber should have a name. Bloodvein Saber. Lu Chen said proudly, it will be called Bloodvein Saber. Good name. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Lu Chen wanted to open his mouth to speak, but a figure instantly restrained him. Purple fire lotuses bloomed on his body. If you shout, I will let you live a life worse than death. Who are you? What do you want? Feeling the scorching heat of the fire, LV Chen was terrified. If you want the treasured saber, I can give it to you. It's just a low-grade earth tool. I don't care about it. Mu Yun said coldly, who am I? Don't you know? Arriving in front of Lu Chen, Mu Yun took off his robe and smiled, do you know who I am now? Mu Yun. You are not dead. How can I die so easily? But you can't be sure. Looking at the blood-vein saber on the table, Mu Yun smiled, this saber is really good. When I was refining it, I was very satisfied. This saber was refined by you. Lu Chen was shocked, you are not dead. You have been in the Divine Pavilion. No wonder the Divine Pavilion has developed so quickly in the past 3 years. You are wrong. Mu Yun said, I just came back recently. The growth of the divine pavilion in the past 3 years has nothing to do with me. Humph, you came here just for the treasured saber. Tell me, what do you want? Straightforward, let me ask you. In the past year, did the Green Shadow Blood sect catch any divine realm experts? Maybe you know his name, Mu Dingtian. Mu Dingtian? He is not dead? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Yun understood that her grandfather was not caught by the Green Shadow Blood sect. Then where did her grandfather go? Humph, I don't know about Mu Dingtian, but I know that I will die tonight. But you can't escape, Mu Yun. As long as you are alive, the Honorable Envoy will find you and kill you. The Honorable Envoy is extremely powerful. You don't understand his horror. Oh? Then, thank you for your reminder. Lu Chen no longer had any value. Mu Yun did not hold back and killed her with a single slash. Sowing discord, however, after killing, Mu Yun did not leave. Instead, he hid in the house. He needed to wait here for a night. With Mu Bai's character, he would not let go of the blood-veined saber, which cost 3 million upper-grade spirit stones. He would definitely send someone to take the blood-veined saber. Now, he only needed to wait quietly. The night was high in the sky. The guards of the Green Shadow Blood sect did not realize that someone had sneaked into their hall master's bedroom and killed him. At night, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. 3 figures suddenly entered the Green Shadow Blood sect. These 3 people were all in the first layer of the spirit realm. The guards outside could not detect them at all. In the blink of an eye, the 3 figures directly entered Lu Chen's courtyard. Looking at Lu Chen lying on the table, sleeping, the 3 immediately rushed out. 3 daggers pierced into Lu Chen's body. No. He's already dead. Someone was 1 step ahead of us. The 3 immediately wanted to retreat. However, Mu Yun, who had been hiding for a long time, had already made full preparations. The moment the 3 found the problem, a saber was swung out from behind. Puff puff puff, bloody wounds appeared on the backs of the 3 figures. Bright red blood dripped onto the ground. It's all good now. Looking at the 3, Mu Yun smiled and said, the people of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion came to snatch the saber. Hall Master Lu Chen fought back with all his might. He was killed by the 3 of them. The 3 of them were seriously injured and wanted to escape. Go. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the 3 did not dare to stay any longer. They did not expect that they were set up by someone else. Go? I'm telling you to go. Seeing that the 3 wanted to escape, Mu Yun raised the blood-veined saber and shouted, the Hall Master was killed by the people of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Come quickly. This shout could be said to be full of energy. Circulating his true energy, all the warriors in the hall were in a mess. The Hall Master was killed. Immediately chase the murderer. Do not let him escape. Yes. All of a sudden, all the people in the hall were mobilized and rushed towards the hospital where Lu Chen was. Damn it, who is that person? How could he kill Lu Chen so quietly? Even we didn't notice him. Purple robes? He seems to be Mr. Zimu from the Ethereal Pavilion. It's him. Damn it. When I return, I'll immediately report to the Pavilion Master and ask him to be wary of this person. This person is definitely related to Mu Yun. The 3 of them searched for a way to escape. Although the 3 of them were Spirit Realm warriors, they couldn't resist the Green Shadow Blood sect's people in numbers. Here. In an instant, the 3 of them were surrounded. There's no other way. 1 person escaped. That's 1 person. One of the 3 black-cloaked men suddenly shouted. You 2 go first. As soon as he finished speaking, that person immediately rushed into the crowd. Kill. Avenge our Hall Master. Seeing that the 3 of them were trying to escape in different directions, the crowd gathered their courage and charged forward. Split up? Good idea. Mu Yan's figure was hidden in a dark corner. She watched everything and smiled. A wisp of purple smoke rose from the fingertips of her sleeves. Puff, suddenly, one of the black-cloaked men in the crowd spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body couldn't help but tremble. Poison. He actually used poison on us. The black-cloaked man was angry. The three of them didn't expect that the purple-robed man would poison them at that moment. Good scheme. Good plan. Once the three of them died, the Green Shadow Blood sect would think that the sacred elixir pavilion had failed to kill them, so they killed them to silence them. Damn it. However, even if they knew, it was impossible for them to resist now. No matter how strong the three of them were, under Mu Yun's purple flame, they were defeated. The crowd attacked them together. The three corpses became badly mutilated. Seeing all this, Mu Yun turned around and left. Tonight's goal had been achieved. Now, it was time to see what kind of interesting changes would happen in the southern Cloud City tomorrow. The Green Shadow Blood sect had left 100,000 soldiers and horses to station in the southern Cloud Empire. They had set up 10 big halls. Lu Chen was in charge of the 10th hall. At this moment, in the 10th hall, many figures were standing. Among them, 9 of them were wearing clothes that were obviously more eye-catching than the others. In front of the 9 people, a figure stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the crowd silently. Why didn't you leave him alive? In front of the 9 people, a young man in a long black robe asked. These 3 people were poisoned. Before they were killed by us, they were injured by the 10th hall master. In addition, they were poisoned by someone else. That's why they died immediately. Investigate. Yes. The young man turned around and looked at the 3 corpses. He was silent. Honorable Envoy Meng, I think this matter is definitely related to the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. That treasured saber also disappeared. It seems like the 3 of them are just scapegoats. Find out the results and then tell me. I don't need to guess. Meng Wanling's voice was cold. He said expressionlessly, the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Do you think you're so great because you have the Sacred Elixir sect behind you? The entire southern Cloud City was in chaos at night. The people of the Green Shadow Blood sect were searching everywhere. Everyone was anxious. It's you who did it. The next day, early in the morning, outside the Spirit Connecting Pavilion, many figures were running back and forth. They were all the people of the Green Shadow Blood sect. Lin Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile. You won't believe me even if I say no. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Let's just watch the Sacred Elixir Pavilion and the Green Shadow Blood sect bite each other. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. The Gu family, Lin family, and the royal family are still behind. You've changed. Looking at Mu Yun, Lin Xianxia said, if it was 3 years ago, you would have killed the 3 great families when you came back. Now, it's good. Changed? Mu Yun said with a smile, it's not that I've changed, but that I can't be arrogant. If I were at the 10th level of the Spirit Connecting Realm, why would I waste my time? I would have killed the 3 great families and the Green Shadow Blood sect. That's true. Alright, let's not talk about this. Let these 2 dogs bite each other. Anyway, the Sacred Elixir Pavilion has the support of the Sacred Elixir sect. There are many experts. The Green Shadow Blood sect is now the #1 force in southern Cloud City. Something interesting might happen. Mu Yun said again, now, is Gan Jingyu still alive? Maybe, but he shouldn't be able to make it. Very good. Mu Yun nodded and said, then release the news that the Sacred Elixir Pavilion is preparing to auction a low-grade earth weapon, the Crimson Dragon Sword, and a 7th-grade top-class medicinal pill, the Psychic Resurrection Pill. Its effect is that even a dying person can maintain their vitality for 3 years. A severely injured person can be completely cured. Most importantly, it can extend the life of an ancient martial art practitioner by 10 years. Brilliant. Looking at Mu Yun, Lin Xianxia said with a smile. How is it brilliant? Zhang Zihao will definitely want the low-grade earth weapon, the Crimson Dragon Sword. I heard that he has always wanted to buy a low-grade earth weapon. After all, he is a strong practitioner of the Sacred Elixir realm. Lin Xianxia analyzed, the most brilliant one is the Psychic Resurrection Pill. It can maintain a dying person's vitality for 3 years. Mo Qing Tian and Mo Wen will definitely not let it go. A severely injured person can be completely cured. Every faction will need it. Most importantly, it can extend one's life by 10 years. Now, the Gu clan, the Lin clan, and the royal family. Gu Yunxian and Tai Huanyu are both nearing the end of their lifespans. These two old monsters of the sixth tier of the sacred elixir realm, if they die, these two big clans will have no one to support them. Soon, they will be swallowed up by the Lin clan and the Xiao clan. Although the Lin clan and the Xiao clan don't have such concerns, they don't want the Gu clan and the royal family to rise. They will also fight hard for it. A 7th grade top-class medicinal pill is worth 5 million top-grade spiritual stones. However, this auction will most likely double the price. You see it clearly. Since you are not in the game, you naturally understand it. However, they don't. Mu Yun said with a smile, moreover, this time, what I want is not spiritual stones, but Mo Qingtian's request for help. To save Gan Jingyu, he will definitely take out the medicinal herbs that I gave him before and let me concoct the medicinal pill. At that time, it will depend on whether he is willing to give it to me. Throwing a brick to attract jade? You can say that. Mu Yun smiled and said, now, your heaven-defying God Pulse art has already reached the 3rd level, which is the 1st tier of the sacred elixir realm. In 3 years, you have improved a lot. Are you interested in competing with me? Competing with you? Forget it. Lin Xianyu waved her hand and said, once you use the heaven flame, I can't do anything. Not to mention me, even a martial artist of the 2nd or 3rd tier of the sacred elixir realm can't do anything to you. Don't. I won't use the heaven flame, okay? Your heaven-defying God Pulse art is very powerful. Come. Let's compete. Saying this, Mu Yun pulled Lin Xianyu and rushed out of the South Cloud City. At this moment, the entire South Cloud City was in chaos. The people of the Green Shadow Blood sect were investigating everywhere. In the end, there was a rumor that the people of the Green Shadow Blood sect seemed to have locked onto the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. The news gradually spread. It was said that the pavilion master of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion, Mu Bai, had killed and plundered. He was found out by the Green Shadow Blood sect. The Green Shadow Blood sect began to prepare to take revenge on the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. After all, it was the death of a hall master. People couldn't help but pay attention to it. Therefore, gradually, people found that some of the shops of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion in the South Cloud City were attacked or robbed for no reason. This had never happened in the South Cloud City. Gradually, the Sacred Elixir Pavilion also reacted. The Green Shadow Blood sect didn't accept any of the sales of elixirs, divine weapons, or repairing divine weapons. Smart people had already smelled the scent. The two big forces seemed to gradually become incompatible like fire and water. However, at this moment, an explosive news was released in the South Cloud City. 3 days later, the Sacred Elixir Pavilion would hold an auction. There were only 2 items in the auction. The first item was a low-grade earth weapon, Scarlet Dragon Sword. The second item was a 7th-grade upper-class elixir, Psychic Resurrection Elixir. Moreover, the functions of these 2 items were clearly introduced. When this news was released, no one in the South Cloud City cared about the escalating conflict between the Sacred Elixir Pavilion and the Green Shadow Blood sect. Everyone's gaze was focused on the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. The Sacred Elixir Pavilion actually took out a low-grade earth weapon, Scarlet Dragon Sword. It said that it has the ability to burn with fire. Moreover, the blade is sharp and the sword walks the path of arrogance. It seems to be very compatible with the sword artist Xianxia's sword art, through Heaven Heat Wave sword art. That's right. Also, that 7th-grade elixir is of the highest class. Moreover, it can extend one's lifespan by 10 years. 10 years. Now that the Gu clan and the Imperial clan's patriarch have died, the old patriarch has come out to manage the clan. They need time to buffer. Not only that. How would the Xiao clan and Lin clan agree? They will definitely stand out to stop it. The Green Shadow Blood sect probably won't stand by and watch. The auction begins. You've achieved the effect of public opinion. However, the sword you mentioned, it seems like you haven't refined it yet, right? Lin Xianyu said with a smile when he saw the discussion going on in Nanyun City. I haven't refined it yet. Mu Yun said casually, did I say I'm the one who refined it? If I had to refine all the earth weapons, I would be exhausted to death. Could it be? Qi Yufeng has advanced to a low-grade earth weapon refiner. Lin Xianyu was dumbfounded. Mu Yun had just returned and Qi Yufeng was already able to refine a low-grade earth weapon. Why are you looking at me like that? Mu Yun touched her face that was covered by a purple veil and said with a smile, "It seems like you have good taste. You can feel my handsome face even through my veil." When the news was released, the entire Nanyun city was talking about it. The Divine Pavilion in 3 days was bound to be full of guests. At the same time, the Divine Pavilion also made an announcement. One had to pay more than 1 million high-grade spiritual stones in order to be qualified to participate in the auction. After all, regardless of whether it was a low-grade earth weapon or a 7th-grade upper-grade elixir, they all required a huge amount of wealth. If there were no restrictions, the 3 inner and outer floors of the Divine Pavilion would be filled to the brim. Within 3 days, the number of VIPs in the Divine Pavilion increased by a few hundred. Almost all the powerful financial groups in the Nanyun Empire had come for the auction. On this day, the Divine Pavilion opened and more than 10,000 people gathered at the entrance. Although some people did not have the wealth to enter the auction, they could still go to the Divine Pavilion to watch the fun. In these 3 days, Mu Yun had made all the necessary preparations. After all, the auction this time might exceed 10 million high-grade spiritual stones. With such a huge transaction, it was hard to guarantee that some ignorant people would attack the Divine Pavilion. The auction had officially begun. In the Divine Pavilion, in each private room, powerful auras fluctuated, causing people's hearts to tremble. The Gu clan, Lin clan, Shao clan, the royal family, and Green Shadow Blood sect had all arrived. Even the Sacred Elixir Pavilion had sent people. In the Seven Virtues College, Zhang Zihao, Mo Qing Tian, Mo Wen, Gong Jingyu, and the Red Dust Great Master had also arrived. This was a banquet. However, while they were the main characters of the feast, they were also the ones being manipulated. These words were naturally said by Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun, dressed in a purple robe, was standing in the middle of the auction hall. "Hello everyone. I, Zimu, will be the host of this auction." Mu Yun bowed respectfully and said, "I'm sure everyone already knows about this auction. However, my ethereal pavilion still has some excellent items. I'll bring a few up as an appetizer." As Mu Yun spoke, someone was already carrying a large box and walking over. The box was 3 meters long and half a meter wide. It looked very heavy. When he opened the box, he saw a pair of spears lying on the ground. The silver spear and the black spear complemented each other perfectly. Moreover, the silver spear emitted a buzzing sound while the black spear was surrounded by flames. One look and one could tell that it was an extraordinary spear. This black and silver spear was refined by Master Qi Yufeng of our pavilion. However, I can't say what level it is. Mr. Zimu, why can't you say? Haha. Master Qi wanted to refine this pair of spears into an inferior grade earth weapon, but he didn't expect it to fail. After that, with the help of our pavilion's earthly blacksmith, the spears didn't fail. However, they aren't inferior grade earth weapons. Nevertheless, they are stronger than supreme grade profound weapons. That's why I can't say. Hearing Mu Yun's words, there was an uproar in the hall. Stronger than a supreme grade profound weapon and not inferior grade earth weapons, it was at least a semi-finished earth weapon. In terms of power, it was definitely stronger than a supreme grade profound weapon. However, Master Hong Chen, who was in the crowd, was envious when he heard this. He knew that the ethereal pavilion's earthly blacksmith was Zimu. Originally, they had thought that Zimu was a low-level earthly blacksmith. But now, it seemed that Zimu was definitely not as simple as a low-level earthly blacksmith to be able to save a low-level earthly blacksmith that was on the verge of failure. Alright, then the starting price will be 1,500,000 spirit stones. Each increment must not be less than 100,000 spirit stones. Mu Yun smiled and said, "Of course, this auction is all upper-grade spirit stones. If anyone has a supreme-grade spirit stone, the ethereal pavilion will accept it." 1,500,000 spirit stones was something that many of the people present could still afford. 2 million. Just as Mu Yun finished speaking, a bid was raised. Master Hong Chen immediately spoke. 2,100,000. Someone immediately followed. 2,500,000. 2,700,000. 3 million. Hearing that someone was raising the price, Master Hong Chen did not back down at all. He looked like he was determined to get the spear. Master Hong Chen, you are a supreme-grade profound blacksmith. Why are you so interested in the twin spears? 4 million. A voice was heard. It was the Xiao clan's clan leader, Xiao Zhantian. Xiao Zhantian did not participate in the three major clans' encirclement against the Mu clan 3 years ago. Therefore, he did not suffer a great loss. In the past 3 years, he had been training his troops. After young clan leader Xiao Qinyu's strength improved by leaps and bounds and became the second expert on the dragon ranking, the clan gradually stabilized. Therefore, among the 4 major clans, the Xiao clan was gradually becoming stronger. 4,500,000. Seeing that Xiao Zhantian was competing with him, Master Hong Chen was very unhappy. He only wanted to learn the contract inscriptions of the half-completed low-grade earth weapon. He did not know what was wrong with Xiao Zhantian, but he insisted on competing with him. 5 million. Xiao Zhantian spoke again. 5 million. 5 million is almost enough to buy a low-grade earth weapon. Xiao Zhantian is really rich. The Xiao clan is now on the rise. Xiao Zhantian probably bought this half-completed earth weapon for his son. That's possible. Xiao Qinyu is now a famous person in the Seven Virtues College. I'm afraid he will surpass Gu Qihen soon. Hearing that Xiao Zhantian called out 5 million upper spiritual stones, everyone was shocked. 6 million. Master Hong Chen was furious. As the top profound blacksmith in the empire for many years, his wealth was no less than that of a major clan. Seeing that Xiao Zhantian insisted on competing with him, he was also furious. Master Hong Chen, you are so generous. I, Xiao Zhantian, am convinced. Xiao Zhantian sat down with an ugly expression on his face. Master Hong Chen thought that Xiao Zhantian was making things difficult for him, and Xiao Zhantian thought the same. Now, in the Southern Cloud Empire, the Sacred Elixir Pavilion and Tongshan Pavilion could make earth weapons. If he needed a weapon, he would not necessarily ask for Hong Chen's help. If he offended Hong Chen, then so be it. But he did not expect Hong Chen to be so stubborn. However, there was a real low-grade earth weapon below. It would be better to fight for it later. In the end, the half-completed earth weapon was bought by Hong Chen for 6 million upper spiritual stones. Alright, this is enough for the appetizer. Zimu just wants to tell everyone that the Sacred Elixir Pavilion has the ability to make high-grade weapons. If you make enough divine weapons, the Tongshan Pavilion will give you a 20% discount. 20% discount, this was a great discount. A low-rank profound artifact would cost a few 100,000 medium-rank spirit stones. Big forces like the Xiao family and the Gu family had tens of thousands of martial artists. They needed countless profound artifacts. With a 20% discount, they could save the price of a low-rank earth artifact. Haha. Generous, the Tongshan Pavilion is really generous. In the future, the Xiao clan's business will be with the Tongshan Pavilion. Xiao Zhantian laughed. The Tongshan Pavilion is really great. The Gu clan will also consider it. Yes, that's right. A 20% discount. The Tongshan Pavilion is really generous. Hearing Mu Yan's words, all the forces were happy. 20% discount? Gu Xianxia frowned. 20% discount? That means the Tongshan Pavilion's profit will be halved. Pavilion Master, Mr. Zimu said that the short-term profit reduction is for the long-term profit increase. Qi Ming replied. You guys are really obedient to Mr. Zimu. Aren't you afraid that he will sell the Tongshan Pavilion? Haha. Pavilion Master, you must be joking. This time, Mr. Zimu will give all the profits from the low-grade earth weapons and 7th-grade elixir pills to the Tongshan Pavilion. He doesn't want any of it. Oh? Is there such a thing? Wang Xinya had a smile on her face. Pavilion Master, don't worry. This person is like us. He has a deep hatred for Mentor Mu's, Death, the 3 big clans, and the Green Shadow Blood sect. That's why I trust him. Yes. Good, I hope everyone will support me when the time comes. Mu Yun stood on the host stage and smiled. Let's start today's main event. First, the auction of the low-grade earth weapon, the Crimson Dragon Sword. As she spoke, the Crimson Dragon Sword was already on the stage. The Crimson Dragon Sword is a low-grade earth weapon. After careful verification, there is no problem with it. Let me demonstrate the power of this sword to everyone. Perhaps everyone will understand. As Mu Yun spoke, she raised her hand and picked up the Crimson Dragon Sword. The sword was 3 feet long, and it was called the Crimson Dragon Sword. When the sword was drawn, it was ethereal and clean. A scorching aura swept across the entire martial arts field. Mu Yan's sword and the scorching aura, together with her sword technique, brought an intense shock to everyone in the field. Good sword. Zhang Zihao sat in the auction field and couldn't help but slap his thigh and shout. I must get this sword. Zhang Zihao said with certainty. This sword is extremely suitable for my sword technique. This sword belongs to me. Today, friends, please support me. The few people around Zhang Zihao immediately nodded in response. It was as if this sword was specially made for him. In fact, Mu Yun was indeed made for him. I think everyone has seen how this sword is. The starting price is 5 million high-grade spiritual stones, which is 50,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones. Supreme-grade spiritual stones were rare in the Southern Cloud Empire. Usually, people would not take them out to trade. Most of them were left for their own core disciples to cultivate. 5,500,000. 6 million. 6,200,000. Lu Laosan, you have the nerve to add 200,000. 6,500,000. The bidding continued, while the 4 great clans, Green Shadow Blood Sect, Emoqing Tian, and the others all remained silent. Mu Yan's eyes, through the purple robe, were staring at Zhang Zihao. He didn't believe that Zhang Zihao wouldn't make a move. 7 million. Finally, Zhang Zihao couldn't help but raise the price. 8 million. At this time, Xiao Zhantian also raised the price. 8 million high-grade spiritual stones to buy a low-grade earth weapon was indeed not worth it. Sky-high price 8 million, Patriarch Xiao is indeed rich. 9 million. Zhang Zihao would not give up. However, the previous 2 spears were taken by Grandmaster Hong Chen. This time, Xiao Zhantian would not give up either. 10 million. 10 million upper-grade spirit stones, such a price far exceeded the price of a low-grade earth weapon. However, at this moment, whoever gave up would have to lower their head. Zhang Zihao was known as Swordsman Midnight, the Dean of the Virtuous Wind Court. How could he lower his head at this moment? Xiao Zhantian was the patriarch of the Xiao family. It was impossible for him to lower his face. Not to mention, he had already lowered his face once. If he gave up again, where would the Xiao family put their face? 11 million. Zhang Zihao said again. 12 million. Father, let's forget about it. Xiao Qingyu said awkwardly, actually, I have little Qing. No one can hurt me. I don't need this Crimson Dragon Sword. Who said so? Low-grade earth weapons are priceless in the Nanyun Empire. Do you know that? Xiao Zhantian said seriously, a low-grade earth weapon can not only increase your strength, but also let you experience the power of the Xiao family. The Xiao family now is no longer the Xiao family 3 years ago. 15 million. Xiao Zhantian shouted without hesitation. 15 million, 15 million, this was the real sky-high price. Everyone, you have 5 million. Zhang Zihao looked at the people around him and said anxiously, this sword, I must have it. I have 3 million. I have 2 million. Enough. Zhang Zihao's face turned fierce as he shouted, 17 million. 17 million was already his limit. No matter how high the price was, he could still borrow it. However, if he borrowed it, it would be difficult for him to repay it with his ability. After all, he was not a blacksmith, nor an alchemist. He was only a swordsman. 18 million. However, Xiao Zhantian did not plan to give up. This Crimson Dragon Sword, he must have it. Patriarch Xiao is indeed generous. 18 million, is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Mu Yun smiled, if so, then 20 million. Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang out from the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. Meng Guangling, Green Shadow Blood Sect's venerable envoy. 20 million. Why is Meng Guangling so willing? The Green Shadow Blood Sect has been doing shady business in the Southern Cloud Empire for the past 2 years. How could they lack spirit stones? That's true. In my opinion, the Green Shadow Blood Sect is the wealthiest among the few major powers. Upon hearing Meng Guangling's words, numerous discussions once again sounded within the crowd. It had long since become an uproar. 20 million upper spiritual stones was a sky-high price for many people. 20 million, even Xiao Zhan Tian did not raise the price. The price of 20 million was simply too high. It was not worth it at all. In the end, the Crimson Dragon Sword was sold to Meng Guangling for 20 million. It made people envious, but they could only be envious. Alright, the next item to be auctioned is the pill that I believe everyone is looking forward to the most, the Psychic Death Returning Pill. Mu Yan spoke again. The Psychic Death Returning Pill is a superior 7th grade pill. If a dying person consumes it, he or she will gain 3 years of life without any illness. If a severely injured person consumes it, he or she will recover from his or her injuries. Moreover, it is extremely beneficial to the improvement of cultivation. Most importantly, it can increase one's lifespan by 10 years without any conditions. The moment Mu Yun finished speaking, exclamations rose and fell in the entire hall. Such a pill was indeed enough to make them exclaim in surprise. Regardless of whether it was an extension of 3 years of life, a recovery from severe injuries, or an increase of 10 years of life, it was a fatal temptation to the various major powers. Such a temptation was hard to resist. Mu Yun had just finished speaking when she felt a few burning gazes land on the auction stage. Mo Qing Tian and Mo Wen would definitely snatch it for Gan Jingyu. Gu Clan's Gu Yunxian and the royal family's Tai Huang Valley would definitely snatch it too. Xiao Clan and Lin Clan would definitely not want Gu Clan and the royal family to recover. They would definitely snatch it too. With these 3 parties taking action, the price of this pill would definitely be ridiculously high. The starting price is 5 million top-grade spiritual stones. Mu Yun smiled slightly. Her purple eyes bloomed with a devilish smile. 6 million. As expected, Mo Qing Tian was the first to stand up and bid. Master Mo is indeed forthright. You have raised the price by 1 million. Gu Clan, 10 million. Gu Yunxian said without holding back. 10 years of life. Now, Gu Clan leader Gu Tianya was dead and the Tianya ancient sword had disappeared. Gu Clan was supported by him alone. Originally, he thought that after destroying Mu Clan, he could get a share of Mu Clan's assets and power. However, who knew that Green Shadow Blood Sect was an insatiable wolf? Gu Clan did not gain anything. Instead, they lost a lot. However, he had to get this Psychic Death Returning Pill. Gu Clan still needed him to support it for at least another 20 years. Hence, before the next generation was nurtured, he had to stay alive. He was determined to obtain this medicinal pill no matter what. 12 million. Imperial Tai Huangyu smiled. Gu Yunxian, you need it, and so do I. Why don't you give it to me? Dream on. 15 million. Gu Yunxian did not intend to give in. 20 million. Seeing the 2 of them arguing, Mo Qingtian's voice was indifferent. He was a 7-star alchemist in the Southern Cloud Empire. His wealth was not inferior to a large clan. In addition to the Immortal Gathering Pavilion's business and profits, he had to get this pill for his master. The 3 parties obviously did not want to give up. They all raised the price. 20 million top-grade spiritual stones. Master Mo is really generous. Wang Xingya sneered. Of course he's willing. Mo Qingtian's accumulation over the years can be said to be as rich as a country. Moreover, Gan Jingyu is his master and he's already at the end of his life. He can't just watch his master die of illness. Lin Shanyu said seriously. Wang Xingya nodded. She suddenly realized that Mr. Zimu was quite a scheming person. If it was some other 7th grade pill, the 2 clans and Mo Qing Tian would not fight over it so fiercely. On the other hand, it was the psychic resurrection pill that caused the 3 influential figures to fight until their heads bled. 30 million. Gu Yunxian said again. If he did not fight for it, he did not know when he would get his hands on such a pill again. He could not afford to wait. 40 million. 50 million. Master Mo looked deeply at Gu Yunxian and Imperial Tai Huangyu. He took a deep breath and said, 100 million. Gasp, the entire auction house was filled with gasps. 100 million, how much was 100 million top-grade spiritual stones? Even the 4 major clans would need a few years to accumulate 100 million. Mo Qingtian was really ruthless. 100 million top-grade spiritual stones. Anyone else? Mu Yun smiled and said. If that's the case, 150 million. Before the crowd could finish their exclamations, another voice sounded. It was Meng Guangling again. 150 million to bid for a high-ranked Tier 7 medicinal pill. Could it be that this Meng Guangling was treating spirit stones as jelly beans to play with? 200 million. However, Mo Qingtian did not plan to give it up. 200 million top-grade spiritual stones was already a sky-high price. This time, Meng Guangling fell silent. It was not that he could not take out 200 million top-grade spiritual stones, but if he did, the entire Green Shadow Blood sect would not be able to operate in South Cloud City. After thinking for a while, Meng Guangling gave up. 200 million top-grade spiritual stones. Congratulations to Master Mo for obtaining the Psychic Resurrection Pill. Although there were only 3 items in the entire auction, it was undoubtedly a huge auction. To the Transcendence Pavilion, 226 million high-grade spirit stones were more than 10 years' worth of savings. However, with such a huge amount of wealth, could the Ethereal Pavilion hold on? After the auction ended, Mu Yun left the stage and went to the back. Qi Ming, prepare 3 secret rooms. 3 secret rooms? Why, master? Just do as I ask. Why do you ask so many questions? Mu Yun laughed and scolded, 200 million spiritual stones is just the appetizer. Next is the main event, the big show. After saying that, Mu Yun changed into a new set of clothes and walked out again. She saw that Qi Ming had already arranged everything and was waiting for her. Master, you are really amazing. Qi Ming laughed and said, 3 groups of people are here. Which group do you want to see first? What do you think? I understand. Qi Ming chuckled and left immediately. In the 3 secret rooms, the members of the 3 factions were received by their respective people. Mo Qingtian and Mo Wen arrived at the same time. Big brother, are you sure that the alchemist who concocted the 7th grade pills can concoct the pill to cure Master's injuries? Mo Wen said in surprise and doubt. Back then, Mu Yun said that even if he had prepared all the medicinal herbs, he still needed the 2 of us to work together. This 7th grade pill is of the highest quality. I bought this pill firstly to extend Master's lifespan and think of a way. Secondly, I wanted to see how capable this alchemist master is. Mo Qingtian said happily, as expected, he didn't disappoint me. If we give this alchemist the pill formula that Mu Yun left behind, he will definitely agree. It's all your fault. 3 years ago, if you and I had helped to save Mu Yun's life, we wouldn't have had to spend 200 million spiritual stones. Now, we have spent so many spiritual stones for no reason. Are you happy now? Mo Wen huffed and puffed. He sat at the side and didn't speak anymore. The 2 masters have waited for a long time. Right at that moment, the door opened. Qi Ming smiled and said, "This is the chief alchemist of the Divine Pavilion, Great Master Zimu." Isn't he an alchemist? Why? Great Master Zimu is proficient in both alchemy and weapon refining. Qi Ming said with a smile, if the 2 masters have anything to discuss, you can discuss it with Great Master Zimu. Greetings to the 2 masters. Mu Yun bowed slightly and said with a smile. After 3 years, he was different from the past. Previously, he couldn't concoct 7th grade pills because of the limitations of his realm. But now, with the heavenly fire and half a step to the divine ascension realm, Mu Yun was no longer the Mu Yun who needed to be suppressed. She was the Mu Yun who had risen to power. Before this, Mu Yun had felt some pressure when facing the 2 of them. Persuade, may I know why the 2 masters are in such a hurry to see me? Mu Yun said with a smile. I'm sure Grandmaster Zimu is also a top-notch alchemist. This old me has a pill formula called the 10,000 tendons and bone replenishing pill. It's an 8th grade pill. Perhaps Grandmaster Zimu will be interested in it. Sorry, I'm not interested. However, just as Mo Qingtian finished speaking, Zimu stood up and said apologetically, if Grandmaster Mo only has this question, then perhaps there's no need for us to discuss. Looking at Mu Yun, Mo Qingtian narrowed his eyes. He originally wanted to use the pill formula as a trade so that Zimu would be willing to refine the 10,000 tendons bone replenishing pill for his master. However, he did not expect that Zimu would not care at all. Big brother, what time is it now? Why are you still dawdling here? Mo Wen could not help but shout, Mr. Zimu, we are here this time to ask you to concoct the 10,000 tendons and bones replenishing pill. I wonder if you can succeed? If you can, as long as you can save our master, we will agree to any condition you have. Any conditions? Seeing Mo Wen's expression, Mu Yun really wanted to laugh. Yes. Mo Qingtian said helplessly. Gong Jingyu was already at the last moment. They had no other choice. All right. Mu Yun sat down again and said, I can refine the 10,000 tendons bone replenishing pill. If he was unable to refine it with Mu Yun's previous methods, then he was indeed able to do so now. However, I need 2 conditions. Speak. First, the Immortal Gathering Pavilion belongs to me. Second, cure Gong Jingyu. He needs to cooperate with me to refine a pill. Mu Yun said directly. What? Hearing Mu Yun's exorbitant demand, Mo Qingtian and Mo Wen immediately sat up in shock. In the Southern Cloud Empire, the Gathering Immortal Pavilion was responsible for about 20% of the pill and equipment refining market. Mu Yun actually opened her mouth like a lion and directly asked them for the Gathering Immortal Pavilion. The second condition wasn't too bad. It was fine to let Master refine a pill for him, but the Jushan Pavilion was the accumulation of Master's wealth. They simply couldn't make that decision. This condition, we need to go back and consider it. Mo Qingtian said with a frown. Sure, 3 days. Mu Yun said directly, after 3 days, even if you come again, I won't agree. Because it won't be long before I can complete that pill myself. Upon hearing Mu Yun's words, Mo Qingtian and Mo Wen were both stunned. They believed that since Zimu was able to refine the 10,000 tendons bone replenishing pill, it meant that he was able to refine a grade 8 medicinal pill. As for the elixir he was talking about, even he himself was unable to refine it. It was probably at least an upper middle grade elixir among grade 8 elixirs, or even a grade 9 elixir. What kind of concept was a 9th grade medicinal pill that was the strongest alchemist in the entire Tianyuan continent? For the Southern Cloud Empire to have 2 7-star alchemists was already shocking enough. Let alone a 9-star alchemist. One had to know that their master was once a famous 8-star alchemist in the Heavenly Fate continent. After leaving the first secret chamber, Mu Yun arrived at the second secret chamber. The Grand Sovereign Valley had been waiting for a long time in this secret chamber. Grandmaster Zimu. Upon seeing Mu Yun enter, the Grand Sovereign Valley called out respectfully. What's the matter? Facing the Grand Sovereign Valley, Mu Yun was not in such a good mood. Every scene from 3 years ago was still vivid in his mind. Now, he really wanted to cut off the Grand Sovereign Valley's head with a sword. However, for the sake of the plan in his heart, he still needed to endure for now. It's like this. Since Grandmaster Zimu can refine the Psychic Resurrection Pill, the old me would like to ask Grandmaster Zimu to refine another one. I'll prepare the ingredients needed to refine the pill. The old me is willing to pay 50 million, cough cough. Upon hearing Mu Yun cough, the Grand Sovereign Valley immediately changed his words, 70 million, huh? 80 million? The Grand Sovereign Valley said with a bitter face, Grandmaster Zimu, I can't go any higher. 80 million is already the maximum that I can offer. All right. Mu Yun did not hesitate and said, 80 million high-grade spirit stones. Later, I'll get someone to send the required ingredients to your residence. The Psychic Resurrection Pill will be delivered in 5 days. If there's any problem, you can kill your way to the Transcendence God Pavilion. Alright, thank you, Mr. Zimu. Thank you, Mr. Zimu. From the beginning to the end, Mu Yun did not give the Grand Sovereign Valley any face. With his exposed identity as a 7-star alchemist and the pill that he refined was a 7th grade high-grade pill, there was indeed no need for him to give the Grand Sovereign Valley any face. Immediately after, Mu Yun went to the next secret room. Gu Yunxian was already waiting anxiously. Looking at Qi Ming, Gu Yunxian asked anxiously, "Is your Grandmaster Zimu so busy?" "Actually, Great Master Zimu's appointment is already scheduled for 7 days later." "It's only because you're the Gu clan leader that we let you cut the queue," Qi Ming said impatiently. "If you don't want to wait, you can come again next time." "No, no, no. I'll wait, I'll wait." Gu Yunxian's face was covered in sweat. Previously, when Qi Ming asked him to come to the Tower of Gods, he definitely would not have come. However, the Tower of Gods was different now. With an earth blacksmith who could refine inferior-grade earth weapons and a 7-star alchemist who knew how to refine 7th-grade high-grade pills, it was definitely enough to make him wait. At this moment, a mocking voice rang out. "Seems like the Gu clan leader is a little anxious from waiting." Mu Yun walked in wearing a purple robe. "No, no. Waiting for Grandmaster Zimu. Even if it's a day, it's worth it," Gu Yunxian said with a trembling smile. "Gu clan leader, what's the matter? Just say it." "Old me wants Mr. Zimu to refine a psychic resurrection pill. I'm willing to pay 90 million. 90 million, this Gu Yunxian was more willing to make a move than the Grand Sovereign Valley. 100 million, 100 million. However, seeing that Mu Yun's expression was not right, Gu Yunxian immediately changed his words. It was not that he wanted to, but he was afraid that Mu Yun would reject him. After all, the previous pill was sold for 200 million. "Alright, but the ingredients must be provided by you." "Of course." Gu Yunxian chuckled. "Since that's the case, thank you, Mr. Zimu." "There's no need to thank me," Mu Yun said with a smile. "Gather the ingredients as soon as possible. The pill will be refined and sent to your residence in 5 days. Alright, alright." Gu Yunxian nodded with a smile and left the secret room. "Qi Ming." "Yes. These 2 psychic resurrection pills will be given to them in 5 days. As she spoke, Mu Yun took out 2 pills. They were the psychic resurrection pills. "Teacher Mu, brilliant." "Of course. How can I refine only 1 pill?" "Go and get it done." "Yes." Phew, after taking a deep breath, Mu Yun smiled. She had obtained 400 million high-grade spiritual stones. This time, the 3 major clans and the Green Shadow blood sect were bleeding. However, this was just the beginning. Next, it's time to find him. Mu Yun smiled and walked out of the secret room. At night, the stars were like water. 7 Virtues College, Leifeng Courtyard, Alchemy Room. Looking at the night scene in the courtyard, Mu Yun fell into memories. In the past, he and his students fought together here. Now, because of him, half of those students died in the cloud-piercing mountain range, and the remaining half bitterly persevered for 3 years, holding on to hope. However, this was reality. Stepping into the courtyard, Mu Yun sighed softly as she looked at the old and stooped figure. This sigh caused the old man who was sweeping the floor to silently raise his head. Looking at the figure in front of him, Gong Jingyu had an illusion. "Mu Yun, you're not dead?" "Eh? No, you're not Mu Yun." Elder Gon shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm old, and it's easy to recognize people wrongly. Mr. Zimu, right? Why are you looking for this old me?" "Elder Gon, you're indeed straightforward." This time, Mu Yun didn't change his voice. He spoke just like he did 3 years ago. "You are really Mu Yun?" "It's me." Mu Yun smiled and took off her hat, revealing a clean face. Gradually, the purple color of his hair turned black, and the purple color of his eyes also gradually turned black. Just like 3,000 years ago, the current Mu Yun had taken off his disguise and was completely him. I'm lucky to not die, Anne." As Mu Yun spoke, the purple flame in her hand burned. "I also obtained the purple lotus demonic flame." "Purple lotus demonic flame." Looking at the flame, Elder Gon's body trembled. As expected, the Southern Cloud Empire really has the heavenly flame. "I've been searching for it for half my life, but I didn't expect you to." Hee hee, fate really makes fools of people. That's right, fate makes fools of people. Muyun smiled. Elder Gon, how's your body these 3 years? I'm old and useless. Gon Jingyu smiled bitterly. Perhaps one day, I'll fall in this small courtyard. Elder Gon, are you willing to die like this? An 8-star alchemist whose name resounds throughout the entire Tianyun continent is going to die here? Muyun asked. What about the Immortal Gathering Pavilion that you painstakingly built? Naturally, there's Big Mo and Little Mo. I'm talking about the #1 pavilion in the Tianyun continent, Immortal Gathering Pavilion. Muyun said solemnly. Hearing these words, Gon Jingyu's hands trembled. How do you know? You don't have to worry about how I know. The pavilion master who once built the #1 pavilion in the Tianyun continent was framed and actually has to spend the rest of his life alone in this small Thunder Peak courtyard. Is it worth it? Muyun took another step forward and said, even if you've seen through some things, what about those who once sincerely believed in you? For example, even if I can let go of all hatred, what about the students I once taught, the students who died because of me, the Mu family members who died because of me, and even my father? So, for them, I came back again to let those former enemies understand one thing. I, Muyun, am the only one standing in this world. They can't afford to offend me. Hearing Muyun's words, Gon Jingyu smiled bitterly and said, you've indeed grown a lot. You're different from before. Immortal Gathering Pavilion, I need the Immortal Gathering Pavilion. As long as you agree to it, I can immediately refine the 10,000 tendons bone replenishing pill for you. The poison in your body is nothing difficult. Muyun said longingly. What if I don't agree? Elder Gon smiled slightly. You won't disagree. Muyun said with certainty, because every alchemist has a sense of pride in their hearts. Even if they see through everything, that pride will not disappear. You said that you saw through all the torture that you suffered in the past, but you didn't see through it. Are you here to help? You brat. Fine, I promise you. As he stared at Muyun, Gon Jingyu smiled wryly and said, I'm already so old, and you managed to convince him? It's no wonder why your students gave up on being high-grade teachers and disciples on the dragon rank and insisted on opening Divine Tower. Hee hee, that's because my charisma is too strong. Muyun chuckled and said seriously, however, I didn't persuade you. It's your heart that told you what to do. And in the future, when we reach the Heavenly Fate continent, I will still need to rely on you. Are you relying on me? Elder Gon smiled bitterly. Little brat, you're already an 8-star apothecary at such a young age. Do you really need to rely on me? Oh right, what other pills do you want to refine? Hearing Elder Gon's words, Muyun fell silent. Does Elder Gon know about the Heaven Reversal Pill? Heaven Reversal Pill. Hearing this, Gon Jingyu was stunned. This pill was one of the top grade 8th grade pills. In the entire Heavenly Fate continent, the number of people who could refine this pill could be counted on 2 hands. Firstly, the ingredients for the Heaven Reversal Pill are extremely complicated. Secondly, the refiner has to use their own blood essence as a catalyst. Most importantly, the amount of blood essence required depends on the refiner's cultivation base. Given your half-step soul conduit realm cultivation base, I'm afraid you'll be dead before the Heaven Reversal Pill is completed. Elder Gon, you don't need to worry about this. I only need people to help me. As for the Heaven Reversal Pill, even if I suffer heavy injuries, I must refine it. Muyun said seriously, because I can't afford to owe anyone any more debts. Love debt? Gon Jingyu chuckled and said, all right. Get him a win to let me know when we are going to take action. The sooner the better. Muyun replied, it's best if it's tonight. For the past 3 years, he had been immersed in guilt towards Xiao Yuner. But, 10,000 tendons and bones replenishing pill, right? Elder Gon, look here. Muyun waved her hand and a silver pill appeared. Brat, you're leading me into the ditch step by step. Elder Gon smiled bitterly and shook his head. Whatever you say. In any case, you can't go back on your word now. Muyun didn't have much confidence in persuading Elder Gon. If Elder Gon didn't have the determination of his past glory, he wouldn't have succeeded. He had always kept the 10,000 tendons bone replenishing pill in his possession. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Elder Gon, please take the 10,000 tendons bone replenishing pill. When Elder Gon recovers, I will come and find Elder Gon again. Mu Yun smiled slightly and turned to leave. Tonight, he still had things to do. Otherwise, he would have stayed by Elder Gon's side to protect him. At midnight, the entire Nanyun city had descended into a state of silence. However, under this silence, there seemed to be waves of undercurrents. That night, Mu Yun, dressed in a purple robe, sat in the treasury of the Divine Pavilion. It was difficult to store hundreds of millions of spirit stones with just a spatial ring. Moreover, for the convenience of transactions, many things were stored in the treasury. However, at this moment, there was only one figure in the treasury of the Divine Pavilion. It was Mu Yun alone. With the current strength of the Divine Pavilion, it was hard to guarantee that no one would be tempted by the hundreds of millions of spirit stones in the treasury. Even if some cultivators only came to probe, Mu Yun wouldn't show any mercy. He wanted everyone to understand that the current Divine Pavilion not only had powerful alchemists and blacksmiths, but it also had the strongest defense. Anyone who wanted to invade would be courting death. Swish, swish. Swish, under the night sky, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Under the night sky, dense black figures gradually moved closer to the Divine Pavilion. These black figures came from different directions. It was obvious that they were cultivators from different factions. However, everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding. When they saw each other, they didn't make a move. Instead, they nodded at each other. If one wanted to devour a faction like the Divine Pavilion, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Bang! 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 In an instant, the doors of the Divine Pavilion were knocked open. Black figures rushed in one after another. Search! Search! Those were obviously the leaders of the various factions. When they shouted, everyone rushed in. Boom! Boom, however, just as everyone rushed into the passageway, a loud boom could be heard. The entire hall of the Divine Pavilion was illuminated by balls of purple flames. The entire hall was illuminated by purple flames. At the front of the hall, a figure sat upright and looked at everyone. You only sent this few people? Aren't you looking down on the Divine Pavilion too much? Humph, so what if we look down on you? A black-clothed man at the First Heaven Spirit Realm shouted. The Divine Pavilion was able to develop rapidly in the past 3 years because the various factions couldn't be bothered with you. Do you really think that you're powerful? I don't know if we're powerful or not, but we're not something that a few shrimps like you can deal with. Swish, boom, a fire net spread out, and a rumbling sound could be heard. The entire hall was instantly surrounded by the net of fire. Kill. Seeing that everyone was completely enveloped by the net of fire, the sound of fighting could be heard from the outside. Hearing the sound of fighting, Mu Yun narrowed her eyes. Green Shadow Blood Sect's 9th Hall Master, Kuei Yushin, is here to protect the safety of the Divine Pavilion under the orders of the Honorable Envoy. A loud shout could be heard. A burly figure stepped into the Divine Pavilion. Kuei Yushin, Green Shadow Blood Sect's 9th Hall Master. Gu family's Gu Feiyun is here to protect the safety of the Divine Pavilion under the orders of the old patriarch, Gu Yunxian. We hope that Grandmaster Zimu can refine pills for the Gu family. Imperial family's Huang Wuyu is here to protect the Divine Pavilion and Grandmaster Zimu under the orders of the retired emperor. In an instant, hundreds of figures rushed into the Divine Pavilion. Without any hesitation, these several hundred figures stepped into the ethereal pavilion. Without any hesitation, they began to head in all directions. Get lost. Seeing the 3 groups of people rushing in, Mu Yun shouted coldly. Grandmaster Zimu, I'm here to protect Grandmaster Zimu under the orders of the Honorable Envoy. As a Grandmaster of the Empire, Grandmaster Zimu should be protected by the Green Shadow Blood Sect. Kuei Yushin's expression was solemn as he spoke righteously. Without the orders of the old patriarch, Gu Feiyun doesn't dare to retreat. Please forgive us, Mr. Zimu. Huang Wuyu is here to protect Grandmaster Zimu sincerely. Please don't reject him. Gu Feiyun and Huang Wuyu's expressions were cold. Their words were protective of Grandmaster Zimu, and they didn't seem to have any selfish motives. However, the hundreds of martial artists behind the 3 of them rushed toward the back of the Divine Pavilion. What a good plan. Seeing the three groups of people rushing in, Mu Yun couldn't help but laugh coldly. This was a blatant robbery. First, they sent people to force their way in. Then, they used protection as an excuse to force their way in. Green Shadow Blood Sect, Gu family, and the Imperial family really thought it was easy. However, would Mu Yun agree? Of course not. You're not going to get lost? Mu Yun laughed coldly. Suddenly, she shouted, "Kill!" In the blink of an eye, numerous figures rushed out of the ethereal hall. Those who barge into the divine pavilion without permission will be killed without mercy. Mu Yun's voice was unquestionable. Green Shadow Blood Sect, Gu family, and the Imperial family. Only fools would use such a method. Don't use it in the divine pavilion. Looking at the crowd, Mu Yun laughed coldly. Her figure flashed. In an instant, the sound of fighting could be heard in the hall. Screams could be heard continuously. Gradually, the people of the three forces couldn't hold on anymore and started to retreat. Mr. Zimu, you don't know what's good for you. Just as the three forces started to retreat, a figure walked in from the entrance of the hall. Meng Guangling, the honorable envoy of Green Shadow Blood Sect. He was also the person with the highest authority in the Southern Cloud Empire. Hee. Grandmaster Zimu, I'm here to help you sincerely. Gu Yunxian laughed and came out of the hall. His voice was unspeakably ear-piercing. Don't tell me Mr. Zimu doesn't appreciate it? Grand Emperor Valley appeared at the same time with a smile on his face. Appreciate it? Mu Yun laughed coldly. The three of you have barged into the divine pavilion. Don't I deserve to kill you? Oh? Mr. Zimu, if that's the case, then I, Meng Guangling, am also barging into the divine pavilion. Are you going to kill me too? Meng Guangling purposely took another step forward. He looked at Mu Yun with a faint smile on his face. I don't mind. Mu Yun's voice became colder. You can try. Looking at Mu Yun, the smile on Meng Guangling's face became colder. You don't mind? I mind. Suddenly, outside the door of the divine pavilion, figures came in one after another. The person in the lead had his hands behind his back. He looked spirited and his eyes were bright. Behind him, there were two figures standing. Both Grand Emperor Valley and Gu Yunxian were familiar with the two of them. Mo Qingtian and Mo Wen. There was only one elder in the entire Southern Cloud Empire who could stand in front of Mo Qingtian and Mo Wen. It was Gan Jingyu, the 8-star alchemist who had once left a legendary mark in the Southern Cloud Empire. Seeing Gan Jingyu, Meng Guangling and the other two were stunned. Gan Jingyu, you are not dead. You are the one who is dead. Grand Emperor Valley, you old fart. If you continue to spout nonsense, I will make your son and grandson take the sterilization pill. I will make your royal family completely extinct, Mo Wen roared with a furious look. Mo Wen, Gan Jingyu, the poison in your body has been cured? Hearing Gu Yunxian's words, Gan Jingyu smiled and said, thanks to Mr. Zimu, it has been cured. I am here today to thank Mr. Zimu. Think, who would thank someone in the middle of the night? This Gan Jingyu was obviously here to help the divine pavilion and Zimu. Have the three of you gone overboard? Gan Jingyu laughed and said, in order to thank Mr. Zimu for treating the old me, I will give the Immortal Gathering Pavilion to Mr. Zimu as a reward. Mr. Zimu is now the pavilion leader of the Immortal Gathering Pavilion. Shouldn't you leave? What? Hearing Gan Jingyu's words, the three of them were shocked. The Immortal Gathering Pavilion was under Zimu's name. Now, the Divine Pavilion and the Immortal Gathering Pavilion together accounted for more than 50% of the transactions in the Southern Cloud Empire. It was like holding a mountain of gold in their hands. With such a power, the Ethereal Pavilion had already become a colossus in the world. And all of this was because of the purple-robed Mr. Zimu in front of him. Gan Jingyu, are you joking? Who doesn't know that the Immortal Gathering Pavilion is the result of the hard work of your two disciples for their entire lives? You are giving it to someone else just like that? Start refining pills. I don't need to explain to you what I want to do, right? Gan Jingyu snorted and said, when I was in the Tianyun continent, you weren't even born yet. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? But when you stepped into the coffin, I was in my prime. Oh, is that so? Gan Jingyu smiled and pointed his finger. That finger seemed to be as light as a feather, as if it was poking someone's face. It was very soft. As the finger descended, Meng Guanling took a step back and met it with a palm strike. Asterisk pop, asterisk with a soft sound, Gan Jingyu stood in place. His posture was tall and straight, and his white hair shone even brighter. He did not move an inch. On the other side, Meng Guanling took a step back. His face was pale, and a drop of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Brat, if it was before, I would have killed you with a slap. Get lost. Gan Jingyu said to Meng Guanling without any trace of politeness. In the entire Southern Cloud Empire, only Gan Jingyu dared to insult Meng Guanling like this. Even the four great families and the St. Pil Pavilion did not dare to do so. After all, Meng Guanling was the Green Shadow Blood Sect's honorable envoy. His status and position were first class. Let's go. Meng Guanling spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated with a cold expression. On the other side, Gu Yunxian and the Grand Emperor Valley did not dare to delay and left immediately. Tonight, the three parties did not conspire together. They just came up with a plan. After all, more than 400 million upper-grade spirit stones was a sky-high price. It was an irresistible temptation. After the auction, the Ethereal Pavilion was now the richest pavilion in the entire Southern Cloud Empire. With the merger of the Immortal Gathering Pavilion, the Ethereal Pavilion's shortcoming of lacking core alchemists and blacksmiths was completely gone. Moreover, the Immortal Gathering Pavilion's accumulation in the Southern Cloud Empire was unimaginable. Hee. Alright, Purplewood Pavilion Master, let me hand over the Immortal Gathering Pavilion's assets and manpower. Gan Jingyu smiled. The Immortal Gathering Pavilion has been developing steadily for the past few decades, and we have no intention of expanding. We currently have 4 billion high-grade spiritual stones, 15 profound blacksmiths, 106 ordinary blacksmiths, and 53 alchemists from 1 to 6 stars. Hearing Gan Jingyu's explanation, Mu Yun was stunned. Qi Ming, Mu Fengxing, and Geng Xinyu, who were standing beside Mu Yun, were also stunned. 4 billion high-grade spirit stones, 15 profound weapon masters, 106 ordinary blacksmiths. There were a total of 53 alchemists ranging from 1 star to 6 star. Oh my god, with this kind of strength, the Gathering Immortal Pavilion could definitely become the #1 pavilion in the Southern Cloud Empire. The bullshit Sacred Dam Pavilion could be completely destroyed. However, even with such power, the Gathering Immortal Pavilion only occupied 80% of the Southern Cloud Empire's market? Little brats, look at your ugly faces. If you knew about Master's Gathering Immortal Pavilion in the Heavenly Fate continent, Mon. Gan Jingyu coughed and said, that was the Immortal Gathering Pavilion that once belonged to me. Now, it's no longer mine. Don't mention it again. Yes. Mon smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything else. Even though he had already become a 7-star apothecary, he had never dared to act impudently before the teacher who had brought him into the apothecary guild. Purplewood Pavilion leader, from now on, these people will be handed over to you. I hope you can treat them well. Of course. Mu Yun smiled and said, Qi Ming, pass down the order to lead everyone in the Divine Pavilion to accept Guai from the Gathering Immortal Pavilion. From now on, the Gathering Immortal Pavilion will be renamed the Divine Pavilion and become the second hall of the Divine Pavilion. Yes. Qi Ming's body trembled and he said somewhat emotionally. It had changed, everything had changed. Ever since Mu Yun had returned, everything had changed. The 3 years of accumulation in the Divine Pavilion could not even compare to the rapid changes that Mu Yun had undergone in less than a month. Mu Yun was still the Mu Yun of the past. She was still their mentor Mu. Qi Ming's heart trembled. Purplewood Pavilion leader, it seems like you already have a plan. Hee. Seeing you're gone, let's talk about the rest of the matter in the secret room. Alright. The two of them went all the way to the secret room of the Divine Pavilion and closed the door. Big brother, Master never hid anything from us in the past. Look at this time. Previously, when we told him about Zimu's request, he was still hesitating. Now, Master's strength has recovered. Right now, he is no longer as dispirited as before. Furthermore, as I expected, the 10,000 tendons and bone replenishing pellet that Mu Yun gave us is definitely something that Zimu knows how to concoct. That is why he is doing all of this in such a well-planned manner. All of this? Mo said in surprise, what is all of this? You. Mo Qingtian smiled bitterly and said, do you think that the Divine Pavilion's auction is baseless? Do you think that the 7th grade top grade pills and low grade earth weapons appeared for no reason? This, Mo was shocked. This meant that Zimu was extremely meticulous. He had practically planned all of this. The remaining matters will be decided by the agreement between teacher and Zimu. The both of us will not be able to interfere. Currently, we should compensate the members of the Immortal Gathering Pavilion and allow the two pavilions to completely merge in order to avoid any accidents. Yes. In the secret chamber, Mu Yun took off her hood. She looked at Gong Jingyu and smiled slightly. Brat, that 10,000 tendons and bones replenishing pill is really a miraculous medicine. Also, the 10,000 tendons and bones replenishing pill does not remove the pill toxins of the 8th grade pills in my body. Instead, it harmonizes them. Right now, the 8th grade pills in my body are all slowly spreading their medicinal effects. They are no longer poison pills, but divine pills. How would I dare to deceive Elder Gon? You. Gong Jingyu smiled bitterly again and said, I even wonder how your brain is wired. I have lived for more than 150 years, but I have never seen such a talented person. Thank you for your compliment, Elder Gon. Alright, you brat, don't play dumb. Now, tell me, how do you plan to concoct the crisis reverse pill? Gong Jingyu looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile. Normally, an 8th grade pill could only be concocted by an alchemist who was at least in the immortal realm. An alchemist not only needed superb alchemy skills, but also an extremely strong physique. High-level alchemists might not necessarily have strong combat experience, but their realms would definitely not be too low. This was because concocting a high-grade pill often required 1 month, 10 months, or even a year. Without the support of powerful strength, it was very difficult to complete. Logically speaking, with Mu Yun's current half-step immortal realm, it was already the limit for her to be able to concoct a 7th grade pill. However, she had concocted an 8th grade 10,000 tendons and bones replenishing pill. This had already exceeded his understanding. Moreover, the current Mu Yun was only 23 years old, but she had already reached the half-step immortal realm. This kind of strength was also heaven-defying. In addition to the strength of an inferior earthly blacksmith, Mu Yun was simply an all-rounder. Gong Jingyu really could not think of anything that Mu Yun could not do. The crisis reverse pill is a superior pill among 8th grade pills. Are you sure you can do it? Gong Jingyu asked again. I'm not sure. Mu Yun said frankly, 8th grade pills are divided into 3 grades, inferior, intermediate, and superior. Even in the entire Tianyun continent, 8-star alchemists are rare, and 9-star alchemists can be counted with one's fingers. I know that this is very difficult, but I still have to do it. Previously, I made a promise of 3 years. However, I was delayed for 3 years in Laying Valley. Right now, I don't have any more time to waste. I can't let my beloved woman wait for disappointment. You are so loyal. Alright, tell me, what should I do? Mu Yun smiled and said, there aren't many things that I need you to do. It's also possible that I don't need you. Huh? When I'm concocting pills, I can't be disturbed in. Anyway. Moreover, I need an extremely brilliant assistant. Oh. So, I'm an alchemy boy. Gong Jingyu laughed and said, good, good. It's my honor to be a boy for a future 9-star alchemist, or even an alchemy grandmaster. Hearing Elder Gon's teasing, Mu Yun only smiled bitterly. The two of them then went to another alchemist room that had already been prepared. All kinds of materials had already been collected. When the heaven-sealing cauldron was taken out, Mu Yun's expression became serious. The heaven-sealing cauldron of the Saint Pill sect was rumored to have been snatched away by a proud disciple of the Saint Pill sect decades ago. I didn't expect it to be in your hands. I got it by luck. Yes. Everything was ready, and the concocting began. This was the first time that Mu Yun had the least confidence in concocting pills. Moreover, the heaven reversal pill used the fresh blood of a living person as a catalyst. If he didn't succeed the first time, he could prepare the ingredients again. However, the blood essence would require a lot of time to recover. The purple lotus demonic flame gradually burned. Seeing Mu Yan's control of the heavenly flame, Gong Jingyu's eyes were full of admiration. The temperature in the heaven-sealing cauldron gradually rose. Mu Yan took a deep breath and began to put in the pills. However, Gong Jingyu realized that the order in which Mu Yan put in the pills was completely opposite. Usually, the herbs that were more difficult to concoct would be put into the cauldron first. However, Mu Yan did the opposite. Most importantly, the temperature in the cauldron continued to rise. Gong Jingyu didn't realize that Mu Yan had any intention of reducing the temperature of the flames. This was completely different from the concocting methods that he was familiar with in his life. It was simply a completely different path. Elder Gon, Zhu Xingko, Elder Gon, 3 stalks of mixed heart flower, Elder Gon, 3 tails of broken jade grass, Mu Yan kept speaking, and various herbs were gradually added. In the end, hundreds of herbs were added into the cauldron one by one. It was only at this moment that Gong Jingyu realized how powerful Mu Yan was. He even felt that Mu Yan's current attainments in concocting pills were far greater than his. Elder Gon, please watch over me for the last step. Mu Yan said seriously. I understand. For the last step, Mu Yan needed to use his own blood essence as a catalyst to guide the blood essence into the finished pills. However, at this step, as Mu Yan added more blood essence, his consciousness would become weaker and weaker. At that time, he might not even be able to control himself. At that time, he would need Elder Gon's help to stop it. Reversal pill, it's finally starting. Mu Yan let out a low roar and raised his palm. Begin. With a dripping sound, blood flowed out from Mu Yan's fingertips. Following that, the sound of dripping could be heard continuously. The blood on Mu Yan's fingertip followed the purple flame and entered the heaven-sealing cauldron. Sizzle, in an instant, there was a sizzling sound in the heaven-sealing cauldron. The blood on Mu Yan's fingertips dripped faster and faster. Gradually, Mu Yan's face turned rosy. Then, the color on Mu Yan's face gradually faded. What replaced it was an extremely sickly pallor. However, Mu Yan did not stop. Instead, her blood dripped faster and faster. Mu Yan, you can stop now. Seeing that Mu Yan's body began to tremble, Gong Jingyu began to remind her. However, Mu Yan did not pay any attention to this. He continued to release his blood essence and infuse it into the pills in the heaven-sealing cauldron. Gradually, Mu Yan's body began to sway and her lips trembled. Mu Yan, you can't continue. Gong Jingyu took a step forward and reached out to grab Mu Yan. If Mu Yan continued, he would really die. Wait a little longer. However, right at that moment, Mu Yan suddenly spoke. Just a little more. Mu Yan did not want to give up. However, it was clear that he had reached his limit. If you persist, you'll die. Gong Jingyu was already burning with anxiety. 99 steps out of 100, how could he lose at the last step? Mu Yan smiled sadly. She looked at Gong Jingyu, but her hands did not stop. Stop. If you don't stop, I'll stop you. Gong Jingyu shouted angrily. He took a step forward and tried to pull Mu Yan away. However, the moment his palm touched Mu Yan's body suddenly fell to the ground with a bang, and she could no longer get up. Damn it. He immediately fed Mu Yan a pill. Gong Jingyu walked to the front of the heaven-sealing cauldron with a solemn expression. He raised his hand and opened the pill, a burst of medicinal fragrance assailed their nostrils. Heaven reversal pill. Gong Jingyu's expression changed when he saw the blood-red pills in the furnace. They looked like blooming blood lotuses. The crisis reversal pill was actually refined by Mu Yan. It was just that this guy was really stubborn. This pill was refined, but he also collapsed. Picking up the pill, Gong Jingyu's expression changed. This heaven reversal pill, not only does it have the color and veins of a superior 8th grade pill, heavens. Looking at the heaven reversal pill in his hand, Gong Jingyu was shocked. Such a heaven reversal pill could simply be called a 9th grade pill, men. Gong Jingyu immediately shouted. Outside the door, Qi Ming and the others immediately rushed in. When they saw the unconscious Mu Yun on the ground, they were shocked. Elder gone, what happened? This brat is forcefully concocting pills and has consumed too much of his blood essence. Hurry up and carry him away so he can recuperate. Yes. They did not dare to delay and immediately carried Mu Yun out. A 9th grade pill. Can this brat refine a 9th grade pill? Gong Jingyu was dumbfounded. A 23-year-old 9-star alchemist. He's simply a top alchemist in the Tianyun continent. Patting his chest and forcing himself to calm down, Gong Jingyu's breathing gradually stabilized. Such a discovery was simply too shocking. Right now, it was up to Mu Yun to see if she could wake up. On the 3rd floor of the ethereal pavilion, Qi Ming and the others surrounded Mu Yun's bed with worried expressions. Mu Yun's physical condition was very bad. The blood essence in her body was almost drained and was far from enough to maintain the circulation of her body. However, they were also helpless about this. Even Elder Gon was helpless, let alone them. What's going on? The door was opened. Wang Xianxia, who was wearing a purple short skirt, walked into the room gently with her slender and beautiful legs exposed. It's nothing. Mr. Zimu's body is unwell. He has been working too hard recently, so there are some small problems, Qi Ming said hurriedly. He was worried that Wang Xianxia would see through something, so he was a little flustered. However, with Wang Xianxia's eyesight, how could she not see that something was wrong with these people? Ever since Mr. Zimu arrived, you guys have been acting strangely. I want to see Mr. Zimu's real face. Wang Xianxia took a step forward and was about to remove the gauze on Mu Yun's face. Pavilion Master, Qi Ming wanted to stop her, but Wang Xianxia suddenly increased her speed in a flash. No one expected her to suddenly make a move. After the veil was removed, Wang Xianxia looked at the pale and unconscious person in front of her. Her lips were tightly shut. She only felt that the whole world had started to spin. Mu Yun. Mu Yun. It's Mu Yun. Looking at that figure, Wang Xianxia stretched out her trembling fingers and trembled as she approached that delicate and pretty face. After 3 years, Mu Yun was not dead. She even appeared in front of her. All of you know. All of you know. I'm the only one who doesn't know. Wang Xianxia smiled sadly as she looked at Mu Yun. Pavilion Master. Instructor Mu. Qi Ming was in a difficult position. He didn't let you tell me, right? Wang Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly. That's why all of you hid it from me. But now, since I know that he's still alive, I won't let him die. Wang Xianxia looked at Mu Yun, who was lying on the bed, with a determined expression. All of you, get out. Pavilion Master, I have a way to cure him. He has lost too much blood, and it's his natal blood essence. If you don't want him to die, get out. But, no buts. Wang Xianxia shouted. I said I have a way. Get out. Seeing that Wang Xianxia was angry, their expressions changed. They cupped their hands and left the room. In the past 3 years, no matter how much pressure she faced, Wang Xianxia had always been amiable. But this time, she was actually angry. Seeing that everyone had left, Wang Xianxia's face showed a trace of determination. After a full 2 hours, the door to the room was opened. Wang Xianxia, who was still wearing a purple short skirt, appeared in front of everyone. Thinking about what happened between her and Mu Yun just now, Wang Xianxia's face gradually turned red. She lowered her head and said, Mu Yun should be fine. She just needs to rest for a few days. You don't have to worry. With that, Wang Xianxia lowered her head and left the room. When everyone heard that, they hurriedly entered the room. When they saw Mu Yun on the bed, her face turned rosy, and they were relieved. Wang Xianxia and Wang Xinyu are sisters. Their identities are unknown. I don't know if anything will happen to them. I don't know about Wang Xinyu, but we've all seen Wang Xianxia's efforts in the past 3 years. I don't think she will harm Mentor Mu. Let's wait for Mentor Mu to wake up first. Okay. The room gradually quieted down. What's the matter? Wait until I wake up first. Mu Yun suddenly opened her eyes and said bitterly, I just dreamed of attaining the unity of heaven and man realm with a beautiful woman, and you guys came in and chattered nonstop. You're really asking for a beating. Huh? Mentor, you have erotic dreams? Dream your head. Muyun coughed and scolded, what's going on? I thought I was going to die. Which one of you is so capable? It's Wang Xinya. Qi Ming said awkwardly, we didn't expect her to suddenly appear, so, she found out. She also chased us out just now, saying that she has a way to treat your injuries. Also, I've been healing for more than 2 hours. Mentor, what did you guys do? Is it the legendary dual cultivation method? What woman's energy accumulated in her body for decades directly combined with the masculine energy in your body, and then you miraculously recovered? Combined? Combine your head. Mu Yun picked up the pillow and threw it at Gongsinyu. This kid was simply asking for a beating. All of you, get out. I need to rest for a while. My head is a little dizzy. Yes. Seeing that Mu Yun seemed a little tired, they did not dare to delay and immediately got up to leave. Second level of the spirit realm this time, he had really gone too far. He thought that it was a dream, but who knew that it was real? This was great. Originally, he wanted to maintain his loyalty and fight against his wife, but now, what was this? Cheating before marriage? What's more, she cheated in her dreams and didn't even know it. Heavens, this Wang Xinya is going too far. After calming down, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly. In his previous life, he didn't say anything about being loyal to only one person. But in this life, he really didn't want to be unfair to the woman he loved. Any woman, even if they claimed that they didn't care how many women their man had, would still care. I've made a huge mistake, Mu Yun scratched her head in distress. Wang Xinyu and Wang Xinya both came from mysterious forces. He didn't know where they came from, but it would be troublesome if he got involved with them. Mu Yun was not afraid of trouble. However, if she were to provoke them one by one, she would have formed a harem group before she even reached the myriad great worlds. Moreover, when the time came, there wouldn't be a need for the godly Supreme Alliance. They could just create a female Supreme Alliance. Sighing softly, Mu Yun's heart was filled with distress. Right now, he had no idea where Qin Mengya was, or what the situation was like. He had to complete the Southern Cloud Empire's matters as soon as possible and head to the Heavenly Fate continent. Qi Ming. Master. What's the situation in the Southern Cloud Empire now? Mu Yun asked. Qi Ming smiled faintly and said, the matter of changing the name of the Gathering Immortal Pavilion to the Divine Pavilion has already been started. Currently, the entire Southern Cloud Empire is discussing this matter. Currently, the Gu clan and the Imperial family are intensely planning something. The 10 halls of the Green Shadow Blood sect are also secretly arranging something. It seems that they have something in mind. I got it. It seems like the other powers have sensed danger. Since the Ethereal Pavilion has just been reunited, it's best for everyone to settle down first. Don't get into a conflict with the Immortal Pavilion. Understood. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun waved her hand. It seems that the conflict between the Sacred Elixir Pavilion and the Green Shadow Blood sect is not big enough. The Green Shadow Blood sect is actually able to swallow their anger after losing a hall master. Mu Yun smiled and said, next, secretly arrange some news and slowly spread it out. Remember, don't be too obvious. I understand. If they don't want to fight, I will think of a way to let them fight. In this Southern Cloud Empire, the Gu clan, the Imperial family and the Green Shadow Blood sect are all going to descend into chaos. Naturally, the Sacred Pill Pavilion cannot hide by the side and watch the show. Alright, you go ahead. I want to rest for a while. Yes. Mu Yun did not want to rest, but there was a surge of energy in his body that was gradually rising out of his control. It started from his lower abdomen and gradually reached his abdomen. It then passed through his chest and reached his head. A wave of dizziness hit her, and Mu Yun only felt a slight swelling pain in her head. However, he gradually realized that his mind seemed to be undergoing a miraculous change. He was naturally aware of that change. Soul Lake. Condense your soul lake. Mu Yun smiled gently and said, I see. Condensing a soul lake. This is condensing a soul lake. It is different from my previous life. In my previous life, the soul lake was formed, but I did not have soul power at that time. Now, the soul lake is about to be formed, and the soul power in my mind is already dense. Swish, Mu Yan's figure disappeared from her original spot. Not long later, she appeared outside the Immortal Gathering Pavilion. Pavilion Master. Seeing Mu Yan's purple robe covering her face, someone outside the Immortal Gathering Pavilion immediately greeted her. Yes, bring me into the Immortal Connecting Cauldron. Mu Yan said. The Immortal Connecting Cauldron was a damaged Supreme-grade Earth artifact. Although it was damaged, it was still a Supreme-grade Earth artifact. Most importantly, the soul power that this artifact possessed was what Mu Yan needed. After entering the Immortal Connecting Cauldron, Mu Yan sat down cross-legged. This time, if I am able to break through, it is probably related to Xianxia. This girl's background is indeed not simple. Mu Yan took a deep breath, and the energy in her body gradually rose. Buzz, in her mind, the soul power began to flee, as if it was avoiding the formation and condensation of Mu Yan's soul lake. However, the soul power could not resist the energy rising from Mu Yan's lower abdomen. In her mind, the blurry image of the soul lake gradually formed and expanded. The expansion of the soul lake gradually suppressed the soul power. Gradually, the soul lake covered her entire mind. In the end, the soul power could not resist the force of the soul lake and seeped into the soul lake bit by bit. The pain of the soul lake being torn apart devoured Mu Yan's mind. However, all of this could not be stopped. Sizzling sounds echoed in Mu Yan's mind. Bang, a bang sounded, and Mu Yan's heart trembled. The soul power seemed to have finally squeezed out a hole and entered the center of Mu Yan's soul lake. At this moment, the soul power gathered in the soul lake. At the beginning, it was invisible, but in the end, it gathered into a black dot the size of a sesame seed. First level of the soul conduit realm. Opening the soul lake and gathering soul power were the characteristics of the first level of the soul conduit realm. Ding, however, just as Mu Yan felt relieved, a ding sounded. The Immortal Extermination painting suddenly rushed to the center of the soul lake in Mu Yan's mind. After entering the center of the soul lake, the Immortal Extermination painting made a series of ear-piercing buzzing sounds. Then, Mu Yan was shocked to find that a golden filament had appeared between the Immortal Extermination painting and his soul power. The filament seemed to be communicating with the Immortal Extermination painting, seeping into his soul lake bit by bit and connecting with his soul power. Fusion? Mu Yan was a little confused. To be precise, the Immortal Extermination painting did not belong to him from the beginning to the end. Instead, it was lodged in his body. Now, the Immortal Extermination painting seemed to be completing the fusion with his soul. Mu Yan naturally understood what the fusion of soul power meant. It was similar to signing a contract. The Immortal Extermination painting was planning to become one with him. You only plan to merge with me now. You have good taste. However, shouldn't you give me some benefits? Buzz, as soon as Qin Hao's words fell, a buzzing sound rang in his mind. The crashing sound rose and fell one after another. The soul power surged like an ocean. However, when the soul power entered Mu Yan's body from the outside, the soul power gathered and gradually spread out in Mu Yan's mind. In an instant, the soul power gathered again. With a bang, there was an explosion in his mind. In Mu Yan's mind, the soul power gathered into a soul bead. The soul bead had already changed from the size of a sesame seed to the size of a mung bean. From a sesame seed to a mung bean, it looked like a small increase, but in fact, it had expanded more than 10 times. This kind of increase far exceeded the changes on the surface. Second level of the spirit realm. Mu Yan's face lit up and he stood up. In this half a day, he had crossed the half-step spirit realm and reached the second level of the spirit realm. However, this step made his fusion with the Immortal Extermination painting seem to have become more intimate. This kind of intimacy was indescribable and unclear. Mu Yan could not explain. The Immortal Extermination painting ignored him, and he could not communicate. In short, thank you very much. Mu Yan smiled and left the Immortal Cauldron. Second level of the spirit realm. Now, he finally had the strength to do many things. Stepping out of the door, Mu Yan was slightly stunned when he saw the commotion on the street in front of the Immortal Gathering Pavilion. What happened? Reporting to the Pavilion Master, it is said that a supreme-grade Xian artifact master Lu Qing of the Sacred Pill Pavilion was killed. Now, the Sacred Pill Pavilion is investigating the whole process and suspects that it was done by the Green Shadow Blood sect, so, oh? Hearing this news, Mu Yun was overjoyed. Originally, he was worried that Meng Guangling would endure it. He did not expect that there would be another problem so soon. This kind of problem was exactly what he wanted to happen now. At the same time, in the Sacred Pill Pavilion, Mu Bai was already furious. Trash, all of you are trash. Master Lu Qing was killed in my Sacred Pill Pavilion, and you still have the face to come here? Mu Bai was extremely angry. Pavilion Master, what should we do now? What should we do? Now you ask me what to do? Mu Bai snorted and said, find the murderer and kill without mercy, understand? Yes. As Mu Bai's words fell, his entire body began to tremble. He did not expect that something like this would happen. Last time, he sent people to snatch the treasured saber, but it did not succeed. Instead, he lost 3 illuminating god experts. Now, in the entire Southern Cloud Empire, there were less than 100 illuminating god experts. The loss of 3 illuminating god experts in the Sacred Pill Pavilion could be said to be a great loss. Now, with the death of Master Lu Qing, it was simply one disaster after another. This matter could not be hidden anymore. It must be reported, however, once it was reported, it would mean that his identity as the Pavilion Master would come to an end. The death of a supreme-grade Xian artifact master was not a small matter to the Sacred Pill sect. The sky of the Southern Cloud Empire is going to change. The sky of the Southern Cloud Empire was naturally going to change. However, Mu Yun was not worried about it. If it was going to change, it should change even more. The night was as dark as water. At the entrance of the Green Shadow Blood sect's 9th hall, the 9th hall master, Kuei Yushin, was crawling on the body of a beautiful woman. He was so excited that he forgot himself. However, all of a sudden, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. Poochie, 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 the 9th hall master spat out a mouthful of blood onto the face of the woman beneath him. Then, a heart-wrenching, lung-splitting scream could be heard. In an instant, the entire 9th hall was in chaos. In the dark night, a figure disappeared into the night. Meng Guangling sat in the hall with a gloomy face. He looked at the woman who was wrapped in a bathrobe and said coldly, "Is that all?" "That's all." "All right." With a snort, the charming woman fell to the ground and died. The 2nd hall master. Meng Guangling said coldly, "Which one of you can tell me what's going on?" Honorable Envoy, the dagger that killed the 9th hall master was refined by the Sacred Pill Pavilion. However, this batch of daggers was sold to the Imperial family by the Sacred Pill Pavilion, so, this matter was done by the Imperial family? Talk about cooperation, it's possible. Seeing Meng Guangling's face turn cold, the subordinate shuddered and said, 3 years ago, when we besieged the Mu clan, we promised the royal family, Xiao family, and Lin family 60% of the Mu clan's power. But in the end, they only managed to occupy less than 1%. So, it's possible, so, it's just your guess? We're still investigating. Investigation? Trash, what can you do? Trash. Meng Guangling's voice was indescribably cold. Right now, the sect master and the vice-sect master are fighting a bloody battle in the Heavenly Fate continent. You can't even protect the Southern Cloud Empire, so what's the use of keeping you? Honorable Envoy, please calm down. Otherwise, we will charge into the city and wipe out the Saint Elixir Pavilion, the Gu family, the Royal family, and the Lin family. Is your brain made of shit? Looking at his subordinate, Meng Guangling wished he could slap him to death. Honorable Envoy. Right at this moment, a slender woman walked up to them and said in a low voice, Honorable Envoy, the 3 great families have been making a lot of movements recently. Moreover, they even privately asked the Transcendence Pavilion for the Psychic Resurrection Pill. I don't think they're being honest. However, we can work together with the Transcendence Pavilion to deal with the 3 great families and the Saint Pill Pavilion. Join forces with the Transcendence Pavilion? That's right. The woman smiled coquettishly. Who built the Transcendence Pavilion? Every one of the higher-ups there is inextricably linked to Mu Yun, including Zi Mu, who recently joined. He is most likely an old friend of Mu Yun. Furthermore, with the addition of the Immortal Gathering Pavilion, the weakness of losing to the Sacred Pill Pavilion in terms of foundation is no longer present. The Divine Pavilion will be a great help to us. We don't need their manpower. We only need them to refine pills and divine weapons for us to fight against the three great clans. We will completely turn the Southern Cloud Empire into the territory of our Green Shadow Blood sect. Fourth Hall Chief's idea is very good. However, do not forget that the Divine Pavilion was built because of Mu Yun. Back then, the destruction of the Mu clan was greatly related to our Green Shadow Blood sect. An Iron Tower man with the back of a tiger and waist of a bear roared. Fifth Hall Master, can you lower your voice? The Fourth Hall Master, Mei Yuer, snorted. But don't forget that our Green Shadow Blood sect wasn't the main character in that incident. As long as the people from the Ethereal Pavilion hate the three major clans more than our Green Shadow Blood sect, we have nothing to fear. Tai Meng, shut up. Yes. Hearing Meng Guangling speak, the two of them stopped arguing. Mei Yuer's method is feasible. Let's deal with the three big families and the Sacred Elixir Pavilion first. Especially the Sacred Elixir Pavilion, we can't let them continue to be so arrogant. Otherwise, our Green Shadow Blood sect will be restricted in various ways in the Southern Cloud Empire. Yes. It was nighttime, and the doors of the Transcendence Pavilion were wide open. However, there was only one table and 2 chairs in the hall. At that moment, the table was filled with all sorts of dishes, and a figure sat at the back of the table, facing the entrance of the hall. Revered Envoy Meng, come in. Looking at the door, Mu Yun smiled and said. At the entrance, a figure stepped into the hall. It was Meng Guangling. Seeing Mu Yun, Meng Guangling was slightly stunned. He smiled and said, Mr. Zimu, so you already knew that I would come. Then, you should know the purpose of my visit, right? Of course. Mu Yun smiled and said, join forces with the Transcendence Pavilion to fight against the three big families and the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. I agree to this business. Oh? However, the conditions, of course, the remaining 50% of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion's profits in the Southern Cloud Empire will all be handed over to the Transcendence Pavilion, Meng Guangling said confidently. He had no doubt that Zimu wouldn't reject this. No. Mu Yun rejected and said, 3 years ago, you also said the same thing to the three big families. However, the result. I don't need to say more. Then, the Transcendence Pavilion wants 5 billion upper spiritual stones and the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Mu Yun sipped a cup of wine and smiled. Of course, the 5 billion upper spiritual stones will be returned after the Transcendence Pavilion completely takes over the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. This is just a show of sincerity for the cooperation. All right. Meng Guangling gritted his teeth and nodded. Right now, the Green Shadow Blood sect's forces in other places had begun to target the old forces in the Tianyun continent. As the Southern Cloud Empire's revered envoy, he naturally couldn't drag them down. Since that's the case, the Green Shadow Blood sect must have a plan. I'll wait for revered envoy Meng's good news. Mu Yun smiled and cupped her hands to send the guest off. It could be said that Mu Yun had deliberately planned for all these accidents to happen, all for the sake of this scene. Master, 5 billion upper spiritual stones, aren't you too ruthless? Qi Ming looked at Mu Yun and gave her a thumbs up. Ruthless? Mu Yun chuckled and said, the Immortal Gathering Pavilion has 4 billion in assets. The Sacred Elixir Pavilion should have over 10 billion. I only want 5 billion as a deposit. It's not like I'm eating the Green Shadow Blood sect. What's there to be afraid of? Mu Yun said with a solemn expression, however, you must remember that if this matter spreads out by chance, the Transcendence Pavilion will temporarily not be open for business from today onwards. We will do a big business. All right. Qi Ming chuckled and left the hall. A fragrance wafted from behind, and a soft voice sounded. Aren't you bored drinking alone? Ah? Oh, I'm not bored. Seeing the person who came, Mu Yun's face turned red. She was actually a little flustered. Why are you so nervous when you see me? Nervous? I'm excited because you've become prettier. Haha. I haven't seen you for 3 years. You're very different from 3 years ago. You're even prettier now. Especially now, you have the potential of a mature woman. Cough, cough. Knowing that she had misspoken, Mu Yun immediately took a big gulp of wine. She had already slept with him, and now she was praising him for being mature. She was indeed a little shameless. You don't have to do this. Wang Xinya chuckled and said, this is just what I want to do. Moreover, I didn't ask for your permission. It's my fault. You have a fiancé. I know you love her very much, but I couldn't control myself, Mu Yun sighed in her heart. It was true. Every time she met this girl, it was in bed. He almost slept with her the first time, but it was done the second time. However, if this continued, she was afraid that she would really provoke a large group of women. I'm not asking you to take responsibility. I just hope that you can remember that there was once only one person like me. Wang Xinya smiled slightly, looking a little sad. Some people were destined to be passers-by in life. However, even passers-by hope to leave behind brilliant fireworks. Take responsibility. Mu Yun suddenly said, of course, I'll take responsibility for what I've done. Damn it, cursing in her heart, Mu Yun's body trembled. If he only wanted to escape from what he had done, then he wasn't a man anymore. He had promised to live a carefree life. How could he live a life like this? Since you've done so much for me, I naturally can't be unfaithful to you. You're my woman, Mu Yun. I, Mu Yun, will not abandon you. Since I can't be a Casanova, then I'll be a Casanova with universal love. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she flung her purple robe, and the two figures disappeared from the hall. TSK. Xianxia, look at how domineering master's words are. Look at yourself. You deserve to be lonely until you're old. Looking at the empty banquet table in the main hall, Qiming stuck his head out and chuckled as he walked over. Bah, I won't be like Mentor Mu and sleep with her. I want to be like Mentor Mu and Mistress Mu, doing it because of love, not because of love after sex. Bullsh***, with your character, love. 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 Only a blockhead would fall in love with you. You. Xianxia was furious. However, he smiled and said, look at what Mentor Mu has done. Should we? As Xianxia spoke, he revealed a knowing expression. If you want to die, go ahead. I don't have a wife yet. I don't want to die. Qiming shrunk his neck and glanced at the third floor. At this moment, on the third floor of the ethereal pavilion, in Wang Xinya's boudoir, two figures opened and closed the door with a bang. Mu Yun pointed her finger, and a soundproof restriction fell. She looked at the beautiful woman in front of her and chuckled. What are you doing? Wang Xinya looked at Mu Yun and lowered her head. What am I doing? Mu Yun chuckled and said, damn, what you did to me in the past, how about it, you have to pay me back once. Huh? Wang Xinya was ashamed and indignant. She pushed Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun was not pushed away. Instead, she lost her footing and fell into the bathtub. Behind her. With a splash, Mu Yun followed closely behind. Both of their clothes were wet. They looked at the beautiful woman in front of them whose face was flushed red. Through the thin clothes, they could see her firm breasts and flat stomach clearly. Immediately, Mu Yun's evil fire rose. She looked at Wang Xinya and chuckled. She leaned forward and blocked Wang Xinya's cherry lips that were about to speak. A strange aura gradually rose in the air. The sound of water flowing and crashing could be heard from the bathtub, as well as the sound of panting that was not suppressed at all. However, all of this could not be heard by outsiders. In the middle of the moon, two figures were lying under the pink bed curtain in the boudoir. Wang Xinya crawled on Mu Yun's chest and drew circles. The redness on her face receded. Don't you have a fiancé? There are two of them. Qin Mingyao and Xiao Yuner are both your fiancés, Wang Xinya said coquettishly. Io, little vixen, you're talking about this now. But you took advantage of me first. I'm just returning it now. You're lying. I only took advantage of you once, but you came 7 or 8 times. That was your request. I asked you if you wanted it or not. You big hooligan. The two of them immediately started fooling around. Looking at Wang Xinya's graceful figure, which was only covered by a pink gauze, Mu Yun immediately felt the evil fire rise again. No way, you want more? Of course, I don't mind having more of this kind of thing. With a chuckle, Mu Yun urged the horse to gallop again. It was not until the next morning that Xianxia fell into a deep sleep. A crazy night was indeed exhausting. Mu Yun put on her clothes and gently stroked Xianxia's lower abdomen. A warm current passed through, and Xianxia, who was frowning in her sleep, finally relaxed slowly. After doing all this, Mu Yun got up and walked out of the room. Hee. Instructor Mu, did you rest well last night? Definitely not. It's so tiring to wake up so early in the morning. Go and rest. We can still fight 300 rounds during the day. Seeing Mu Yun appear, Gongxinyu immediately laughed out loud. Come. Gongxinyu, I have something important to tell you. What is it? The battle begins. Tell me, what happened in the imperial capital today? After our unintentional spread over the past few days, the three great clans have probably gathered together again. However, this time, Qi Ming had a troubled look on his face as he said, I'm afraid that the Xiao family will be involved this time. Xiao clan? That's right. In the past few years, the four great families have been suppressed miserably by the Green Shadow Blood sect. This time, under the instigation of the Sacred Dam Pavilion, the Xiao family can't help but take action. Mu Yun smiled coldly and said, the Xiao clan won't act until they see the hair. Mu Bai must have put in a lot of effort for them to be willing to take action this time. It seems like South Cloud City is going to be chaotic soon. Tell all the shops under us to close down for the next few days. Don't worry about anything. We only need to wait for the signal from Green Shadow Blood sect. That's right, Qi Ming. Recall all the students and their loyalists. We don't need too many. At the same time, buy me a property at the edge of the imperial capital. I want it to be very, very big and have a mountain forest. Ah? Teacher Mu, are you planning to bring Second Master's wife over to avoid conflict? Bang, a headshot was sent over. Mu Yun laughed and scolded, I'll catch your head. Hurry up and get to work. Yes. With a long face, Qi Ming rubbed his head and turned to leave. Now, we only need to wait. I want to see exactly how the Xiao clan will choose. Standing at the entrance of the Divine Pavilion, Mu Yun smiled faintly as she looked outside the street. Right now, he was indeed not in a hurry. The four great clans and the Green Shadow Blood sect had a grudge since 3 years ago. Until now, the grudge had erupted. Such an eruption was not something that could be accumulated overnight, so it would not cause a huge conflict. As for the ethereal pavilion, it was strictly forbidden to participate in the killing. It was only responsible for the preparation work of the Green Shadow Blood sect, including the refinement of divine weapons and pills. The Green Shadow Blood sect had used this tactic 3 years ago. Now, Mu Yun was returning it to them in its original form. With nothing to do, Mu Yun strolled around and returned upstairs again. At this moment, Xianxia had already woken up. However, when she saw Mu Yun enter, she immediately shrunk under the blanket. Still trying to hide from me? Mu Yun came to the bedside, and her hands were already misbehaving. Again? I really can't take it anymore. You have to come even if you can't. I'm a wolf and you're a sheep. You should be prepared to be eaten by me. After a round of lovemaking, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Big brother Yun, I feel like I'm about to break through. Ah? Xianxia was now at the 10th level of the spirit point, the Yongquan point. If she broke through again, she would be half a step into the spirit point realm. Do it. Mu Yun muttered to herself and sat up straight. Xianxia sat in front of her and closed her eyes. At this moment, her perfect body was completely displayed in front of Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun did not have any evil thoughts at this moment. She placed her hands on Xianxia's shoulders and began to wander along her body. Gradually, he realized that there was a warm current flowing in Xianxia's body. That warm current rose from her lower abdomen and gradually increased. Then, it dispersed to all parts of Xianxia's body and gradually seeped into Xianxia's 4 limbs and 8 meridians. This warm current was naturally not something that he left in Xianxia's body. However, it seemed to have rushed out from that thing. This works too, feeling that power continuously seeping into Wang Xinya's body and her realm slowly increasing, Mu Yun was dumbfounded. He was completely sure that there was nothing strange about his body before. But now, could it be the chart of celestial extermination? Big brother Yun, I've broken through. I'm half a step into the spirit point realm. Wang Xingya suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with joy as she hugged Mu Yun. Thank you. Thank you, big brother Yun. Wang Xingya chuckled. Her eyes were filled with joy and gratitude. She could feel that this breakthrough had a lot to do with Mu Yun. And it seemed that it was because of her relationship with Mu Yun that she was able to achieve this breakthrough. Could it be that Mu Yun's thing had such an effect? Looking at Wang Xingya's misty eyes, Wang Xingya guessed, don't look at me. I don't know either. Could it be your? I really don't know. It's okay if you don't know. Let's do it again and we'll know. Like a proud princess, Wang Xingya leaned forward and pressed Mu Yun under her body. This battle was dark and gloomy. The two of them fought several times, and finally, both of them suffered heavy injuries and were defeated. On the bed, Wang Xingya lay on Mu Yun's shoulder and said with a smile, I feel that my strength seems to have increased by a little. Oh my god. Mu Yun's current feelings could no longer be described as shock. Just the combination of the extermination of immortality painting and his soul lake had caused such a transformation in his body. It was simply unbelievable. Xianxia, you must not mention this to anyone. Why? Don't tell me you want your man to become a money withdrawal machine for all the women in the world? Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, if others know about it, who knows how many people will want to dual cultivate with me every day, then increase their cultivation level, then dual cultivate, and then increase their cultivation level again. Then what will I become? You'll turn from a big pervert into a little pervert, hee. If I become a little pervert, your blissful sex life will be gone. The two of them laughed. Mu Yun realized that Wang Xingya and Qin Mengyao were completely different. Qin Mengyao was cold to the things and people around her, but she only smiled to herself because she believed in herself. However, she was still not good with words. Wang Xingya, on the other hand, was a pure and lovely woman. She had her own strength, but she also had her own reliance and charm. Xianxia, where did you and your sister come from? Mu Yun finally put aside the distracting thoughts in her heart and asked. Big brother Yun, do you know about the 3 Extreme Hall in the Tianyun continent? 3 Extreme Hall? That's right, 3 Extreme Hall. 3 Extreme Hall is divided into 3 halls with 3 hall masters. My father is one of the hall masters. Your father? Mu Yun suddenly felt a headache coming on. After all this time, it involved a major faction again. He naturally knew about the 3 Extreme Hall. It was a major faction in the Tianyun continent that was comparable to the Saint Elixir sect. Furthermore, it was jointly established by the Wang family, Yang family, and Li family. The alliance between the 3 families was extremely strong. The current 3 hall masters were as close as brothers. They managed the 3 Extreme Hall separately, making it flourish day by day. Big brother Yun, don't worry. You're so powerful. My father will definitely be very happy to have such a powerful son-in-law like you. Furthermore, my mother and my father had a conflict, and they haven't reconciled yet. That's why my sister and I are in the Southern Cloud Empire. Oh, forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. These few days, the Southern Cloud Empire will be in chaos. I've left a wisp of heavenly fire origin in the ethereal pavilion. If anyone below the 5th level of the Spirit Ascension realm dares to barge in, I'll definitely kill them. Therefore, don't run around for the next few days. Just stay here. No, I want to fight by your side. That won't do. Mu Yun said, at the crucial moment, I won't be able to protect you. Therefore, you have to stay behind obediently. Furthermore, the ethereal pavilion needs your watch. All right then. For several days in a row, the entire South Cloud City's commoners felt a strange aura. Firstly, the ethereal pavilion was closed. Secondly, the Saint Elixir pavilion was also closed. Now, the usually bustling streets were empty and deserted. However, Mu Yun didn't care about this change. For the past few days, he had been staying in the ethereal pavilion with Wang Xingya, enjoying the pleasures of intimacy. Master, the house has been bought. It's at the foot of a barren mountain in the outskirts of the city. Very good. Muyun smiled and said, I will be away for a while for the next 2 days. Don't act rashly. Yes. Qi Ming shook his head as he watched Muyun leave. Gongxinyu, what do you think Master is thinking? If you don't know, how would I know? That's true. You're so stupid. How would you understand? Qi Ming expressed his agreement and said, however, this time, I think Master is much more relaxed. He seems to be planning something big. Are all the old classmates from the 9th class back? Yes, they're back. They'll probably gather in the next 2 days. Then, we'll have a good drink. That's for sure. After leaving the ethereal pavilion, Mu Yun headed towards the Broken Cloud Mountain range. He wasn't in a hurry. He was careful to see if anyone was following behind him. After entering the Broken Cloud Mountain range, Mu Yun took a sharp turn and went in a few circles. Finally, he arrived at the Thunderclap Valley. In a flash, Mu Yun entered the Thunderclap Valley. After staying in the Thunderclap Valley for 2 days, Mu Yun turned around and left. This time, the Southern Cloud Empire was in chaos. He would be fully prepared. When the Sandpiper and the Clam fought, the fisherman would benefit. This time, he wanted to be the fisherman. Gradually, all kinds of news spread out in the Southern Cloud City. Some people said that the martial artists from the 4 big families had started to return. Even the Sacred Elixir Pavilion had become strange. Moreover, the troops from the Green Shadow Blood Sect and the 10 Great Halls had gathered together. This kind of change made everyone panic. Some commoners were unable to move out of the Southern Cloud City. Therefore, they could only hide in their homes and not go out. However, the dull days didn't last for long. On this day, the news spread out. In the Southern Cloud City, the Gu family's transport team was fighting with the Green Shadow Blood Sect's transport team on the streets. Neither side was willing to give way to the other. Gradually, the fight turned into a massacre. In the end, the massacre expanded from 100 people to a hall. Then, it expanded to 2 forces. Gradually, the massacre started everywhere. The Gu family's guards were all sent out. The Imperial family, Xiao family, and Lin family's guards were all sent out. At the same time, the 10 Great Halls of the Green Shadow Blood Sect were all sent out. No one would have thought that a seemingly ordinary dispute would eventually lead to a riot and a war. As for the main character, Mu Yun, who started this small dispute, she was currently hiding in a gentle place and refused to get out of bed. Don't you want to go and see what's going on? Wang Xingyao smiled and said, the strongest forces in the Southern Cloud City are fighting now. Are you sure you don't want to go and take a look? What's there to see? Mu Yun smiled and said, Meng Guangling gave me 5 billion upper-grade spirit stones. I gave him 100,000 mortal tools, profound tools, and even an earth tool. This is a great help to him. So now, there's nothing for us to do. We just have to watch the 4 big families and the Green Shadow Blood Sect fight. Make a first kill, no matter what, let them fight it out first. Mu Yun stood up and walked out of the house. Looking at the figures in the main hall below, she shouted, everyone, today is the day that the 9th class gathers again. This time, I want all of you alive. If anyone dies, I will personally throw you out of the ancestral grave and kill you again. Haha, hearing Mu Yun's words, everyone present burst into laughter. From today onwards, I am no longer Zimu. I am Mu Yun, the patriarch of the Mu clan in the Southern Cloud Empire, Mu Yun. Taking off her purple veil, Mu Yun revealed a delicate and pretty face. Her devilish purple eyes gradually faded. Right now, everyone, heed my command. Guard the ethereal pavilion and kill anyone who dares to come. Yes. The Battle of Nanyun had officially begun. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, her figure flashed as she left the divine pavilion. Today, he was going to kill someone he had always wanted to kill. The Lin family. At this moment, the main hall of the Lin family was crowded with people. The battle started in the afternoon, and now it was already nighttime. Lin Zhentian stood in the hall and paced back and forth. His entire body was burning with anger. Damn it! You can't even stop the 9th Hall and 10th Hall of the Green Shadow Blood Sect? Trash, a bunch of trash. Lin Jintian's face was filled with rage as his body trembled uncontrollably. Patriarch, the people of the Green Shadow Blood sect are all using mortal weapons and profound weapons refined by the Divine Pavilion. The quality is exceptionally good. Every time we fight, everyone's divine weapons are severely damaged. On the other hand, the divine weapons that the Sacred Pill Pavilion gave us have problems. Do you think I don't know what Mubai is thinking? Lin Jintian sneered. He wants us to become the main force of the Green Shadow Blood sect, and his Sacred Dam Pavilion will sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Men, give the order. All of you, lead the Lin family's martial artists to the 9th hall and 10th hall. Kill them all. Don't even think about running away from the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Lin Jintian flicked his sleeve and flew out of the Lin family. Yes. Lin Jintian had already flown 1,000 meters away when the Lin family members responded. Whoosh, in midair, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Lin Jintian's figure flashed with extreme speed and fell down. It's you. Seeing the figure that attacked him, Lin Jintian sneered, Mr. Zimu, what are you doing? Although your ethereal pavilion has joined forces with the Green Shadow Blood sect, you should understand that you will only provide medicinal pills and divine weapons. You will not participate in the battle. I'm not participating in this battle for the Green Shadow Blood sect, but for the Mu clan. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun suddenly looked up. You. Mu Yun. You didn't die. I've said it before. If I didn't die 3 years ago, then you must have died. Mu Yun's voice was extremely cold. You? You want to kill me? Lin Jintian smiled, Mr. Zimu, or should I call you Mu Yun? I admit that you are very strong. Even a second-level spirit realm warrior can't take advantage of you. But if you want to kill me, don't you think you are thinking too much? Is it too much? Mu Yun flew up and looked down at Lin Jintian. She laughed out loud, Lin Jintian, you were at the 4th level spirit realm 3 years ago. Now, you are still at the 4th level spirit realm. What do you have to win against me? 2nd level spirit realm? Seeing the strength that Mu Yun displayed, a trace of panic flashed across Lin Jintian's heart. 2nd level spirit realm, plus that mysterious flame. This Mu Yun actually grew to such a terrifying state in a short 3 years. It was simply shocking. However, Lin Jintian was a veteran expert after all. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't have 30,000 medicinal pills for him to consume. It was estimated that it would be difficult to use that forbidden technique once. Gradually calming down, Lin Jintian slowly let out a sigh of relief. 2nd level spirit realm, possessing a heavenly flame. Mu Yun, your growth is really terrifying. It's a pity that you came to find me today and not others. Lin Jintian said disdainfully, if you want to kill the hall masters of the 10 great halls, there might be hope. It's a pity that you came to find me, so you can only die. If I kill you, that Meng Guangling knows that he was bewitched by you. Will he slaughter the spirit realm pavilion in a rage? You can give it a try. Mu Yun giggled and said, with your 4th level spirit realm cultivation, it's impossible for me to kill you in a short time. That oath will definitely attract other experts of the Lin family. So, I didn't say that I want to fight you head-on. Looking at Lin Jintian, Mu Yun chuckled. Don't you find it strange that I'm waiting for you here? Strange, Lin Jintian was slightly stunned. Looking around, his hair stood on end, and he directly left the ground. It's too late to realize it now. Mu Yun sighed regretfully. Her figure flashed, and she directly flew up. A spirit realm martial artist left the ground and flew towards the horizon. Such a martial artist could be said to be the highest existence in the entire Tianyun continent. But seeing that Mu Yun's speed of leaving the ground was actually much faster than his, Lin Jintian's heart trembled again. She was clearly at the 2nd level spirit realm, and he was at the 4th level spirit realm. How could he not beat her? Old thing, you're old. Not only have you become stupid, but your body's reaction has also slowed down. Mu Yun left the ground, and the 8 fire lotuses in her hand scattered in an instant. 8 wilderness fire dragon formation. With a low shout, 8 purple lotuses with 8 auras fell from Mu Yun's fingertips in 8 directions. At that moment, the fiery lotuses in the 8 directions all exploded and landed in the 8 corners of the cave. Boom boom boom, a deafening roar sounded, and in an instant, 8 fire dragons rose from the ground. Extremely stupid. Looking at Mu Yun, Lin Jintian laughed and said, "This place is only 5 miles away from the Lin family. In the blink of an eye, there will be Lin family martial artists here. Do you think you can kill me so quickly?" "Yes." Without waiting for Lin Jintian to finish, Mu Yun chuckled and nodded. 8 wilderness sky shaking, explode. Boom. Boom boom, a deafening explosion spread out in an instant. With the ground at the center, where the 8 fiery dragons were circling, the ground began to crack inch by inch. A purple dragon opened its giant mouth and tried to devour Lin Jintian. No, with that roar, Lin Jintian's entire body erupted with violent power. Layers of armor spread out on the surface of his body, but the moment the armor met the fire dragon, it cracked inch by inch and melted. At the same time, Mu Yun had already turned and left. The Lin family experts who rushed over from afar only saw the horrifying scene of Lin Jintian being gradually burnt in the fire array. However, no one dared to go near the scorching temperature. Everyone could only watch as the patriarch was burnt into a charred black by the fire. Lin Jintian is only the first one. Lin Xiaoyu, you won't be too far away. In midair, a hoarse voice sounded and slowly spread out. Old patriarch, patriarchy, I saw it. Lin Xiaoyu seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Looking at everything that was being burnt, his face was solemn. Immediately send someone to the sacred elixir pavilion and ask them to hand over a large number of high-quality weapons. Otherwise, let the sacred elixir pavilion fight this battle themselves. After Lin Xiaoyu finished his words, he left in a rage. Sacred Elixir Pavilion. At this moment, thousands of figures were approaching outside the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. In front of the street where the Sacred Elixir Pavilion was located, tens of thousands of people were fighting. At this moment, in the dead of night, almost all of the ordinary people in South Cloud City had escaped out of the city. Even from a few miles away, one could hear the fierce screams and the sounds of killing in South Cloud City. Flames dyed the sky red. Meng Guangling, you dare to encircle the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Do you really think that the Sacred Elixir sect is a vegetarian? Mubai was burning with anger as he looked at the figures outside the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Vegetarian? Isn't that so? Meng Guangling sneered and said, your Sacred Elixir Pavilion is just a small branch of the Sacred Elixir sect. How can the Sacred Elixir sect care if we destroy you? Moreover, even if the Sacred Elixir sect wants to care, they need the capital and energy to do so. But now, does the Sacred Elixir sect have the energy? Meng Guanling's words were true. If they waited until the experts of the Sacred Elixir sect came, the Sacred Elixir Pavilion would have been completely destroyed. That would be a huge loss for the sect. Damn it, why didn't the Lin family, Gu family, Xiao family, or the royal family come? They can't come. I've already sent 8 halls to stop them. Do you think that the 5 of you can deal with my Green Shadow Blood sect? Humph, trash. Hearing Meng Guangling's words, Mubai snorted and said, the 4 great families are all trash. I just didn't expect that the Divine Pavilion would join hands with you to deal with the 3 great families and my Sacred Elixir Pavilion. That Zimu is scheming. After dealing with me, the next one will be your Green Shadow Blood sect. Don't forget that your Green Shadow Blood sect also participated in the annihilation of the Mu family. You're worrying for nothing. Meng Guanling smiled and said, the 4 great families, the Sacred Elixir Pavilion, and the Divine Pavilion. Only the Divine Pavilion has the worst accumulation and is the weakest. It only stands out in terms of refining elixirs and weapons. Unfortunately, knowing how to refine elixirs and weapons, without strong martial strength, it's just a sheep in wolf's skin. And in the end, it will be discovered and slaughtered. Meng Guangling said solemnly, and I am the real wolf, dominating everything. When you're annihilated, the Divine Pavilion will have no choice but to bow down to me. In your dreams. Mubai shouted and immediately rushed out. At the same time, people from the 2 halls of the Green Shadow Blood sect joined the battle in the 5 directions of the southern Cloud City. The 2 halls had more than 20,000 people. In terms of numbers, they definitely had the advantage of encircling and annihilating a family. For the sacred elixir pavilion, things had already reached this stage. If they took a step back, they would be annihilated. Everyone was afraid of death, but for the glory of their families and clansmen, they were determined not to retreat. At the same time, outside the Xiao family's gate, 20,000 people from the Green Shadow Blood sect surrounded and annihilated them. However, facing such a scene, Xianxia was abnormally calm. In 3 years, the Xiao family was not the same as before. It vaguely felt like the first of the 4 great families. At this moment, seeing the people approaching, Xianxia laughed loudly and said, "Sons of the Xiao family, follow me and kill. Kill." Zhang Guyunxian, this was a war. However, at this moment, wherever the war passed, blood flowed. The entire South Cloud City had become a battlefield. Fortunately, a large number of ordinary people had already evacuated from South Cloud City. Otherwise, it wouldn't only be the warriors who died. "Xianxia, you shameless coward. Give me your life." Among the Green Shadow Blood Hall's crowd, a shout rang out, and a figure rushed towards Xianxia. "This guy is so shameless. How can you kill him alone?" As the words fell, another hall master rushed out from the Green Shadow Blood Hall. The 2 hall masters attacked Xianxia at the same time. "If you want to attack my patriarch, you have to go through me first." Within the Xiao family, an elder brazenly attacked and stopped one of the hall masters. Suddenly, another elder rushed out and stopped the other person. The 2 hall masters couldn't even get close to Xianxia. Standing in the crowd, Xianxia coldly looked at everything. The current Xiao family was extremely united. Moreover, 3 years ago, the Xiao family didn't lose too many people. Now, as the young patriarch, Xiao Qingyu's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. No one had any objections. The Xiao family had already become the Mu family, deeply rooted. Therefore, facing these people, Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. Recently, South Cloud City was in chaos. The Green Shadow Blood sect didn't pay much attention to the Xiao family and only sent 7 or 8 hall masters. To the Xiao family, this wasn't a threat at all. Whoosh, a piercing sound rang out, and the Xiao family's gate exploded. Immediately after, on the roof of the Xiao family's gate, a purple figure suddenly stood up. The purple figure suddenly appeared like a ghost, extremely terrifying. "Xianxia, today, I'm here to make a deal with you." "What deal?" Seeing Mu Yun, Xianxia slightly froze. At this moment, Mu Yun was wearing a purple robe. Her purple eyes shone with a demonic gaze. Her entire body was indescribably demonic, and she once again transformed into a purple wood. "Today, I can make the Green Shadow Blood sect stop attacking your Xiao family, and you have to stop as well." "How is that possible?" Xianxia righteously said, "Our 4 families have an agreement. How can I betray it?" "Betray it? Do you still have any sense of righteousness?" Mu Yun's voice was bewitching as she shouted, 3 years ago, you promised Mu Yun to help the Mu family. Wasn't that a betrayal? How can that be the same?" Xianxia's tone was obviously weaker. "It's not the same. I'm too lazy to argue with you. But today, I'm here to negotiate with you. Naturally, I have the right to negotiate with you. It depends on how much you love your daughter." Yuner. Sister." Hearing Mu Yun's words, Xianxia and his family were shocked. Including Xiao Qingyu. Today, Xiao Qingyu had grown taller and looked more healthy and handsome. He no longer looked as foolish as he used to. "I'm here today to make a deal with you." As Mu Yun spoke, she raised her palm and a green light gradually shone. Within the green ball of light, Xiao Yuner was just like 3 years ago. She was dressed in a black dress and was lying there peacefully. She was like a sleeping beauty in a sea of flowers, peaceful and serene. "Yuner, sister," looking at that figure, Xianxia's body trembled. "Who are you? Is Mu Yun not dead? You really want him to die?" Xianxia snorted and said, "Whether he dies or not has nothing to do with me. It's just that my daughter was killed by him. What do you want to do? Tell me quickly." "It's simple. I want to live Xiao Yuner. Your Mu family will close the door and not take a step out. I promise that the people from the Green Shadow Blood Palace will not make a move." Okay, I promise you. Nianling did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Great. As Mu Yun spoke, she pointed her finger. The blood-red crisis reversal pill turned into a red stream of light and directly entered Xiao Yun'er's mouth. This pill is called the crisis reversal pill. I don't need to explain its effects. In less than 2 hours, Xiao Yun'er will wake up, and you will definitely keep your promise. After placing Xiao Yun'er's corpse in front of Nianling and her husband, Mu Yun turned around and looked to the other side. 7th Hall Master, 8th Hall Master, please return. Return? Without the orders of the Honorable Envoy, why should we return? You are not from the Green Shadow Blood sect. What right do you have to order us? I guarantee that Meng Guangling won't blame you if you do as I say when you return. Bullshit, who do you think you are? Do you think you can call Honorable Envoy Meng's name directly? Hee, is that so? Looking at the two, Mu Yun smiled slightly. I will say it one last time. You can leave now. The Green Shadow Blood sect is not allowed to step into the Xiao family again. Do you understand? You are courting death. The 7th Hall Master's face darkened, and he directly stepped out. Scram. A purple fire lotus exploded, and with a groan, the 7th Hall Master's face turned pale. He immediately took a step back, and his chest was charred black. Let's go. Looking at Mu Yun angrily, the 8th Hall Master pulled the 7th Hall Master up and left. Mu Yun's strength was far from what they could contend against. Xiao Clan leader, I have already done what I promised you. I hope you can keep your promise. After 2 hours, if Xiao Yun'er does not wake up, you can come to the Divine Pavilion to kill me. If she wakes up and you still participate in this battle, I, Zimu, will definitely not spare the Xiao family. 3 years ago, Mu Yun did not bicker with you because she felt guilty towards Xiao Yun'er and her student, Xiao Qingyu. 3 years later, I, Zimu, do not have the patience. As his words fell, a purple line of fire burned in front of the Xiao family's door. It was like a warning line, warning Xiao Zhantian and the others. Mu Yun turned around and left. The reason why he did this was still to make up for it. He did not want Xiao Yun'er to see him as an enemy of the Xiao family. However, if Xiao Zhantian and Yan Lingjin still did not repent, then he would not have any leeway for the Xiao family. Tonight, it was destined to be a massacre. At this moment, outside the Gu family's door, Gu Yunxian led the Gu family's experts and fought with the Green Shadow Blood sect's people at the 5th and 6th halls. Among the crowd, Gu Qihen was mighty and extraordinary. The power of his palm shocked everyone. The 5th Hall Master, Tai Meng, and the 6th Hall Master, Shan Yu, both frowned. There were many experts in the Gu family, and they could not break through at all. However, the mission that the Honorable Envoy gave them was to break through the Gu family's door before midnight. Otherwise, they would die. They never doubted the Honorable Envoy's words. Hall Masters, why are you doing this? Mr. Zimu. Mr. Zimu. Seeing the person who came, Tai Meng and Shan Yu were delighted. Honorable Envoy Meng had a high opinion of this Mr. Zimu. As Meng Guangling's close people, they naturally knew about him. That Gu Qihen is a 3rd-generation disciple of the Gu family. His cultivation is high and he is the first on the dragon ranking. Moreover, Gu Yunxian is in the 6th level of the Spirit Ascension realm. It is really hard to break through, so, oh? Looking at Gu Qihen, who was in front of the crowd, Mu Yun smiled and said, Gu Qihen, who was killed by Mu Yun 3 years ago and escaped to God knows where, has now become the Gu family's mainstay? The 2 Hall Masters are in the 3rd and 4th level of the Spirit Ascension realm. You should be confident in killing Gu Qihen, right? Of course. That's great. Leave Gu Yunxian to me. But before the two finished speaking, Mu Yun's figure had already flown out. The first one tonight was Lin Zhentian, who was in the 4th level of the Spirit Ascension realm. He had set a trap for him beforehand, which was why he could kill him so easily. The second one was Gu Yunxian. Gu Yunxian was the weakest among the 3 old men. Moreover, he was nearing the end of his lifespan. That was why he focused on cultivating Gu Qihen. As the young master of the Gu family, Gu Qihen's improvement in these 3 years was indescribably fast. The title of the #1 genius of the Southern Cloud Empire had always belonged to him. Even Xiaoqingyu, who had the Saint Beast green jade fire Qilin's soul, couldn't be compared to him. That was why Gu Yunxian tried his best to cultivate him. However, tonight was destined to be the night of the Gu family's destruction. Everything would vanish like smoke. Gu Yunxian and Gu Qihen had to die. Little kid of the Gu family, give me your life. Tai Meng and Shan Yu immediately rushed out, attacking Gu Qihen. In these 3 years, Gu Qihen had entered the 3rd level of the Spirit Ascension realm. He was no longer the same person as before. Shameless bastard, you want to attack my grandson. Gu Yunxian immediately rushed out. Gu Qihen was the supreme treasure of the Gu family. If anything happened to him, the Gu family would be finished. Gu Yunxian, I'm your opponent. Suddenly, a figure stepped out in front of the crowd. Mu Yun was wearing a purple robe. Her devilish purple eyes were overflowing with killing intent. A 2nd level of the Spirit Ascension realm against a 6th level of the Spirit Ascension realm. The difference of 4 levels couldn't be reversed even if she had the heaven flame. However, Mu Yun wanted to kill him. Everything that happened 3 years ago should come to an end today. Zimu? Humph, you heartless thing. 3 years ago, Mu Yun of the Mu family was killed by the Green Shadow Blood sect. Now, you're still helping the Green Shadow Blood sect. Oh? Why do I remember that Mu Yun was forced into the Thunder Sound Valley by you, the Grand Emperor Valley, and Lin Xiaoyu, and jumped to her death? You. Who are you? Take a guess. Mu Yun flipped her palm, and a fiery red longsword appeared. The fiery red longsword was 3 feet long and curved like a dragon that had rebelled against it. Low-grade earth weapon, red dragon sword. Sword force. Seeing Mu Yun raise her sword, Gu Yunxian's expression changed. Could it be that you are? You're Mu Yun's disciple, Moyang? Gu Yunxian's expression changed. He knew that Mu Yun had 2 outstanding disciples. One was Moyang. 3 years ago, he took the Gu family's Tianya ancient sword and left the Southern Cloud Empire. He said that he would return 3 years later to avenge Mu Yun. The other was naturally a mid-grade profound weapon master, Qi Ming. Qi Ming's reputation in the Southern Cloud Empire was extremely well known. He was called a master at such a young age. No matter who I am, you must die today. Humph, you think that you can kill me after 3 years? Gu Yunxian sneered. Ignorant kid. Today, I'll let you see what the real Gu family's secret technique is. Gu Yunxian let out a loud cry. His entire body was filled with true energy. His powerful true energy caused the surrounding aura to circulate, causing even the air to stop moving. Imperial Wind Divine Art. Gather him? Back then, when Gu Tianya used the Gu family's 4-seasoned sword god technique, Mu Yun was very shocked. However, she did not expect that there would be such a martial skill. This kind of martial skill was obviously at the Middle Earth rank, and its power was extraordinary. It was not that Mu Yun did not have any moves to deal with it, but whether it was the Heavenly Thunder Godly Body technique or the Void Shattering Finger, once she used them, she would be recognized by others. Therefore, he could only use his sword to defend himself. The Imperial Wind Divine Art used true essence to control the power of the wind. When the wind was slow, it was like flowing water, gentle and impeccable. When it was fast, it was like a sharp sword, as swift as thunder. Just like swordsmanship, it could not be underestimated. However, Mu Yun was only worried about the gap between their realms. He wasn't worried about his swordsmanship at all. The power of the sword momentum was something that Gu Yunxian could never have imagined even in his dreams. Heartless Sword Manual, 3 years. Let me see how powerful you are with your sword momentum. Mu Yun's heart trembled, and her entire body began to erupt with a shocking sword force. The ferocity of the sword force was far from what sword intent could compare to. Sword will was to use one's own strength to fight against the heavens and earth. As for sword force, it borrowed the power of heaven and earth to resist the enemy. The stronger the sword force, the stronger the swordsman's strength. After all, the power of heaven and earth was not something an ordinary warrior could resist. Wind Rising Cloud Slash. Mu Yun used the Wind Rising Cloud Chop to counter Gu Yunxian's hurricane. She soared into the air and chopped down with her sword. Clanging sounds could be heard. Mu Yun's sword rose higher and higher with the help of the wind. Dong, a dull sound of collision rang out. Mu Yan's body kept retreating, and her entire body began to sway. On the other side, Gu Yunxian's chest felt heavy, and his face actually turned pale. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Old fox, you can't even take the first strike?" Mu Yan sneered, "There's still the second sword." Cloud-piercing sky. As she swung her sword, rays of sword light appeared. Mu Yan's body was like a giant sword amidst the thousands of sword lights, dazzling and eye-catching. "Kill!" A low shout rang out and a cloud-herder sword appeared. A rain of swords fell. Each sword image was like a mountain that pressed down on Gu Yunxian. Third sword, sky-shaking sword. In an instant, Mu Yan swung her sword again. The ground shook when the sword appeared. In the sky, a sword shadow fell down with a loud bang. It was like a divine punishment from the heavens, descending proudly. Just as Gu Yunxian blocked the second sword, the third sword had already descended. However, at the moment when Gu Yunxian was preparing to block the third sword strike, the fourth sword strike arrived. Sword of the Setting Sun. With a low shout, Mu Yan's scarlet dragon sword left her hand and flew towards the sky. The scarlet sword aura was as fast as light, leaving a sword mark in the sky. The four swords were completed in an instant. No matter how fast Gu Yunxian's Imperial Wind Divine Art was, it wasn't as fast as this sword. In an instant, the third and fourth swords stacked together and shot towards Gu Yunxian. Puff! Finally, after blocking the third sword strike, Gu Yunxian couldn't hold it in anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was finally exhausted. He, who was nearing the end of his life, wouldn't be able to maintain his previous bravery unless his cultivation level increased. Facing Mu Yan's rapid four-sword attack, Gu Yunxian was on the verge of death. "Grandfather," seeing that Gu Yunxian was injured, Gu Qihen pushed Tai Meng and Shan Yu away with his sword and rushed towards Mu Yan. However, at that moment, Mu Yan's silhouette had already appeared as he rushed towards Gu Yunxian. When Mu Yan felt the killing intent from Gu Qihen behind her, she didn't turn around. "Gu Yunxian, 3 years ago, you wanted to kill me in front of my father and let him experience the pain of losing his son. Now, I, Mu Yan, will let you experience the pain of losing your grandson." Mu Yan, hearing Mu Yan's whisper, Gu Yunxian's expression changed. He wanted to warn his grandson that it was dangerous, but how could he make it in time? In that 1 in 10,000 moment of danger, he gave up on defending himself and sent a palm strike towards Gu Qihen, sending Gu Qihen flying. Puchi. Coincidentally, the crimson dragon sword that flew away returned at this moment and pierced Gu Yunxian's heart from the back. Gu Yunxian looked at Mu Yan in disbelief. "Actually, I was lying to you." Mu Yan smiled and said, "After using 4 swords, I already don't have the strength to resist Gu Qihen. I was just joking just now." Seeing Gu Yunxian's face filled with unwillingness as he fell to the ground with a bang, Mu Yan held the crimson dragon sword and panted heavily. Using the strongest sword aura to attack 4 times consecutively had indeed exhausted Mu Yan's true essence in an instant. If Gu Qihen had attacked him directly, he really wouldn't know how to dodge. Fortunately, Gu Yunxian wouldn't let his future hope die. Gu Qihen was pushed away, so he could take a breather. "Grandfather," seeing Gu Yunxian die, Gu Qihen's eyes turned red. "Young clan leader, quickly bring everyone away. We will bring up the rear. Let's go find Pavilion Master Mu Bai and gather at the Sacred Elixir Pavilion." "Damn it." Staring at Mu Yan, Gu Qihen turned and left without any reluctance. At this moment, Mu Yan no longer had a weapon to chase after him. She stood on the spot and watched Gu Qihen bring a group of people to gather at the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. At the same time, the Lin family also gathered at the Sacred Elixir Pavilion under Lin Xiaoyu's lead. The Imperial family also rushed over under Tai Huang Valley's lead. Among the 4 great families, only the Xiao family didn't rush to the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Tai Huang Valley, what's going on? The Imperial family is surrounded by the 3 great halls and can't hold on. That's why we came to the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Tai Huang Valley's body was covered in blood as he shouted. "That's right. We killed nearly half of the 10 great halls, but we also suffered heavy losses," Lin Xiaoyu said hatefully. "My son Lin Zhentian was killed by a fire array." "Fire array?" Gu Qihen said hatefully. "It must be Zimu. In the entire Tianyun continent, Who else can kill an Ascension Realm martial artist with a fire array other than him? My grandfather was also careless and was killed by that bastard. What? Hearing Gu Qihen's words, the three great families and the sacred elixir pavilion became gloomy. Lin Zhentian was a level 4 Ascension Realm martial artist. It could be explained that he was killed by Zimu. However, Gu Yunxian was a level 6 Ascension Realm martial artist. Facing Zimu head-on, he was actually killed by Zimu using the Gu family's ultimate skill, the Imperial Wind Divine Art. Next, everyone must be extremely careful. Mubai said. We will use the Sacred Elixir Pavilion as our base camp and guard the entrance so that the people from the Green Shadow Blood sect can't break through. This way, everyone can take turns to rest and resist the attack. Everyone, don't worry. I have already sent a request to the sect. Coincidentally, the sect has a personal disciple who is training again. He can help us out. We just need to endure for a while. Personal disciple, hearing this, the morale instantly soared. The personal disciple of the Sacred Elixir sect represented the strongest existence in the Sacred Elixir sect. Outer disciples, inner disciples, elite disciples, core disciples, and personal disciples. These layers of classification reflected the powerful strength of the Sacred Elixir sect. Alright, since it's like this, everyone calm down and wait for a while. Lin Xiaoyu comforted them. This time, the Green Shadow Blood sect also suffered heavy losses. We don't need to be afraid of them. What about the Xiao family? Taihuang Valley suddenly asked. The Xiao family won't come. Gu Qihen smiled bitterly. Xiao Zhan Tian, because Zimu saved his daughter, actually hid in the mansion and didn't come out. This person is treacherous and untrustworthy. It's really hateful. Damn it. 3,000 years ago, he tricked Mu Yun. Mu Yun died. Today, he actually dares to trick us. After this battle, I will personally annihilate his entire family. Mubai was extremely angry and couldn't help but shout. At this moment, in the Xiao mansion. Yuner, in the inner room of the Xiao mansion, looking at their daughter who opened her eyes in a daze, Xiao Zhan Tian and Yan Lingjin were both sad and happy at the same time. For 3 years, they all thought that their daughter was dead and jumped into the Laying Valley with Mu Yun. Who knew that their daughter would actually appear in front of them? Father. Mother? You. Looking at this familiar yet strange family, Xiao Yuner only felt a throbbing pain in her head and felt dizzy. Yuner, are you okay? Mother, I'm fine. I just feel that I slept for a long time. It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. Nian Lingjin's face was covered with tears as she smiled with satisfaction. However, her hands were tightly holding Xiao Yuner's hands. Mother. I remember that I blocked a palm for Mu Yun and then fainted. Then, what about Mu Yun? How is Mu Yun? Xiao Yuner seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked. Teacher Mu, you. Hearing Xiao Qinyu's words, Xiao Zhan Tian shouted. What happened to him? Teacher Mu died 3 years ago. He jumped into the Laying Valley and died. Sister, you slept for 3 years. We all thought that you had also died for 3 years. Boom, hearing this news, Xiao Yuner felt that the world was spinning and her whole head was buzzing. Scenes of the past seemed to appear in front of her. When the beast tide attacked and the 9th class was trapped, Mu Yun agreed that she would help Mu Yun. Then, she fainted and was wrapped in a layer of power. She didn't know how long it had been and she was drowsy. Until today, she completely woke up. Then how did I wake up? Xiao Yuner asked. It was Mr. Zimu who sent you here and asked our Xiao family to stop and not participate in the battle between the two forces. Zimu? Stop? Battle? Xiao Yuner instantly felt as if too many inconceivable things had happened during the 3 years she had been in a deep sleep. What about the Mu family now? The Mu family was completely destroyed in the battle 3 years ago. The patriarch, Mu Qingyu, and the young patriarch, Mu Yun, are dead. Xiao Qinyu's expression was gloomy. Dead, Mu Yun was dead? The Mu family was destroyed. For some reason, Xiao Yuner suddenly felt that her heart was bleeding and there seemed to be a heart-wrenching pain spreading. Shut up and let your sister have a good rest. But, one more word and I'll make you face the wall for a month. Xianxia shouted. Gradually, everyone left the room, leaving only Xiao Qingyu and the unconscious Xiao Yun'er. Renhuang Sutra. Madam, now that Grandmaster Zimu has followed the agreement and Yun'er has woken up, our Xiao clan will completely withdraw from this battle. Xiao Zhantian sighed. Withdraw? Nian Lingjin sneered. Xiao Zhantian, are you stupid? Right now, the 4 great clans plus the Sacred Pill Pavilion, the Green Shadow Blood Sect plus the Divine Pavilion, no matter which side wins or loses, the result will be extremely tragic. If the Sacred Dam Pavilion wins, we will be accused of betraying our allies and being selfish. If the Divine Pavilion wins, do you think they will let us go? However, Zimu also said that he wants us to withdraw our troops. Once this matter is over, everything will return to normal. Yun'er will also recover, he said that? Nian Lingjin sneered, he's just a mere guardian of the ethereal pavilion. How can he have such authority? Old Xiao, you are so naive and cute. In this battle, regardless of whether the Sacred Pill Pavilion wins or the Green Shadow Blood Sect wins, our Xiao family will become the target of public criticism. Since that's the case, we might as well sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Nian Lingjin said confidently, at the end of this battle, whether it's the Sacred Dam Pavilion or the Green Shadow Blood Sect, if either side wins, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Therefore, we will sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. In the end, even if the victor is the one, he will not be able to resist us. At that time, the Southern Cloud Empire will be the Xiao Empire. But that purple wood, I don't know if that egomaniac will be able to survive until the end. Who cares what he does? In any case, now that Yun'er has come back to life, there's nothing that can threaten us anymore. Nian Lingjin smiled and said confidently. At this moment, in the room, Xiao Yun'er woke up and listened to Xiao Qingyu's explanation of everything that had happened in the past 3 years. Although father and mother went back on their words and harmed Instructor Mu, they are still our father and mother. For the past 3 years, I have been suffering day and night. I feel guilty towards Instructor Mu. Xiao Qingyu's face was sullen, and his tears gradually flowed down. Are you saying that Zimu is a low-grade earthly blacksmith or an 8th-grade alchemist? Xiao Yun'er's eyes widened as she stared at Xiao Qingyu. Yeah. Where did he come from, and why did he come to help the Transcendence Pavilion? Gradually, Xiao Yun'er's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on her face. Mu Yun can't be dead. Xiao Yun'er's eyes shone brightly, and her entire spirit was rejuvenated. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Qingyu said in a daze, 3 years ago, we saw Instructor Mu jump into the Thunderclap Valley with our own eyes. Furthermore, the 3 great clans were guarding the Thunderclap Valley for a whole month. How could Instructor Mu, humph, to think that you are Mentor Mu's student? You are as stupid as a pig, Xiao Yun'er laughed and scolded, he is not dead. If he were dead, I would have died long ago. Even Xiao Yun'er herself did not realize how happy she felt when she said that. Boss, that instructor of yours might still be alive, the green jade fire Qilan's voice sounded in Xiao Qingyu's mind. What? There is a trace of aura in Mr. Zimu's body that is very similar to your instructor Mu Yun's. However, Zimu's body seems to have heavenly fire that is covering that aura. However, because I am a fire-type sacred beast, I am very clear about fire. Therefore, I can feel other auras other than the flame aura in his body. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask me. Sister, what should we do now? Looking at Xiao Yun'er, Xiao Qingyu could not make up his mind. What should we do? Xiao Yun'er frowned and said, according to father and mother's calculations, they will definitely not stay in the Xiao family and not show up. This time I will definitely not let anything happen to Mu Yun. Xiao Yun'er gradually fell into deep thought. At the same time, outside the sacred elixir pavilion, the 10 great halls of the Green Shadow Blood Sect gathered and arrived. Meng Guangling, it's up to you now. Looking at the large group of Green Shadow Blood Sect gathered outside the Sacred Elixir Pavilion, Mu Yun smiled and said, in this battle, I think you should have also experienced the power of the divine weapons and elixirs that my divine pavilion gave you. I don't need to say anything else, right? Hee. Mr. Zimu is indeed an expert. Meng Guangling said this sincerely. Every elixir sold by the divine pavilion had miraculous effects. Furthermore, For divine weapons of the same level, the divine weapons in the hands of the Green Shadow Blood Sect's divine weapons were stronger than those of the three great clans and the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Meng Wanling suddenly realized that the 5 billion high-grade spirit stones were worth it. Mr. Zimu, just watch. Next, the Lin family, Gu family, Royal family, and Sacred Elixir Pavilion will be completely destroyed. Meng Wanling had a lot of confidence. 10 halls, listen to my orders. Follow me into the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. The people of the four powers who dare to attack my Green Shadow Blood Sect are courting death. Kill all of them without mercy. Seeing Meng Wanling give the order, Mu Yun stood on the spot and did not move. On the other side, Meng Wanling had considered Zimu's motive for helping the Green Shadow Blood Sect. Destroying the four powers and then annexing the Green Shadow Blood Sect, if Zimu really had such thoughts, then it could only be said that the Divine Pavilion was also on the path to destruction. The elites of the Green Shadow Blood Sect in the Southern Cloud Empire for 3 years were not in vain. Kill. At the same time, figures rushed out from the Sacred Elixir Pavilion and blocked the entrance, causing the battle circle to shrink. Want to shrink the battle circle? Take turns to fight? Dream on. Seeing the idea of the people of the four powers, Meng Wanling smiled coldly. A murderous aura rose from his body. Human sovereign scripture. With a low shout, Meng Wanling opened an ancient book in his hand. A strong murderous aura spread out. Want to block? It's just the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Do you really think that I, Meng Wanling, can't break through it? Meng Wanling sneered and his fingers moved quickly. Rustling sounds rang out. The ancient, pale yellow book in Meng Wanling's hand flipped quickly. Gradually, a dim light spread out in front of Meng Wanling and blasted forward. When the light touched the front of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion, it let out a rumbling sound. Outside the Sacred Elixir Pavilion, a pale silver light flashed and dimmed. It was obviously the Sacred Elixir Pavilion's Pavilion Protecting Array. Pavilion Protecting Array? Trash. Meng Wanling sneered. The human sovereign scripture in his hand exploded with a golden light. It turned into a huge sovereign character and rushed towards the array. Asterisk boom, asterisk in an instant, the Sacred Elixir Pavilion's Pavilion Protecting Array was in a mess. The rumbling sound of the explosion sent everyone in the Sacred Elixir Pavilion flying. As for the people in front, they were badly mutilated and miserable cries rang out continuously. However, at this moment, the disciples of the Green Shadow Blood Sect had already charged into the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. The final battle was unavoidable. Standing in the crowd, Mu Yun was slightly stunned when she saw the power of Meng Wanling's human sovereign scripture. This human sovereign scripture was so powerful, it could even break through the Sacred Elixir Pavilion's Pavilion Protecting Array in one fell swoop. This kind of power was simply unheard of. Top-grade earth weapon? Or perhaps a low-grade heaven weapon. However, according to Mu Yun's knowledge, in the entire Tianyun continent, top-grade earthly artifacts were already rare. Low-grade earthly artifacts were even more so in the hands of the major forces. They were treasures that were not regarded as important to them. It seemed that Meng Wanling not only had a respected position in the Green Shadow Blood Sect, but his identity was also not ordinary. Mr. Zimu, you only need to watch from now on. The four great forces dared to become enemies with my Green Shadow Blood Sect. They will die without a doubt. Meng Wanling's expression did not change. He held the scripture in his hand and chuckled. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have cooperated with you. Mu Yun remained calm and said again, Meng Wanling, the human sovereign scripture in your hand is at least a top-grade earth weapon, right? To be honest, this is one of the 3 treasures that my father collected. Each of the 3 treasures is a top-grade earth weapon. When combined, they can unleash the power of a heaven weapon. As expected, Mu Yun smiled and said, can you let me have a look? Of course. Meng Wanling was not wary at all. Firstly, he did not believe that Mu Yun would dare to snatch it. Secondly, even if Mu Yun snatched it away, she could not use it. However, just as the human sovereign scripture fell into Mu Yun's hands, Mu Yun's body trembled before she had time to check it. At this moment, the picture of extermination of immortality that had not moved for a long time was actually emitting a golden light in her soul sea. It went through Mu Yun's body and directly entered the human sovereign scripture. What are you doing? Mu Yun did not expect the picture of extermination of immortality to suddenly have such a change. She shouted angrily in her heart. However, the picture of extermination of immortality seemed to have felt Mu Yun's anger and immediately became obedient. However, the subconscious desire for the human sovereign scripture was extremely strong. You want it very much? The desire came from the picture of extermination of immortality, and Mu Yun's expression changed. This human sovereign scripture seemed to be very suitable for the picture of extermination of immortality. Could it be that this fellow wanted to swallow this human sovereign scripture? Mu Yun smiled slightly and returned the human sovereign scripture to Meng Guanling. As expected of an inferior earthly weapon. I can't figure it out, haha, with Mr. Zimu's talent, I believe that you will be able to refine a supreme earthly weapon in less than 20 years. My Dharma treasure is nothing in Mr. Zimu's eyes. Meng Guanling laughed out loud. He was very curious about Zimu from the bottom of his heart. However, he could vaguely guess that Zimu was probably a good friend of Mu Yun. It was just that the Green Shadow Blood sect had also participated in the destruction of the Mu family 3 years ago. Therefore, he wanted to recruit Zimu very much. However, he was worried about this relationship and did not speak up. Meng Guanling, I think that the disciples of the Green Shadow Blood sect seem to be slightly lacking in combat power compared to the 4 great forces. Mu Yun chuckled and said, superior elixirs and superior divine weapons. However, they were still unable to break through the defense of the 4 great forces in half a day. I think that these people have been too comfortable in the past 3 years. Meng Guanling smiled eerily. He felt that the disciples of the halls were too embarrassing. He placed the human sovereign scripture in front of him and shouted, disciples of the halls, listen up. Those who kill the immortal realm martial artists of the 4 great forces will be rewarded with 1,000,000 superior spiritual stones. Those who kill the spiritual cave realm martial artists will be rewarded with 100,000 superior spiritual stones according to their realms. Each realm will be rewarded with 900,000 superior spiritual stones. Whoever is at the end will be killed. The human sovereign scripture will be recorded. You can rest assured that I, Meng Guanling, will never lie. One's identity gets exposed to a martial artist. Spirit stones were the most important cultivation and trading resources. At this moment, the spirit stones were the greatest temptation to them. Kill. In an instant, the sound of battle filled the entire Southern Cloud Empire. In the Heavenly Fate continent, above the territory of the Southern Cloud Empire, 2 silhouettes were flying at high speed under the night sky. Senior Brother went in. Behind the 2 of them, a figure suddenly caught up and shouted, Senior Brother went in, the sect has received a distress signal. It says that the Sacred Pill Pavilion in the Southern Cloud Empire is under attack. It seems to be the people of the Green Shadow Blood sect. Southern Cloud Empire? Isn't that Junior Sister Qin's hometown? Before Bai Wentian could speak, a young man beside him laughed. Oh? Bai Wentian smiled faintly and said, I came here again because Master sensed the aura of the heavenly fire, but after searching for a while, I didn't find anything. Fine, let's go to Junior Sister Qin's hometown to take a look. Brother Wentian, I heard that Junior Sister Qin went through a lot of trouble when she entered the Sacred Pill sect. Moreover, there seems to be a Mr. Right in the Southern Cloud Empire. That's right, that person, the scene from 3 years ago appeared in Bai Wentian's mind. If his master had not appeared that night, he would have nearly been killed by that young man called Mu Yun. That frightening aura that went all out was something that he had difficulty resisting. It had only been 3 years, but things had changed. He was no longer who he was 3 years ago, and that Mu Yun, since he was passing by the Southern Cloud Empire this time, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take care of him. Junior Sister Qin is now in the Saint Pill sect. She's the last disciple of Elder Ziyue. Even the sect leader can't reprimand her. I've heard that in the past 3 years, many disciples in the sect have been interested in her, but they were all rejected. I wonder if Brother Wentian, Lu Wuxin, don't you think you're talking too much? Bai Wentian's expression turned cold, and his tone also became cold. Lu Wuxin smiled and said no more. As the number 1 direct disciple of the Saint Pill sect, Bai Yuan-Tian's reputation was illustrious and resounded throughout the entire Tianyun continent. However, ever since Qin Mengyao entered the sacred elixir sect 3 years ago, all the pro-disciples who thought they were geniuses in the sect were scrambling for him. Bai Wentian was no exception. However, everyone ran into a wall, and Bai Wentian was no exception. That Qin Mengyao did not buy the title of Bai Wentian's #1 personal disciple. Furthermore, in the past 3 years, Qin Mengyao's talent was extremely strong. Coupled with his God spirit, his strength couldn't be compared to his rapid growth. It could be said that every day was different. There were already rumors circulating in the sect that Qin Mengyao had become Elder Ziyui's personal disciple. Perhaps, he would replace Bai Wentian as the first personal disciple of the St. Pil sect. I want to see what realm that trash that junior sister Qin is worried about is at now. Bai Wentian immediately changed directions and rushed towards South Cloud City. At this moment, in South Cloud City, outside the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. At this moment, there were less than 1,000 martial artists from the 4 major factions left. At the same time, on the other side, there were less than 10,000 people from the Green Shadow Blood sect left. In this confrontation, even though the 10 great halls with 100,000 people had the upper hand, they had paid a heavy price. Although the price was heavy, the result was gratifying. Without people, they could recruit more people. As long as the South Cloud Empire was completely in the hands of the Green Shadow Blood sect, the resources could be regenerated. Mubai, do you have any other moves? Meng Wanling snorted as he looked at the dejected people from the 4 major factions. They were already in a desperate situation. Meng Wanling, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're the son of the Green Shadow Blood sect master. The Sacred Elixir Pavilion belongs to the Sacred Elixir sect. What you're doing is provoking the Sacred Elixir sect. Mubai's body was injured as he panted. He had already sent out a distress signal. However, even if the Sacred Elixir sect sent experts over, it would still take a long time. If there were disciples nearby, even if they rushed over to help, the Sacred Elixir Pavilion would not be able to survive with the number of people from the Green Shadow Blood sect. The Sacred Elixir sect dominates the businesses of the various empires in the Heavenly Fate continent. It's time to slow down and give some benefits to others. Meng Wanling did not mind at all. Kill. With a command, the people from the Green Shadow Blood sect behind Meng Wanling flew out one by one and charged towards the people from the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Hee. My Sacred Elixir sect dominates the businesses of the Heavenly Fate continent. That's our ability. If you have the ability, your Green Shadow Blood sect can also do it. At this moment, 3 figures descended from the sky. The person in the lead had a sharp face. His long hair was tied up behind his head. His hands were behind his back, and he looked indescribably handsome. Bai Wentian. Seeing this person, Mu Yun was very familiar with him. The scene from 3 years ago was still vivid in his mind. Bai Wentian. For years ago, Bai Wentian was at the 1st level of the spirit realm. At that time, he was only at the 10th level of the physical body. Crossing the gap of 10 levels of the spirit cave, he almost killed Bai Wentian with his 100 years of life. 4 years had passed, and the current him was at the 2nd level of the spirit realm. What realm had Bai Wentian reached? Meng Guangling, get lost. Bai Wentian waved his hand and said casually, in these 3 years, you disappeared without a trace. So you hid in the Southern Cloud Empire. It's really embarrassing. 6th level of the spirit realm, your realm is still pitifully low. It's still better than 4 years ago when you were at the 1st level of the spirit realm and were almost killed by a 10th level of the physical body trash. Meng Guangling sneered and said, Bai Wentian, didn't you spread this matter in the Sacred Elixir sect? Hearing this, Bai Wentian's face turned completely cold. Then where is Mu Yun now? Dead. Dead? Bai Wentian was stunned. 3 years ago, she was forced into the Thunderclap Valley and jumped to her death. Impossible. Bai Wentian suddenly said, I just arrived at the Thunderclap Valley. The thunder that surrounded that place all year round had already dissipated. Did you see Mu Yun's body? What? Hearing this, Meng Guangling's face froze. But gradually, his gaze fell on Zimu, who was beside him. And let me tell you, according to my master, there might be a heavenly flame in the Thunderclap Valley. But when I entered, I did find traces of the heavenly flame. But the heavenly flame had already been taken away by someone. What? Meng Guangling was stunned again. He looked at Mu Yun with a murderous expression. You are Mu Yun. Meng Guangling's finger trembled as he pointed at Mu Yun. His voice had actually become shrill. The person he had always wanted to recruit was Mu Yun. Zimu was Mu Yun, and Mu Yun was Zimu. The strange flame, pill refinement, weapon refinement. How was it similar to Mu Yun 3 years ago? The only flame that couldn't be explained was now clear. After eliminating all the impossibilities, all that was left were possibilities. Haha. Bei Wentian, long time no see. Do you still remember me? With a smile, Mu Yun took off the hat on her head and pulled down the veil on her face. She looked at Bei Wentian, and her voice was indescribably cold. Mu Yun? Seeing Mu Yun's appearance, Bei Wentian was stunned. But gradually, Mu Yun's hair returned to its original black color. Her purple eyes gradually turned back to their normal black color. The aura on her body was no longer as cold as before. It's really you. Looking at Mu Yun, Bei Wentian's expression was extremely gloomy. Why? Are you very happy knowing that I'm dead? Are you very disappointed now? Mu Yun stood in front of everyone and smiled. That smile looked so casual. Wrong. I'm even happier knowing that you're not dead. This way, I can kill you with my own hands. Bei Wentian teased. The humiliation 4 years ago was still vivid in his mind. He could not forget it. Today, he must find Mu Yun and get back the humiliation of the past. It's really Mu Yun. It's really him. He's not dead. How can he not be dead? In a place like Layin Valley? Looking at Mu Yun's figure, Gu Qihen, Lin Xiaoyu, Tai Huang Valley, and the others were dumbfounded. They all thought that Mu Yun had died in Layin Valley. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing in front of them alive. They felt as if they had been struck by lightning. During this period of time, the Divine Pavilion had made a series of changes because of Zimu's participation. The auction of inferior-grade earth weapons and superior-grade 7th-grade elixir pills. All of this was arranged by Zimu and Mu Yun. It was all to lure them step by step into a trap. Even everything that happened today was caused by Mu Yun. He let the 4 great clans and the Green Shadow Blood sect start a bloody war and then reap the benefits. The 4 great clans went to the Sacred Elixir sect, and he went to the Green Shadow Blood sect to ensure that the gap between the two sides was not too big. Then, when the snipe and the clam fought, the fisherman would reap the benefits. What a scheme, what a scheme! Mu Yun, you despicable person. How dare you plot against us? Tai Huang Valley could not help but curse. I'm despicable? Mu Yun said calmly, 3 years ago, this was how you dealt with the Mu clan. You should understand the logic of giving them a taste of their own medicine. You, hearing Mu Yun's words, Tai Huang Valley and the others were shocked. Kill. However, just as Mu Yun finished speaking, she suddenly shouted again. This shout came without any warning, and everyone was stunned. However, this did not last for long. Suddenly, hundreds of people appeared among the people from the Green Shadow Blood sect and the 4 great clans. Those hundreds of people were either wearing the Green Shadow Blood sect's robes or the Sacred Elixir Pavilion's robes. They were either from the Gu clan or the Lin clan. At this moment, these people attacked their companions without any warning, killing them with a sword. Or shattering their hearts with a palm. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people from the 4 great clans died. On the other hand, the Green Shadow Blood sect suffered even more casualties. Ah, with a scream, a dagger suddenly appeared in the chest of Gu Qihen from the Gu clan. Fresh blood flowed out. Swish swish, 2 figures landed beside Mu Yun. They were Lingyu and Qinyu from the Earth Emanations Hall. Lingyu took off her clothes and cupped her hands. Hall Master. Hall Master, Hall Master, hearing how Lingyu addressed her, everyone was in an uproar. When did Mu Yun become the Hall Master of the assassin organization, the Earth Emanations Hall? Lingyu, you are the Hall Master of the Earth Emanations Hall in the Southern Cloud Empire. The Earth Emanations Hall is one of the top forces in the Southern Cloud Empire. Are you blind to be under Mu Yun? People from all walks of life, it's not up to you to tell me what to do. Lingyu's voice was cold and there was no change in her delicate face. If he still had any resentment towards Mu Yun in the past, it could be said that there was no such resentment now. The moon goddess secret art and floating rain dagger technique that Mu Yun had bestowed upon him and Chen Yu were simply divine techniques. Moreover, Mu Yun's plan for tonight was flawless. This allowed the Earth Emanations Hall to blend in with the people of the four great clans and the Green Shadow Blood sect during the chaos. At the crucial moment, they would explode. This was what assassins were best at. Ling Yu, your father, Ling Wushuang, was also a hero of the Southern Cloud Empire, but he gave birth to such a cowardly, short-sighted trash like you. Lin Xiaoyu's face was cold. Shut up. Ling Yu said mercilessly, Lin Xiaoyu, Grand Sovereign Valley, do you dare to say that my father's death has nothing to do with you? Haven't you been suppressing the Earth Emanations Hall badly enough in recent years? You, Grand Sovereign Valley, Lin Xiaoyu, I advise you to pay attention to your backs. Be careful that the people who are going to kill you are the assassins of my Earth Emanations Hall. When Ling Yu said this, the Grand Emperor Valley and Lin Xiaoyu were both stunned. More than 200 assassins had suddenly appeared from the two camps. Who knew if there were any other assassins among the remaining people? For a time, the people in both camps were in a state of panic and were constantly on guard against the people around them. Looking at the crowd, Mu Yun found it funny. Mu Yun, I didn't expect that in the end, I would be tricked by you. Meng Guangling felt extremely humiliated as he looked at Mu Yun. Who did Mu Yun think she was? He thought that his talent was unparalleled and his schemes were outstanding, but he did not expect that he would be defeated by Mu Yun. This series of schemes and implementation, Mu Yun was simply flawless. Even he was deceived. Young Master Bai Yi, please kill these two evildoers and spread the name of the Saint Pil sect. Mu Bai said hatefully as he pointed at Mu Yun and Meng Guangling. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Bai Wenchen said indifferently as he looked at Mu Bai. Lu Wuxin, help me keep an eye on this guy. Bai Wentian pointed at Mu Yun and said with a smile, don't kill him. His life is mine. Senior brother, don't worry. It's just a second level of the spirit realm. It's not a problem. Lu Wuxin was dressed in a green robe. His face was devilish and there was a sinister smile on his face. Bai Wentian nodded slightly and looked at Meng Guangling. The human emperor scripture is such a waste in your hands. The reputation of being the #1 pro-disciple of the sacred elixir sect is wasted on you. Meng Guangling smiled slightly and was not angry. He and Bai Wentian were old enemies. Although his cultivation realm was inferior to Bai Wenchen's, with the human emperor's sutra in his hands, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for Bai Wenchen to defeat him. The two figures charged towards each other at almost the same time. You're really stupid. Looking at Lu Wuxin, Mu Yun smiled and said, you should know that Bai Wentian was almost killed by me 4 years ago. Even with the gap of 10 levels, I almost killed him. And now, he's asking you to deal with me. He's just sending you to your death. Oh? Lu Wuxin smiled and said, you think you can kill me with just your second level of the spirit realm? Mu Yun, you're really arrogant. Even if you can kill someone of a higher level, you should know that the warriors of the same level in the Tianyun continent are more than 10 times stronger than those in the Southern Cloud Empire. Lu Wuxin smiled and took a step forward. He opened his palm and directly pressed towards Mu Yun. All right. Waving her hand, Mu Yun's fiery lotuses bloomed between her fingers. Layers of flames exploded continuously. Boom, in the next moment, the two fiery lotuses exploded. The entire sacred elixir pavilion cracked inch by inch and the ground began to collapse. Lu Wuxin's figure was already standing in the same place. It was just that there was a terrifying bloody hole in his chest and that wide-open mouth made people dumbfounded. Instant kill. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. So what if he was a proud son of heaven in the Tianyun continent? Under the same level, he was still instantly killed. Mu Bai, what are you still standing there for? Kill him. Bai Wendian did not expect that Lu Wuxin, who was at the second level of the spirit realm and was rather famous among the direct disciples, would actually be instantly killed by Mu Yun. This guy was already so terrifying now? All of you, go and kill him for me. Meng Guangling could not help it at this moment. His hatred for Mu Yun was far stronger than his hatred for Bai Wendian. Being deceived by this person, this feeling of being toyed with, made him furious. For a moment, the four major forces and the green shadow blood sects people all rushed towards Mu Yun. Ling Yu and Chen Yu were guarding Mu Yun's side. Their figures flashed and disappeared. The two of them were suitable for the Tao of assassination. Catching the opponent off guard was the best strategy for an assassin. However, looking at the tens of thousands of people rushing towards her, Mu Yun's expression did not change. Who dares to touch my mentor Mu? Kill without mercy. Leave no one alive. In an instant, the people of the divine pavilion rushed over. Those people rushed towards the tens of thousands of people in front of him. There were thousands of figures. This was the foundation of the divine pavilion for 3 years. My Xiao clan will fulfill the promise from 3 years ago and come to protect the patriarch of the Mu clan, Mu Yun. At this moment, a shout rang out. Xianxia took the lead and led a black mass of people to charge out from the side. The Xiao clan would actually lend a helping hand at this moment. Mentor Mu, it's really you. Seeing Mu Yun, Xianxia's eyes were red. He knelt on the ground and cowed out fiercely. Student Xianxia apologizes to Mentor Mu. Student deserves to die. When Mentor Mu was in danger, didn't you appear when I was in danger? Mu Yun pulled Xianxia up and said with a smile, your parents are so stubborn. Why did they bring the people of the Xiao clan? No matter how stubborn my parents are, I'm the next patriarch of the Xiao clan. Moreover, I'm in the divine realm now. Xianxia said solemnly, my parents have to listen to me. Mu Yun, Xiao Yuner was wearing a black dress, which showed her graceful figure. Looking at Mu Yun, she said softly, I'm sorry, There's nothing to be sorry about. It's not your fault. Mu Yun smiled and looked at Xiao Yuner. He really did not want to get involved in any more love debts. Xiao Yuner looked a little disappointed and lowered her head. Xianxia, you brat, it doesn't matter whether you come or not, okay? Seeing the people of the Xiao clan, Xianxia laughed and said, do you think that the divine pavilion has been doing business for the past 3 years? Looking at the people behind him, Xianxia shouted, children of the 9th class, let's gather again today. Let's kill to our heart's content. Let the Southern Cloud Empire know that the 9th class led by Mentor Mu will never be extinguished. Okay. 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 Among the crowd, shouts sounded. The people of the 9th class brought the accumulation of the past 3 years in the Southern Cloud Empire and killed their way here. How can we be absent from the patriarch's place? At this moment, another group of people, which was close to 10,000 people, came to kill their way here. The person in the lead was wearing a long robe. He had an extraordinary bearing, and between his eyebrows, there was a hint of maturity and tenacity. Mu Fingxing. You brat, you're finally here. Seeing Mu Fingxing, Huang Wuji, Xiaoqingyu, and the others laughed again. Brother, these are the people of the Mu clan scattered in various places of the Southern Cloud Empire. There are also some loyal guards. I brought them back for you, the patriarch. Looking at the people behind him, Mu Yun could not help but feel excited. He was not fighting alone, behind him stood his students, his friends, his brothers, and his lover. Tonight was destined to be the night when the Mu clan rose again. Kill. With a command, the martial artists of the Mu clan, Xiao clan, and Ethereal Pavilion rushed out once again. Bei Wentian, I don't have time to play with you now. After dealing with Mu Yun, I'll fight with you again. Likewise. The sudden emergence of the forces stunned Bei Wentian and Meng Guangling. They did not expect that Mu Yun's accumulation had reached such a level. Mu Yun, it seems like I've underestimated you. Meng Guangling landed and sneered, however, do you think you can win just like this? My 10,000 people from the Green Shadow Blood sect can also kill you. Meng Guangling smiled proudly, this is all thanks to your elixir pills and divine weapon. Oh? Is that so? Mu Yun chuckled and said, then take a look now. What have your men from the Green Shadow Blood sect turned into? As the two parties fought, deafening screams could be heard. When the people from the Ethereal Pavilion fought with the people from the Green Shadow Blood sect, their swords and sabers clashed. Cracking sounds could be heard. The swords and sabers in the hands of the people from the Green Shadow Blood sect instantly shattered into pieces. They were either slashed in half or stabbed to death by their opponents. How can this be? There were even some who stood on the spot. They either had a stomachache or numbness in their arms. They were killed without any room to resist. Mu Yun, you're shameless. You actually tampered with elixir pills and divine weapons. Mu Yun smiled but did not say anything. Since you're vicious, don't blame me for being even more vicious. Meng Wanling's face was filled with shame and anger. He opened the Human Emperor scripture with his palm. Clattering sounds could be heard as the Human Emperor scripture was opened again. Suddenly, the Human Emperor scripture landed on a page. Meng Wanling spat a mouthful of blood essence on the Human Emperor scripture. Asterisk roar, asterisk in an instant, an illusory figure appeared on the Human Emperor scripture. The illusory figure suddenly appeared and roared. Immediately after, everyone felt that the entire South Cloud City seemed to be trembling. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Before anyone could react, a series of roars suddenly resounded outside South Cloud City. Do you think that you're the only one who has a backup plan? Meng Wanling's face was malevolent as he shouted, 3 years ago, the beast horde attacked. Today, the beast horde will still devour all of you. As Meng Wanling spoke, he slapped both of his hands on the Human Emperor scripture. Traces of blood flowed from his body and entered the Human Emperor scripture. The illusory figure of the giant beast above his head also became more and more solid. In the distance, the roars that came from afar were finally approaching South Cloud City. At the moment when the battle started, Meng Wanling had already made his decision. He would eliminate the 4 major powers and allow Zimu to enter the Green Shadow Blood sect. If Zimu did not agree, only death would await him. The ethereal pavilion would also be trampled by the army of spirit beasts. Therefore, he had already commanded the spirit beasts outside the city. Do you think that you're the only one who has a backup plan? Looking at Meng Wanling, Mu Yun said calmly, Meng Wanling, you think that you're smart. However, you're too smart for your own good. I wonder, how is the strength of your spirit beast army compared to mine? Summon Purple Flame Wolf Roar. Under the lonely night sky, Mu Yun let out a wolf howl. Immediately after, in the outskirts of South Cloud City, wolf howls rose and fell one after another, each wave louder than the previous one. The sound is coming from the mansion I bought for Instructor Mu? Qi Ming was stunned. It's coming from that direction. I see. Today, he finally understood why Mu Yun asked him to buy a property in the suburbs. Roar. Following Mu Yun's roar, the surrounding temperature gradually rose. One by one, purple monsters with glowing green eyes gradually approached. Those purple monsters were about 3 to 5 meters tall, and their bodies were surrounded by purple flames. The strange wolf beast was surrounded by purple flames. Purple Flame Wolf. Mu Yun's gaze fell on the hundreds of purple flame wolves and a trace of coldness appeared in her eyes. After he took the purple lotus demonic flame, the fire in the Thunderclap Valley was greatly reduced. The moment he appeared, the purple flame wolves followed behind him, unwilling to let him leave. In the end, if he had not left a strand of purple flame in the Thunder Valley to feed these purple flame wolves would not have been able to adapt to the environment and would have died in the Thunder Valley. Oh my god! Xianxia could not help but rub his eyes in disbelief. What has Instructor Mu been doing for the past 3 years? You can still tame beasts now? Mu Yun had given them too much shock. Even Meng Wanling was stunned. The reason why he could summon spirit beasts was because of the supreme ability recorded in the human sovereign scripture. But how could Mu Yun summon spirit beasts to serve him? Meng Wanling, let's see if your weak spirit beasts or my purple flame wolf is stronger. Just as Mu Yun opened her mouth, the purple flame wolves that appeared ran to Mu Yun's side one by one. They kept squeezing Mu Yun close to her body, as if they wanted to obtain something from her body. As soon as the purple lotus appeared, purple flames bloomed on Mu Yun's fingertips. The purple flame wolves swallowed the purple flames one by one. A spirit beast that eats heavenly fire. Looking at the purple flame wolves, the crowd swallowed their saliva. What kind of species were these purple flame wolves? They had never seen such abnormal beasts before. Humph, you want to scare me with just a few hundred strange spirit beasts? Meng Wanling remained unmoved and spread out his hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind blew. In an instant, numerous tall and sturdy high-rank spirit beasts and even a large group of heaven spirit beasts appeared behind the green shadow blood sect's troops. The heaven spirit beasts shook their heads as they glared at the crowd from the ethereal hall with killing intent. Kill them all. The killing intent in Meng Wanling's eyes intensified as he charged toward the crowd from the ethereal hall. Kill. Qi Ming gave the order and was about to lead the group out. No need. Mu Yun sneered, how can teacher bear to let you get hurt this time? Roar. With a wolf howl, the eyes of the few hundred purple flame wolves beside Mu Yun immediately glowed with green light as they charged toward the beast tide. The tens of thousands of spirit beasts, including the heaven spirit beasts, were fearless when they saw the few hundred purple flame wolves and charged forward. Immediately after, Meng Guangling smiled and said, Mu Yun, do you have any other abilities with a few hundred strange fire beasts? Yes. Mu Yun smiled faintly and whistled. Boom, in an instant, the ground cracked inch by inch, and the ground within a radius of 10 miles collapsed. Fiery red tentacles rose from the collapsed ground with a loud rumble. A total of 9 tentacles that were 1,000 meters long suddenly shot out from the ground. Screams rang out continuously. Due to the appearance of the 9 tentacles, nearly 1,000 people from the Green Shadow Blood sect were killed or injured. Damn it, what is this? Meng Wanling's face turned cold as he snorted. Gradually, the 9 tentacles flew out, and a huge head slowly rose from beneath Mu Yun's feet. On the head, there were 2 shiny golden horns. Mu Yun's figure stood between the 2 horns with her hands behind her back. She looked down and said proudly, Bei Yai Wenchen, I didn't manage to kill you 4 years ago. Today, come and die. Mu Yun roared, and the huge head beneath her feet let out a howl. One of the fiery red tentacles directly shot toward Bei Yai Wenchen. And you, Meng Guangling. The other tentacle did not slow down either as it directly pressed toward Meng Guangling. And you. Mu Yun pointed at the martial artists from the Grand Emperor Valley, Lin Xiaoyu, and the rest of the martial artists from the 3 major families. Her entire body was overflowing with killing intent. Swish, 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 the 9 tentacles shot out with a loud bang, each one faster than the other. Meng Guangling, 3 years ago, how does your Green Shadow Blood sect's 2-headed red dragon compare to this? Mu Yun stood on the head of the 9-headed monster and shouted, how you treated my Mu family 3 years ago, today, I will return it all. Mu Yun's posture was arrogant, and her entire body was overflowing with killing intent. Looking at the figure standing proudly on the 9-headed monster, the entire 9th class, the entire Mu family, and the entire Divine Pavilion's people could not help but tremble. They understood that one day, Mu Yun would take revenge and make those cunning and shameless people pay the price. That day had finally come. Xiao Zhan Tian and Yan Lingjin stood in front of the Xiao family's team, and their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Originally, Yan Lingjin had planned to take action after the battle between the 2 sides and reap the benefits. However, seeing this scene, their hearts were filled with fear. If that was really the case, then the Xiao family would be doomed eternally, just like the Green Shadow Blood sect, the Sacred Elixir Pavilion, the Lin family, the Gu family, and the Imperial family. What kind of person was Bei Yai Wenchen? He was also suppressed by Mu Yun. Spiritual light cross/. Suppressed by the tentacle, Bei Yai Wenchen completely exploded. A cross/ appeared directly in front of him, blocking the tentacle. Mu Yun, you're courting death. Bei Yai Wenchen's face turned cold, and he attacked with his sword. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! 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 Gradually, the long sword in Bei Yai Wenchen's hand became extremely hot. Even with his cultivation of the 7th level of the Divine Realm, he could not restrain the scorching temperature. Bei Yai Wenchen's face turned cold, and he could not help but shout, damn it, if this kid did not rely on the power of the heavenly fire, I would have killed him on the spot. If you did not rely on your master back then, you would have died long ago. You still have the face to say such words here? A mere first personal disciple of the Sacred Elixir sect, I think you're just SOSO. Mu Yun's face turned cold, and another tentacle crushed Bei Yai Wenchen. The 2 tentacles were more than 1,000 meters long, and one on the left and one on the right, firmly controlled Bei Yai Wenchen. Bei Yai Wenchen kept cursing, but there was nothing he could do. With Mu Yun's cultivation of the second level of the divine realm, he did not put 10 Mu Yuns in his eyes. But now, the huge monster under Mu Yun's feet was too terrifying. How did Mu Yun manage to subdue such a terrifying monster? Did she rely on the heavenly fire? Damn it! Mu Yun, I will kill you today. Bai Wenchen shouted coldly, and suddenly threw out a token. The token rose to the sky and exploded, and a ray of light scattered in all directions. In order to find the heavenly fire, my sacred elixir sect sent out a large number of elites. Do you think only Southern Cloud Empire has it? Bai Wenchen shouted, today, you will die without a doubt. Then, before I die, I will kill you too. Mu Yun's face turned cold, and the third tentacle pressed down on Bai Wenchen. When the three tentacles pressed down, Bai Wenchen immediately felt the pressure increase, and his face turned red. It was really sullen to be suppressed by Mu Yun. On the other side, Meng Guangling's body was about to explode. What kind of joke was this? The thousands of spirit beasts' army that he summoned, including the heavenly spirit beasts, were stopped by the hundreds of purple flame wolves that Mu Yun summoned. At this moment, the hundreds of purple flame wolves stood in front. Their bodies shook, and they held. It was as though they had entered the realm of no beasts. Their sharp claws and teeth, and even the purple flames on their bodies, made the spirit beasts unable to resist. Where did these purple flame wolves come from? How could they be so powerful? Human Emperor Scripture, Human Emperor Earth Change. Meng Guangling shouted, and the Human Emperor Scripture in his hand shone with a golden light. A barrier appeared, blocking in front of him again. However, Mu Yun would not give him a chance to resist. Another tentacle came crashing down on him. At the same time, the Green Shadow Blood Sect and the four major forces had been utterly defeated by the Earth Emanations Hall, Tongshan Pavilion, Mu Clan, and Xiao Clan. Previously, they had consumed a lot of energy. Coupled with the flaws of the mortal weapons and profound weapons in their hands, they were completely powerless to resist. At this moment, Mu Yun had the absolute advantage. Bai Wenchen and Meng Guangling could not resist at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, at this moment, the sound of air being torn apart suddenly resounded. On the horizon, numerous figures were flying over. Upon closer inspection, those figures were all wearing the Saint Elixir Sect's disciple robes. Senior brother went in. Lin Jingyu, by Mingyu, you came at the right time. This guy killed Lu Wuxin. Lead the disciples of the Sacred Elixir Sect and kill them all. Yes. Seeing who it was, Bai Wentian's face lit up. Mu Yun, these are the core disciples and personal disciples of the Saint Elixir Sect. You're dead for sure this time. Looking at those hundreds of people, all of whom were above the spirit realm, Mu Yun blinked. No matter what, he could not admit defeat in today's battle. Bai Mingyu and Lin Jingyu looked at Mu Yun with murderous intent in their eyes. Ancient Jade Dragon Essence Mu Yun, who was high up, had a gratified smile on her face. But then, his body suddenly landed in the middle of the crowd. He had to kill Grand Sovereign Valley and Lin Xiaoyu. At this moment, the two of them were already at the end of their rope. Even though they were at the 6th level of the Spirit Conduit Realm, they could only unleash 80 to 90% of their strength. Seeing Mu Yun rushing over at this moment, how could they resist? Mu Yun, don't kill us. We can tell you a secret. Lin Xiaoyu's expression changed, his voice trembling. Speak? Will you let us go if we tell you? All right. Lin Xiaoyu immediately said, perhaps your father didn't die. That day, your father was killed by Lu Kuei. Lu Kuei was certain that he was dead, but your father's corpse was among the beast horde that day. We didn't find it. *CK your mother's bullshit. Mu Yun scolded angrily, my father died without a complete corpse. He fell into the beast tide and even his corpse couldn't be found. You're telling me that my father might still be alive? Sure. Mu Yun's face turned cold. A fire lotus rushed out and stuck to Tai Huang Valley's body. After that, even though Grand Emperor Yu was at the 6th level of the Spirit Conduit Realm, he was actually unable to contend against it. Firstly, he had expended a lot of energy. Secondly, Mu Yun had become more and more skilled in controlling the heavenly fire during this period of time. What are you doing? What do you want? Looking at Mu Yun, Tai Huang Valley shouted loudly. What? Mu Yun raised her hand, and the figure from Grand Emperor Valley flew up. A fire lotus was fixed on Tai Huangyu's body. Tai Huangyu quickly flew to the edge of the battlefield between the purple flame wolves and the beast horde. Roar, a wolf howl spread out. Seeing the purple lotus, many purple flame wolves completely ignored the Grand Emperor Valley. A purple flame wolf jumped up and opened its bloody mouth. Pfft. The Grand Sovereign Valley's disciple didn't even have time to scream before he was bitten into two by the purple flame wolf and swallowed. Did you see that? Lin Xiaoyu. Mu Yun's eyes were cold and murderous. I'll tell you now that Grand Emperor Valley is not dead. How about I let you accompany him? No, no, no. Lin Xiaoyu took a step back and said, don't kill me. You can rely on the Mu family, I can rely on you. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything. Oh? It's true. It's true. Mu Yun laughed, alright, since that's the case, I'll spare your life. Help me kill that sacred dam pavilion's Mu Bai. At this moment, Mu Bai's entire body was drenched in blood. With his strength alone, there was no way he would be able to defend against an army of tens of thousands. Alright, I'll go kill him. Lin Xiaoyu's expression hardened as he charged forward. Bang, however, in the next moment, the sharp sword in Lin Xiaoyu's hand almost imprinted itself on Mu Bai's back. Mu Bai's entire arm suddenly exploded. A miserable shriek rang out as a figure suddenly appeared next to Lin Xiaoyu. With a flick of his hand, Lin Xiaoyu's head was separated from his body. The newcomer was dressed in a gray robe and looked to be about 40 years old. He looked calm, but his aura was extremely cold. Big brother. Seeing the newcomer, Mu Bai's face was filled with joy. This was the help he had requested from the sect. Beiyai Wenchen only cared about himself, so why would he care about him? Why are you in such a sorry state? Mu Qing looked at his younger brother and said resentfully, I helped you obtain the position of Sacred Dam Pavilion's pavilion master in the Southern Cloud Empire. Look at what you've done. Big brother, you can't blame me for this. It's that Mu Yun, and that Meng Guangling. They've gone too far. Stand down. Mu Qing shouted coldly as he placed his hands behind his back and looked at the battlefield. Elder Mu Qing? In the sky, Beiyai Wenchen saw Mu Qing appear and sneered, Elder Mu Qing, as a core elder, look at what your younger brother has done. The Sacred Dam Pavilion of the Southern Cloud Empire is completely destroyed. It has nothing to do with you. As a core elder, Mu Qing wouldn't care about Beiyai Wenchen at all. Even if Beiyai Wenchen was the #1 pro-disciple of the Sacred Dan sect, as a core elder, his status wasn't any lower than a pro-disciple. Moreover, in the future, the Sacred Dan sect master might not be him, Beiyai Wenchen. Beiyai Wenchen opened his mouth again, if it has nothing to do with me, then I'd like to see how Elder Mu Qing will handle this. Beiyai Wenchen wasn't in a hurry now. He looked at Mu Qing with a mocking expression. Mu Qing couldn't be bothered with him and looked at Mu Yun. The heavenly fire is with you. Come with me then. Mu Qing said expressionlessly, the Sacred Dan sect has investigated this heavenly fire for 100 years and only found a trace of information. I didn't expect you to take it away. Follow me back to the Sacred Dan sect and see how the sect master will deal with you. Bah! Are the people of the Sacred Dan sect also shameless? Mu Yun scolded, this heavenly fire was obtained by accident when I, Mu Yun, was forced into a desperate situation. I risked my life for it. The heavenly fire was born from heaven and earth. It has no owner. How can it belong to the Sacred Dan sect? The people of the Sacred Dan sect are indeed shameless, arrogant, greedy, ignorant, foolish, and arrogant. Should all good things belong to you? Can't you be more shameless? Looking at Mu Qing, Mu Yun scolded. What about me? Fire lotuses bloomed around Mu Yun. He looked at Mu Qing and sneered, today, I want to see if the sect master of the Sacred Dan sect will come personally to snatch my heavenly fire. There was no way to hide the heavenly fire. As long as he used it, it would be discovered by someone with ulterior motives. And Mu Yun didn't want to hide this point. It was his. It would be his in the end, whoever wanted to snatch it would have to pay the price with their lives. You are really stubborn. You are seeking your own death. Mu Qing shook his head and clawed at Mu Yun. Bang, however, at this moment, a black shadow appeared. That black shadow blocked Mu Yun and blocked Mu Qing's figure. It's you. Seeing the black-clothed man, Mu Yun was stunned. 3 years ago, the black-clothed man appeared to rescue him. 3 years later, the black-clothed man appeared again. He thought that the black-clothed man had died on the battlefield. Are you okay? I'm fine. Mu Yun smiled, they can't hurt me. The black-clothed man replied, your father is not dead. It's just that it's not appropriate for him to appear now. When it's time to meet, you will naturally meet. Not dead, Mu Yun wanted to beat Mu Qingyu up. For the past 3 years, he always thought that Mu Qingyu had died to save him, but he didn't die, he had been sad for 3 years for nothing. My grandfather is not dead. He should have come out long ago, but I don't know where he is now. Mu Yun's words were shocking. What? This time, the black-clothed man was the one who was excited. Good, good, good. He's not dead. That's great. Mu Yun realized that there were tears at the corner of the black-clothed man's eyes. Patting Mu Yun's shoulder, the black-clothed man smiled and said, next, I'll deal with him. As for the others, it's up to you. No problem. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu and Tai Huangyu were dead. Those who persecuted the Mu family back then were basically all dead. The only ones left were the Sacred Pill sect. Only Bai Wendian and Meng Guangling. Looking at Bai Wendian, Mu Yun joked, I'll leave you alone for now. I'll exhaust your true essence and soul power and let you have some fun. Wait for me to deal with this first, then I'll come and find you. Mu Yun turned her gaze to Meng Guangling and smiled, Brother Meng, I like your emperor's scripture very much. Let me have some fun. In your dreams. Oh? In your dreams? Mu Yun giggled. With a wave of her hand, swooshing sounds could be heard. The 2 tentacles that were originally suppressing Meng Guangling turned into 6 in an instant. The 6 tentacles directly pressed down on Meng Guangling. The powerful pressure made Meng Guangling almost unable to breathe. Are you still dreaming? Looking at Meng Guangling, Mu Yun's face revealed a mocking expression. Void-shattering finger, flattening a mountain with a finger. Mu Yun pointed her finger, and the huge shadow charged directly at Meng Guangling. At this moment, Meng Guangling's entire body was being suppressed by the 6 tentacles. The emperor's scripture was in front of him, barely blocking the 6 tentacles. However, when Mu Yun's attack came, he did not have any extra means to block it. Damn it! Seeing the thumb shadow coming, Meng Guangling's face darkened, and he immediately retreated. Retreat? Can you retreat? Damn it! Seeing that Mu Yun was still pressing forward, Meng Guangling had no choice but to throw away the emperor's scripture in his hand and retreat pathetically, dodging Mu Yun's attack. Swoosh, with a sound, the emperor's scripture actually disappeared along with the tentacles. Mu Yun, what did you do? Meng Guangling's face turned cold as he looked at Mu Yun and shouted angrily. Why do you care? Mu Yun said shamelessly, your emperor's scripture is not bad. I'll take it. Meng Guangling's eyes were filled with anger, but he did not dare to flare up. Although he was currently at the 6th level of the spirit conduit realm, his strength was greatly reduced after losing the emperor's scripture. Mu Yun had personally killed Gu Yunxian, who was at the 6th level of the spirit conduit realm. Kid, you're so arrogant. You're destined to not live long. However, just at this moment, a voice came from the void. An enormous beast silhouette was the first to appear. On top of the beast silhouette, there was a human silhouette that was looking down. You're finally here. Looking at the person who came, Mu Yun's face revealed a trace of anger. Back then, he clearly knew that the culprit was this person, the Green Shadow Blood Sect's deputy sect leader, Lu Kuei. It seems that you have a huge grudge against me. It's a miracle that you didn't die that day. Lu Kuei stood on the head of the 2-headed red dragon with his hands behind his back and chuckled. Uncle Kuei. Seeing Lu Kuei's arrival, Meng Guangling shouted, Uncle Kuei, the emperor's scripture was taken away by Mu Yun. I'm useless. It's not your fault. Lu Kuei smiled and said, this kid is meticulous. With the heavenly fire and the ancient jade dragon essence, it's normal that you're not his match. Ancient Jade Dragon Essence, what was that? Haha. I didn't expect that you would encounter the Ancient Jade Dragon Essence after obtaining the Heavenly Fire. The Ancient Jade Dragon Essence is formed by the Heavenly Fire itself. All Heavenly Fire is formed by gathering the Spirit Chi of heaven and earth. It can comprehend the Heavenly Tao and form all kinds of strange stone statues as its skeleton. The Heavenly Fire that you obtained was formed by the Ancient Jade Dragon Essence. It formed an ancient dragon with 9 tails and 4 limbs. Wu Shuangshua looking at LV Kuei, Mu Yan narrowed her eyes. These 9 tentacles were indeed the Ancient Jade Dragon Essence. However, it was unexpected that LV Kuei was actually able to see this point. The Ancient Jade Dragon Spirit was the dragon-shaped skeleton that he had attached to when he entered the underground cave to subdue the heavenly flame. The dragon-shaped skeleton had existed when the heavenly flame was formed. Most importantly, as long as the Gu clan fused with the heavenly fire, they would be able to unleash an incomparably powerful aura as if they were alive. The strength of the Ancient Jade Dragon Spirit was not only reflected in its ability to create a blood connection with its owner, but more importantly, its bones were stronger than an earthly tool. If it was tempered by a refiner, it could degenerate into a heaven artifact, and it would be far more powerful than an ordinary heaven artifact. Mu Yun naturally knew this, but how did Lu Kuei know? This made Mu Yun a little surprised. The memories of Xiao Chen's previous life made him understand that the heavenly flame had never appeared in the continents of the small worlds. It looked like the Green Shadow Blood sect had obtained many secrets from the Green Shadow Blood Palace back then. As far as Mu Yun knew, the Green Shadow Blood Palace was very famous in the 3,000 small worlds. It controlled many continents at the same time. It could be said to be the overlord of the 3,000 small worlds. And now, the Green Shadow Blood sect seemed to have the idea of unifying the 3,000 small worlds. Mu Yun, hand over the Ancient Jade Dragon Essence. I won't kill you. Kill me? Then you have to be able to kill me. Mu Yun said coldly and arrogantly. He can't? May I? However, just as Mu Yun finished speaking, a mocking voice rang out in the void again. A figure walked over, and in the blink of an eye, the distance of several thousand meters was reduced to several hundred meters. The newcomer was dressed in a blood-red robe. His hair was disheveled, and his arms were crossed in front of his chest as he looked down at the crowd. Uncle Wu Shuang, you are here too. Seeing the person who came, Meng Guangling's eyes were filled with joy. Wu Shuangshua was the honorable of the Green Shadow Blood sect. The so-called honorable was an existence that was one level higher than the vice sect leader. Back then, in order to pull this person into the Green Shadow Blood sect, his father had spent a lot of effort. Uncle Wu Shuang, the human sovereign scripture was taken away by this person. Please take it back. Don't worry. Shui Wu Shuang smiled and said, Ling you're now at the 6th level of the Spirit Ascension realm. In the Tianyun continent, you're one of the top young warriors. However, you can't rely too much on magic treasures. Otherwise, what will you do if you end up like today? Yes. Shui Wu Shuang turned around and looked at Mu Yun. He smiled and said, you are so young, yet you are able to reach this stage with your own ability. You definitely have a treasure that makes people envious. As he spoke, Shui Wu Shuang stared straight at Mu Yun. In the next moment, Mu Yun felt as if Shui Wu Shuang was looking at her naked body from top to bottom. He wanted to stop Shui Wu Shuang, but with his soul power, he was like a firefly trying to outshine the moon. Weak, so weak that it was pitiful. His body has cultivated a powerful body-tempering art, the power of thunder and lightning is dense, the power of the sword is restrained within his body, the power of the soul. As Shui Wu Shuang spoke, he completely ignored Mu Yun's soul lake. His soul power directly passed through Mu Yun's soul lake and squeezed her body. Buzz, however, the moment Shui Wu Shuang's soul power entered Mu Yun's soul lake, a buzzing sound rang in Mu Yun's mind. In the next moment, a golden light shot out from the soul lake and directly entered Shui Wu Shuang's soul lake. Puff, Shui Wu Shuang's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was shaking. Just now, what was that? Shui Wu Shuang felt a lingering fear. That power seemed to be able to easily crush him. It was simply too strong. What's wrong? It's very impolite to enter other people's souls. Are you suffering now? Mu Yun said coldly. Xue Wushuang's strength just now had left him with nowhere to hide. If it weren't for the chart of extermination of deity, he would probably have become a retard now. Hee hee. As expected, it seems that you have a treasure with soul power in your body. It's most likely I have an artifact. Xue Wushuang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. In that case, all the more I can't let you live today. Buzz, however, while Xue Wushuang was talking, Mu Yan's mind was buzzing continuously. The human emperor's scripture was sucked into the chart of extermination of deity, and the strong pressure made Mu Yun feel dizzy. However, the chart of extermination of deity did not care at this moment. It just kept nibbling away at the human emperor's scripture. Gradually, the golden light in the human emperor's scripture was absorbed bit by bit, and the golden light in the chart of extermination of deity became brighter. In the end, the human emperor's scripture was completely absorbed, and the entire human emperor's scripture disappeared completely in Mu Yun's mind. In an instant, Mu Yun felt that there were hundreds and thousands of martial arts techniques in his mind. There were several books of yellow rank martial arts techniques, profound rank martial arts techniques, earth rank martial arts techniques, and even heaven rank martial arts techniques. Those Wuji martial arts techniques were firmly imprinted in Mu Yun's mind, and could not be erased. The soul power in his soul lake had actually skyrocketed at this moment. Level 3 of Spirit Ascension, however, at this moment, Mu Yun did not have the time to rejoice. Xue Wushuang had already attacked him. With a flash, Mu Yun's figure immediately appeared on the huge head of the ancient jade dragon spirit. Rumbling sounds could be heard. When Mu Yun's figure landed on the huge dragon head, the entire ground began to tremble violently. Gradually, the huge head under Mu Yun's feet rose gradually. The huge dragon head rose 100 meters before the fire dragon's body appeared. It was only at this moment that everyone saw it. The fire dragon that had been hiding underground, and what was revealed was only the tip of the iceberg. The two front claws of the fire dragon were like 200-meter-tall mountains, and it was shocking. The two claws that stood on the ground were incomparably huge, occupying the entire area of the sacred elixir pavilion. This ancient jade dragon spirit was 1,000 meters tall. At this moment, everyone saw that the 9 tentacles that had wrapped around Beiyai Wenchen and Meng Guangling were originally the 9 tails of the dragon. At this moment, the 9 tails were wrapped around each other. Mu Yun's tiny figure was almost invisible to the naked eye on the ancient jade dragon spirit's body. Roar, a loud and clear dragon roar could be heard. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and houses within 100 miles began to collapse. The fiery red color of the fire dragon's body gradually changed. Purple flame surrounded the fire dragon, and in the blink of an eye, the red fire dragon turned purple. It was extremely demonic. Below, Qi Ming and the rest had already led everyone to retreat. Even though they were 10 miles away, some martial artists with lower realms could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood when they heard the dragon roar. Qi Ming, Mu Fengxing, the two of you take those with lower realms and retreat first. It's best if you leave South Cloud City and wait for things to settle down before making a decision. Wang Xianxia said, Gongxinyu, Xianyuan Xiao, the two of you will constantly scout the outskirts of South Cloud City. If any disciples of the sacred elixir sect come alone, surround and kill them. Yes. Hearing Wang Xianxia's words, everyone hurriedly dispersed. Now that they were surrounded, they were of no use at all. This level of battle was no longer something they could handle. However, when she saw the 1,000-meter-long figure in the sky, Wang Xianxia's heart was lifted. At this moment, she was holding a jade pendant in her hand. She revealed a hesitant expression on her face. Finally, she crushed the jade pendant. At this moment, Xiao Yun'er, who was standing beside Wang Xianxia, looked gloomy. Wang Xianxia waited for 3 years, and in exchange, she received Mu Yun's love. Finally, her efforts were not in vain. But what about her? She was not even sure if she liked Mu Yun or not. But if she did not like Mu Yun, why did she rush out? Why did she think that Mu Yun was hit by that palm? Xiao Yun'er did not know either. This is the power of the ancient jade dragon spirit. It's so powerful that it can't be any stronger. Xue Wushuang looked abnormally excited, and his body could not help but tremble. In this life, I, Mu Yun, only seek revenge. Those who want to kill me, bully me, and humiliate me, feel free to come. Let's see who will die first. Mu Yan's figure was on top of the ancient jade dragon spirit's head. Her voice was so loud that it almost reverberated in the entire South Cloud City. You have pride. Unfortunately, you have enough pride, but your strength is still lacking. Shui Wuxuang smiled and a green bead appeared in his hand. The bead was sparkling and translucent, but the murderous aura within could not be suppressed and was about to burst out. My supreme-grade earthly weapon, Blood Soul Pearl, should be enough to kill you. A layer of faint blood light appeared on the surface of Shui Wuxuang's body, and the blood hair on his back spread wantonly. At this moment, Shui Wuxuang looked like a bloodthirsty ghost, and he looked extremely bloody. Blood devouring the world. With a low roar, Shui Wuxuang's body flew up into the air, and rushed towards Mu Yun. Facing the 1,000-meter-tall figure, he was not afraid at all. Roar, however, seeing Shui Wuxuang approaching, Mu Yun opened her mouth and let out a loud roar. The ground cracked inch by inch, and her huge hind legs took a step forward. Bang, the ground sank 100 meters deep, and Mu Yun drove the ancient jade dragon spirit's figure to take another step forward. Bang, another bang sounded, and in an instant, the 9 tails behind Mu Yun rushed out like 9 sharp swords. Ding ding ding, the 9 tails increased their speed in the blink of an eye, and directly blasted towards Shui Wuxuang. However, the 9 tails were all blocked by the Blood Soul Pearl, and Mu Yun's 1,000-meter-tall figure took a step back. Ignorant. Looking at Mu Yun, Shui Wuxuang sneered. Is that so? Mu Yan's voice spread through the ancient jade dragon spirit like a thunderclap, and instantly spread out. Suddenly, the 9 tails quickly retracted, and Mu Yun put her hands together, and her forelimbs joined together. Gradually, purple flames rose. The purple flames were like purple lotuses, and gradually spread out. Suddenly, it had expanded to 100 meters in size. However, Mu Yun did not stop, and the purple fire lotuses continued to bloom. Break! Depriving the heavenly fire, it seemed that Wuxuang Shui had sensed the power of the purple fire lotus. This time, he did not blindly block it. Instead, he took a step back and took out the blood soul bead again. Ridiculous. Seeing Wuxuang Shui's actions, Mu Yun sneered. The speed of the purple fiery lotus increased dramatically. Boom, in the blink of an eye, nearly a quarter of South Cloud City's surface area formed an arched purple and blood-colored curtain of light. It took less than a second for the light screen to form. Boom, a deafening explosion rang out at this moment. The light barrier completely exploded. In the 1/4 area covered by the light curtain, the warriors under the spirit realm were all hurt. Even some of the sacred pale sect's disciples paled, and they couldn't help but spurt blood. Looking at the explosion, Wang Xingyao let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was still worried and asked everyone to step back again. It wasn't just South Cloud City that was affected. The hundreds of thousands of civilians hiding in the outskirts of South Cloud City felt the earth tremble and mountains shake. Their faces were filled with terror as they quickly moved out of the outskirts. They thought that the suburbs were already very safe, but they didn't expect such a situation to occur. The light screen slowly dispersed, and 2 figures stood in the field. Even Lu Kuei had already retreated 10 miles away. As for Bai Wenchen and Meng Guangling, they had long since fled to avoid being implicated. At this moment, on the surface of Mu Yun's body, the purple lines on the jade dragon's body had clearly weakened a little. Mu Yun's entire face had also turned red. On the other side, Wuxuang Shui was no better. His clothes were tattered, and the blood soul bead in his hand had cracks on it. Cripple him. Looking at the blood soul bead, Wuxuang Shui's face was ferocious. Mu Yun is courting death. He was originally at the 10th level of the spirit conduit realm and had become the green shadow blood sex venerable. He was only below 1 person and above millions of people. However, today, he had lost all his face here. However, right at that moment, Mu Yun, who was within the ancient jade dragon essence, spat out a mouthful of blood. Her complexion instantly turned pale. Controlling the 1,000-meter ancient jade dragon spirit not only consumed his Jin Yuan, but also his soul power. It was true that he had gained the upper hand in the collision with Wuxuang Shui. However, he had consumed too much genuine essence and soul power, which had caused him great losses. You can't do it either? Looking at Mu Yun, Shui Wuxuang sneered, with your spirit realm cultivation base, how could you support such a huge dragon body? You brought this upon yourself. No? I don't mind killing you. Mu Yun's face turned cold. The ancient jade dragon spirit's mouth suddenly opened, and a huge purple fireball started burning. The purple fireball grew bigger and bigger. Finally, it spread to a radius of 1,000 meters before stopping. Looking at the fireball on top of the ancient jade dragon spirit's head, even Wu Shuangshue's mouth was agape. He didn't even realize that he was drooling. Was he still human? Initially, he thought that Mu Yun was already very terrifying. He did not expect that there would be even more terrifying things to come. What? Are you scared? Mu Yun opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. She snorted, it's enough to kill you. In the huge dragon mouth, the purple fireball suddenly exploded and went straight to Wu Shuangshui. This time, he did not have the blood soul pearl to resist. Looking at the fireball, he could only stand still. At this moment, all resistance would be in vain. The ancient jade dragon spirit is so powerful. This heavenly flame must have existed for at least hundreds of thousands of years. Terrifying, terrifying. Wu Shuangshui sighed helplessly. He did not expect the purple lotus demonic flame to be so overbearing. This time, he had miscalculated. Boom, the deafening roar was mixed with the sound of violent explosions. At this moment, the entire area was completely submerged in purple flames. Everything seemed to be returning to peace. However, the light curtain dispersed, and under the lingering flames, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Wu Shuangshui under the night sky. Sect Master, looking at the figure, Wu Shuangshui was stunned. Father. Looking at the person, Meng Guangling was also stunned. The Sect Master of Green Shadow Blood Sect, Meng Yifan. No one expected Meng Yifan to come here. Looking at Meng Yifan's appearance, the ancient jade dragon spirit's body instantly collapsed and disappeared. Mu Yun's body also fell to the ground. He no longer had the strength to support the ancient jade dragon spirit. Mu Yun, Meng Yifan was buried in a green robe, making it impossible for others to see his appearance. A hoarse voice came from his mouth, with a magical power that made people unable to look at him directly. Mu Yun. Mu Yun, 20 years ago, there was a Mu Qingyu from the Mu family who broke into the Yun family in the Tianyun continent. At that time, it caused a sensation in the Tianyun continent. Who is he to you? My father. No wonder, no wonder. Meng Yifan chuckled, like father, like son. It's a pity that your father failed back then and his cultivation was destroyed. He became a cripple. Today, you will be the same. His cultivation was destroyed and he became a cripple. Mu Yun never knew about this. It seemed that very few people in the entire Southern Cloud Empire knew about it. At this moment, the black-clothed man in the distance also stopped fighting. He stood at the side and watched everything with cold eyes. Hearing this, the black-clothed man's body couldn't help but tremble. He gradually clenched his fists. You humiliated me and my father. It doesn't matter. Unless you kill me, the Green Shadow Blood sect will be destroyed by my hands in the future, Mu Yun. Arrogant. Meng Yifan sneered, you're at the 3rd level of the spirit realm. You're very powerful. In the Tianyun continent, you're at least a core disciple of a family or a direct disciple of a sect. But you forgot that you're not. Geniuses always die young. Die young? 3 years ago, I died young. But today, 3 years later, the 3 great families were destroyed by me. Death isn't scary. What I yearn for is something that you will never be able to touch. You have a glib tongue. Then, let me see your strength. Shameless. Mu Yun snorted, if you had appeared before, I might have even killed you. But now, if you want to kill me, I won't resist. Because it's useless to resist? Yes. You can see it clearly. Meng Yifan gradually realized that the young man in front of him was really interesting. You have a lot of secrets in your body. Maybe your whole body is a treasure. Then, I'll take away your heaven fire. Meng Yifan grabbed with his hand and pounced on Mu Yun. However, seeing Meng Yifan's claw coming, Mu Yun didn't dodge. He couldn't dodge. Moreover, he couldn't take away the heaven fire. Perhaps for other warriors, subduing the heaven fire was subduing. However, when subduing the purple lotus demonic flame, the extermination immortal painting erased the purple lotus demonic flame's consciousness. In other words, he was now the original consciousness of the heaven fire. All of his consciousness was in the soul lake. However, the soul lake was protected by the extermination immortal painting and couldn't be broken. If Meng Yifan wanted to take the heaven fire, he would let him. How is it? It doesn't have the original consciousness? Meng Yifan was stunned. You can try to enter my soul sea. Sect master, you can't. There seems to be an extremely powerful Dharma treasure in his soul sea. When I probed it just now, I was seriously injured. Oh? Meng Yifan looked at Mu Yun and his curiosity was piqued. Mu Yun, good fellow. Meng Yifan clapped his hands and smiled. If that's the case, I'll bring you back to the sect and see what divine powers and secrets you have. You want to take me away? Only if you kill me. Mu Yun's face turned cold and took a step forward. Thunder from the ninth heaven, thunder into my heart. With a low shout, Mu Yun used the heavenly thunder divine body technique. Thunderous sounds were heard. Above Mu Yun's head, bolts of lightning that were dozens of meters thick suddenly fell. Not bad. Unfortunately, compared to me, you're just a child. Meng Yifan smiled slightly. His entire person became extremely majestic, like a black hole that couldn't be looked into. Break! Meng Yifan stood there and gently pointed his finger. That finger was so gentle. But suddenly, all the lightning around Mu Yun disappeared at this moment. Everything had disappeared. That finger pointed directly above Mu Yun's body. All the lightning was extinguished. Mu Yun's body seemed to be completely imprisoned at this moment. Meng Yifan, why do you have to be so ruthless? I'm indebted to this child. Why don't you give up on my account? In the void, a sigh suddenly sounded. A figure with snow-white hair walked out step by step. Ganjingyu, you're not dead? Looking at the muscular figure, Meng Yifan's finger trembled. Mu Yun immediately felt her breathing become easier. Hee. It's all thanks to Mu Yun that I'm not dead. So, let him go. Ganjingyu's tone was amiable, and there was a smile on his face. This child has fused with the heavenly fire and has a soul-type treasure. In time, his name will shake the world. You heard what I said just now. Meng Yifan snorted with his hands behind his back. For this old man's sake, let him go. What's your account? Behind Meng Yifan, Lu Kuei shouted coldly with contempt in his eyes. Buzz, just as Lu Kuei finished speaking, Ganjingyu raised his palm, and a majestic aura rushed towards him. Smack smack, two clear palm prints landed on Lu Kuei's face. Ganjingyu said indifferently, Meng Yifan, your subordinate is becoming more and more disrespectful. Get lost. Looking at Lu Kuei, Meng Yifan shouted. Ganjingyu, not only have you recovered, but you've also improved. Hee, Meng Yifan waved his hand and said, forget it. With you here, I can't kill him today. However, he must hand over the human emperor scripture. No. Mu Yun immediately replied. It wasn't that he didn't want to hand it over, but he couldn't. The human emperor scripture was swallowed by the extermination of immortality painting in less than a breath of time. He couldn't give it up even if he wanted to. You won't give it up? Then, Master Gon, even if you're here, I'll take this person away. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Ganjingyu looked at Mu Yun and said helplessly, then I can only fight with you. Jun Wuxi Ganjingyu's reputation in the heavenly fate continent was like thunder to the ears a few decades ago. But later on, for some unknown reason, the Immortal Gathering Pavilion that he founded announced that Ganjingyu had died. Now that he had bumped into Ganjingyu again, Meng Yifan realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. However, Ganjingyu had been famous for a long time. Although he was famous for his alchemy, no one knew his true strength. But to establish the Immortal Gathering Pavilion and become the famous pavilion master of the Heavenly Fate continent, how could Ganjingyu be weak? Meng Yifan, I think you're only SOSO. He was scared just like that. Haha. At this moment, another loud laughter rang out in the sky. Just do what you have to do. Why are you afraid of this old man? When the figure landed, a sharp aura immediately spread out. The entire ruins were filled with an unyielding murderous aura. Jun Wuxia, why are you here? Meng Yifan was stunned when he saw who it was. Jun Wuxia, the island master of the Heavenly Evil Island in the Heavenly Fate continent, was a vicious and merciless person. He created the Heavenly Evil Island and cultivated all kinds of evil cultivation methods and martial skills. He himself was unscrupulous in doing things. This person had always been kept at a respectful distance from others. Jun Wuxia, Jun Wuxia. His name was the complete opposite of his personality. From head to toe, there was not a single part of him that was not evil. TSK. Are you the only ones who know about the heavenly fire? Jun Wuxia was dressed in a long black robe, his face handsome and fair, looking like a youth in his 20s. Her gaze fell on Mu Yun below as she chuckled and said, "The owner of the heavenly flame is actually such a weakling. I remember that you have been looking for her for hundreds of years, right? Sigh, how shameful. Are you done?" Looking at Jun Xia, Meng Yifan shouted, "Who are you really helping?" "Of course it's to help you." Jun Wuxia smiled wickedly, "Only by helping you, you idiot, will I be able to reap the benefits." Meng Yifan was seething with rage, but when he looked at Jun Xia, he suppressed his anger. "If that's the case, then let's cut the crap. You keep this old thing busy while I deal with this brat. I guarantee that your mortal emperor scripture will be returned intact." Jun Wuxia chuckled as she took a step forward. A violent aura rose, and the surrounding area was instantly filled with thoughts that made people want to lose their minds. Those strands of wool were like evil curses that lingered in the surroundings for a long time. At that moment, a handprint slammed into Mu Yun's chest. Its palm was caught her off guard was caught Jun sat this moment. Mu Yun was completely unprepared and was directly hit in the chest by the palm. Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood and his face instantly turned pale. A purplish-green liquid seemed to gradually flow into his body. Wuxia's wu. Jun Wuxia clapped her hands and walked over to Mu Yun. She giggled and said, "Take out the mortal emperor's scripture first so that I can return it to that idiot Meng Yifan. As for the treasure in your body, with my purple jade afterlife poison, I can slowly brew it until you tell me." "Wait till I tell you." Mu Yun chuckled and said, "All right, I can tell you right now." "Tell me." Jun Wuxia chuckled when she saw Mu Yun giving up. She knew she couldn't escape. "Jun Wuxia, you're despicable and shameless. I gave you the emperor's scripture, but you still want to kill me." Suddenly, without any warning, Mu Yun let out a loud and clear roar. This voice was transmitted directly into the ears of Meng Yifan, who was currently fighting with Gong Jingyu. Mu Yun, Jun Wuxia naturally knew that Mu Yun was deliberately trying to frame her. She was sinister and cunning. "Humph, trying to frame me? I'll kill you immediately." Jun Wuxia's face turned cold. She used her palm as a knife and slashed at Mu Yun's neck. "Jun Wuxia, what are you doing?" Seeing that Jun Wuxia wanted to kill Mu Yun, Meng Yifan stood in front of Mu Yun and shouted coldly, "I only asked you to interrogate her about the emperor's scripture. I didn't ask you to kill her. This girl is extremely cunning. Killing her will be quick." "I don't think you can get the emperor's scripture. What do you mean by that?" Meng Yifan frowned and looked at Jun Wuxia. Originally, cooperating with Jun Wuxia was like asking a tiger for its skin. But now, Jun Wuxia said that she wanted to kill Mu Yun. It was very strange. "Tisk, I'm cunning, but if I'm poisoned by your Yu Ming-Yi, I'll definitely die. How can I be cunning?" Mu Yun spat on the ground and said, "If I die, then so be it. But Meng Yifan, you idiot. If you're able to find that mortal scripture of yours in my body, then I'll change my surname to yours." Purple Jade Afterlife, looking at Jun Wuxia, Meng Yifan glared angrily and shouted, "Jun Wuxia, this poison disintegrates a cultivator's true essence and destroys a cultivator's soul lake. How can you take this poison? I remember that the Purple Jade Afterlife is your precious poison. Whether I treasure it or not, it's up to me. The Emperor's scripture is not with me, so it's not with me. I'm not going to covet your green shadow blood sex top-grade earth artifact. Not going to covet it? A top-grade Earth artifact was definitely a hot commodity in the Tianyun continent. How could he not covet it? You're shameless. Muyun curled her lips and said, do you think a top-grade Earth artifact is a cabbage? If you don't covet it, then you're really a god. Jun Wuxia had always done things based on her personal preferences. This time, Muyun simply didn't put him in her eyes at all. A cultivator who challenged her dignity like this must not be let go. Puff, although Muyun looked like a cockroach that could not be killed, he spat out a mouthful of purple blood as soon as he finished speaking. His face had also turned purple. Do you know why it's called the afterlife of the purple jade? Jun Wuxia saw Muyun's face gradually change and sneered, the word afterlife is to tell you that even if it's the afterlife, this poison will be remembered by you for a lifetime. Looking at Muyun's miserable appearance, Jun Wuxia was very happy. You little brat, you want to play tricks with me. Now, are you happy playing tricks? Jun Wuxia. Meng Yifan shouted, if anything happens to him and my green shadow blood sect can't find the Emperor's scripture, your heavenly evil island will wait for my green shadow blood sect's crazy revenge. Are you threatening me? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Jun Wuxia sneered, the Emperor's scripture is not with me. This little brat wants to deceive you and make us enemies. Can you not be so stupid? Fine. You won't believe it either. Jun Wuxia clapped her hands and said with a smile, let me help you ask him. Since he has been poisoned by me, he can just wait to be played to death by me. Jun Wuxia chuckled and a palm-sized black centipede crawled out from between her fingers. The black centipede went through Jun Wuxia's arm and directly climbed onto Muyun's chest. With a puff, the black centipede had already pierced directly into Muyun's chest. Gradually, one could see Muyun's chest rising and falling one after another. Gurgling sounds could be heard continuously, which made one's hair stand on end. Muyun, if you don't say it, I will make you say it. Then, the black centipede climbed directly into Muyun's mind and Muyun's scalp rose and fell. Who are you? Muyun. Hearing Jun Wuxia's question, Muyun's eyes were dull and lifeless. Okay, how did you get the heavenly fire? I fell into the Thunderclap Valley and was lucky to not die. I happened to encounter this item. The heavenly fire seemed to be sealed by someone and had no consciousness. I spent 3 years refining it. Jun Wuxia smiled and said, very good. Then what soul-type magic treasure do you have on you? No. Hearing Muyun's answer, Jun Wuxia and Meng Yifan were both stunned. No, how was that possible? Then what treasure do you have? Sacred Pill Sect's Heaven-Sealing Cauldron. Heaven-Sealing Cauldron. Hearing this, Jun Wuxia and Meng Yifan were both stunned. The Heaven-Sealing Cauldron of the Sacred Pill Sect was a top-grade Earth artifact. It was said that it was one step away from becoming a heaven artifact. It was actually on Muyun. Okay, this heaven-sealing cauldron can not only refine pills, but also refine weapons. It's a rare treasure. It's mine. Jun Wuxia chuckled. Quickly ask about the human emperor scripture. Where is the human emperor scripture? Muyun's empty eyes were motionless. She paused and said, I have already handed the human emperor scripture to you. As soon as Muyun said this, Meng Yifan's face suddenly changed. Jun Wuxia, what else do you have to say now? Impossible, he's talking nonsense. He didn't give it to me at all. Jun Wuxia panicked at this moment. Bullshit. Meng Yifan pointed and scolded, he answered the previous few questions well. It's obvious that he was controlled by you. How could the last question be fake? This is your own goo. Could there be a problem? There can't be a problem. Jun Wuxia immediately shook her head and said, my goo can't have a problem at all. This kid, Jun Wuxia didn't know how to explain. I'll kill him with one slap and then we'll know if he's pretending or not. Jun Wuxia said and slapped Muyun's head. Stop. Meng Yifan naturally couldn't let Jun Wuxia kill Muyun and stopped her directly. Jun Wuxia, I think you have a guilty conscience. This kid is already a lamp without oil and has been poisoned by your purple jade afterlife poison. Why are you in such a hurry to kill him? What do you mean by this? What do I mean? Hand over the human emperor scripture. Otherwise, even if you can leave today, my green shadow blood sect will flatten the heavenly evil island in the future. Are you threatening me? So what if I'm threatening you? As the two quarreled, there was a sign that they were about to fight. At this moment, the people in the God Pavilion saw that the explosion had weakened and wanted to go closer to find out what was going on. However, Meng Yifan and Jun Wuxia had brought a lot of experts and couldn't break in for a while. They didn't know how Mu Yun was and whether her life was in danger. However, looking at Jun Wuxia and Meng Yifan quarreling, the corners of Mu Yun's mouth rose slightly. Poison, to him, any poison was a joke. The purple lotus demonic flame was a heavenly flame. These people were simply brainless. For any poison, the heavenly flame had an automatic resistance and melting. It could be said that Mu Yun was now invulnerable to all poisons. Battle Chi now that he was surrounded by two peerless powerhouses, it was impossible for him to escape. Although Gan Jingyu was able to hold off one of them, the other one was staring at him intently. He was still unable to break free. How was he going to get away? Mu Yan's mind started to spin as she watched the argument between the two people in front of her gradually heating up. At this moment, the battle at the outer perimeter was getting more and more intense. The ethereal pavilion had suffered heavy casualties. After all, whether it was the disciples of the Saint Elixir sect, the disciples of the Heavenly Evil Island, or the people of the Green Shadow Blood sect, they were all experts. The ethereal pavilion was still a little weak. We can't go on like this, or else Mu Yun gradually became anxious. Buzz, however, at this moment, Mu Yun suddenly felt a scorching aura spreading from her chest. The heat wave was getting higher and higher, and it kept rising in her chest. Purple seal? Looking at the purple mark on her chest that was emitting a purple light, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. What was going on? There's no point in us arguing like this. There's definitely something strange about this kid. Why don't you come with me and check his soul lake? Oh? Jun Wuxia exclaimed. You don't know, but there should be an extremely powerful artifact inside his soul lake. If you and I work together to pressure his soul lake, I don't believe that artifact won't appear, Meng Yifan said calmly. All right. The two of them stopped arguing again and looked at Mu Yun, who was sitting on the ground motionlessly. Begin. Yes. As soon as the words fell, Meng Yifan and Jun Wuxia formed seals with their hands at the same time and swept towards Mu Yun. However, this time, they were preparing to suppress Mu Yun's soul lake. Faced with such a method, Mu Yun did not dare to be careless. Swish swish, two ear-piercing sounds flew out from Mu Yun's sleeves. The black centipede and purple jade afterlife's poison instantly rushed towards Jun Wuxia and Meng Yifan. Bastard, this little bastard has been toying with us. Damn it, I was tricked. They had no choice but to avoid the purple jade afterlife and the black centipede. The two of them immediately retreated. Meng Yifan's palm split the black centipede in half. Jun Wuxia's heart was bleeding as she watched from the side. He had spent 10 years feeding it, and now it had died just like that. Mu Yun, you're dead, you're dead. Seeing Mu Yun's figure disappear into the vast night sky, Jun Wuxia suddenly shouted towards the sky. Run? You won't be able to escape from Southern Cloud City, you won't be able to escape from the palms of Jun Wuxia. Saying that, Jun Wuxia raised her hands and flames filled the sky. Stop. Seeing Jun Wuxia's actions, Gan Jingyu's face changed and he hurriedly shouted, Jun Wuxia, this is the Southern Cloud Empire, not your heavenly evil island. Stop. Old thing, I won't. Jun Wuxia's face turned cold as blood began to condense between her hands. Those wisps of blood had been extracted from the bodies of the warriors who had died in the previous battle. Gradually, those wisps of blood spread out in all directions. Stop. Master Gan, why are you so angry? We just found Mu Yun, we didn't kill any innocent people. Meng Yifan stepped forward and stopped Gan Jingyu with a smile on his face. Although Jun Wuxia had a bad reputation in the Tianyun continent, she had a lot of dirty tricks. After Gan Jingyu was stopped, the wisps of blood on Jun Wuxia's fingertips formed a large net and quickly spread out. Come out. Jun Wuxia's face revealed an evil smile as she pointed her finger. Bang. Wherever her finger passed, there was a burst of sound. A figure crawled out of the pile of corpses in a slightly sorry state. It was Mu Yun. Want to hide? In front of me, Jun Wuxia, forget it. Looking at Mu Yun, Jun Wuxia sneered. Who said I'm going to hide? However, when Mu Yun looked at Jun Wuxia, he smiled faintly. That smile was full of conspiracy. The heavenly evil island, from top to bottom, exudes a sinister aura. Jun Wuxia, it won't be easy for you to kill me. Ka ka ka, as Mu Yun's words fell, a purple lightning seal appeared on her hanging arm. The purple lightning seal shone like the purple lotus demonic flame in Mu Yun's body, but the crackling sound coming from it made people feel fearful. If you can take one of my moves, not to mention the Emperor's scripture, I will even give you all my treasures. Do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Jun Wuxia clenched her fists and looked at Mu Yun with a calm expression. Good. Mu Yun shouted, if that's the case, then get ready to take a hit from me. As she spoke, the purple lightning seal in Mu Yun's hand became brighter and brighter. Her entire left arm seemed to be endowed with lightning at this moment, violent and unparalleled. Seeing Mu Yun rushing over, Jun Wuxia's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Take it head on? Jun Wuxia was not stupid, she would not take it head on. Stretching out her arm, Jun Wuxia's figure was like a ghost, and in an instant, 7 figures appeared. The 7 figures surrounded Mu Yun tightly, either laughing or fooling around. For a moment, it was impossible to tell which one was the real Jun Wuxia. Purple lightning seal. However, just as Mu Yun was in a daze, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be able to see Jun Wuxia's figure. Relying on that feeling, Mu Yun directly struck out with a seal. Pfft, that seal directly hit Jun Wuxia's chest, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Jun Wuxia spat out a mouthful of blood. He never dreamed that Mu Yun would be able to discover his figure. Huh? However, after that seal was struck out, Jun Wuxia's expression changed. The seal on his chest contained traces of the power of thunder and lightning. It seeped into his body bit by bit, further corroding his body. Damn it! Looking fiercely at Mu Yun, Jun Wuxia snorted, Meng Yifan, you play here by yourself, I won't accompany you. Jun Wuxia let out a loud cry, and her figure flashed, and she left just like that. She left, Meng Yifan was stunned. What happened? Jun Wuxia was injured by Mu Yun? How could this be? Seeing Jun Wuxia withdraw, Meng Yifan immediately shouted, Lu Kuei, Shui Wushuang, you two capture him. Yes. Who dares to capture my grandson? I will break his 5 limbs. However, just as Meng Yifan's words fell, a thunderous voice reverberated throughout South Cloud City. It's him. He's not dead. Grandfather. With this shout, a figure with white hair stood in front of Mu Yun. Grandfather, where have you been? Looking at Mu Dingtian, Mu Yun was overjoyed. She thought that Mu Dingtian would have an accident, and now seeing that Mu Dingtian was intact, she was relieved. On the other side, the black-robed man also cupped his hands at Mu Dingtian without saying a word. Hey, you guys from Tianyun continent are so great. You want to capture my grandson? You're so powerful. Looking at the crowd, Mu Dingtian shouted. Now, let's see who dares to court death. What arrogance! Shui Wushuang's face turned cold, and he took a step forward. He was at the 10th level of Spirit Realm. Although his blood-soul bead was broken, his strength was still there. He took a step forward and slapped his palm away. The thick bloody palm print, like a ghost claw, directly grabbed at Mu Dingtian. Get lost. With a roar, Mu Dingtian stood in the same place, with his hands behind his back, and didn't even move. The bloody palm exploded an inch away from his body. It was as if there was an invisible protective film around Mu Dingtian. Battle Chi. Looking at Mu Dingtian's action, Mu Yun was stunned for a moment, and then she laughed. The so-called battle Chi, in some aspects, was similar to sword intent and saber intent. However, sword intent was aimed at swordsmen, while saber intent was aimed at swordsmen. As for battle Chi, it could only be comprehended after a warrior had gone through thousands of tempering, precipitation, and integration. Mu Yun was very surprised that Mu Dingtian could comprehend battle Chi. However, Mu Dingtian's body must have reached a terrifying level when he thought about the fact that he stayed at the bottom of the Laying Valley all day long and ate black heart pills every day for more than 20 years. Battle Qi. Seeing this, Meng Yifan's face changed. He didn't expect that such a big trouble would appear in the small southern cloud empire. Mu Yun, who was only at the 3rd level of spirit realm, could make him badly battered. Now, there was a grandfather. And this grandfather seemed to be very powerful. Haha. Grandson, don't worry. With your grandfather here, no one can hurt you. Mu Dingtian laughed and looked at the crowd. Who wants to come up? Come on. Seeing that Xue Wushuang, who was at the 10th level of spirit realm, was defeated by Mu Dingtian in one move, no one dared to confront him. Except for Meng Yifan, who could resist him. Coward, I'll choose you. Mu Dingtian pointed at Meng Yifan and shouted, you were the one who shouted the loudest just now. Today, I'll start with you. Finishing his words, Mu Dingtian took a step forward and withdrew his fist into his abdomen. Then, with a loud bang, Mu Dingtian punched out. Boom, this punch rushed out, forming an arched airflow barrier that swept directly towards Meng Yifan. Humph. Meng Yifan's eyes trembled. He suddenly took out a brush that was shining with golden light. The brush was emitting an imposing aura. The sharp tip of the brush gave people a domineering aura that could cut the world. Earth Emperor Brush. Meng Guangling was elated when he saw his father take out the Earth Emperor Brush. The Earth Emperor Brush and the Human Emperor Scripture were both supreme-grade earth weapons. However, his cultivation level was not high enough to unleash the power of the supreme-grade earth weapons. Otherwise, Mu Yun would have been dead. At this moment, seeing his father take out the Earth Emperor Brush, he wished his father could kill Mu Yun with one stroke. Get lost. As soon as the Earth Emperor Brush was taken out, Meng Yifan's aura surged. The sharp tip of the brush even cut through the air with a buzzing sound. Earth Emperor Brush, Mu Yun murmured. The moment the Earth Emperor Brush appeared, the chart of deity extermination trembled again, as though it was yearning for it. Be honest. You've already swallowed the Human Emperor Scripture. Aren't you satisfied? Mu Yun scolded. The Earth Emperor Brush is extremely sharp. Grandfather might not be able to withstand it. You're still thinking about eating it. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the chart of deity extermination gradually stabilized. It was just that every stroke of the Emperor Brush was filled with an abnormal desire. Chapter 225 9 Death's Formation. However, Mu Dingtian relied on his powerful battle qi to resist Meng Yifan's attack. He was not at a disadvantage at all. This scene caused everyone to be completely dumbfounded. Meng Yifan was the sect master of the Green Shadow Blood sect, one of the strongest experts who stood at the peak of the entire continent. However, Mu Dingtian had disappeared for more than 20 years and suddenly reappeared. He could actually contend with Meng Yifan. This, everyone turned pale with fright. Meng Yifan is a peerless warrior who has surpassed the spirit realm. Grandpa hasn't taken that step yet. If this drags on, he will lose. Mu Yun made up her mind and hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, he needed time to recover. The fastest way to recover was through the divine power emanating from the painting of immortal extermination. The power of a god far surpassed the quality and use of true essence. The power of a god was the power that all martial artists desired the most. Whether it was in terms of recovery or improvement, the strength of divine power far exceeded Mu Yun's knowledge. Gradually, drops of divine power entered Mu Yun's body through the picture of extermination of immortality. This time, Mu Yun discovered that the amount of divine power that entered her body had greatly increased. It was as if his body had become stronger than before. Hurry up! Mu Yun shouted in her heart. However, inside her soul lake, the diagram of immortal extermination ignored her and continued to move forward slowly. As drops of godly power flowed out, a layer of faint golden light gradually appeared on the surface of Mu Yun's body. It was just that the flowing light was too weak to be seen, so no one noticed it. Phew, after a long while, Mu Yun opened her eyes slightly and took a deep breath. In his palm, the ancient jade dragon spirit that had shrunk to the size of a palm lay there quietly without a trace of life. Green Shadow Blood Sect, Meng Yifan, prepare to die. He clenched the ancient jade dragon essence with both hands, and an explosion sounded. Roar, a loud roar resounded. Suddenly, the 1,000-meter-tall figure appeared once more. The 1,000-meter-tall figure was like a giant monster. Its 9 tails slapped the surrounding warriors of the Green Shadow Blood sect and the Sacred Elixir sect mercilessly. "Grandpa, step aside. I'll do it," Mu Yun shouted loudly. Her majestic figure swept her 9 tails and directly slapped towards Meng Yifan. "Damn it." Seeing the 9 tails approaching, Meng Yifan immediately struck out with a stroke. This ancient jade dragon essence relied on a warrior's blood energy and strength. Mu Yun had already used it once. Why did she recover this time? How could this be? In order to activate the ancient jade dragon essence to such an extent, one would need an enormous amount of true yuan and soul force. Even though Meng Yifan was shocked, the Earth Emperor brush in his hand continued to write. Gradually, a huge golden seal character appeared in front of Meng Yifan. The moment the seal character appeared, it rushed towards Mu Yun's 9 tails. Ding ding ding, Mu Yun's huge figure dashed out. Her 9 tails rushed towards the golden word seal from all directions. Kacha-kacha sounds were heard. The 9 tails were blocked, and the golden seal character was shattered into pieces. Meng Yifan frowned when he saw the golden seal character being destroyed. "Meng Yifan, if you can't subdue this person, let me do it." However, at this moment, a gentle voice sounded in the air. The voice seemed to be far away, yet close at the same time. It gave off a strange feeling. Finally, a figure slowly appeared in front of Mu Yun. That figure was so small. However, when it appeared in front of the ancient jade dragon essence, it was like a black hole that no one could ignore. "It's you, Xingwui." Seeing the figure standing in front of her, Mu Yun immediately felt a chill down her spine. However, she still stood there and looked at Xingwui. For years ago, she had only seen Xingwui's shadow. Now, she was looking at the real person. It was Xingwui himself. "It's me. I didn't expect you to grow to this extent. I should have pulled you into the Sacred Elixir sect that day," Xingwui said with a tinge of regret. "Don't waste your time. You can't teach me at all. In the entire Tianyun continent, no one can teach me, Mu Yun." "Good, you have courage. You have relied on yourself to reach this step with your own ability. This is both a benefit and a disadvantage," Xingwui said indifferently. "The benefit is that you are free and unrestrained. No one can restrain you. The disadvantage is that at this moment, no one can stop me if I want to kill you." Xingwui's words were extremely gentle. However, in everyone's ears, it was as if they were struck by lightning. They could not move at all. "Come and kill me." Hearing this, Mu Yun gathered her 9 tails and a purple lightning fireball gathered again. "It's useless. Everything about you is useless." Xingwui smiled and raised his palm. A green light sprinkled down. In an instant, everything at Mu Yun's fingertips disappeared. Every inch of his body seemed to have turned into nothingness under the green light. The ancient jade dragon essence turned into the size of a palm and slowly flew into Xingwui's hand. Even the heaven-sealing cauldron in Mu Yun's spatial ring was automatically hooked out and ran into Xingwui's hand. "This heaven-sealing cauldron belongs to my Sacred Elixir sect after all. It has been outside for decades. It's time to take it back." From the beginning to the end, Xingwui spoke like a refined scholar with a faint smile on his face. The strength in her body seemed to have been sucked out in an instant. Mu Yun looked at Xingwui and narrowed her eyes. The Sacred Elixir sect was one of the top sects in the Tianyun continent. Otherwise, there wouldn't be Sacred Elixir Pavilion all over the continent. "You're not convinced, are you?" Looking at Mu Yun, Xingwui smiled and said, "I still have the same words. If you were discovered by me earlier, perhaps you would be the #1 direct disciple of the Sacred Elixir sect now. But you didn't. So, for Wentian, I have to kill you." Xingwui said, "I can't allow you to threaten Bai Wentian in the future." As soon as Xingwui finished speaking, he directly slapped down with his palm. That palm used almost all of Xingwui's strength. With a crack, the soul lake in Mu Yun's head completely exploded. Blood flowed out from Mu Yun's 7 orifices. Her entire body instantly withered on the ground with a plop. "Sect Master Sheng, our sect's human emperor scripture is still in this person's hands. Please help me retrieve it. The Green Shadow Blood sect will be eternally grateful." The human emperor scripture is not with him. Xingwui shook his head. He raised his hand and Mu Yan's body was lifted up. Put down my grandson. Almost at the same time, the black-robed man and Mu Dingtian rushed out and attacked Xingwui. However, Xingwui completely ignored the two of them. He controlled Mu Yan's body with one hand and drew some runes on Mu Yan's chest with the other. 9 Deaths Formation. Seeing his master's actions, Bai Wentian's face revealed a trace of horror. The 9 Deaths Formation was created by the founding ancestor of the Sacred Pill sect. This formation was not used to protect the mountain, but to punish the disciples who betrayed the Sacred Pill sect. As the name implied, the 9 Deaths Killing Formation would cause the sealed person to suffer the pain of death every 9 days. After 81 days of death, the sealed person's meridians would break inch by inch, and he would become a complete cripple. This 9 Deaths Formation could be said to be the highest level of punishment in the Sacred Pill sect. At this moment, his master was actually using it to deal with Mu Yan. Xingwui, how dare you? Stop. Mu Dingtian and the black-robed man had already arrived in front of Xingwui. However, facing the two of them, Xingwui smiled slightly and ignored them. Bang bang, seeing that the two of them were about to touch Xingwui, suddenly, 2 figures appeared behind Xingwui. Directly, 4 people and 8 fists collided. With a muffled groan, the black-robed man was obviously injured, and his breathing became rapid. Mu Dingtian was slightly better, but his face was also pale. Black and white constant. Looking at the 2 figures, one black and one white, Bai Wentian was completely stunned. Black and white constant were the 2 guards of the sect master. However, these 2 people rarely appeared in the sect. It was unexpected that they would appear this time. Black Wing, Bai Zhicheng, what are you 2 doing here? Xingwui looked at the 2 in black and white robes and frowned. Obviously, these 2 people were not called by him. Hee. As the sect master's protectors, we are naturally here to protect the sect master. Moreover, Elder Ziyui has also instructed us to look after her disciple. Her disciple? Hearing this, Xingwui frowned. I understand. Let's end this quickly. Let's go. Xingwui did not say anything. As soon as the formation in his hand was formed, he directly wrapped Mu Yan in his arms and immediately fled. Black Wing and Bai Zhicheng stood in place and sneered at the crowd. Southern Cloud Empire is just the land of the southern barbarian. Tianyin continent is vast and boundless. How can you ants understand? What is the pursuit above the divine realm? Rather than struggling at death's door like ants here, it's better to die happily. Black Wing bellowed as he raised his hand. The sky was filled with crows, covering the sky and the sun. The cawing sounds echoed in the sky. Black Wing leaped up and jumped onto a huge crow. Kill! With a roar, thousands of crows flew up from Black Wing's back and pounced on the Southern Cloud Empire's warriors below. Ding ding ding, however, at this moment, a series of ding-ding sounds rang out. Under the night sky, finger-thick icicles fell straight down. The icicles were like blue raindrops that fell from the sky and covered the entire southern cloud city. Wherever the icicles passed, the crows were pierced through. Gradually, a scarlet rain of blood fell from the sky. The dark night sky gradually turned into an icy blue color. A figure came from the void. Every step he took covered a distance of 1,000 meters. A light blue ice lotus bloomed under his feet. Standing on the ice lotus was a lady. The lady was wearing a light blue long dress. Her hair was icy blue and scattered behind her head. Her delicate face was matched with perfect facial features. It made people sigh. It was as if she was a work of art. If there was more, it would be superfluous. If there was less, it would not be perfect. The lady's figure was tall and straight. Her graceful curves could not be hidden under the long dress. Her pair of long legs were faintly discernible, causing people to involuntarily let their imaginations run wild. However, the icy cold aura around her caused people to feel a sense of isolation and respect. Wangue Cavern black and white are always the same. Do the 2 of you have to be so ruthless? The woman said indifferently. Her voice was indescribably cold, and there was even a trace of killing intent in that coldness. Looking at the indifferent woman in front of them, He Ji and Bai Zhizhong smiled bitterly. Letting the two of them come today was the right choice. If the sect master were here right now, this last would have exploded long ago. Everyone in the sacred elixir sect knew how terrifying this person's talent was. In the entire sacred pill sect, she was the only one who dared to say, "When I become a god, Wu will die." The sect master could do nothing about this. In the sacred elixir sect, Xing Wui had the indisputable right to speak. However, there were still a few old monsters in the sect who did not listen to him. For example, this person's master, Zi Yui. Qin Mengyao, Grandmaster Zi Yui has said that you are not allowed to lead the Saint Pill sect for the next 5 years. Now that you are here, you have violated the agreement with Grandmaster Zi. What does my agreement with my master have to do with you? Qin Mingyao's voice was ice cold, so cold that it chilled people to the bone. He said, "Let me ask you, where did Xing Wui go?" Xing Wui captured Brother Yun and even planted the 9 deaths absolute killing array. Wang Xingyao suddenly shouted from below. Upon hearing Wang Xinyao's words, Qin Mingyao's body trembled. He gave Wang Xingyao a meaningful look before turning around and flying away. Black Wing, White Jichong, the two of you scram immediately. If I see you killing another person, I, Qin Mengyao, guarantee that you will suffer so much that you will wish you were dead. Bang, as soon as Shi Yao's words fell, a palm print slammed down. Layer upon layer of palm prints landed on the ground, causing the ground to crackle and freeze bit by bit. TSK. Ice Phoenix Divine Spirit, how terrifying. Yeah. Bai Jichong replied. You don't know, Grandmaster Zi Yui treats Qin Mengyao better than her own daughter. Even if Qin Mengyao threatened to kill the sect master, Grandmaster Zi still kept him by her side without hesitation. Ice Phoenix Divine Spirit, sigh. In this life, I will be satisfied to see what the Ice Phoenix looks like. Looking at the chaos below, Black Wing and Bai Jichong. Without Mu Yun, this battle would be over. Meng Yifan and Meng Yifan sect. This time, the Green Shadow Blood sect had suffered a huge loss. Not only did they not obtain any benefits, but they also lost the Southern Cloud Empire. Moreover, the whereabouts of the human sovereign scripture was unknown. Meng Yifan was Meng Yifan's heart. Father, I think the human emperor scripture is most likely in the hands of Jun Wuxia. This person is cunning and we have to guard against him. I understand. Meng Yifan nodded. Xing Wui's strength has gone up another level. If I can find the last 6 levels of our Green Shadow Blood Palace's blood-devouring giant spirit art, a mere Xing Wui is nothing. Meng Yifan's face was ruthless. 10,000 years ago, the Green Shadow Blood Palace was a famous overlord in the Small Thousand world. But now, it had become a force in the Heavenly Fate continent, and it was not the top overlord level. Father, you will definitely succeed. Meng Guangling vowed solemnly. The Jiyuchen is most likely with Jiyuchen. This time, transfer all the people back to the central region. I want to see how Heavenly Evil Island will deal with itself. Yes. Meng Guangling gradually put away his thoughts. Today, after seeing everything about Mu Yun, he understood that there was always someone better than him. Mu Yun's strength was something he could only look up to. Unfortunately, he died prematurely. With Xing Wui's 9 deaths absolute killing array, it would only take 81 days to completely kill Mu Yun. He did not know why, but this time, after knowing the news, Meng Guangling subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if a mountain had been lifted. At the same time, on the other side, Wang Xingyao and the others had already ordered the disciples of the Divine Pavilion to disperse and chase after Xing Wui. However, they also understood that Xing Wui's strength was not something they could catch up with. They could only hope that Mu Dingtian could catch up with Xing Wui. At the same time, on the other side, Qin Mingyao's figure spread out, sitting on an ice phoenix formed by ice crystals. Yuner, you must be okay. Qin Mingyao's speed was getting faster and faster, and it was almost impossible to distinguish between his afterimage and his real shadow. At the same time, the black-robed man and Mu Dingtian were also trying their best to catch up with Xing Wui. However, the 3 of them were not as fast as Xing Wui. Soon, they were left behind by Xing Wui. Damn it! Damn it! The black-robed man and Mu Dingtian cursed at the same time. Looking at the black-robed man, Mu Dingtian suddenly shouted, "Stinking little bastard, how dare you act in front of me?" Do you think you're intimidating people with a mask? Father, I'm just afraid that Yuner will misunderstand. Hearing this, the black-robed man took off his mask, revealing the handsome face of a middle-aged man. It was Mu Linchen. Mu Yun had received the news that Mu Linchen was missing. He would never have thought that Mu Linchen, who had been protecting him, would come here. Where's your elder brother? Elder brother was seriously injured last time. He changed his cultivation technique in 3 years. He may not come out for a while. Then where is he? Father, you bastard, you even hid it from me. I'm your father. Mu Dingtian said angrily. Father, don't. If we don't chase after him, Xingwui will escape. Yuner's life. Mu Linchen hurriedly changed the topic. Do you think I don't know? Mu Dingtian snorted. Xingwui is a powerful existence above the soul conduit realm. The two of us are no match for him. If you want to die, then go ahead. Moreover, even if we chase after him, we won't be able to catch up with him. Hearing this, Mu Linchen could only clench his fists in hatred. Even he did not expect that Xingwui would come in person today. We have to go back quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid, there will be changes in South Cloud City. Mu Dingtian nodded. Uncle Mu, however, just as the two of them were about to turn and leave, a shout was heard. You are Mengyao? Looking at Qin Mengyao, Mu Linchen exclaimed. Why aren't you chasing after him? Qin Mengyao asked hurriedly. With our speed, we can't catch up with Xingwui. Therefore, we have to return because we are worried that there will be trouble in South Cloud City. Yes, that's right. In that case, Uncle Mu, you go back. I'll chase after him and ask Xingwui to release Brother Yun. Qin Mengyao's voice turned cold again. Who is that? Seeing Qin Mengyao disappear in the blink of an eye, Mu Dingtian asked. Your future granddaughter-in-law. Ah? On the other side, Mu Yun only felt dizzy, and there was a tingling feeling in her chest from time to time. That feeling would sometimes be very painful, and sometimes it would be completely incomprehensible. Opening her eyes and looking at her own appearance, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Xingwui, if you want to kill me, just kill me. Why do you have to waste so much effort and drag it out? It's so troublesome. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. I really want to kill you with a sword, but your fiancé will probably go crazy. Therefore, I have to think of a way to get the best of both worlds. What way? You should have heard of the Wangue Cavern, right? Of course, Mu Yun had heard of the Wangue Cavern. This place was known as the Heavenly Fate Impasse. There were thousands of rumors about the Wangue Cavern. Firstly, this cavern could only be entered but not exited. Secondly, the reason why the Wangue Cavern was called the Wangue Cavern was because it was once the old haunt of the Heavenly Fate Continent's great sect, the Holy Light Sect. Back then, the entire Holy Light Sect was besieged by everyone and once again launched a desperate counterattack. In that battle, the sky darkened, the sun and the moon lost their brilliance, and then the strange scene of the Wangue Cavern appeared. Although all of this was a rumor, it had been verified by countless martial artists who were obsessed with exploration and treasure. The Wangue Cavern could only be entered but not exited, and no one was an exception. Oh. You're going to send me there so that I can never leave, right? Even if your great array fails, I can't get out of the Wangue Cavern at all, right? But if you do this, my woman and disciple will still know that you killed me. They won't. Xingwui said, Qin Mengyao stayed in the Sacred Pill sect for 4 years, but in those 4 years, he only cultivated and wanted to kill me. And this time I'll let you enter the impasse. Only then will Qin Mengyao risk everything to pry open the impasse, and the Wangue Cavern will reappear in the world. You want to rely on me to find the way to enter the Wangue Cavern? Mu Yun finally understood why Xingwui spent so much effort. That's right, the treasures in the Wangue Cavern are innumerable. It's even rumored that the Wangue Elder left behind the Wangue Cavern. Xingwui said excitedly, the Wangue Cavern is a divine weapon that the Wangue Elder made famous 10,000 years ago. Under the spirit realm, almost no one can resist the Wangue Cavern's soul-stealing ability. It's simply rare in the world. If I can obtain it, I can bring the Sacred Pill sect to greater heights, and even unify the great forces of the Central State, and then sweep through the heavenly fate continent. Idiot. Seeing Xingguyi's crazy appearance, Mu Yun curled her lips and scolded. How could you possibly understand? Xingguyi said with a smile, for years ago, I had my eyes on Qin Mingyao's spirit, a divine beast spirit. Over time, Qin Mingyao's bloodline will evolve into a divine beast bloodline, and only a divine beast bloodline will be able to open the Wangui cavern. Old fox, you've already calculated everything, haven't you? That's right. Xingguyi snorted, Mu Yun, you're just a bait to lure out the latecomers. Now, your responsibility is about to end. As they spoke, the two had already flown far away from the southern cloud empire. Looking at the vast land below, Mu Yun's mind rippled. Xingguyi, if you throw me down, you'll definitely regret it. Looking at Xingguyi, Mu Yun grimaced, as if she was extremely afraid of the cavern below. That won't happen. The interior of the Wangui cavern is filled with traps. Don't wander around, lest you lose your life. Just wait for your sweetheart to come and save you. It won't be long. Xingguyi laughed loudly. Standing in the air, he directly slapped Mu Yun's back. Mu Yun's body fell straight down 1,000 feet tall mountain peak. Bang! Statues in the hall. This feeling was very strange. It was as if a child's hand was gently caressing him. It was very delicate. However, Mu Yun did not enjoy it for long before she let out a miserable cry. Mu Yun immediately sobered up and sat up. At this moment, there was a large bump on his palm, and a bloody wound suddenly appeared on the bump. After adapting to the darkness here, a purple flame lit up on Mu Yun's fingertip. Hiss, however, looking at the surrounding scene, Mu Yun's heart almost jumped out of her chest. Purple flames lit up and Mu Yun's body was surrounded by large and small spirit beasts. Those spirit beasts were all staring at him with wide eyes. This kind of feeling was really creepy. However, as soon as the purple flame on his fingertip started to burn, those strange spirit beasts disappeared with a whoosh and retreated 10 meters away. These strange spirit beasts seemed to be innately fearful of fire. Only then did Mu Yun realize that he had fallen into a forest instead of a cave. However, at this moment, the entire forest was filled with black qi, mixed with many low roars. The entire forest was covered in layers of black fog, which did not seem to melt for a long time. Therefore, the ground under one's feet had become extremely muddy. Stepping on it, the soles of her feet slipped. Mu Yun fumbled forward. Since Xingguyi had said that he would be thrown into the 10,000 Ghosts cavern, it should be here. There was no mistake. Elder Myriad Ghost? Soul-absorbing pearl. When she heard Xingguyi's words, Mu Yun laughed. She laughed completely. He did not know who the Myriad Ghost Elder was, but he knew the soul-absorbing pearl very well. Back then, he was a decisive killer. Naturally, there were many capable people under his command. This soul-absorbing pearl was refined by him personally. However, he remembered that it was given to a subordinate named Wan Wuxing. Mu Yun had a deep impression of this person. Although this person's cultivation method was evil and relied on sucking blood to survive, he had always used beast blood to replace human blood. Because of this, he created a technique that relied on absorbing the blood essence of beasts to increase his strength. It was called the 10,000 Beasts technique. The name was simple, but it was majestic. As for the radiant cult, he remembered that this kid had said that he was a person who lived in the darkness. He wanted to create sunlight, so he created the radiant cult. Things have changed with the passage of time. 10,000 years have passed. Your Church of Light is gone, but I wonder what happened to my Cloud Alliance. Mu Yun said indifferently as she walked. Speaking of which, I helped you a lot back then. So, you have to make good use of the soul-assimilating pearl I refined for you. Don't lose it. It should be in there, right? Give it to me if it's inside. Mu Yun muttered to herself as she walked into the depths of the dark forest. Whoosh, at this moment, above the mountain range, a whistling sound could be heard. Qin Mengyao, dressed in a light blue dress, slowly landed in front of Xingguyi like a fairy from the 9th heaven. Where's Big Brother Yun? He fell down. Xingguyi put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, I said I gave him a way out. It's better to enter the 10,000 Ghosts cave than to die in my hands. You're courting death. Qin Mingyao's face turned cold. An ice sword suddenly appeared in her hand. The blade of the ice sword was engraved with exquisite snowflake patterns. Ding, however, Qin Mingyao's long sword pierced Xing Wui's fingertips. Xing Wui gently bent, and the long sword broke. Qin Mingyao, you're very powerful. However, you're still not my opponent now. Xing Wui smiled and said, Mu Yun fell into the 10,000 Ghosts cave. Perhaps she's lucky enough to survive. In the future, when you're familiar with operating the Ice Phoenix spirit, you might be able to save her. During this period, it will depend on your talent and cultivation. Xing Wui smiled and said, even if you kill me in the end, I won't regret it. After saying that, Xing Wui turned around and was about to leave. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. The 10,000 Ghosts cave opens once a year. This time, it's not the opening time. It's just that I found a flaw and let Mu Yun in. Xing Wui's meaning was clear. If you want to enter the 10,000 Ghosts cave, it'll be difficult. Big Brother Yun, looking at the gloomy forest below, Qin Mingyao's shoulders suddenly drooped, as if he had lost his support. For 3 consecutive days, Qin Mingyao stood above the 10,000 Ghosts cave, looking at the darkness below without saying a word. On the 4th day, Qin Mingyao turned around and left. At this moment, Southern Cloud Empire, Southern Cloud City. The battle this time had affected more than half of Southern Cloud City. It could be said that there were many things waiting to be done. Qi Ming, Mu Fengxing, and the rest were already so busy that they couldn't leave. And now, the Lin family, Gu family, and the Imperial family had already become a thing of the past. As for the Mu clan, they were the ones who reaped the most benefits from this victory. The Gods Pavilion and the Earth Emanations Hall were in charge of the wealth and assassins in the Southern Cloud Empire, especially in the recent 3 years. Look. Mistress. Looking up, an icy blue figure descended from the sky. It was Qin Mingyao. But among the many students, only Qi Ming had seen Qin Mingyao before. The others had only heard of him. In the crowd, Wang Xinyao stood there, feeling a little discouraged. Compared to Qin Mingyao, she felt inferior. She felt that her beauty wasn't inferior to Qin Mingyao, but Qin Mingyao's cold and aloof aura was something she didn't have. As the Gods Pavilion was far away from the battle, it wasn't affected this time. At this moment, in the Gods Pavilion, Mu Dingtian held his head high and sat on the main seat, followed by Mu Linchen. Everyone in the Gods Pavilion sat down. Coincidentally, Wang Xinyao and Qin Mingyao were sitting opposite each other. For a moment, everyone in the hall couldn't help but compare. Wang Xinyao looked more pure and had a moving aura. Qin Mingyao, on the other hand, looked cold and aloof. With just a glance, one would feel as if one had fallen into an ice cave. She was an ice beauty. Both of them were equally beautiful, but Qin Mingyao seemed to have more temperament. After everyone sat down, Qin Mingyao stood up and said, Mu Yun might not be dead. He fell into the 1,000 Ghosts cavern. 1,000 Ghosts cavern. Hearing this, the entire hall was filled with heavy breathing. The 1,000 Ghosts cavern was a famous place of danger in the Tianyun continent. That Xingui planted the 9 Deaths Absolute killing array on Mu Yun and threw him into the 1,000 Ghosts cavern. He didn't give him any chance to survive. Damn it. Huang Wuji snorted. The Holy Pill sect is just a fart. I'll destroy it sooner or later. That's right. Gung Sinyu shouted. The sect leader of such a big sect actually attacked our mentor Mu. He's really shameless. Stop talking. Qi Ming frowned. He looked at Qin Mingyao and said, Master's wife, please continue. Every 3 years, the 10,000 Ghost Cave will be at its weakest. Therefore, every 3 years, a large number of practitioners will rush there. Although no one has gained anything over the years, everyone is still rushing there like a flock of ducks. There is still half a year until the next opening. Half a year? In half a year, wouldn't Mu Yun starve to death in there? After half a year, everyone might gather at the 1,000 Ghosts cavern. At that time it'll be the time to rescue Mu Yun. You can decide for yourselves. Qin Mingyao cupped his hands and turned to leave. Yes, half a year. What could she do in half a year? In the dark and quiet forest, Mu Yun stepped on the mud. She had walked here for half a month, but she didn't find anything. Thousand Ghosts Elder, if you're still alive, I'll definitely blow your head off the next time I see you. Mu Yun scolded fiercely. This guy looked like an honest person back then. She didn't expect that after he died, his burial place would be so mysterious. Even she couldn't find the entrance. Something's not right, Mu Yun suddenly said. This silly boy. Don't tell me he's doing it according to the array formation I taught him previously? Mu Yun's heart sank. She started to walk around in the forest again. However, this time, Mu Yun's footwork had changed. It was different from the others. Her footsteps looked like she was walking on a slope. Her body was slanted. However, as his footsteps gradually increased, an imperceptible change finally occurred in this dusky forest. Buzz buzz buzz, as Mu Yun walked, a buzzing sound rose and fell. Gradually, a pitch-black palace rose slowly in the middle of the forest. Damn it. Little one. You're really stupid. Seeing the palace rise, Mu Yun stepped in without hesitation. He wanted to see how capable Wan Wuxing, who used to be his subordinate, was. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Mu Yun instantly felt a pair of dark eyes staring at him from the unseen world. The palace's design looked very strange. The entire palace was gathered together like a long coffin, and the palace was the head of the coffin. At this moment, a stone statue sat solemnly at the front of the palace. On both sides of the stone statue were stone statues of different figures. With just a glance, Mu Yun could tell that this stone statue was definitely his former subordinate, Wan Wuxing. However, Mu Yun saw that there was a painting behind the stone statue. He was also very familiar with the figure in the painting. That was his former self. Seeing the high-spirited figure with his hands spread out in the painting, Mu Yun smiled. Sooner or later, he would still climb to the top. Alright, little one. Let me see how impressive this 10,000 Ghosts cavern, which is rumored to be miraculous by the outside world, is. Mu Yun put away his contempt and began to investigate the palace. However, after searching for a long time, Mu Yun did not find anything. Could it be that someone came in and took away all the treasures? That was impossible. With Xing Wui's mentality, how could it be possible? Mu Yun shook his head and began to search again. He did not believe that with his understanding of Wan Wuxing, he could not break this 10,000 Ghosts cavern. Once again, Mu Yun's gaze landed on the statue. The statue's eyes looked dim and dull. It was not outstanding. Central Region Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. At this moment, the 12 Dao Palace diagrams could be clearly seen on the scroll. The 12 Dao Palace diagrams seemed to correspond to the 12 sub-palaces of the Wangui cavern. The main palace was represented by a ball of red light. The red light radiated towards the 12 sub-palaces and connected the entire coffin. Looking at the red light, Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. That was because the position of the red light was facing the position of his gaze in the picture scroll. Here. Following the direction of his gaze in the scroll, Mu Yun walked to the front of a statue. The statue was of a muscular man. His muscles bulged from head to toe. He looked very powerful and lifelike. In the muscular man's hand, he held a big hammer and was about to smash it towards the huge rock under his feet. Inside the huge rock? Mu Yun muttered. He pointed his void-shattering finger and a strong pressure blasted out. Bang, there was an explosion and the huge rock was smashed into pieces. However, there was nothing else. Wan Wuxing, the next time I see you, I'll definitely beat you up. Mu Yun cursed hatefully and slammed his fist onto the hammer. Crack crack, cracks appeared and the hammer exploded, turning into ashes. In the muscular man's hand, there was a blood-red bead that was emitting a dark green glow. Soul-absorbing bead. Looking at the bead, Mu Yun was overjoyed. Back then, the bead that he refined was only a low-grade earth weapon. However, after 10,000 years, the bead had probably grown to a certain extent and might even be promoted to a heaven weapon. The soul-absorbing bead could absorb the enemy's soul force and blood force to strengthen the wielder's cultivation. Back then, Mu Yun used this bead to kill many people before finally giving it to Wan Wuxing. Good treasure, your old master is back. Come. Mu Yun pointed his finger and the soul-absorbing bead immediately flew over and landed in Mu Yun's hand. At first, the soul-absorbing bead was still a little resistant. However, when Mu Yun used the same technique again, the weapon seemed to have thought of something and became eager to try. Old friend, long time no see. Looking at the soul-absorbing pearl, Mu Yun felt a sense of connection with it. Wan Wuxing, that idiot, he ran away by himself and left you here, blinded by dust. The next time I see him, I won't forgive him. Alright. Next, let's take a look at the mysteries of these 12 sub-palaces. Mu Yun's figure flashed. She started from the first sub-palace and went around one by one. As they entered the sub-palace, Mu Yun realized that the aura inside seemed to be more and more sinister and strange. 12 subdivisions? There are medicinal pills, spiritual tools, natural treasures, and top-grade spirit stones. Not bad, not bad. Wan Wuxing, you've been doing well these years. Mu Yun was very satisfied. When he fell into the 10,000 Ghosts cave this time, Xing Wui thought he was good enough to throw him down and lure Qin Mengyao to open the cave. But he didn't expect that Mu Yun was the master of the 10,000 Ghosts elder 10,000 years ago. The master didn't distinguish between the servants' things. Looking at the 10 to 20 interspatial rings in her hands, Mu Yun curled her lips. How much wealth did this Wan Wuxing reap? He even has a top-grade interspatial ring, and it's filled with so much. A top-grade interspatial ring had at least 10,000 cubic meters of space. But even so, a top-grade interspatial ring couldn't store all of this old things collection. This is the accumulation of the 5 big families for 100 years. Mu Yun suddenly realized that she seemed to have become a rich person in one go, and the kind that was super rich. A pleasant surprise, after her rebirth, Mu Yun didn't lack martial skills or cultivation techniques. She only lacked money. No matter what she did, she needed money. And for a martial artist, the best thing was spirit stones. Looking at the empty main hall, Mu Yun sighed with emotion. Little Wan, I've helped you clear out the things. No need to thank me. We'll meet again in the future. Mu Yun said, waved her hand, and was about to leave. But suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. No, no. Little Wan, with your thoughts, you must be thinking of pranking others. Otherwise, how could no one have obtained the treasures here for thousands of years? Mu Yun suddenly said, oh right, you must have a fake acupoint. Is it the middle hall? Looking at the statue, Mu Yun chuckled. Then, she walked out of the main hall. Gradually, the large hall closed and rumbled as it sank into the ground. Not long after, the originally empty forest was once again filled with an enormous creature. This huge object was exactly the same as the 10,000 Ghosts cave from before. There was no difference at all. However, standing in front of the huge palace, Mu Yun chuckled. Wan Wuxing, you're indeed cunning. This palace is impressive, but inside, I think it's even more impressive. Mu Yun laughed heartily and turned to leave. The mist that surrounded his body was blocked by a layer of red light when it was about to touch his body. It was impossible to get close to him. Mu Yun walked with confident steps and left the illusory forest. This strange change attracted the attention of the warriors who wandered around this area all year round. Then, the entire Heavenly Fate continent began to explode with explosive news. The 10,000 Ghosts cave had opened. In the past, every time the 10,000 Ghosts cave opened, they could only pass through the outer mist and enter the core area. Almost no one had seen the true appearance of the 10,000 Ghosts cave. In addition, the Radiant Cult was a first-rate force in the Heavenly Fate continent thousands of years ago. The treasures left behind were naturally astonishing. In an instant, the entire Heavenly Fate continent was in a frenzy. This matter concerned the forbidden land of the Heavenly Fate continent, the 10,000 Ghosts cave. Just thinking about the treasures inside made people go crazy. Under the setting sun, beside the ancient road, a shabby carriage pulled straw forward. On the carriage, there was an old man, a young man, and a young man. Uncle Lu, according to what you said, this is the center of the Heavenly Fate continent, which is the central region. Yes. Hearing Uncle Lu's answer, Mu Yun was completely confused. The Heavenly Fate continent was so vast. The population was in the hundreds of millions. This bastard Shengui actually brought him to the central region after flying for half a day. The entire Heavenly Fate continent was divided into 5 regions: Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Southern Barbarian, Northern D, and Central Region. The Central Region was also known as Central Region. The Central Region was the richest and most desirable place in the entire Heavenly Fate continent. The Central Region was filled with gold. However, under the gold, there were mountains of corpses. What should I do now? His grandfather and the others must have thought that he was dead. However, he was still alive and well. Moreover, he had earned a huge sum of money. Unfortunately, there was no one who could share this wealth with him. Mu Yun sat in the carriage and began to think. From the situation of his disappearance, the Xiao family and the Mu family had joined forces. In addition to Gan Jingyu and Mu Dingtian, Shengui obviously had no intention of swallowing the two families. Therefore, for the time being, they were all safe. Understanding this point, Mu Yun was not so anxious. The Central Region was also known as Central Region because of its vast territory and abundant resources. The flow of people was especially widespread. Moreover, this was the core location of the entire Heavenly Fate continent. It could be said that it was the biggest paradise for martial artists. Young man, I see that you are white and clean. You look weak. Are you preparing to go to the city? Uncle Lu smiled and said, then I have to tell you. When you go to the city, you must be polite when you see those martial artists. You can't look at them directly, especially the powerful martial artists. Oh, Big Brother Yun, Big Brother Yun. Last time, I saw a martial artist kill someone because they accidentally touched his table while eating. On the carriage, a girl with a ponytail said with lingering fear. Girl, don't worry. This journey is very safe. No one will make a move on us old, weak, sick, and disabled. The little girl nodded her head and shook her head happily. Giddy up, right at this moment, 4 or 5 figures rode past on the main road. Old man, how far is it from Cloudstream City? The leader shouted at Uncle Lu. It's not far. It's only a dozen miles away. Let's go. When the leader heard this, he turned around and rode his horse away. Sigh. This is a martial artist. The old man sighed and said, a martial artist's dignity and luxury are all fought for with their own strength. Others can't even be envious. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded slightly. However, just as Uncle Lu finished speaking, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. It was actually the 4 or 5 people from before who had turned around and returned. Kill. Looking at the old man, the young man, and the young man, the leader did not stand on ceremony and directly raised his saber. Boss, that little girl, our whereabouts cannot be exposed. Not at all. Yes. This moment happened too quickly. Before the old man and the girl could react, the sharp saber light had already slashed down. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no pain. Uncle Lu opened his eyes and looked in front of him, dumbfounded. The 4 or 5 black-clothed men had all fallen off their horses and died. Let's go, Uncle Lu. If we're discovered, we won't be able to get away with it. Mu Yun hurriedly said. Uncle Lu was stunned. The 3 of them hurriedly drove the carriage forward. However, not long after the 3 of them left, another group of about 15 or 16 people came over on their horses. It's He and the other 4. Oh? They were actually killed on this secluded path. It saved us some trouble. However, the person who did this is obviously skilled in martial arts. Otherwise, how could He, who is at the 5th level of the Spirit Cave realm, be killed so easily? Should we chase after them? Are you stupid? We'll wait for you to chase after them after we kill them. It's better to avoid trouble. Let's go and move the corpses back to report. The guard commander looked ahead and revealed a trace of suspicion. Since when did Cloudstream City have such a sharp expert? What happened just now? Uncle Lu still had lingering fears. I don't know either. Girl, did you see anything? Grandfather, I only saw the 5 of them fall down with a plop. I don't know anything else. Forget it. Those who survive a great disaster are bound to have good fortune in the future. Uncle Lu patted his chest and said, young man, you weren't scared out of your wits, were you? No. Mu Yun smiled faintly and nodded. However, just as Uncle Lu was about to ride his horse forward, Mu Yun suddenly staggered and pulled Lu's shoe. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hong family, kill the old man and the young man, but leave the girl behind. A cold shout was heard. Then, more than 10 people rushed out from both sides of the road. These people were all armed and wielding swords as they surrounded the three of them. You're quite lucky that I didn't shoot you to death. The woman in the lead had a head full of fiery red hair. Her perky but made one's imagination run wild. What right do you have to kill people for no reason? For no reason? The woman sneered and said, what a joke. In Cloudstream City, we, the Hong clan, can kill whoever we want. Take the little girl away and kill these two. The atmosphere in the field instantly became tense. Killing people for no reason? Your Hong family is really domineering. Mu Yun sneered with her hands behind her back. Bookworm, you talk too much. Kill him. Kill me? I can stand here and let you kill me, but you can't kill me. Merely a dozen or so martial artists at the first and second tier of the spiritual cave realm dared to show off in front of him. They were simply asking for a beating. Pa, Mu Yun's figure flashed and slapped the woman's perky butt. She giggled and said, now, do you still want to kill me? You, kill him for me. Kill him. Seeing more than a dozen people rushing over, Mu Yun shook her head slightly. After a few dodges, more than a dozen people fell to the ground and could no longer get up. A tiny fire lotus bloomed on her fingertip. Mu Yun teased, if I put this fire on your face, no, why don't I take you to the woods and we can have a heart-to-heart talk? You, choose one of the two. Choose. Mu Yun teased. What do you want to ask? Speak. The fiery-haired woman finally lowered her head and admitted defeat. Who are you? I'm from the Hong family of the Yunchi City's City Lord's mansion. My uncle is the patriarch. Then why did you kill her? Because she's a girl. Get to the point. Mu Yun said with an unfriendly gaze. Because recently, a 5-star alchemist came to Cloudstream City. He said that he can cure my grandfather's illness, but he needs to condense a magic treasure. He needs the blood essence of a young child to be able to guarantee success. Oh? It required the blood essence of a young child. Mu Yun said once more, according to my knowledge, blood essence is usually required for the cultivation of martial techniques or the refinement of magic treasures. Since when did medicinal pills require a blood sacrifice? Even if some pills required blood stains, how could a mere 5-star apothecary possibly know about it? Weren't the people from the Hong family too naive? We know that he doesn't actually need children as blood sacrifices to refine pills. He just wants to use this name to complete the treasure he wants to refine. Hong Lin's eyes reddened as tears rolled down her cheeks. But my grandfather, he's dying. We have to gather 5,000 children as soon as possible. Mu Yun felt his blood run cold. Are you going to kill them one by one like this? Mu Yun said hatefully. He didn't think that he was a gentleman, but killing 5,000 children just to save his grandfather was too black-hearted. This is not something I can decide. Alright, since that's the case, bring me to the Hong family. I'll treat your grandfather and take a look at the identity of that 5-star alchemist. You know alchemy? Mu Yun was only 23 or 24 years old, but she was actually an alchemist. This surprised Hong Lin. What grade of pill can you refine? Don't worry about that. Anyway, I'm stronger than that guy. Escort Uncle Lu and the rest well. I'll follow you into the city. Mu Yun pulled Hong Lin up and walked directly towards Yunchi City. From afar, Yunchi City was like a dormant black tortoise. It was majestic, and the black city walls were more than 20 meters tall. From afar, it looked like a primordial beast. According to Hong Lin, Yunchi City could only be considered a lower middle-class city in Zhongzhou. It was not presentable at all. At first, Hong Lin was curious about Mu Yun's words and actions. She guessed that he didn't come from the core of Zhongzhou and was probably from other regions. However, generally speaking, martial artists who entered the central province from other cities would have a surprised look on their faces when they walked on the streets. However, this young man looked at everything with disdain. It was as if nothing caught his eye. Your name is Zimu. Mr. Zimu, our Hong family is the #1 family in Yunqi City. The entire Yunqi City belongs to the Hong family, so I hope you can be more polite when you go in later. If you're polite, I'll naturally be polite. The two of them entered the Hong family together. However, the moment they stepped into the Hong family, the entire Hong family seemed to be in a mess. It was hard to figure out what was going on. What's going on? Miss, old master is dying. What? Hearing this, Hong Lin's eyes turned red. She hurriedly pulled Mu Yun up and walked towards the backyard. Quickly invite Master Xianxia over. Quickly invite him over. At this moment, the entire Hong family was in a mess in the backyard. The Hong family's patriarch, Hong Zhentian, was at the 7th level of the spirit cave realm. The old patriarch, Hong Chengdu, was 120 years old and was poisoned. Moreover, the old patriarch was an expert at the 8th level of the spirit cave realm. If the old patriarch passed away, the city lord's mansion of Yunqi City might have to change hands. After all, the old patriarch, Hong Chengdu, was there previously to shoulder the burden. But now, if Hong Chengdu could not hold on, the Hong family would not be able to intimidate everyone without an expert at the 8th level of the spirit cave realm. Father, he's also an alchemist. Let him come. Hong Lin rushed out and pulled Mu Yun. Him? Seeing that Mu Yun was young and looked like an embroidered pillow, Hong Zhentian said doubtfully, your grandfather's life is in danger. We can't take the risk. Father, Hong Lin was anxious. Master Xianxia is here. At this moment, a figure walked over leisurely from the door of the backyard. The person was dressed in an emerald green robe. He had a bulging stomach and his hands were behind his back. He looked at everyone and shouted, what a mess. Go away. Hasn't old Master Hong always been like this? Xianxia said impatiently, go away, go away. As he spoke, Xianxia stuffed a pitch-black pill into Hong Chengdu's mouth. Stop. At this moment, a shout was heard. Mu Yun said coldly, you fed him a pill. Do you want him to die earlier? What nonsense are you talking about? Looking at Mu Yun, Xianxia spat and said, I'm a 5-star alchemist recognized by Zhongzhou. How dare you doubt me? Are you an alchemist? How many stars? No stars. Mu Yun snorted and said, it's obvious that the poison in old Master Hong's body has spread and triggered his original internal injuries. The pill you gave him can only temporarily suppress his internal injuries, but after 3 to 5 days, his internal injuries will relapse again. Over time, not only the infected part, but the uninfected part will also rot because its potential has been squeezed dry. You're desperately compressing his life by doing this, do you know that? Mu Yun said a series of words. Hong Zhentian looked at Xianxia and glared at him. Are you playing with us? Humph, if you don't help me gather 5,000 children, your old master will die. Xianxia said fearlessly, let me tell you, if your Hong family isn't willing to help me, then the Qi family is. The Qi family was also a big family in Yunqi City. Their status was only second to the Hong family. Get lost. Looking at Xianxia, Hong Zhentian wished he could slap him to death. Cunning villain. Big brother, how dare you run away? Father, if you trust me, I can help you. Mu Yun took the initiative to speak. Seeing Mu Yun's appearance, Hong Zhentian sighed helplessly and nodded. What Mu Yun was really interested in was not Hong Zhentian's illness, but Xianxia. A 5-star alchemist had come to Yunqi City to collect the blood essence of children. It was obvious that he was trying to refine some magic treasure or treasure. There was definitely something wrong with this Xianxia. After giving Hong Zhentian a pill, Mu Yun listed a few medicinal herbs and got people to prepare to start refining pills. Everything was done smoothly and with ease. Only then did Hong Zhentian treat him seriously. He was so young and was also an alchemist. He must be a disciple from a big family to undergo a trial. May I know where Mr. Zimu lives? I'm alone and I'm devoted to the mountains and rivers. Wherever I go, that's my home. Mu Yun said self-righteously. Mr. Zimu is really an expert. Hong Zhentian laughed and looked at Mu Yun with a smile on his face. At the same time, on the other side, Xianxia's body was trembling as he stood at the door of a house. Come in. A hoarse voice sounded in the room. Master. What's the matter? I only collected less than 500 of those 5,000 children. Moreover, the Hong family actually invited a young boy to kick me out today. How hateful. Oh? There's such a thing? The man in the black robe turned around for the first time, but his expression was still unclear. Then you can go to the Qi family. If it doesn't work, let the Qi family take action. I'll destroy Hong Zhentian. Just don't let anyone discover our tracks. Master, this way, what are you afraid of? The black-robed man said impatiently, my baby can't wait any longer. We have to do it as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. Yes. On the other side, Mu Yun had just walked out of the alchemy room when she saw the entire Mu family in a panic. What happened? Mr. Zimu, you don't have to worry. I just have to treat my grandfather's illness. Hong Lin's face was filled with fighting spirit as she pulled Mu Yun to the backyard. Could it be that Xianxia flew into a rage out of humiliation and called a large group of people to crowd at the entrance of the Hong family's house, wanting to have a good battle? However, Mu Yun was now thinking about Hong Zhentian. She had to treat the old master first. He wanted to see who was behind Xianxia and who ordered him to do this. Mu Yun always had an illusion that she might know this person. Outside the Hong family's gate, Hong Zhentian stood tall and straight at the entrance of the Hong family's house. Qi Yuxuan, what are you doing? Hong Zhentian looked at the pair in front of him and shouted, the Hong family still has the final say in Yunqi City. What do you want? What? I'm here to look for someone. Ingest a bead of blood, don't King pretend here. Is there an alchemist called Zimu here? The person I'm looking for is him. Qi Yuxuan was tall and straight, but he looked skinny. He stood there like a stick. I met Master Zimu outside Cloudstream City. How could you possibly know him? Hong Lin snorted and said, Master Zimu clearly just arrived in Cloudstream City. Don't slander him. Humph, that's right, it's outside the city. Qi Yuxuan scoffed. Today, 5 of my Qi family's black-clothed guards were killed outside the city. Some people say that it was Zimu who did it. You're spouting nonsense. Hong Lin's chest heaved up and down as she shouted at Qi Yuxuan. Humph, whether it's nonsense or not, we'll know when Mr. Zimu comes out today, Qi Yuxuan sneered. I killed him. Before Hong Lin could say anything, a voice suddenly sounded from behind the crowd. Mu Yun wore a purple robe and walked forward. So you've admitted it. That's good, come with me. Qi Yuxuan groaned. You dared to kill my Qi clan's guards, I think you're courting death. Go with you? You're not worthy. Just as Qi Yuxuan was about to bring his men to take down Mu Yun, a shout suddenly rang out. A figure stood out from behind the crowd. Hong Bear, Old Master Hong. Hong Qingdu, you didn't die? Thanks to you, I didn't die. Not only that, but my cultivation has also improved. I've stepped into the 9th layer of the Spirit Cave realm. The 9th layer of the Spirit Cave realm, the increase in a martial artist's realm also represented an increase in their lifespan. In that case, the Hong clan would not face any problems for at least 20 years. Qi Yuxuan's expression changed. He whispered to Xianxia, who was beside him, didn't you say that he was about to die? Why are you standing here all right? He's going to die. I've been feeding him pills that consume his lifespan in exchange for his health. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Xianxia shook his head. Trash. Looking at Xianxia, Qi Yuxuan cursed in his heart. He turned around and snorted. Hong Qingdu, don't force yourself. If you fall, the Hong clan will completely collapse. Therefore, you don't dare to fall now. We'll know once we try. Hong Jin's hair and beard fluttered in the wind. He stood up and took a step forward, arriving in front of Qi Yuxuan. Between the two of them, 4 palms collided. Hong Dai took a step forward, while Qi Yuxuan grunted and took a step back. He had recovered, he had really recovered. Qi Yuxuan's face turned ugly. He also thought that Hong Qingdu was just trying to show off. He didn't expect that Hong Qingdu's cultivation realm had actually advanced further, far surpassing him. Are you having a hard time accepting it? Hong Shanbei laughed heartily and said, many thanks to Mr. Zimu. Therefore, today, none of you can bring Mr. Zimu away. Hong Bei looked at the crowd with his hands behind his back and said proudly. Ignorant scoundrel. However, right at that moment, a blood-red claw pounced directly at Hong Qingda. That power was so strong that even an expert of the 9th layer of the spirit cave realm would not be able to resist it. Ding, however, in the nick of time, a figure appeared in front of Hong Qingdu. It was Mu Yun. It's you. It's you. A black-robed figure walked out and looked at Mu Yun in surprise. Mu Yun looked at the person in front of her and was extremely shocked. The honorable master of the Green Shadow Blood Sect, Wu Shuangshui. No wonder you need so much blood essence. You must be trying to recover your blood soul pearl? Mu Yun joked. You're not dead? What is Saint Wu thinking? Wu Shuangshui said coldly, however, it's fortunate that you're not dead. If you were to die in the hands of others, I'd be heartbroken. Wu Shuangshui licked his lips and sneered, you don't have the ancient jade dragon essence now. What do you rely on to fight with me, who's at the 10th layer of the spirit realm? I'll get the ancient jade dragon essence back sooner or later. As for today, you'll know. With that, Mu Yun leaped into the air and stepped into the air. On the other side, Wu Shuangshui caught up immediately. Spirit. Spirit realm, oh my god, he's actually a spirit realm expert. Oh my god. Hong Lin was dumbfounded. With her talent, she was considered one of the best in Yunqi City, a city with a population of tens of millions. Now, she was 24 years old and was at the 4th layer of the spirit cave realm. She was already considered a genius. However, compared to Mu Yun, it was a world of difference. Most importantly, this guy seemed to want to fight with that person at the 10th layer of the spirit realm. What was the concept of the 10th layer of the spirit realm? It represented the most powerful strength in Zhongzhou. Only those peerless experts who surpassed the spirit realm could be compared to it. The 10th layer of the spirit realm was basically a god, at the same time, on the vast grassland outside Yunqi City. Two figures stood proudly in the air. Wu Shuangshui was originally a venerable of the Green Shadow Blood Sect. Why would he be afraid of someone at the 10th layer of the spirit realm? The last time he lost to Mu Yun was because the ancient jade dragon essence from the purple lotus demonic flame was too abnormal and powerful. This time, Mu Yun did not have the ancient jade dragon essence. She could only rely on her sword force and the strength of her body. It might be troublesome to get rid of him, but if she really wanted to kill him, it was still possible. On the other side, Mu Yun naturally knew that without the ancient jade dragon essence, this powerful killing weapon, he would be courting death if he wanted to fight against Wu Shuangshui. Fortunately, Wu Shuangshui's blood soul pearl was heavily damaged. Now, it was estimated that he could only use 11 or 20% of the power of the supreme great earth weapon. Moreover, Wu Shuangshui had used up a lot of energy in the last battle. He had stayed at Wan Wuxing's place for a few days to recuperate. It seemed that this old man had been busy with his Dharma treasure and still looked a little weak. Could it be, Mu Yun suddenly had a guess in his mind. However, once this guess came out, he could not help but tremble. Kill. With a swing of his sword, the 100-meter-wide tenacious sword carried a violent surge of true essence and rushed towards Wu Shuangshui. Little guy, you don't have to use these little tricks, right? Now, what level has your sword force reached? Perfection? Perfection? Or peak? You can give it a try. Mu Yun was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. The 4 sword moves of the Heartless Sword Manual had been divided into many moves by Mu Yun. Every move and every stroke was just right. However, even if Mu Yun used all his strength on the sword, it was a pity that he could not break Wu Shuangshui's defense. After all, Wu Shuangshui was a peerless expert in the 10th level of the spirit realm. Although he had lost his Dharma treasure, his strength was weakened, and his body was injured, he was still in the 10th level of the spirit realm. Touching his chest, Mu Yun looked at the dim purple seal that was filled with energy at the moment. He prayed silently in his heart. Fight to the death. With a low roar, Mu Yun flew up with his long sword in front of him. He stabbed it directly at Shui Wushuang, while his other hand reached for his chest. With a sizzling sound, a bolt of purple lightning struck the long sword with a loud bang. This series of changes happened in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Mu Yun had added his trump card to this move, Wu Shuangshui did not dare to be careless. He looked conflicted and finally gritted his teeth. Your essence blood is a great supplement for my blood soul pearl. Swallowing you is more effective than 5,000 children. Wu Shuangshui took the opportunity to counterattack Mu Yun. A blood-red pearl flew out. Blood soul pearl? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing that Wu Shuangshui had taken out the blood soul pearl, Mu Yun did not hesitate. A dark red pearl scattered with green light flew out from his chest. The red bead looked extremely demonic, and it had a terrifying suction force that was trying to pull the blood soul bead away. This is the soul-absorbing pearl. Why is the soul-absorbing pearl in your hands? Looking at the dark red pearl in Mu Yun's hand, Wu Shuangshui was completely dumbfounded. He could no longer move. The soul-absorbing pearl directly swallowed his blood soul pearl. It could be seen that the two pearls were like mandarin ducks playing in the water. But gradually, the power of the soul-absorbing pearl became stronger and stronger. In the end, it completely swallowed the blood soul pearl. How can you operate the soul-absorbing pearl? Wu Shuangshui's face was pale. He looked at Mu Yun and spat out a mouthful of blood. How can you? Just as expected, looking at Wu Shuangshui's appearance, Mu Yun was finally certain of his own thoughts. Wu Shuangshui had indeed connected the blood soul pearl with his flesh and blood. It was equivalent to refining a part of his body. The advantage of refining a divine weapon in this way was that the divine weapon and the martial artist's heart meridian were the same. But the disadvantage was that once a person or a divine weapon was injured, the other party would be injured even more. He had already discovered it when he fought with Wu Shuangshui in South Cloud City last time. When the blood soul pearl cracked, Wu Shuangshui was not attacked. Instead, he spat out more blood. Looking at it again today, it was indeed so. The soul-absorbing pearl can absorb the soul. This was left by the Thousand Ghost Elder when he was alive. The Fated One will get it. Haha. Wu Shuangshui suddenly laughed and said, The Fated One is you. It's you, Mu Yun. Haha. While laughing, Wu Shuangshui spat out another mouthful of blood. The soul-absorbing pearl flew back to Mu Yun's hand. The originally dim red color became much brighter. Wu Shuangshui had lost this battle. He lost wholeheartedly. He thought that Mu Yun could easily kill him without the ancient jade dragon essence. But he did not expect that he got the soul-absorbing pearl by chance. The value of this pearl was many times more powerful than the ancient jade dragon essence. Damn it! Wu Shuangshui raised his head in grief and indignation. But in the end, he was still killed by Mu Yun's sword. A venerable of a generation, level 10 spirit realm, died on the yellow main grassland. Phew, sitting on the ground, Mu Yun gasped for breath. In fact, if Wu Shuangshui continued to fight after the blood soul pearl was devoured, he would have to fight hard to defeat Wu Shuangshui. It was just that Wu Shuangshui was too shocked by the appearance of the soul-absorbing pearl, and all the hope in his heart was gone. That was why he could kill him so easily. No one would believe that a level 3 spirit realm martial artist could kill a level 10 spirit realm martial artist. After searching Wu Shuangshui's spatial ring, Mu Yun immediately left. He still had to go back and get rid of the cicada. If this person exposed the news that Mu Yun was still alive, it would be very troublesome. However, just as Mu Yun returned to Yunqi City, he saw a group of people entering Yunqi City in a grandiose manner. Chapter 231 Sanji Hall. At this moment, in front of the Hong family, hundreds of people held bows and arrows in their hands, ready to shoot at any time. At this moment, the martial artists from the Hong clan and the Qi clan were kneeling on the ground with horrified expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but be alarmed because at this moment, there was a largely character inlaid with gold on the front of the group. At this moment, a person dismounted from his horse and arrived in front of everyone. Hong Shanbei, the 3 Extreme Hall has appointed you as the City Lord of Cloudstream City. Why are you causing a ruckus here? The young man came before Hong Shanbei and asked in an indifferent voice. Young Master Li, Qi Yuxuan is trying to usurp my position in the City Lord's mansion. He has brought people here to cause trouble. Oh? The young man frowned and said, Qi Yuxuan, as the patriarch of the Qi clan, is there such a thing? Reporting to young master, a young man named Zimu came from Cloudstream City and killed my Qi clan's guards. I came to arrest him but Hong Shanbei stopped me. Qi Yuxuan scoffed. Hong Shanbei is so biased towards outsiders. How can he be worthy of being the city lord of Cloudstream City? Qi Yuxuan, stop bullshitting. Unable to restrain his anger, Hong Dai said, Mr. Zimu just arrived at my Hong clan and even saved my life. You're obviously the one who framed him. Hong Qingdu, what do you mean by that? Chan Xiang said unhappily, are you saying that I, Chan Xiang, as a 5-star alchemist, will protect Qi Yuxuan? You are insulting my reputation, do you know that? You? Do you still have a reputation? How dare you? The two sides fought fiercely, and it looked like they were about to fight. Cough cough, the young man frowned and coughed. The two families immediately quieted down. Hong Qingdu, this matter is your fault. That Zimu is an outsider after all. He killed someone from the Qi clan. Why did you hide him and not hand him over to the Qi clan? The young man put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, now, hand him over immediately. What? Hearing the young man's words and seeing Qi Yuxuan's sinister smile, Hong Shanbei's eyes widened. The Three Heavens Palace was a superpower that was in charge of the eastern part of the central state. Its status was similar to that of the Saint Elixir sect. Usually, the people of the Three Heavens Palace would not come down except for the occasional inspection. No wonder Li Tong came to Cloudstream City today. The Three Heavens Hall was jointly established by the Li clan, Wang clan and Yang clan. Li Tong was a member of the Li clan. Mr. Zimu is no longer in the residence. Hong Kuang's tone suddenly became unnatural. It's fine, I can wait here. Li Tong smiled faintly. Looking at Hong Lin who was beside Hong Kuang, he laughed and said, little sister Lin, long time no see. I missed you so much. Rogue. Oh? Sister Lin, I represent the Three Extreme Halls Li clan. You have to watch your words. Otherwise, your Hong clan will be looking down on the Three Extreme Hall, and your entire clan will be annihilated. Hong Lin's face turned red. The Li family was indeed in existence that they could not afford to offend. The Three Extreme Hall's three great clans had always been united. That was why they had been able to flourish in the eastern part of the Central Plains for so long. Sir Li, are you looking for me? Right at that moment, a gentle voice sounded. Mu Yin walked over leisurely. Purple wood. Looking at purple wood, Chan Xiang's body could not help but tremble. He deeply understood how terrifying his master was. Even the Three Extreme Hall would not be willing to offend a cultivator like his master. However, Zimu was the one who had returned from the battle with his master. What about his master? Chan Xiang's body trembled even more violently. Sir Li, was Chan Xiang talking about me just now? Mu Yun turned around and looked at Chan Xiang. A blood-red color appeared between her brows. No, it's not him. Chan Xiang suddenly sat on the ground with a thud. His body trembled even more violently. Even his master was no match for him. Just how powerful was this person? Master Chan, isn't it him? Qi Yuxuan pointed at Mu Yun and said in surprise, it's clearly him. Didn't your master chase after him just now? Why are you saying that it's not him now? What's going on? Li Tong frowned. It's not him. I admit my mistake. Goodbye. Don't go. Mu Yun stepped forward and grabbed Chan Xiang. She leaned close to her ear and said softly, are you going to tell the people from Green Shadow Blood Sect that Xue Wushuang was killed by me? You are indeed, Puff. However, before Chan Xiang could finish his sentence, there was a spluttering sound. Blood flowed down Chan Xiang's neck. Dead, Chan Xiang died just like that. Looking at Chan Xiang's corpse on the ground, Qi Yuxuan was stunned. Mr. Zimu. Hong Bo hurried over and looked at Zimu. He said softly, Mr. Zimu, this person is the young master of the Li family from the Three Extreme Hall. Mr. Zimu, you must remember not to provoke him. Provoke? He seemed to have already provoked him, the Three Extreme Hall. Wang Xinya seemed to have said that she was from the Three Extreme Hall, a member of the Wang family. You dare to kill someone in front of me? Looking at Mu Yun, Li Tong's face turned pale. It took him a long time to react. This person framed me. As an alchemist, he fed the patient a poisonous pill. What a disgrace. He deserves to die. Mu Yun said righteously, I won't be lenient even if you kill 1,000 or 10,000 people like him. Mu Yun's words were dignified, as if she believed in alchemy. She held her head high and chest out. You are the one who framed me. Qi Yuxuan saw that the situation was not right and immediately shouted, Young Master Li Tong, please give the order to capture this person and interrogate him carefully. See if he is a spy sent from other places to cause disputes in the cities under the Three Extreme Hall's jurisdiction. That makes sense. That Li Tong seemed to be a rash person. Whatever Qi Yuxuan said, he would say. Men, capture him. At Li Tong's command, the few guards behind him took a step forward. Capture me? Mu Yun sneered and stepped forward. With a point of her finger, a huge pressure forced everyone to retreat. However, Li Tong stood in the same spot and did not move. Young Master Li Tong, do you still want to capture me now? Mu Yun stepped forward, looked at Li Tong, and said indifferently. You, ding. However, at this moment, a clanking sound was heard. A long sword shot over as fast as lightning. Even with Mu Yun's fast reaction, the long sword still brushed past her cheek. Friend, let's talk nicely. You don't have to do this, right? An indifferent voice sounded above everyone's head. A figure stood proudly at the door of the Hong residence with a scabbard on his back. The long sword had already returned to his hand. Li Zilan. Seeing that figure, Li Tong cried out loudly, Brother, quickly save me, quickly save me. However, when Mu Yun saw that figure, there was a playful look in his eyes. The world was really small. She actually met Li Zilan here. It seemed that Li Zilan was also a member of the Li family of the Three Heavens Hall. Sir, I don't know how my good-for-nothing younger brother has offended you, sir. Take this. However, the only response to Li Zilan was the long sword that suddenly appeared in Mu Yun's hand. Li Zilan's expression changed, and he also swung his sword. His sword was many times faster than before. Everyone present could only see his palm moving, but they could not see the long sword. Compared to Li Zilan, Mu Yun's sword was wide open. However, Li Zilan's sword was very fast, but he could not break through Mu Yun's defense. Sword force. Looking at Mu Yun, Li Zilan exclaimed. No wonder he always felt that there was an endless amount of power in front of him when he fought with Mu Yun. The strength of a swordsman with sword force was that he could borrow the power of heaven and earth for his own use. Li Zilan did not expect that the person in front of him was a swordsman who had comprehended sword force. The speed of the fast sword increased again. At this moment, everyone could only see the two groups of light fighting, but they could not see the situation clearly. Eh? However, as the battle continued, Li Zilan was slightly stunned. It's you! Li Zilan suddenly exclaimed. Haha. It's you. No wonder, no wonder. I lost to you in the past. Today, I want to see how much you've improved in the past few years. Li Zilan laughed loudly. He seemed to have relaxed, and his speed of attack became faster. In the air, clanging sounds could be heard. The sword and sword hummed together, creating a buzzing sound. Finally, after half a day, a stream of blood burst out from the light group of light. Then, a figure fell from the battle circle. Brother! Seeing Li Zilan land, Li Tong's face turned pale. Even Li Zilan was defeated. It's over, it's over. Haha. Li Zilan landed on the ground and laughed loudly. It's been more than 3 years, but I'm still not as good as you. Your sword force has really reached the great accomplishment realm, right? Your fast sword is getting more and more skillful. Mu Yun smiled and landed. The two figures looked at each other and laughed heartily. Mu Yun only felt that Li Zilan was quite broad-minded and upright. Therefore, Mu Yun had a good impression of him. At the same time, Li Zilan admired Mu Yun's sword force. Li Zilan only admired Mu Yun's sword force, seeing the two of them singing and praising each other. The surrounding people were completely dumbfounded. Hong Fen's mouth trembled. He muttered to himself, it's over, it's over. I didn't expect Zimu to know the Li family, and the Li family is communicating with the Qi family. It's over. Hong Fen originally thought that Mu Yun was just an unaffiliated person and wanted to recruit her into the Hong family. He didn't expect her to know Li Zilan. Li Tong, what's going on? Looking at Li Tong, Li Zilan scolded. Brother, it's not my fault. It's Qi Yuxuan. He said that the Hong family has the intention to rebel and that the Hong family is harboring a murderer. He asked me to deal with it and even gave me 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 1 million top-grade spirit stones. This Qi Yuxuan was really willing to spend money. You, scram back to the family immediately and report this situation to the temple master. Tell him the truth. Scram. Li Zilan said indifferently. Yes, yes. Brother, I'll scram. Li Tong was already scared out of his wits. On the other hand, Qi Yuxuan finally understood that Li Zilan wasn't here to help him, but to help the Hong family. Qi Yuxuan, do you have anything to say? Looking at Qi Yuxuan, Li Zilan asked coldly. No. Alright, I'll spare your life. This time, you'll pay twice the spirit stones to the Three Heavens Hall this year. Help the Hong family pay the spirit stones as well. Hurry up and do it. Dongyun City. Hearing Li Zilan's words, Qi Yuxuan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He clasped his hands and let out a sigh of relief. Not bad, Li Zilan. I didn't expect you to be a member of the Three Extreme Halsley clan. Back then, you seemed so mysterious. You have such a great background. I can't compare to you. Li Zilan smiled bitterly. You even dared to sleep with the second mess of the Wang family. What am I compared to you? You've been missing for a while, but the entire middle continent is in chaos. Li Zilan said smilingly. What do you mean? You don't know this, but the Central State's Great Danger Zone, the 10,000 Ghost Cave, has actually taken the initiative to appear. This has shocked all the powers in the continent. Every year, there will be a period of weakness in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. It will only truly open once every 3 years. However, every time everyone enters, they will not even be able to find the entrance to the palace. As a result, we will lose quite a number of people. However, it is said that if anyone can enter the treasure trove left behind by the 10,000 Ghost Old Man, they will be able to obtain the soul-absorbing pearl that the 10,000 Ghost Old Man was famous for, as well as inexhaustible treasures. Li Zilan sighed and said, this is also the reason why even though no one has opened the 10,000 Ghosts cavern for over 1,000 years, everyone is still scrambling for it. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. He had just come out from the 10,000 Ghosts cavern. He had already taken all the treasures, including the soul-devouring orb. The palace that appeared was merely the middle of the palace, fake acupoints. This time, with the various major forces taking action, it was destined that they would once again lament their inadequacies. Do you know how the Southern Cloud Empire is doing now? Li Zilan smiled bitterly and said, this is the eastern part of the central continent. It belongs to the Three Extreme Palace. The Southern Cloud Empire is in the southern part of the central continent. It belongs to the St. Pil sect and the Heavenly Evil Island. I left the Southern Cloud Empire for some time. After I heard about your deeds in the Southern Cloud Empire, I sent people to inquire about it. However, it will take some time for me to get back to you. Yes. Mu Yun nodded. However, there is a piece of news that I think I should tell you. Li Zilan smiled bitterly and said, 10,000 miles away from Cloudstream City, there is a city called Eastern Cloud City. Eastern Cloud City is a top-tier city with a population of tens of millions. Right now, the forces in Eastern Cloud City are tangled and complicated. Recently, I heard that they are fighting internally to seize the position of City Lord. Oh? I know you're not interested in these things, but there's someone you're definitely interested in. Who? Moyang. Upon hearing this name, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. 3 years ago, Moyang took the Gu clan's ancient Xianxia sword and left the shattering Cloud Mountain range. He left the Southern Cloud Empire and said that he would return in 3 years and destroy the 3 great clans. However, 3 long years had passed, and Moyang still hadn't returned. I didn't know he was here before. It was only recently that I confirmed it. Li Zilan continued, Moyang spent 3 years to establish the Cloud Sect. Right now, the Cloud Sect is considered a major force in Eastern Cloud City. However, Eastern Cloud City is now in chaos. The Poison God sect, the Yin-Yang faction, and the Saber Alliance all want to seize control of Eastern Cloud City. Therefore, his days are not easy. I understand. Mu Yun nodded. Seeing that Mu Yun didn't have much of an expression, Li Zilan smiled bitterly. Instructor Mu, let me tell you about the jurisdiction and distribution of the forces in the central continent. All right. Li Zilan smiled and said, in the entire Tianyun continent, the only place suitable for human habitation is called the central continent. Other than the central continent, there is the southern barbarian in the south, northern D in the north, western desert in the west, and eastern wilderness in the east. These 4 places are not suitable for human habitation. In the past, the Southern Cloud Empire was a small empire in the southern part of the central continent. The truly powerful forces were in the central continent region. They constantly spread out and infiltrated the various empires. Now, the 4 desolate lands in the east, west, north, and south can't compare to the central continent. Therefore, the most prosperous place in the entire Tianyun continent is the central continent. In the central continent, the forces are intertwined and complicated. Small forces need to rely on large forces to survive. For example, the Hong family that manages Cloud Stream City must rely on the Three Heavens Palace. They must pay enough tribute to the Three Heavens Palace in order to continue their management. Li Zilan changed the topic and said, however, if the Qi family's development surpasses the Hong family, then the Qi family can completely replace them. What about you? Us? Our Three Heavens Palace only cares about collecting enough tribute. As for the rest, unless someone does something that goes against the Three Heavens Palace, we don't care. Then aren't you afraid that the forces below will rebel? Rebel? Rebel with what? Li Zilan smiled and said, Mu Yun, you don't understand this point. The tribute that our Three Heavens Palace collects comes from the Hong family. Then, the Hong family will definitely advance layer by layer and let the forces below continue to pay tribute. In this way, who will benefit the most in the end? You guys at the top. That's right. Moreover, this saves us from spending manpower and resources to do these things. Mu Yun said again, then according to what you said, wouldn't the forces in the central continent only consist of you few villains? It's impossible for the others to rise? That's not it. Li Zilan smiled bitterly and said, 3,000 years ago, a heaven-defying genius appeared in the Lightning God Valley. His lightning techniques were wondrous. At that time, under the attack of the Yun family and the Green Shadow Blood sect, he forcefully established his own headquarters in the northern part of the central continent. The current Lightning God Valley is a great force that no one dares to offend in the central continent. As the Valley Master, Lei Zhenzi is famous for his bad temper. Moreover, he is very protective. Lightning God Valley, Mu Yun secretly remembered this name. Alright, that's all I can tell you about this matter. Li Zilan stood up and cupped his hands. The Three Heavens Palace will not interfere in the matters of Eastern Cloud City for half a year. Therefore, you can do whatever you want. However, the tribute that should be paid cannot be less. What if I don't give it to you? Li Zilan frowned and said solemnly, Mu Yun, you must not be stubborn. You must lower your head when it's time. I understand. Li Zilan smiled faintly and left. Now that this matter was over, there was no point for Mu Yun to stay in Cloud Stream City. Therefore, she followed the map that Li Zilan gave her and headed to Eastern Cloud City. Eastern Cloud City was extremely vast and accommodated tens of millions of people all year round. If the surrounding small cities and villages were included, there would be more than 100 million people. In such a large city, the city walls were dozens of meters tall. When she entered the city, the crowded scene that Mu Yun had imagined did not happen. On the streets that were dozens of meters wide, people and beasts came and went. The shops on both sides of the streets were lined up neatly with a dazzling array of goods. As expected, this Eastern Cloud City is much more prosperous than Cloud Stream City. Mu Yun had nothing to do as she wandered around and came to a restaurant. No matter where she was, the restaurant would always be the first to receive news. Have you heard? The Alliance Master of the Saber Alliance is dead. Now, the 3 Vice Alliance Masters under him are fighting for the position of Alliance Master. What do you know? Fighting for the position of Alliance Master is the City Lord of Eastern Cloud City. Who doesn't want to be the city lord? Want to be the city lord? That requires capital. This time, those two from the Divine Poison sect and the Yin Yang sect will definitely not be able to hold back and take action. There's also the Yun sect. The Yun sect master of the Sword Force swordsman will definitely not stand by and watch. The Yun sect has been established for too short a time and its foundation is not stable. It will be difficult to convince the public. I think this time, the Divine Poison sect and the Yin Yang sect are the most likely to take the city lord position. Chatter rose and fell around the dining table. Everyone was discussing the matter of the new city lord of Eastern Cloud City. After eating, Mu Yun booked a room and entered it to rest. Secretly, he was not familiar with Eastern Cloud City. It was better for him to find out the details. Although the Divine Poison sect, the Yin Yang sect, and the Saber Alliance were second-rate forces, they could not be underestimated. If there were no experts above the 5th level of the Spirit Conduit realm in their sects, Mu Yun had no worries. However, if there were old monsters in the 7th, 9th, or 10th level of the Spirit Conduit realm in their sects, it would be difficult. The reason why he could kill Xue Wushuang was that Xue Wushuang courted death. Originally, he was one with the divine weapon. When the divine weapon was damaged, he naturally suffered a backlash. Therefore, he lost more than half of his strength. Coupled with the surprise of the soul-absorbing pearl, he was able to win. Putting these aside, Mu Yun was now more confident in facing experts in the 5th level of the Spirit Conduit realm. However, if there were more opponents, Mu Yun could protect himself. However, he could not take care of the others. The soul-absorbing pearl, after swallowing the blood-soul pearl, can be considered as half a heaven artifact. In the future, fight with me again. Looking at the soul-absorbing pearl in his hand, Mu Yun put his palms together and held the soul-absorbing pearl in his palm. He began to comprehend and organize the things that happened during this period of time. The palace that unexpectedly appeared in the Thousand Ghost Cavern would definitely be the focus of the entire Central State continent. At that time, it would definitely be a rare chaotic battle. However, Mu Yun was not worried about this. Anyway, he had already taken all the treasures. Those people who went in would only be courting death. Another thing was the current Moyang, the Yun sect. Hearing the name, Mu Yun knew what this good disciple of his had done in these 3 years. Eastern Cloud City is located in the east. It belongs to the Three Heavens Palace. If I snatch it, I will be restrained by others. It's better to build my own force. Mu Yun smacked his lips and muttered to himself. In the middle of the night, a black shadow cut through the night sky and landed on the roof. 4 eyes looked into the distance. That figure muttered, the Yun sect should be in the north. The person who spoke was Mu Yun. After familiarizing himself with Eastern Cloud City, Mu Yun made up his mind to take over Eastern Cloud City first. He had just arrived in the central state. There were too many places that he was not familiar with. He needed to explore step by step. Moreover, the most important thing was that now everyone thought that he was still trapped in the Thousand Ghost Cavern. Little did they know that he had already taken the treasures out to enjoy himself. Goodbye, Moyang. Sure Laosan, how dare you attack my Yun gate? Aren't you afraid that my sect master will split you in half? An angry voice sounded. It was clearly the voice of a woman. Hee hee. Little beauty, don't be afraid. The man called Sure Laosan licked his scarlet lips and laughed, your sect master doesn't have time to come. Right now, my big brother and second brother are taking care of the Yun gate. You're still thinking about your sect master? He's about to die. Nonsense. Nonsense or not, don't you see that the Yun gate is right in front of you? With such loud fighting sounds, why didn't anyone come to save you? Little girl, you should surrender and follow me, Sure Laosan. I'll guarantee you a good life. I'm going to kill you. A low shout sounded. The woman held a long sword and swung it. Under the dazzling sword light, clanging sounds rang out. You're only at the 9th level of the Spirit Cave realm. I'm already at the 1st level of the Spirit realm. It's useless for you to resist. Sure Laosan chuckled and reached out his hand to grab the woman. Brother, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? But suddenly, a sound rang out. Sure Laosan discovered that his hand was as hard as steel. Who are you? Looking at the black-robed man in front of him, Xianxia asked cautiously. He was at the first level of the spirit realm and could do whatever he wanted in Eastern Cloud City. He actually grabbed his hand in front of this person. As a result, there was a slight pain in his hand. It's me. I'm the master of the Yun Gate sect master. I specially passed by to see my disciple. Huh? Hearing Mu Yan's words, Xianxia was stunned. He knew that the Yun Gate sect master had a master, but it was said that his master had died long ago. He came here to accumulate enough strength to avenge his master. Why did a master suddenly appear now? You're the sect master's master? The woman behind him exclaimed. Mu Yan turned around and looked at the woman behind her. She was tall and held a thin sword. She was as beautiful as a peach blossom. But because she was shocked, she looked very miserable just now. I'm Lin Jing, a protector under the sect master. You said you were his master, but the sect master said that his master had passed away a long time ago. No, that's what they think. Mu Yan shook her head and said, forget it, I can't explain it to you. Take me to see your sect master. Stop, you want to leave? Did I, Xianxia, allow you to leave? Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Interesting, Mu Yan turned around and looked at Xianxia. He was tall and strong, but he obviously looked brainless. You won't let me go? Then I'll take you with me. As Mu Yan spoke, a wisp of fire snake turned into a rope and directly attached itself to Xianxia's arm. Go. Looking at Lin Jing, Mu Yan nodded and smiled. Are we going in just like that? Lin Jing said worriedly, Shi Tianfeng and that Xianxia are both inside. If we go in like this, will we be, then what do you want? Why don't we set a trap first, lure some people out, and then capture them in one fell swoop? Why so troublesome? As they spoke, Mu Yan pulled Xianxia and walked towards the Yun sect's gate. Seeing Mu Yan step into the Yun sect, Lin Jing was slightly stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Shi Tianfeng was called a stone man, and his defense was abnormal. He was at the third layer of the spirit realm, and that Xianxia was also at the second layer of the spirit realm. This black-cloaked man just went in like that, but she was worried about the sect master's safety, so she immediately followed. At this moment, in the Yun sect, the sound of fighting wasn't strong. Dozens of figures could be seen fighting, and the leader of the Yun sect was obviously Moyang. But at this moment, Moyang didn't look good. His white robe was dyed red with blood, and his hair was a little messy. If it weren't for the powerful sword momentum, he would have fallen down. Sect master. Lin Jing's loud shout alarmed the people in front, including Shi Tianfeng and Xianxia. Laosan! Laosan! Shi Tianfeng and Xianxia exclaimed when they saw that Xianxia's hands and feet were tied by a black-cloaked man. Who are you? Bastard, let go of my brother. Xianxia had a fiery temper and shouted. Mu Yan took a step forward and walked forward. I'll give you two choices. First, the Sword Alliance will submit to the Yun sect and respect my disciple, Moyang, as the sect master. Dream on. Nonsense. Before Mu Yan finished speaking, there were continuous shouts. There were already people in the Sword Alliance who couldn't help but want to attack Mu Yan. The second choice is death. As soon as Mu Yan finished speaking, she lifted her palm. Ding 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 sounds were heard, and in an instant, purple fire lotuses bloomed in the entire Yun sect square. I'll give you 3 breaths time to think. As Mu Yan spoke, she lifted her palm, and the purple fire lotuses began to drip fire droplets. Buzz, as soon as Shi Tianfeng lifted his palm, the fire droplets dripped onto his arm, and his entire arm began to burn. Surrender, we surrender. Suddenly, Shi Tianfeng fell to the ground and couldn't help but say, Expert, please remove this purple fire. Humph. Mu Yan snorted and lifted her palm. The marks on Shi Tianfeng's arm disappeared completely. Thump. Thump, at the same time, Xianxia, and the rest knelt down. They didn't even dare to breathe. Especially Xianxia. He saw with his own eyes that his big brother, who was in the 3rd stage of the spirit conduit realm, couldn't resist the fire, let alone him. All of you, get up. Mu Yan smiled and said, I need your loyalty for you to submit to me, not your fake words. So, I'll cut to the chase. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, purple lotus marks were cast on everyone. To be honest, this is the heavenly fire that I subdued, the purple lotus demonic fire. You should know how powerful the heavenly fire is, but if the heavenly fire is added with poison, as soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, their expressions changed. You don't have to be afraid. As long as I, Mu Yun, am alive, you won't die. Moreover, I'll get Moyang to give you the antidote elixir. Of course, if you think there's someone in the middle region who can detoxify this poison, you can go ahead and try. You'll be lucky if you manage to detoxify it. If you can't, then come back and wait for your death. Mu Yun wasn't afraid of them detoxifying the poison at all. In the entire middle region, the most powerful person was only a 9-star alchemist. They might not even be able to detoxify it. The heavenly fire's poison was refined by her based on the purple lotus demonic fire's demonic and evil charm. Apart from her, no one else could detoxify it. It's too late tonight. Bring all the assets and information of the Sword Alliance to me tomorrow. Do you understand? Yes. Shi Tianfeng nodded and didn't dare to refute. Soon, a large group of people left one after another. Thump, turning around, Moyang knelt on the ground and kowtowed fiercely. Esteemed master, please accept this disciple's bow. It's been 3 years since we parted, and this disciple thought that esteemed master would never come back. This disciple has done nothing for 3 years, and in the end, it was esteemed master who came to help this disciple. Moyang blamed himself as he kowtowed. Tears gradually filled his eyes. His kowtowing seemed to be knocking on Mu Yun's heart. Brat, get up quickly. Mu Yun's eyes were slightly red. She scolded jokingly, I'm dead? How can I die? For someone like me who can teach such a good disciple, who would dare to take my life? Pfft, Lin Jing couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the master and disciple, her tears turned into laughter. You're not bad, little fellow. You're so young and you're already the leader of a sect. Yun sect, not bad. I heard that your Yun sect is one of the 4 major forces in Eastern Cloud City. Master, don't mock me. Moyang smiled bitterly. 3 years ago, I came to the Central Continent. At that time, I felt that the world was so big. My 5th level of the Spirit Cave realm could only be considered ordinary. Fortunately, I met Jing Er. Jing Er's father was the leader of the Yun sect. I stayed in the Yun sect for 3 years and became Jing Er's husband. Therefore, although the Yun sect is under my jurisdiction, there are many people who are not convinced. Of course not. Lin Jing smiled and said, Brother Mo is very powerful. He manages everything in an orderly manner, as powerful as his sword skills. It's just that my Yun sect has been going downhill. Moyang smiled bitterly. Originally, the Yun sect wasn't called the Yun sect, but the Sacred Dragon sect. However, Jing Er's father suddenly changed the name and I've been managing it recently. That's why the outside world says that I'm the leader of the Yun sect. Oh? Then what about your father-in-law? Mu Yun chuckled and said, I really have to thank him for taking care of you for me for 3 years. This? Moyang said hesitantly. Half a year ago, my father suddenly suffered from an emergency. Now, he can't handle anything in bed. However, before my father fainted, he handed over the matters of the Yun sect to Moyang. Suffering from an emergency? Mu Yun frowned. Mo Yang, on the other hand, suddenly thought of something. He suddenly clapped his hands and stood up, saying in pleasant surprise, Jing Er, your father can be saved. Not only is my master's strength strong, but his alchemy and artifact refinement skills are boundless. With my master here, there's nothing he can't handle. Cough cough, hearing Moyang's praise, Mu Yun coughed. However, Moyang didn't care about him. He directly pulled Mu Yun up and said excitedly, Master, I haven't seen you for 3 years and you've even subdued the heavenly fire. Your alchemy skills are probably at the peak. Now, you can at least refine a 6th grade pill? 7th grade? It can't be an 8th grade pill? Moyang chattered nonstop, looking very excited. What are you guys arguing about? At that moment, a group of people rushed back from outside the Yun sect's main hall. Second uncle. Third uncle. Looking at the two middle-aged men in the lead, Lin Jing cupped her fists and bowed. Jing we heard that the Sword Alliance attacked our Yun sect, so we rushed back. How is it? Everything's fine. Lin Jing said with a smile, it's all thanks to Mr. Zimu, Moyang's master. He helped us and forced the Sword Alliance to retreat. Hearing that, Lin Jing's second and third uncles looked at each other. Their eyes fell on Mu Yun and they seemed to be sizing her up. Mo Yang, although the old sect master has handed the Yun sect over to you to manage, you must understand that you have to be responsible when doing things. The safety of the Yun sect is the #1 priority. Lin Qingyu said in a reprimanding tone. That's right. Second brother is right. If we didn't come back early today, I'm afraid the Yun sect's headquarters would have been ransacked. Lin Qingxing added. Haha. What a joke. Before Moyang could answer, Mu Yun who was standing at the side sneered, you two shameless people really know how to do things. You're pushing all the responsibility away. Who are you talking about? Watch your mouth. To question repeatedly, am I wrong? Mu Yun said shamelessly, the Yun sect is one of the top forces in Eastern Cloud City. There are at least 1,000 people in the sect. But today, there are only a dozen or so people guarding the Yun sect. What's the situation? As soon as Mu Yun said this, Lin Qingyu and Lin Qingxing's eyes flickered. That's because the two of us brought people to do something. Lin Qingxing said. What are you doing that you don't even need to leave the Yun sect's guards behind? Of course it's a big matter. We're going outside the city to deal with a big matter. Outsiders won't know about it. Lin Qingxing snorted. Good, very good. Mu Yun teased, since that's the case, it seems like the two of you have led the Yun sect's core disciples outside to dig for treasures. However, why is it so coincidental that the two of you have returned after the people from the Saber Alliance retreated? Do you understand coincidence? Good, what a coincidence. But when I entered the city today, I didn't see the two of you leave the city. Could it be that the two of you flew out? While you're at it, you'll be able to bring your subordinates out one by one? Lin Qingxing's face immediately flushed red. Moyang stood at the side, not intending to interrupt. With his master around, his master would know better than him what to do. All he needed to do was watch. What? If you don't believe me, that's fine. We can ask the beggars guarding the city for free. We'll know if you left the city today or not. Lin Qingxing knew that he had let the cat out of the bag. He blushed and looked at his second brother. Third brother was wrong. We were just doing business in the city. Lin Qingyu explained. Wrong? Mu Yun chuckled and said, that's even more ridiculous. Your Yun sect's men are already in the city, and the Saber Alliance actually dares to ride on your heads? You said that you heard that the Sword Alliance is attacking Yun sect, but who did you hear that from? Looking at all of you who have just returned from outside, do you all look the least bit travel-worn? If you don't even take your acting seriously, do you think you can make it to the top? Spouting nonsense and sowing discord. I'll kill you. Lin Qingxing couldn't hold it in any longer and slapped Mu Yun's head with his palm. It was just that looking at Lin Qingxing's realm, Mu Yun was truly disdainful. First level soul conduit. Lower than trash, bang, with a punch, Lin Qingxing's body was sent flying like a rubber ball. With a bang, he smashed into the wall of the courtyard and fainted. I'm spouting nonsense? The two of you colluded with outsiders and worked together to remove my disciple from the throne. Nonsense. I'm talking nonsense? Although my disciple is young, the Sacred Dragon sect changed its name to the Yun sect. Your old sect master wanted to change the Yun sect's declining momentum, but with you here, the Yun sect will only go downhill. How dare you? Lin Qingyu shouted, Moyang, your third uncle and I are both your elders. How can your Shizuan be so rude? Moyang only sneered. If not for Mu Yun's appearance just now, Lin Jing's reputation would be damaged. He might have been killed, and the old sect master would probably be dead too. It wasn't that he didn't know that Lin Qingyu and Lin Qingxing had always been dissatisfied with him. But even if they were dissatisfied, he didn't expect that the two of them would use such a treacherous scheme against the orders left behind by the old sect master. Forget it, the two of you leave the Yun sect on your own. Moyang waved his hand and said weakly. Mu Yun also understood that Moyang was caught in the middle and couldn't make a judgment. If you are willing to leave the Yun sect with them, please leave. I, Moyang, will follow the old sect master's orders and will never betray the Yun sect. When Moyang's voice fell, the people in the courtyard immediately fell silent. Humph, following this brat who's still wet behind the ears, you're all like this. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Lin Qingyu snorted. I'll follow the second sect master. I'll follow too. Immediately, nearly half of the martial artists left with Lin Qingyu and Lin Qingxing. In the entire courtyard, there were less than 500 people left at the moment. Looking at the large courtyard and seeing that there were only these people left, Moyang's face revealed a trace of loneliness. Sect master, don't worry. We've seen what you've done for the past 3 years. As long as the Yun sect is here, we'll be here. Yes, don't worry. Yes, those who left are all heartless people. It's fine if we don't want them. Suddenly, the crowd was stirred up and Moyang gradually became excited. Everyone, thank you for your support for my disciple. This is the first time we meet, so treat it as a greeting gift. Everyone, please don't dislike it. As Mu Yun spoke, she flicked her finger and a clanging sound landed on a small hill. There are tens of thousands of lower spiritual crystals in here. It's not a small token of respect. There are some upper-grade profound weapons and some top-grade profound weapons. There are also some 5th grade and 6th grade elixirs. Tens of thousands of lower spiritual crystals? That was hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Was this a small token of respect? Upper-grade profound weapons and top-grade profound weapons were also popular goods. There were also 5th grade and 6th grade elixirs. These were not just greeting gifts. For a moment, the 500 people below were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such a greeting gift before. Even Moyang and Lin Jing were stunned on the spot. It wasn't that Lin Jing hadn't heard Moyang mention Mu Yun before, but she didn't expect that Moyang's master would be so generous. Teacher Mu, oh. Yes, the two of you haven't given it yet. Mu Yun patted her head and said with a smile, a lower grade earth grade treasure sword. I'll give it to you. Mu Yun looked at Lin Jing and chuckled. Master, what about me? You. Isn't the sword technique that Master taught you powerful enough? You. Mu Yun teased, otherwise, I'll teach you another set of sword techniques. Thank you, Master. Forget it, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about what's going on with your Yun sect. Yes. Moyang said seriously, originally, Eastern Cloud City was under the jurisdiction of the Saber Alliance, but not long ago, the Alliance Master of the Saber Alliance passed away, and the position of Eastern Cloud City was empty. Regarding this, the Three Heavens Hall only said that after half a year, they can start giving them offerings. No matter who it is, they can't be short of offerings. So now, the Saber Alliance, Divine Poison Sect, Yin Yang Sect, and Yin Sect are all fighting for the position of City Lord. Isn't that simple? Mu Yun stood up and said with a smile, I think you're very suitable to be the City Lord. Me? That's right. Teacher Mu, don't joke around. Moyang said with a bitter smile, Yun Sect has only sent half of their people, and their vitality is greatly damaged. How can it be my turn? Lost half of their people? Won't they be back tomorrow? Mu Yun said with a smile. Master, is the fire lotus poison you're talking about real? You're not lying to them? Moyang said in a daze as he looked at Mu Yun. You brat. Have I ever lied to anyone? Mu Yun glared and shouted, bring me to see your father-in-law. All right. Mo Yang didn't know why, but the moment he saw Mu Yun appear, he felt his entire body relax. It was as if everything could be left to him to handle. The door of a brightly lit room was opened. When they walked into the room, they smelled a strong smell of herbs and a trace of a corpse. Father. Father-in-law. Lin Jing and Moyang went forward and kowtowed when they saw the person lying quietly on the bed in the room. Then, they stood up. Mu Yun walked up to the bed unhurriedly. He frowned when he saw the amiable old man lying on the bed with his eyes closed. How long have you been poisoned? More than 2 years. More than 2 years? Mu Yun was stunned. He could tell at a glance that Lin Jing's father was poisoned by the three-eyed green flower snake's poison. The poison was extremely strange. It could kill a healthy martial artist in an instant. It could also slowly infect people with the poison and corrode them bit by bit. An ordinary martial artist would definitely die after 2 days of this poison, not to mention 2 years. As if he saw the confusion on Mu Yun's face, Moyang said softly, Lin Jing's father was at level 5 of the spirit conduit realm. He was only slightly weaker than the Alliance Master of the Saber Alliance who passed away previously, so, level 5 of the spirit conduit realm, no wonder he could hold on for so long. I need to discuss this with the both of you. Mu Yun said seriously, if he was just poisoned, I can wake him up immediately. But now, the only way to get rid of the poison is to use fire treatment. Fire treatment? Use the power of my heavenly fire to completely remove the poison from his body. This will take a process that will take about a month. However, the success rate is only 50%. 50%? Master, this is the first time I've heard you say that the success rate is so low. Actually, this 50% is only 50% that I'm confident of. The other 50% depends entirely on him. Mu Yun pointed at Lin Xianxia on the bed and said, if he can hold on, then it'll be a success. If he can't, firstly, I need your opinion on this matter. Secondly, I need his consent. I can wake him up for a while. It won't be long. You can decide. As Mu Yun spoke, she took out a red elixir pill and stuffed it into Lin Xianxia's mouth. He had not been idle these days. He had categorized all the elixirs, spiritual weapons, and treasures that he got from the Thousand Ghost Elder. The elixir pill that he took out was a 6th grade mind-returning elixir. It could wake Lin Xianxia up for at least an hour. Jing Xiao Mo, looking at the 2 people beside him, Lin Xianxia was slightly stunned. Father, you're awake. Father-in-law. Why are the 2 of you here? Lin Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and asked again, and this is, father, this is Moyang's master. Mr. Zimu. Lin Jing wiped her tears and said, Father, Mr. Zimu is very powerful. He can help you expel the poison, but what? But the success rate is only 50%. Moreover, it depends on whether your willpower is strong or not. Moyang continued. Haha, hearing this, Lin Xianxia laughed and said, I was wondering what it was. So it's this. I've been lying here all day. I'm as good as a dead man. Yet, I still make you worry about me every day. If there's a chance, I'll naturally seize it. Not to mention 50%, even if it's only 10%, I'll still try. To subdue successively Mr. Zimu, please speak your mind. Lin Xianxia said seriously. Right now, the Saber Alliance's chief is dead while your Yunsec's 2 right-hand men have left. I reckon they've joined the Saber Alliance. Right now, the Yun sect is being supported by your daughter and my disciple. Therefore, I think you should understand that if you die, the Yun sect is most likely done for. Mu Yun said seriously, I have to give you some pressure. Otherwise, if you can't hold on and die, my disciple and your daughter will probably scold me to death. Haha. Mr. Zimu is a frank and straightforward person. Lin Xianxia laughed. I understand now. If I hadn't been set up, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. I won't close my eyes until I get my revenge. Alright, since that's the case, let's begin. As Mu Yun spoke, she sat in front of the bed. Old Master Lin, you must hold on. With that, Lin Xianxia nodded. Mu Yun's palm gradually pressed against his. Gradually, purple fire lotuses appeared around Lin Xianxia's body, burning with purple flames. Gradually, they were unable to disperse within Lin Xianxia's body. Sizzling sounds continued to ring out. The flames only touched Lin Xianxia's body and did not affect the sheets and quilt at all. The sizzling sound became louder and louder like roasting meat. The purple flames climbed up Lin Xianxia's body one by one. Gradually, Lin Xianxia's expression turned ugly. However, he was still holding back. This kind of endurance made his expression more and more unsightly. But gradually, the bruises in his body turned into wisps of black gas and were expelled from his body. This process was very slow, but it was happening gradually. Mu Yun did not dare to be careless. Because she was too nervous, beads of sweat gradually appeared on her forehead. Gradually, as the purple flames penetrated deeper, Lin Xianxia's body began to tremble. Father, Lin Jing looked worried and couldn't help but pull Moyang's arm. Don't worry. Moyang exhaled and comforted her. Time passed bit by bit. Lin Xianxia's body trembled more and more violently. However, his hands tightly gripped the bedsheets as he resisted the urge to cry out. Even Mu Yun couldn't help but admire her patience. He was well aware of the burning power of the purple lotus demonic flame. The word terrifying could not even begin to describe it. As time passed, the flame on Mu Yun's fingertip gradually extinguished. Alright, that's it for the first time. Your father will recover in about a month. Mu Yun exhaled slightly. I originally thought that the success rate was 50%, but now it seems that it's 100%. I admire your father's ability to endure. Mu Yun's words were not nonsense. Perhaps after crossing this hurdle, Lin Xianxia's strength would rise to another level. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Outside the cloud gate, there was a lot of noise. Mu Yun instructed Lin Xianxia to rest for a while, then went straight to the door. What's the matter? Moyang came to the door and couldn't help but shout. Sect Master, the people from the Sword Alliance are here. They look aggressive. They seem to be looking for trouble. Hearing that, Moyang frowned and went to the entrance of the Cloud Alliance. Thousands of people from the Sword Alliance gathered outside the Cloud Gate. Each of them held a sword and saber in their hands, looking menacing. Shi Tianfeng, Shi Laoer, and Shi Laosan stood in front. When they saw Moyang, their expressions changed immediately. Greetings, Sect Master. Shi Tianfeng immediately knelt on one knee and bowed with his hands cupped together. Meanwhile, the surrounding people's expressions changed. They looked at Moyang and all of them knelt down. Moyang was stunned. So were the hundreds of people from the Cloud Gate. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and let him get up. An indifferent voice rang out beside Mo Yang's ear. All of you, get up. Moyang was stunned. He raised his hand and shouted. Thank you, Sect Master. Shi Tianfeng, Shi Laoer, and Shi Laosan immediately stood up. Shi Tianfeng looked at Mu Yun and ran over. He cupped his hands together and shouted, My lord, the three of us are willing to pledge our allegiance to you. To show our sincerity, we've captured Lin Qingyu and Lin Qingxing as a gift. As he spoke, someone brought the two of them up from behind. At that moment, Lin Qingyu and Lin Qingxing no longer looked like illuminating god powerhouses. Their faces were bruised and swollen, and they were barely breathing. My lord, we've killed the hundreds of traitors from the Cloud Gate last night. Hearing that, Moyang was slightly stunned. Mu Yun nodded and said, It's fine to kill the traitors. As for the two of them, leave them to the Sect Master. What did you call me? My lord. Shi Tianfeng smiled and said, You're the Sect Master's master. It's more appropriate for us to call you my lord. I like this title. Mu Yun laughed and said, Since you pledged your allegiance to the Cloud Gate, we naturally won't treat you badly. Moyang, give them some rewards. Yes. Another large pile of spiritual stones and spiritual weapons appeared and piled up on the ground. This is my master's reward for you. As long as you're loyal to the Cloud Gate, you'll be rewarded even more in the future. Moyang said in a high-pitched voice. However, at that moment, the people from the Saber Alliance could not hear what Moyang was saying. All of them opened their eyes wide and looked at the piles of treasures on the ground. Shi Tianfeng, you have to guarantee that everyone will get a share of these things and reward them fairly. If I find out that you've kept them for yourself, I won't let you off. Yes. Shi Tianfeng suddenly felt that this was the best choice he had made after his master passed away. What was the purpose of all this? It was for the spiritual stones, spiritual weapons, and heavenly treasures needed for cultivation. Now, all of them had appeared before him. With these, what was there to worry about? However, let me tell you, Shi Tianfeng, your Saber Alliance is now in chaos. Gather with the people of the Cloud Gate and split into groups of 15 people for the time being. 10 groups will form a large group. The captains of each group must be respected and powerful. You can discuss these details with Moyang. However, you should understand that Moyang is now the sect master. Yes, I understand. They had witnessed Mu Yun's strength. Furthermore, they were indeed unable to cure the purple lotus fire poison. From the looks of it, the benefits of pledging their allegiance to the Cloud Gate far outweighed the benefits. There was nothing bad about it. Later, tell me about the Divine Poison sect and the Yin Yang sect. Mu Yun looked at Shi Tianfeng and instructed. Yes. The crowd gradually dispersed. Shi Tianfeng followed Mu Yun to the Cloud Gate's main hall. This person's lifelong dream was to become an alchemist. However, he didn't expect that he would become a poison master. This person is vicious and merciless, and his poison methods are strange. As for the people of the Divine Poison sect, poison is the main method. Although he is in the first layer of the Spirit Ascension realm, his poison skills can challenge experts in the second or third layer of the Spirit Ascension realm. This subordinate doesn't dare to provoke him. If Lord wants to subdue this person, you must be careful of his poison. There are also the two sect masters of the Yin Yang sect, Yang Tian and Yin Di. These two are husband and wife. They cultivate the dual cultivation method. Most people in the sect cultivate through dual cultivation. The two of them are in the second layer of the Spirit Ascension realm. When they join forces, they are comparable to experts in the third layer of the Spirit Ascension realm. Du Yuzi, Yang Tian, Yin Di. Interesting. Lord, let's go, Shi Tianfeng. Come with me. Where to? Let's go to the Divine Poison sect first. Mu Yun joked. I'm not afraid of a poison master's strength. I'm only afraid that he has no ambition. If he has ambition, he'll join me. Mu Yun said confidently. Although he didn't know why Mu Yun was so confident, Shi Tianfeng had experienced Mu Yun's terror. Just that heavenly flame was enough to make him deeply apprehensive. The Divine Poison sect was located in the southern part of Eastern Cloud City. The entire door was shut and pitch black. No one dared to pass by the entrance. Everyone in Eastern Cloud City knew of the Divine Poison sect's reputation. Lord, I'll go knock on the door. If you don't want to die, then stand there and don't move. Mu Yun said softly. She took a step forward and a ball of flame ignited in her hand. The door crackled as it burned. A ball of purple smoke flowed through the door and slowly floated inside. The people of the Divine Poison sect are truly cunning villains, Shi Tianfeng said with lingering fear. Go in. Who dares to barge into my Divine Poison sect? Dozens of people immediately rushed out of the door. They looked at Mu Yun and Shi Tianfeng with hostility. I'm the Alliance Master of the Saber Alliance. This is the Yun sect's lord. Hurry and tell your sect master, Du Yuzi, to come out. Shi Tianfeng shouted in an intimidating manner. Oh my, Shi Tianfeng, you actually joined the Yun sect. The Yun sect's fate is already at its end. You can't be thinking of swallowing the Yun sect under the guise of joining us, right? A strange voice came from behind the crowd. Du Yuzi, dressed in black, quietly walked out. Du Yuzi's complexion was pale to the extreme. His figure was firm, and his eyes were suffused with blue. Looking at this person, Mu Yun smiled faintly. She already had confidence in her heart. Taking a step forward, Mu Yun said directly, you should have refined the 100-faced poisonous heart hand a month ago. Unfortunately, you didn't succeed and you were poisoned. You wanted to fight poison with poison, so you took the falling bone powder. Unfortunately, you didn't expect the poison to become stronger. You then took the black spider's heart poison, 100-step heart-piercing poison, and the 10,000 heart-capturing poison. Unfortunately, the poison sometimes reacts and sometimes it's suppressed. You have about a month to live. If you don't want to die, come to the Yun sect and find me. You definitely won't regret it. With that, Mu Yun turned and left. She's gone, she's gone? Shi Tianfeng was stunned. He said to Du Yuzi, old poison, you definitely won't regret following the Lord. With that, he turned and left. Du Yuzi stood where he was and fell into deep thought as he watched the two leave. Shi Tianfeng brought Mu Yun to the Yin Yang sect once again. Looking at the colorful pictures of dual cultivation on the Yin Yang sect's door, Mu Yun was even more confident. Not long after entering the Yin Yang sect, the two returned again. This time, Shi Tianfeng really admired Mu Yun to the point of prostrating himself on the ground. Alright, everything's done. Now we just have to go back and wait for the news. Mu Yun clapped her hands and left suavely. The next day, the entire Eastern Cloud City exploded. A shocking piece of news spread throughout the entire Eastern Cloud City. First, the Saber Alliance had joined the Yun sect, followed by the Divine Poison sect, and then the Yin Yang sect. First-rate forces. This was something no one had expected. The Yun sect was the first to go downhill, but who would have thought that they would gather the other three sects without using weapons, at this moment, in the Yun sect's main hall. Mu Yun was sitting at the head of the table with Moyang standing beside her. Below her were Shi Tianfeng, Shi Laoer, Shi Laosan, Du Yuzi, Yin Di, Yang Tian, and the other soul conduit realm experts of the three great sections. Looking at everyone, Mu Yun opened her mouth and said, "I've already given you what I promised you. I only need your loyalty. Also, the Yun sect doesn't raise trash. Those who improve the slowest every month and have been at the bottom for 3 months will be completely eliminated. You don't need to worry about cultivation resources and materials. You also don't need to worry about offering offerings. You just need to focus on increasing your strength. But I want to emphasize the most important point. I've given you martial skills and cultivation techniques, as well as resources and materials. Eastern Cloud City will belong to the Yun sect in the future. There will be no Saber Alliance, Yin Yang sect, or Divine Poison sect. There will only be the Yun sect. Finally, I want to tell each of you that the purple lotus flame poison in your arms was planted by your own will. As long as you don't betray the Yun sect, there won't be any accidents. If you do anything disloyal to the Yun sect, I will immediately kill you. Lord, don't worry. Pills, spirit stones, and spirit weapons are inexhaustible. Even if Lord wants me to leave, I won't leave." Shi Tianfeng laughed loudly. Du Yuzi had a feminine expression and said in a low voice, "I still want to learn poison techniques from Lord." Yang Tian was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, "I still need Lord to pass on the remaining cultivation techniques to me." After saying this, Yang Tian looked at Yin Di with an ambiguous expression. Yin Emperor was a woman with a seductive face. Her entire body was brimming with a charming aura. She looked at Yang Tian and scolded him. Last night, the two of them changed their cultivation techniques according to the Acacia secret art that Mu Yun had passed on to them. They were truly befuddled. At this moment, they only wanted to cultivate the remaining cultivation techniques. How could they think of anything else? Since that's the case, I hope everyone will remember what you said today. I don't think you can afford the price of betrayal. Mu Yun said indifferently. He deeply understood that to win over people's hearts, one relied on friendship, while the other relied on benefits and strength. It was either convincing or terrifying. At this moment, what Mu Yun wanted to do was to instill fear in the leaders of the three sections. In the following month, Mu Yun stayed in the Yun sect and watched as Moyang began to rebuild the Yun sect. During this 1 month, Lin Xiangxia's injuries had also improved. Lin Du Yuzi, Shi Tianfeng, and the others saw Lin Xiangxia, who was in perfect condition and had even stepped into the 7th level of the spirit realm in 1 step. They were so shocked that they were speechless. Right now, the Cloud Gate, as one of the 4 major powers, had completely taken over Eastern Cloud City. Moreover, as Lin Xiangxiao stepped into the 7th stage, this second-rate power was gradually transforming into a first-rate power. After completely integrating Eastern Cloud City, the Cloud Gate also began to pay tribute to the Three Heavens Palace. However, Mu Yun was not worried about this at all. The Myriad Ghost Elder had accumulated the Holy Light Cult's foundation for thousands of years. Even the current superpowers of Middle Ground might not be comparable to it. Right now, people under the eaves had no choice but to lower their heads. If they had to pay tribute, then so be it. Sooner or later, the Three Heavens Palace would spit it out. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Within these 3 months, the Cloud Gate had finally completed its reorganization and began to collect taxes from various shops and small powers in Eastern Cloud City. Today's Cloud Gate had changed its location and was built in the center of Eastern Cloud City. The former Saber alliance had once again expanded, and the entire Cloud Gate had taken on a new look. After 3 months of development, the Cloud Gate now had more than 10,000 people. Moreover, Lin Qingyu's strength had increased by another level, reaching the 8th level of the spirit realm. In Middle Ground, once a sect had a martial artist who reached the 8th level. It had reached the standard of a first-rate power. However, at present, the Cloud Gate was merely a lower level among the first-rate powers. Eastern part of the Middle Ground continent. Three Heavens Palace had a magnificent aura. 3 identical main palaces stood in the center of the entire Three Heavens Palace. At this moment, in the middle hall of Three Heavens Palace, 3 figures were sitting upright on 3 seats. The one on the left was tall and had an extraordinary bearing. He looked like he was in his 30s. His hands were placed on his legs, and he had a smile on his face as he looked down. This person was one of the Three Heavens Palace's palace masters, the Wang family's patriarch, Wang Jijia. The one in the middle was slightly thin, but his face was incomparably handsome. His entire person looked like a treasured sword, otherworldly and sharp. This person was the Li family's patriarch, Li Yunxiao. The one on the right was slightly plump, but he was in high spirits. He looked as gentle as an uncle next door, but there was a murderous aura between his brows. This person was the Yang family's patriarch, Yang Tingyu. At this moment, the main hall was crowded with people standing below. They were divided into 3 rows, which were the people who held real power in the Wang family, the Li family, and the Yang family. Three Heavens Palace was once the 3 great first-rate families combined together. After 1,000 years of development, they finally established an alliance force. This alliance force had developed for 1,000 years. The relationship between the 3 great families had long been inseparable. After many years of marriage and running in, the members of the 3 great families regarded each other as their own. This was also the most important reason why Three Heavens Palace was still prosperous until now. And this generation's 3 patriarchs were also the 3 great hall masters. They were even more inseparable, causing Three Heavens Palace to grow rapidly in the recent few decades. Zaylin, has Eastern Cloud City's payment been collected? Wang Jijia looked at Li Zaylin below and said with a gentle smile. Yes. After 3 months of integration in Eastern Cloud City, the Cloud Gate has now become the new generation's overlord. The Cloud Gate's former patriarch, Lin Xianxia, stepped into the 8th level Divine Ascension realm. Yang Tingyu opened his mouth and said, "Oh? Lin Xianxia? I saw him back then too. This person has a firm temperament. To be able to step into the 8th level Divine Ascension realm, he's truly not simple." "Oh, Brother Yang, I heard that Lin Xianxia was able to step into the 8th level Divine Ascension realm because of his son-in-law, Moyang's master? Is there such a thing, Zaylin?" Reporting to Patriarch Wang, there is indeed such a thing. Li Zaylin hesitated for a moment and continued, and Sister Xianxia and this person, hearing Li Zaylin's words, Li Yunxiao opened his mouth and shouted, "Zaylin. Old Li, why don't you let him say it?" Wang Jijia snorted and said, "My 2 daughters have the same temperament as their mother. They make decisions without permission. Xianxia, this child, actually, sigh. Patriarch Wang, Sister Xianxia has a special liking for Moyang's master. That Mu Yun is indeed worthy of Sister Xianxia." Li Zaylin mediated the situation. "I think that Mu Yun is not as good as you, Li Zaylin." Wang Jijia snorted and said, "This little girl only cares about causing trouble for me. She's not like you, sharing your father's burden." Li Zaylin smiled bitterly. "Old Wang, why don't you go and see your future son-in-law another day?" "I'm too lazy to go." Wang Jijia snorted and said, "It's said that looking for a son-in-law is like looking at one's own daughter being eaten by a pig. That's how I feel now. That Mu Yun, no matter how I look at him, he's not pleasing to the eye. He hasn't even taken root in the central region, but he has already offended the St. Pill sect, Green Shadow Blood Palace, and Heavenly Evil Island. Let's see how he's going to deal with this." The fact that Zimu was Mu Yun naturally couldn't be hidden from the Three Heavens Palace and the other major forces. What Mu Yun had done in the Southern Cloud Empire was also spectacular. Naturally, these leaders had heard about it. Forget it. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, 3 months later, all the major forces in the central region will gather at the Thousand Ghost Cave to explore the secrets of the Thousand Ghost Cave. At that time, the Three Heavens Palace will naturally go as well. At the same time, we'll pick some outstanding subordinate forces to go with us. At that time, bring the people of the Yun sect. Yes, this subordinate will go and inform them now. Only Xing Wui and Qin Mengyao knew that Mu Yun was thrown into the Thousand Ghost Cave. The news didn't reach the Three Heavens Palace. If they knew about this, they would probably kidnap Mu Yun and bring him here immediately. They would dig out the secret even if they had to. However, Xing Wui originally planned to throw Mu Yun into the Thousand Ghost Cave so that Qin Mengyao could awaken the Ice Phoenix Divine Spirit as soon as possible and use the power of the Divine Spirit to open the Thousand Ghost Cave. However, by chance, because of Mu Yun's intrusion, the real Thousand Ghost Cave had already been emptied by Mu Yun. What was left was only the middle hall, a fake hall that the Thousand Ghost Elder had deliberately set up to confuse everyone. However, only Mu Yun knew about this. He definitely wouldn't tell anyone about it. No matter if it was the Saint Pill sect, Heavenly Evil Island, or Green Shadow Blood Palace, they definitely wouldn't ignore such a place that was filled with temptation. They definitely had to give it a try. Therefore, he just wanted to watch the show. However, on this day, Mu Yun had just opened his eyes early in the morning when he felt something soft on his chest. He raised his hand to look, only to find an extremely charming smiling face quietly looking at him with a smile. Xianxia, Brother Yun. Wang Xinya buried her head into Mu Yun's chest as tears gradually flowed out. Big baddie, I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to. Mu Yun grabbed Wang Xinya's jade-like hand and chuckled. Do you think I'll die so easily? Don't worry, no one in this world can kill me. However, you climbed into my bed early in the morning and suppressed my life. Ah? How did I suppress you? Can't you feel it? Mu Yun smiled mischievously. He pulled the blanket over and dragged Wang Xinya into the bed. Spring gradually filled the room. It was a charming scene. Late in the morning, two figures walked out of the room. Mu Yun saw Moyang standing not far from the door. Master. Eh? Moyang, what are you doing here? The young master of Three Heavens Hall, Li Zilan, is here. He said he has something to discuss with you. Oh. When did he come? This morning. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Mu Yun was stunned. Looking at Mu Yun's back as she left, Moyang was speechless as he muttered to himself, if I had told you earlier, you would have killed me. You little vixen, you came with Li Zilan, right? Yes. Wang Xinya said frankly. Then why didn't you tell me, you? Wang Xinya pouted and said, I wanted to tell you earlier, but you didn't give me the chance. Then what is he here for? The offerings that were offered to your 3 Extreme Hall have all been sent up. Mu Yun said in puzzlement. 3 months later, all the major forces will send people to the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Uncle Li is grateful that you are my father's son-in-law, so he wants you to go with him. What? Wind and clouds are surging. I'm not going. In the main hall of the Yun sect, Mu Yun rejected Li Zilan without hesitation when she heard him. Why? Li Zilan said with some surprise, Brother Mu, although we've gained something every time we enter the 10,000 Ghosts Cavern, it's hard to say when we'll find a treasure. That's a great opportunity. Li Zilan, go back and tell the 3 palace masters that I, Mu Yun, can't accept the treasures. I won't be going to the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. I'll go next time. Brother Mu, this is an opportunity for us to meet the heavens chosen from the various forces in the central continent. You should be interested in this, right? Not interested. Mu Yun said again, Brother Li, you should know that my precious disciples' Yun sect has just been established. What if something happens after I leave? So now, I can't leave. Originally, Li Zilan had guessed that Mu Yun would definitely be very happy to go with him to the 10,000 Ghosts Cavern. Who knew that Mu Yun was actually unwilling? This made things difficult for him. When he returned to the 3 Heavens Hall and reported to the 3 Hall Masters, the 3 of them were immediately dumbfounded. It was such a good thing, and he was still unwilling to go? Look at him. I think he's just stubborn and cowardly. I really don't know why Xianxia likes him. Wang Jijie cursed angrily. His daughter, Wang Xianxia, had run off to Eastern Cloud City. His future son-in-law's behavior was simply embarrassing for him. Old Wang, why are you in such a hurry? You haven't told us the reason yet. Li Yunxiao said, Zai Lin, tell your uncle Wang what's going on. Oh, it's like this. Mu Yun said that the Yun sect has just been reunited, so she needs him to stay in Eastern Cloud City to keep an eye on things to prevent any accidents from happening. Bullshit. Wang Jijie scolded, who does he think he is? What could a spirit realm cultivator at the 3rd level do? Lin Qingxiao couldn't even keep an eye on him? Do you need him to see you? Ahem. Uncle Wang, it's level 4. Li Zilan said awkwardly. Wang Jijie was just about to speak, but when he heard this, he was stunned. 4th stage? 4th level of the spirit realm, how long has it been since this brat advanced to the next level? Brother Wang, I think it's better for you to discuss this matter. We won't interfere. That's right, that's right. It's not our place to interfere in your family's affairs. Li Yunxiao and Yang Tingyu laughed and left the main hall. Li Zilan didn't dare to delay and hurriedly followed. That little bastard, I shall see what he's planning. Late that night, Mu Yun finished her cultivation. A dangerous aura came from behind her. Without hesitation, a purple flame lotus bloomed, and the purple flame exploded with a boom. However, the purple fire lotus exploded with a single palm strike. It was like a candle being extinguished. It did not have any effect at all. Who are you? Mu Yun asked coldly as she looked at the handsome middle-aged man in front of her. Why do you care who I am? Wang Jijie said angrily, Mu Yun fell into the Thunderclap Valley 3 years ago and was lucky to obtain the heavenly fire. 3 years later, you appeared out of nowhere. Relying on Zimu's identity, you gathered the Divine Pavilion, Earth Emanations Hall, and Immortal Gathering Pavilion to stir up the conflict between the Green Shadow Blood Sect and the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. You reaped the benefits and destroyed the Gu family, Lin family, and the royal family. It can be said that you succeeded in your revenge. But man proposes, God disposes, right? Wang Jijie continued, I didn't expect that the Sacred Elixir Sect Master, Xing Wui, Green Shadow Blood Sect Master, Meng Yifan, and Heavenly Evil Islands Island Master, Jun Wu, would come out one after another. The 3 of them were existences that surpassed the divine realm. But even so, you were still able to create a rift between Meng Yifan and Jun Wu. Relying on the ancient Jade Dragon essence, you returned triumphantly. In the end, you were powerless to reverse the situation and were taken away by the Sacred Elixir Sect Master, Xing Wui, and disappeared without a trace. It's only been a few months and you've come to the central region. You're really capable. Hearing this person's words, Mu Yun was slightly stunned, then smiled. Greetings, senior. You know who I am? Wang Jijie was stunned. Of course. Mu Yun said casually, although senior is angry with me, you didn't teach me a lesson. Secondly, senior knows me like the back of your hand. It should be like what Li Zilan said. That senior's cultivation is so high, I'm afraid you're a senior of the 3 Heavens Palace. The only person who can make the 3 Heavens Palaces senior make a trip for me, Mu Yun, is Xianxia. So, you're Xianxia's father, Wang Jijie, Palace Master Wang. Brat, your flattery is good, but it's useless. Wang Jijie snorted, I'll settle the matter of my daughter with you later. I'm here today to ask you why you don't want to go to the 10,000 Ghosts Cave? It's simple, I can't go. Wang Jijie sneered, why can't I go? Mu Yun coughed and said, previously, every 3 years, the major forces of the central region would go once, but the result? They returned empty-handed. And every time, they had to pay a huge price in exchange for a little bit of benefit. It's not worth it at all. But what if this time, you happen to open the treasure? Open it? Opening the treasure would also be fake, and you would die even more miserably. Naturally, these words were said in the bottom of Mu Yun's heart. Open the treasure. Senior, can't you tell how small the chances are from the previous sacrifices? You're so reasonable. Aren't you saying so much because you're afraid of death? Wang Jijie snorted, what if I force you to go? I'll go too. Why? Sigh. I can't disobey my parents' orders. You little bastard, Mu Yun hurriedly said, father-in-law, please calm down. If you really want me to go, I can, but I have to guarantee that I have the absolute right to speak. Moreover, I can guarantee that no one will be injured on this trip. As for the treasure, I can't guarantee that. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Wang Jijia pondered carefully. The 10,000 Ghosts cave was full of danger. Previously, many people were injured every time they entered it. This time, the main hall floated to the surface. The danger inside was probably even more serious. However, where did Mu Yun's confidence come from to guarantee that everyone would be safe and sound? Alright, this time it should be the Li family's boy leading the team. You have full authority to discuss with him. Moreover, Xianxia and Xianxia will also go. That bastard Yang from the Yang family will also go. Also, there are some other geniuses from the Three Heavens Hall. If you embarrass me on this trip, you'll be in trouble when you return. Then, the Yun sect, I'll help you look after it. Alright. Seeing Mu Yun agree so readily, Wang Jijia frowned. He suddenly felt that Mu Yun's strong refusal to go was just an act. This boy seemed to really want to go. Mu Yun naturally wanted to go. He naturally knew that the 10,000 Ghosts cave was an empty shell. However, he wasn't going for the 10,000 Ghosts cave. He was going for the geniuses from the Sacred Pill sect, Heavenly Evil Island, and Green Shadow Blood sect. There was only one thing to do, kill. At the same time, in the entire Middle State, there were undercurrents. Various major forces began to plan to enter the 10,000 Ghosts cave. In the southern part of the Middle State, in the Sacred Pill sect, Xing Wui stood in front of the main hall and looked at the dozens of people below. He opened his mouth slightly and said, in this trip to the 10,000 Ghosts cave, all of you must remember, firstly, to search for the treasures. Secondly, if you meet Mu Yun, kill him without mercy. Yes. Below, personal disciples Beiyai Wenchen, Mo Shuran, Lin Xinyu, and the others nodded in response. Looking up into the distance, Xing Wui said indifferently, Mu Yun, oh Mu Yun, you haven't died in the 10,000 Ghosts cave for the past few months, right? This time, you will definitely die. At the same time, on Heavenly Evil Island, Jun Wu Xiao leaned on her chair and looked at the people below. She laughed and said, this trip to the 10,000 Ghosts cave is quite interesting. It's also the time to show your strength. Remember, you are the elites of my Heavenly Evil Island. Don't embarrass yourself. Xing Wui, Shi Yusin, Bai Ichi, the three of you must perform well. I will hand over the position of Heavenly Evil Island Lord to one of you. Yes. North of Middle State, Green Shadow Blood Sect's base camp. Meng Yifan looked down and said, Blood Reverend has disappeared. You have been investigating for so long, but to no avail. All of you are useless. I don't want any accidents to happen in this trip to the 10,000 Ghosts cave. Meng Guangling, I will let you bring along the Earth Emperor brush this time. If you disappoint me again, even if you are my son, I will make you pay the price. Yes. Meng Guangling held the heavy brush in his hand and a trace of determination appeared on his face. In this trip, the first personal disciple of the St. Pill sect, Beiyai Wenchen, would be the first person he would challenge. With the Earth Emperor brush in his hand, if Mu Yun was still alive, he would definitely make her die without a burial place. In the east of Middle State, there was a 10,000-year-old city, the 10,000 Clouds Magnificent City. Surrounded by clouds, the city was as big as 10 eastern cloud cities, and half of it was the inner city. In the inner city of the 10,000 Clouds Magnificent City, lived the Yun family, the number one family in Middle State. The Yun family had been passed down in Middle State for close to 10,000 years. Unlike the Three Heavens Hall, the Yun family was a family with a deep foundation and wasn't a superpower in Middle State. At this moment, in the Yun family leader's residence, the current Yun family leader, Yun Wu, stood in front of the residence and looked at the group of people in front of him with a smile. Actually, the so-called 10,000 Ghosts cave is said to be a treasure hunt, but the superpowers are actually treating it as a trial to test the talents of each family. As the talents of the Yun family, you must not embarrass yourselves this time. Yun Tianyu, Yun Xiaoer, the two of you must remember this. Do you understand? Yes, family leader. At the same time, in the number 1 valley in Middle State, the Thunder God Valley. The famous Lightning God Valley's Valley Master Xianxia was laughing loudly at this moment. He looked at the well-built men in front of him and said with a loud laugh, "Good boys. Today, if anyone dares to embarrass me, I will skin you when you return." In the number 1 sacred ground in Middle State, the Qiyao sacred ground, there were many people. In the Qiyao sacred ground, where birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant, there were many people talking. The current Qiyao sacred ground saintess, Qiyao, looked down and spoke in a soft voice, like a fairy from the 9 heavens. She opened her mouth and said softly, "Although the 10,000 Ghosts Cave is one of the best places to hide treasures in Middle State, I only hope that you will experience it. The treasures don't matter, but you must return safely. Do you understand?" Yes. At this moment, all the talents of the 7 superpowers in Middle State were mobilized. The triennial treasure hunt had already become a triennial competition for the geniuses to compete against each other. The major forces had already tacitly agreed that no experts of the older generation would appear. Chapter 238 Halfway Provocation. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing in front of the 3 Heavens Hall's main hall. When he saw everyone's gazes on him, he felt as if there was a dagger on his back. The entire 3 Heavens Hall's upper echelons looked at him as if they were looking at a monkey. On the other hand, Wang Xianxia had a smug look on her face. She hugged Mu Yun's shoulder with a satisfied smile on her face. Li Zilan, Yang, Wang Xinyu, Wang Xianxia, Zimu, all of you must remember to prioritize training over treasures. Li Yunxiao instructed. Secondly, all of you must listen to Li Zilan and Zimu. If anyone disobeys them, no one will be responsible for their deaths or injuries. A young outstanding talent stepped forward and said, "Palace Master, does that mean that as long as we listen to them, nothing unexpected will happen?" Li Yunxiao looked at Mu Yun meaningfully and nodded, "That's right." Immediately, everyone's gazes fell on Mu Yun. Mu Yun smiled when she felt the strong unwillingness to submit to those gazes. However, she was cursing in her heart. These 3 old things had lived for so many years and each of them appeared to be sanctimonious. Did they not know that doing this was pushing him into the fire pit? Li Zilan was still alright, being at the 4th level of the Soul Conduit realm. He had quite the prestige in the 3 Extreme Hall. But he was a member of the Cloud Gate, a subordinate force of the 3 Extreme Hall. How could these proud sons of heaven give him a second look? "Alright, let's go." As Li Yunxiao's words fell, the team of dozens of people uniformly boarded the flying spirit beasts. "Old Wang, in that case, how can those little brats submit to Mu Yun?" Li Yunxiao looked at the people flying into the sky and asked worriedly. "Isn't this brat very capable? Let him be capable. If he wants others to submit to him, he should at least have the ability to make others submit to him." "Old Wang is getting anxious." Yang Tingyu laughed and said, "It seems that old Wang has 2 daughters. He is ready to hand over the position of the next temple master to his son-in-law." "Bah! Even if this brat wants me to give it to him, I won't give it to him." Wang Jijia snorted, "This brat's talent is inferior to Zilan's. Speaking of which, Old Li, when are you going to let your Zilan marry my Xinyu?" "That's only if your daughter agrees." Li Yunxiao laughed. The 3 palace masters stood in front of the 3 Extreme Hall, holding hands and chatting happily. On the other hand, Mu Yun was pushed aside to the point where she could not stand. At this moment, Mu Yun was dressed in a black robe. The brim of his hat covered his hair, and his face was deeply buried under the hat, making others unable to see his appearance clearly. However, the gazes of the surrounding people were still fixed on him, as if there were daggers on his back. "Big brother Yun, don't worry. With me around, they won't dare to disobey you." Looking at Wang Xianxia's innocent smile, Mu Yun only felt her heart turn colder. "With you around, there are many people who want to beat me up." As soon as Wang Xianxia finished speaking, an ear-piercing voice rang out behind her. "Mr. Zimu, why can't you show your true appearance?" The one who spoke was a tall young man. This young man looked about 25 or 26 years old and was at the 3rd level of the spirit realm. This person was called Li Guangma, and he was a disciple of the Li family. He was slightly older than Li Zilan and was rather famous in the Li family. At this moment, Li Guangma looked at Mu Yun and Wang Xianxia together. Wang Xinya's hands were still hugging Mu Yun's arm, and her perky but was rubbing against Mu Yun's arm, which made him look very annoyed. Wang Xinya and Wang Xinyu had been the two pearls of the Three Extreme Hall since they were young. Which of these young talents didn't want to get the beauties? But now, the two sisters had stayed in the Nanyun Empire for a few years, but someone else beat them to it. How could they accept it? Li Guangma found it even harder to calm down. Among this group of people, he was considered one of the stronger ones. That was why he stood out. Hey, you finally couldn't hold it in. Looking at the young talent who was slightly taller than her, Mu Yun pulled Wang Xinya away and said with a smile, I have pockmarks on my face. It's inconvenient for me to meet people. Is that okay? Li Guangma knew that Mu Yun was teasing him. He sneered and said, so Sister Xianxia found a pockmarked face. Sister Xianxia, I'm afraid this pockmarked face isn't strong enough, right? I'm not strong enough, but Xianxia likes me. If you're strong enough, why don't you do it? Mu Yun lowered her head and said indifferently. You're courting death. Li Guangma was originally a genius of the Li family. How could he listen to such words at this moment? The flying heavenly spirit beast took a step forward and unleashed a fist strike toward Mu Yun. You're courting death. Mu Yun sneered and flashed away. On the other side, Li Zilan and Wang Xinya thought that Mu Yun was going to fight back, so they actually persuaded her at the same time. Mr. Zimu, have mercy. Big brother Mu, have mercy. Li Guangma only felt his whole face burning when he heard the two of them persuading Zimu to have mercy. It was as if he had been slapped twice. Fourth level of the spirit realm. The geniuses of the Three Heavens Palace are too weak compared to the geniuses of the St. Pale sect. Mu Yun said coldly. I'll spare your life today. As she spoke, Mu Yun pointed her finger. Void-shattering finger, one finger flattening a mountain. The power of that one finger directly broke all of Li Guangma's attacks. Li Guangma groaned and flew out directly. If it wasn't for Li Zilan's quick reaction, he would have fallen from the Holy Spirit Beast. I know that all of you are not convinced by me. But this time, since the three palace masters let me go together and decide the overall situation with Li Zilan, it means that they trust me. If you listen to me, I guarantee that you will be safe. If you don't, I can tell you accurately that entering the 10,000 Ghosts cavern is a narrow escape. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she was too lazy to explain. She sat down and meditated to rest. Li Guangma, what are you doing? Li Zilan pulled Li Guangma over and shouted in a low voice, do you know that this person is the real boss of the Yun sect? Even I am not his opponent. What are you doing? What? Li Guangma was stunned when he heard Li Zilan's words. Although Li Zilan was a fourth level of the spirit realm, in the Three Heavens Palace, even some fifth and sixth level elders were not his opponent. Li Zilan was actually not Zimu's opponent? Be honest. Listen to him and we will be fine. If you don't listen, you will be responsible for the consequences. Don't blame me for not reminding you. After speaking, Li Zilan smiled and walked towards Mu Yun. Mr. Zimu, I'm sorry. Li Zilan sat down cross-legged and smiled gently. You brat, do you think I don't know what you are thinking? You just want me to show my skills and intimidate those arrogant geniuses. Mu Yun raised her head and revealed a pair of eyes. She chuckled and said, but you still have to remember that when you reach the destination, no one will be injured if you listen to me. If you don't listen to me, you will most likely die. Why are you so sure, big brother Yun? Wang Xinya was puzzled. Because, there are no treasures in the 10,000 Ghost Cavern. It is just a dangerous place. Hearing this, Wang Xinya and Li Zilan's expressions changed. Even Wang Xinyu was slightly taken aback and frowned. Look, you don't believe me, right? Mu Yun waved her hand and said uninterestedly, if you don't believe me, how can they believe me? I believe you. Wang Xinya said firmly. You won't lie to me. I believe you too. Wang Xinyu nodded. Li Zilan glanced at Wang Xinyu and smiled bitterly. Although it's too shocking, it seems to be believable when it comes from your mouth. The three of them knew each other in the Thunder Peak courtyard. The things that Mu Yun did before were almost impossible, but she completed them all. Including her disappearance 3 years ago, when she returned, she destroyed the Gu family, Lin family, and the imperial family with lightning speed. If it wasn't for the intervention of the middle state, Mu Yun might be the overlord of the Southern Cloud Empire now. What is going on? Wang Xinya raised her head and asked doubtfully. Do you remember that after the battle with Jun Wuxia and Meng Yifan, Xing Wui kidnapped me? Mu Yun said, Xing Wui brought me to the 10,000 Ghost Cavern. Hearing this, Li Zilan and the other two were stunned. Although it was their first time in the 10,000 Ghost Cavern, they knew how bleak it was from the descriptions of their seniors. But they didn't expect that Mu Yun had entered it before. But fortunately, I entered the main hall, but there was no so-called treasure. Or you can think that I got the treasure alone. But this time, it wasn't the main hall that was exposed, but the fake hall. Fake hall? The three of them were shocked again. They had heard a lot about the main hall and the fake hall. If it was really as Mu Yun said, then all the geniuses entered the fake hall that was full of danger. It was equivalent to gaining nothing, and they might even lose their lives. Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Zilan blurted out. But after saying that, Li Zilan regretted it. Even if Mu Yun said it earlier, no one would believe her. If it was him, he still felt like he was dreaming. What should we do now? Li Zilan was also a little flustered. He really didn't know how to explain such a shocking thing to everyone. What should we do? Do as you see fit. Mu Yun smiled and said, anyway, they definitely won't believe me. The three of you just have to be careful. At most, you won't enter. Then why did you enter? Me? Of course, it's to kill some people and exercise my limbs. A murderous intent flowed in Mu Yun's eyes. I can't forget those people who almost killed me. After saying that, the four of them dispersed. Li Zilan was now worried about the people who followed them. How could he stop them? Wang Xinyu, on the other hand, stood silently at the side. Wang Xinya stayed by Mu Yun's side and stared blankly at the man in front of her. For the sake of revenge, she endured, but in the end, she was thrown into the 10,000 Ghosts cave. She only felt that the person in front of her was really tortured. Her heart ached, and she actually shed tears. Why are you crying? Seeing Wang Xinya crying, Mu Yun laughed and said, this is nothing. Your man is going to step into the top of the world. This is nothing. Moreover, you should think carefully about how to communicate with your sister when you see her this time. Hearing that, Wang Xinya smiled through her tears. She looked at Mu Yun with an awkward expression. However, while the two of them were flirting, a gray mountain forest suddenly appeared in front of them. Enter the hall. Looking at the darkness below, Mu Yun felt that the scene was much thinner than the last time she came here. Moreover, the exposed palace could be faintly seen from the sky. Huge palaces stood in the middle of the forest. From afar, it looked like a prehistoric beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for everyone to enter. As far as the eye could see, everything below was gray and hazy, giving off an extremely uncomfortable and oppressive feeling. This place was the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. 10,000 years ago, it was the headquarters of the Holy Light religion. However, at this moment, it was as broken as the demonic path. We're here, Li Zilan said as he looked down. At this moment, outside the 10,000 Ghost Cave, there were numerous small groups of people standing around. Oh? The Three Heavens Palace's men have arrived. The Three Heavens Hall has been going downhill these years. The strongest genius in the sect is Li Zilan, but he's only at the 3rd level of the spirit realm. Compared to the Sacred Pill sect and the Green Shadow Blood sect, he's much weaker. There's nothing we can do about it. The Three Heavens Palace was originally formed by 3 great first-rate clans. It's not like the Yun clan, which is a great clan with a history of tens of millions of years. When they saw the people from the Three Heavens Hall arrive, the crowd broke into a discussion. Inside the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, those who wanted to explore were not only the genius disciples of the super forces of the Central Continent, but also the leaders of some first-rate and second-rate forces. It looked like there were no less than 1,000 people. This time, it was different from the previous times. This time, it was the Great Hall of the 10,000 Ghosts Cavern that was dug out of the ground. Many people believed that this was a great omen that the treasure was about to appear. The people of the various major forces all gathered together. Roar! At this moment, a loud and clear roar was heard from the sky, and a gust of wind suddenly descended. The people from the Saint Elixir sect are here. This was the thought that emerged in everyone's hearts. The Saint Elixir sect was one of the top superpowers in the central region. Compared to other superpowers, it was much more powerful. Only the Sacred Elixir sect could pull off such a grand display. Looking around, Mu Yun realized that the Sacred Elixir sect had sent over 100 people. The person in the lead was Bai Yuantian. Beside Bai Yuantian, Emo Shuran and Lin Xinyu had different expressions. Behind them, a masked woman was standing on a snow lotus. She was flying with her spirit realm cultivation base instead of riding on a flying spirit beast. Generally speaking, although deity realm martial artists were able to fly in the air, flying required the consumption of large amounts of true essence. Therefore, for longer journeys, martial artists would still choose to ride on spirit beasts. This woman was completely relying on her own true essence to support her flight. It could be seen that she was very powerful. Looking at the veiled woman, Mu Yan's mind swayed, and her hands couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing behind the Three Heavens Hall. She was wearing a black robe, a black hat, and a veil. Wang Xianxia, Wang Xinyu, and the others stood at the front. At this moment, Mu Yun could be said to be inconspicuous as she quietly stayed in a corner. Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. Bai Yuantian stepped down and smiled at the crowd. T, who's waiting for you? Mu Yun cursed in her heart as her eyes fell on Qin Mengyao. She hadn't seen Qin Mengyao for 4 years. All her thoughts had stopped 4 years ago. This time, there was an extremely sad feeling in her heart. Even so, there was still a soft feeling in her heart. The 10,000 Ghosts mansion is filled with danger. Although the 10,000 Ghosts palace appeared on its own this time, everyone still needs to be careful in dealing with the dangers outside. Everyone, time waits for no one. The Saint Elixir sect will make a move first. Bai Yuantian cupped his hands and led the Sacred Pill sect people forward quickly. At this moment, Mu Yun realized that Bai Yuantian took a step back and allowed Qin Mengyao to go first. Trash, at the crucial moment, you still have to rely on my woman. Mu Yun cursed in her heart as she stood on the spot. Seeing the Sacred Pill sect people enter the dark forest, the other forces gradually moved forward. Among the large group, there were dozens of people from the Qiyao Sacred Ground. Qi Tianyu led the Qiyao Sacred Ground geniuses in line. As the eldest senior sister of the Qiyao Sacred Ground, Xu Xinran patted the shoulder of a woman beside her and comforted her. Yun, don't worry. The Saintess just wants you to experience it. Don't be afraid. Junior sister Yun, you just joined our sacred ground. The Saintess asked you to come this time, which shows how much she values you. Eldest senior brother will definitely protect you. Qi Tianyu laughed. Thank you, senior brother and senior sister. The woman called Yun bowed slightly and clasped her hands together. She was still very nervous. However, at this moment, the large group had already rushed into the forest. Mu Yun, what should we do? Li Zilan lowered his voice and looked at Mu Yun. What can we do? Mu Yun shrugged and said, if you want to tell them, then tell them. It's up to them whether they believe it or not. Turning around, Mu Yun looked at Wang Xianxia and Wang Xinyu and said, the two of you better not go in. No. I want to go with you. What are you going to do with me? Mu Yun rubbed Wang Xianxia's head and said with a smile, I'm very familiar with this place. Nothing will happen. If you go in, I'll be worried. But, no buts. As Mu Yun said, she took a step forward and her black figure entered the forest. At the same time, on the other side, Li Zilan also followed. Looking at the dozen people behind Li Zilan, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. It seems that they still don't believe it. Maybe the temptation of the treasure is too great. Mu Yun smiled and then sped up and entered the dark forest. Li Zilan chased after her. Did you tell them? Yes. When they saw Wang Xianxia and Wang Xinyu staying behind, some of them believed it and stayed outside. However, most of them didn't believe it at all, so. It's fine. I've done what I should do anyway. I can't force them to go back with my sword. Mu Yun smiled and said, there are countless strange beasts in this dark forest. However, these beasts are afraid of fire. To be precise, they're afraid of heavenly fire. Mu Yan still remembered the last time he had come here. His surroundings had been pitch black, but the moment he lit up the heavenly flame, all the strange spirit beasts that had been surrounding him had scattered. Therefore, he didn't fight with those beasts. At this moment, the people from Three Heavens Palace were at the back. A wisp of purple flame emerged from Mu Yan's sleeve. However, under Mu Yan's deliberate concealment, the purple flame now looked dark blue. It was impossible to tell that it was the purple lotus demonic flame. Follow me closely. After instructing Li Zilan and the dozen or so people behind him, Mu Yan slowly walked forward. At this moment, sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere in the forest, as well as tragic cries. The hair-raising aura was terrifying. Looking around, Mu Yan discovered that in the dark forest in front of them, a blue light pierced through the clouds and shot into the sky. An icy aura spread out. The power of the Ice Phoenix Spirit. Mu Yan exclaimed when she saw the icy aura at the front and the powerful divine might that suppressed the surrounding people to the point that they couldn't breathe. After 4 years, the current Qin Mengyao was probably so terrifying that it sent chills down people's spines. Gradually, strange beasts walked out from the shadows in front of Mu Yan. Their dark green eyes emitted a green glow in the dark surroundings. Everyone, be careful. Mu Yan bellowed and struck out with her palm. There was a trace of heavenly fire in her palm. With a bang, it exploded. A beast in front of her was engulfed in flames. It shrieked. The beast whimpered and was ignited by the flames, dissipating instantly. However, the others weren't as lucky as Mu Yan. Being targeted by those beasts, everyone used all their skills. However, those beasts seemed to be unkillable. After being slashed, they quickly healed their wounds and charged forward again. Everyone, don't worry about it. Just charge. Mu Yan bellowed and took the lead to charge out. At the same time, the sounds of fighting in the forest became louder and louder. The screams made everyone panic. After more than an hour, the group of people finally broke through the dark forest and arrived in front of the spacious hall. At this moment, Mu Yan noticed that the people from the Sacred Pill sect had already arrived. They were surrounding the hall and investigating something. At the same time, the rest of the people also caught up in batches. However, there were only a little over 800 people left from the originally over 1,000 people traversing the dark forest. More than 200 people had died. It should be known that most of these people were spirit realm experts. In the central continent, they were also famous figures in an area. Everyone, this is the hall of the Wangue mansion. As long as we enter the hall, we can find the treasures. This is a great opportunity. Everyone, please work together to open the hall. Bai Wendian stood in front of the crowd and encouraged them. No problem. All right. Of course. Voices of agreement sounded from the crowd. With the Sacred Pill sect taking the lead, they naturally weren't worried. Within the Sacred Pill sect, the masked woman walked forward and opened her hands. Ice blue lotuses bloomed. That's Qin Mengyao from the Sacred Pill sect, right? I heard that she has awakened the Ice Phoenix spirit in her body. Her strength is unfathomable now. Even Bai Wendian is no match for her. It can't be. Bai Wendian is the first protodisciple of the Sacred Pill sect. It should be her. The divine beast spirit. It's scary just thinking about it. It's not just scary. She even threatened to kill the sect leader of the Sacred Pill sect, Shengguyi. However, Shengguyi still kept her alive. Don't you think it's strange? Discussions broke out among the crowd. At this moment, the icy aura between Qin Mingyao's hands became more violent. Her entire body flew up into the air. Everyone, work together. At the same time, Bai Wendian shouted. A true origin ribbon shot out and entered Qin Mingyao's body. End of chapter 239. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.